income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks season is over, and with questions looming this offseason on if manager Torey Lovullo would return for the 2026 season, D-backs owner Ken Kendrick answered that question yesterday on Burns and Gambo.
We need to retool and give Torey a chance to perform with a better setting in the next season.
No playoff baseball this season for the Diamondbacks, but here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 this evening. Listen to Game 1 of the Wild Card Series between the Reds and the Dodgers. First pitch will be at 6:08. And with the Cardinals' mini bye week, establishing the run is a point of emphasis as they get ready for Sunday's game against the Tennessee Titans. For everything you need to know on the Arizona Cardinals, head to arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by Pro Smile Dental. Start your smile transformation with the pros. Visit prosmileaz.com today to book your free consultation.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire. It's the greatest radio show ever.
Fire.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley. When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Vince Marotta.
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jared Carlin.
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
And Sammy Sabolka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Mr. Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Happy Tuesday, Valley sports fans. How is everybody doing? What would I do without Vinny here to adjust my console when I need him to?
You did that without you hit the button.
Well,
Who's touching that button?
Yeah, I don't know, Vinny. Once again, I don't get who touches my stuff.
What happens when we leave this studio?
Why do people always touch my stuff?
You'll notice today when you came in, your microphone had not been put up on that little shelf.
No.
It had been. I took it off for you.
Good, but it also had been wound 3 times, too. I really don't understand that. For people watching on YouTube, literally, Gambo takes this mic and wraps it around itself 3 times. It is going to break one day, and why he continues to wrap this microphone, I don't know.
He's a rapper.
And I don't mean that kind of rapper. We got playoff baseball today, Vinny.
Not in Arizona.
Well, there is that. But there is playoff baseball.
A quadruple header of playoff baseball.
There is.
If you are a seam head, you're in heaven today.
Yeah. And Jared's kind of a closet seam head.
This is the first time in a while that we've gone through 3 consecutive sports seasons without any playoffs locally. Because the Suns, Cardinals, and D-backs now all miss the playoffs.
Yeah, but the Mercury are
awaiting
their opponent tonight.
Mm-hmm.
They'll find out who they're going to play in the WNBA Finals.
Yeah, and then it's going to be on. Kind of crazy that you're in the WNBA Finals, but you don't know who you're playing and you don't know where the series is starting.
That's true.
It's very interesting.
It's also, because they don't do Western-Eastern Conference, it could either be Indiana or Las Vegas. Las Vegas are much, obviously...
Closer, easier, drivable. And what is this? Isn't this weird that for all the rage about Caitlin Clark being one of the greatest players to ever play, that her team makes the WNBA Finals without her?
Yeah, there was like this whole cloud over the Indiana Fever all season long, and Caitlin Clark's not playing. Oh, she's out for the year. They just keep winning.
She's not. She can't come back, right? She's done.
She's done.
She's done.
I just want to make that.
That would be some good drama.
She
pulled a
back,
Willis Reed.
Oh, wouldn't that be something?
They lose game 1. Caitlin Clark
comes out of the tunnel.
Uh-huh.
That would be dramatic. That would be cool.
That would be fantastic.
Should allow it. Why not?
I don't know if it's. I think it's up to her. You know?
I think she's seriously injured, and I'm beginning to believe all the conspiracy theorists who have said that she and other people knew a long time ago that she was done for the year. They just kept it shh.
Keep people on the edge of their seats.
Yeah.
She's coming back.
Yeah, right. Fun stuff. What a time to be alive. Start the show, Jarrett.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
It didn't take long for the Diamondbacks to come to a conclusion about their manager for the 2026 season. It was announced Monday, one day after the end of the regular season, that Torey Lovullo will be back in the dugout for next year, which will be his 10th season on the job. The Diamondbacks finished 80-82 on the year, finished 3 games out of the National League wildcard picture, despite a second half push. So Torey not going anywhere. Good thing we expedited our project yesterday, huh?
How about it? Yeah.
Apparently the D-backs did not have to ask 32 people.
No, and my instinct should have told me that with a full slate of playoff games today, that nobody was going to get fired past yesterday. That Monday was going to be the day to do it.
True. D-backs pitcher Corbin Burns spoke with the media yesterday, said his potential target date for a return to action is around the All-Star break in mid-July next summer.
Okay.
Burns underwent Tommy John surgery after leaving his start June 1st against Washington. After signing a $210 million free agent deal with the D-backs in December, Burns only able to make 11 starts in his first year in Arizona, and one of 6 D-backs pitchers to have Tommy John surgery last season. That's got to be a team record, right?
It has to be.
All 4 wild card series get underway today. First in Cleveland, the Guardians hosting the Detroit Tigers in Game 1. Gavin Williams going for the G's against Tarek Skubal for the Tigers. That gets underway at 10 o'clock on ESPN. Then at noon, it's the Cubs hosting the Padre. The Cub hosting the Padre at Wrigley. Matthew Boyd for Chicago against Nick Pivetta. That game is at ABC. 3 o'clock from the Bronx, Yankees hosting the Red Sox. Max Fried on the mound for the Pinstripes against Garrett Crochet. For the Sox in a battle of lefties, that game's also on ESPN, and the nightcap from L.A. Dodgers taking on the Cincinnati Reds. L.A. going with Blake Snell. Cincy with the right-hander Hunter Green. ESPN's got that telecast, and you can hear that on ESPN Radio right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. Torey Lovullo's job is safe in Arizona, but not all big league skippers kept their jobs. The San Francisco Giants cutting ties with veteran manager Bob Melvin after they stumbled to the finish line in the National League wildcard race. Giants finished 81-81 this season. GM Buster Posey said the team is, quote, just looking to find a different voice that can take us in a different direction. Melvin's Giants went 161 and 163 in 2 seasons. Bruce Bochy, done in Texas, the longtime manager in the club, quote unquote, mutually agreeing to part ways. Bochy spent 3 years with the Rangers. He led them to the World Series title in 2023. They finished 81-81 this season. Twins firing Rocco Baldelli. 70-92 season that included an extensive roster purge at the trade deadline. Baldelli had spent 7 years in Minnesota, guided the Twins to 3 AL Central titles. The Mets hanging on to Carlos Mendoza despite missing the playoffs with a $340 million payroll. President of Baseball Operations David Stern said the rest of the coaching staff will be evaluated. Cardinals announced on Monday the team assigned running back Michael Carter to the active roster from the practice squad. Defensive lineman Bilal Nichols will return to practice from the physically unable to perform list. The team may activate him anytime in the next 21 days. Carter saw action in Thursday's loss to the Seahawks. He had 1 carry for 1 yard. Team also signed veteran running back Dearness Johnson to the practice squad. Why all this running back maneuvering, you might ask? Starting running back Trey Benson, not out at the extra practice on Monday for the Cardinals. Head coach Jonathan Gannon, the team is taking it day by day with Benson. First Week 5 injury report will be released tomorrow.
Yeah, so Michael Carter, here you go.
Yeah.
Here's your big chance, young man.
On Monday Night Football, the Dolphins got their first win of the season. They downed the Jets 27-21. Tua Tagovailoa, 2 touchdown passes to Darren Waller in the win. But the Dolphins lose wide receiver Tyreek Hill to a knee injury. That was gruesome. He dislocated his left knee and suffered a torn ACL and other ligaments. He's having surgery today. Jets fall to 0-4 under first-year head coach Aaron Glenn. And the other Monday night tilt, Broncos dominating the Bengals 28-3. Bo Nix, 2 touchdown passes and a TD run for the Broncos. Denver defense shut down a sputtering Cincinnati offense, holding the Bengals to 159 yards. Third time in 4 games since he's been held to 171 yards or fewer. They were supposed to have one of the best offenses in football.
Yeah.
I know they don't have Joe Burrow, but they even sucked with 1 game with Joe Burrow.
They're
in trouble.
It looked like they had the most rudimentary game plan last night.
Yep.
It was like, let's throw the ball up to our right receiver. Let's throw it to the other one. Now let's throw it to this one.
Yep.
It was bizarre. Yeah, they're done.
In college football, no surprise at ASU defensive end Prince Dorba named the Big 12 Co-Defensive Player of the Week. Dorba had 3 sacks, 4 tackles for loss in the Sun Devils' thrilling 27-24 win over then number 24 TCU last Friday. Somewhat surprising is that ASU kicker Jesus Gomez was named the Conference Special Teams Co-Player of the Week for the 2nd straight week. He shook off 2 field goal misses, but did convert on the go-ahead field goal from 23 yards in the game's final minutes. ASU's on a bye this week. They'll travel to Utah a week from Saturday. We found out yesterday that game will kick off at 7:15 Arizona time and be televised on ESPN. WNBA Game 5 of the semifinals between the Aces and the Fever tonight in Las Vegas. Winner moves on to face the Phoenix Mercury in the WNBA Finals, which get underway Friday night in Phoenix if Indiana wins tonight, or in Vegas if the Aces win. Tip-off for tonight's game, 6:30 on ESPN. And one other WNBA note, Minnesota Lynx head coach Cheryl Reeve, who went ballistic.
Yeah.
She was suspended for Game 4 of the semis against the Mercury, fined $15,000 by the league for verbally bashing the officials after a Game 3 loss on Friday night. $15,000? That's getting your money's worth right there. I don't care. She went scorched earth, and it only cost her $15K.
Yeah. Says a lot.
It says a lot. There you go. There is your splash for this Tuesday morning, the final day of September. Coming up, we kick off the show. Tori Lavello is back. Is it the right move? We'll explore it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios at Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
He got the first 3 quarters, and then all of a sudden the 4th quarter happens. He has the unbelievable touchdown. You could just see the relief after he kneels down. 4 catches overall, contested catches. Is it enough to say that there's a solution there? The answer is no. I might be able to say that that could be a start, that could be a turning point between him and Murray, but to say that it's a solution now, it was only 9.5 minutes of football in which those 2 guys excelled together. It's not enough of a sample size to say that that's the solution.
Yeah. Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Okay, so I just saw 2 houses for sale, same neighborhood, almost identical, but one had an Orchard sign and it sold for way more. So I asked my friends at Orchard why. Well, the first house used a traditional agent. After weeks of price drops and frustration, they ended up settling for less than they'd hoped. But the second homeowner chose Orchard, and they got more. Their local Orchard agent didn't just list the home, they marketed it. They knew exactly which upgrades would attract serious buyers and brought in a pro to handle everything. And even more, with Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program, that homeowner moved into their new home before their old one even hit the market. They skipped all the hassles and showings, and you can too. Here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first. Then Orchard's experts take it from there. They make repairs on your old home, price-boosting upgrades, and they list and sell your home for top dollar. This is what they do. They've already helped over 10,000 customers sell their homes this way. Never settle for less. Get more with Orchard, the smarter, faster, hassle-free way to buy your new home, even before your old home sells. Start with your free home valuation at Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com, Orchard.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed. which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Hi, Arizona sports listeners. It's Wayne from AMCO. So the hot summer is still upon us and school has started. The last thing anyone needs is to start the school year with car troubles. You know, moms and dads will be running all over town, dropping off and picking up their kids, which can be hard on any car. And what if that dang check engine light comes on? Man, talk about frustrating. Well, don't worry. What to do when your car needs repairs can be frustrating, but where to go when it does isn't. That's us at AMCO. With plenty of locations, AMCO's used to taking care of our Valley's heroes. We serve teachers, paramedics, firefighters, policemen, and our most important heroes of all, moms and dads. Now, you all know that AMCO specializes in transmissions and powertrain repairs, which includes clutches, transfer cases, differentials, even engine replacements. All the big repairs that most shops don't do. We do small repairs too, like air conditioning and brakes. So just pop into your nearest AMCO or book online at amcoarizona.com. Now that's pretty awesome. Well, that's because we're AMCO. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, double A, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Low T, start for free. Yep, get prescription testosterone with no startup fee only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvisi here. Think better, sleep better, improve your sex life, nothing. Boost testosterone like actual testosterone. Don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone, and for a limited time, get started for free. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey, it's Luke. What does the top priority need to be for the Arizona Diamondbacks this offseason now that we know they're bringing back Torey Lovello? We'll talk about it at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
Yeah, it's great for Torey. I've loved playing for Torey for the last 7 years. I think he does a really good job of what I think a lot of people outside of this space and this the world of baseball don't understand is what it is to be a manager, and it's not always the X's and O's. There's a lot of managing personalities. There's a lot of managing the things that people don't necessarily see or take in to behind the scenes, and I think Torey does a really good job of that. Obviously, the last 2 years haven't gone the way that we've intended, but for me, Torey is the person that had my vote of confidence to be back and manage the team next year. So I'm happy for him.
That's Zach Gallen yesterday, locker cleanout day for the Arizona Diamondbacks, talking with the media on the news that broke after we got off the air.
Had my vote of confidence. Did they poll players as well? I mean, is it that much of a meritocracy with the Diamondbacks?
I don't know. And if they did they poll the players heading into free agency?
Yeah, I don't know.
That's a separate subject. But Torey coming back quickly determined that Torey Lovello getting another year. And there's different ways to break this down because there was a lot of speculation of what would happen. I think we are in agreement that about 2 months ago, it looked almost fait accompli that he wasn't going to be back for a 10th year. The finish did something because the Diamondbacks obviously didn't expect to compete after the trade deadline based on how they were playing at the deadline and based on what they did. They traded 5 veterans away. And then they made it interesting. And Torey Lovello, and for some people, begrudgingly, will give him credit for that. I think that changed everything, even though the last week was, again, a dumpster fire, really.
Yeah. And I also think the detailed admission of how restrained and handcuffed he is as a manager on Friday morning illuminated and was a revelation to a lot of people.
Yeah.
Because what it means, and Todd Walsh said this very succinctly as well, what it means is that everybody out there, everybody who is a serious, severe Torey Lovello critic, you need to redirect some of that passion that you feel against him to everybody in that quote-unquote think tank.
Yeah.
Because that's where the decisions are coming from.
And we don't know what that think tank looks like or is who comprises it. My other thought was, is this at all maybe a subconscious admission by the Diamondbacks? Look, we're going into next year with key injuries. Corbin Burns isn't going to be back till July at the earliest.
Mm-hmm.
Justin Martinez out. A.J. Puck is out. It's going to be tough to compete. Why would we pay two managers at this point? Because Torey Lovello is one of the highest paid managers in baseball.
I think, sneaky, low-key, this is one of the more real reasons why things have gone down the way they did, because of the convergence of a possible lockout going into 2027, because of the fact that Torey Lovello is one of the highest paid managers, and a lot of people don't know that. He makes $5 million a year, so his wage is pretty top of the market, and if you pull the plug now because it makes you feel good, and you think that you need a new voice, I think the way you laid it out is perfect. Given the fact that they're decreasing payroll, given the fact that they've got about $50 million in sunken costs already next year, guys that will not be playing baseball, then you can look at this and say, let's just ride this thing through to the end. Yeah. But especially when it's not a slam dunk, we need to get a new manager in here.
But if they're on the record saying that one of the reasons they're bringing him back is because it was unfair to judge him this season with all the injuries and with the trades, they're still going to have the same injuries next season, and they're still not going to have the players that they traded away next season. Well, so how is next year going to be a fair way to judge him?
Because they have an off season to bolster things.
Yeah, because you've got an off season to plan and prepare and get contingency plans and get new players and find bullpen arms. Yeah, it's not going to be an easy thing to do with decreased payroll and plus all the sunken costs that they have. So I do think that you're right. I think that next year is going to be more of a second half of this year kind of feel to it.
Yeah, and the use of the language, you use the term different voice. You hear that term a lot when the aftermath of the baseball season hits. Organizations start making their choices on managers. Buster Posey in San Francisco used that language yesterday. Bob Melvin, let go. We're looking for somebody with a different voice to take us in a different direction. That, to me, all amounts to, what it translates to is what the players want. And with the way the Giants finished, maybe Bob Melvin wasn't resonating with those players. I think Torey Lovello, through all of this, still resonates with his players. You heard from Zach Gallen. You heard from Corbin Burns. You heard from Brandon Pfaadt. These guys, by and large, love playing for Torey Lovello, even though the results haven't been there. So
it's a small sample size.
Yes, are you looking for a different voice when this one clearly resonates with a good number of players?
Well, yeah. Listen, I do think that if you polled everybody on the Diamondbacks, I'm not sure it would be everybody loves Torey. I think that the ones that are speaking out clearly do, but I do also think that players understand decency and kind-heartedness and empathy, and they get all that from their manager. So if they're in a situation now to give a yay or a nay to a manager, the thumb up or the thumb down, right? Like in Gladiator, I have a hard time thinking that you're going to put the thumb down on somebody who's been so fundamentally decent to you as a person. If you were talking about, an autocratic kind of manager who screams and maybe isn't all that inconsiderate, maybe doesn't take time to communicate with you, then maybe you give them the thumbs down. Because you're like, this is our chance to get somebody to get a different kind of voice in here.
And even Torey detractors or critics have to admit that he connects with the players.
No doubt.
On a human side,
no doubt,
he's near the top of the list. And that's something that is spewed from players repeatedly, different players that are no longer with the organization.
Well, that is the way I summarized my column on Torey Lovello, that if being a manager for the Arizona Diamondbacks is mostly about developing deep relationships with your players and then serving as the cover for the think tank and taking all the arrows for the think tank, then you've got the perfect guy.
Yeah. It's also interesting that when you look at where the Diamondbacks finished, 80 and 82, two very respected managers of baseball teams, veteran managers with very impressive resumes, and Bruce Bochy and Bob Melvin in Texas and San Francisco were let go. All in the same range. Both of those teams went 81 and 81, one game better than the Diamondbacks. And they determined, even Texas, 2 years removed from a World Series championship, decided that it wasn't good enough.
No, I know. Think about that. And Texas is one of the teams that was buying at the deadline, as evidenced by their trade for Merrill Kelly. And they finished, what, one game better than the Diamondbacks?
So we'll have a lot more on the Torey Lovullo decision. Also, Ken Kendrick, the owner of the Diamondbacks, spoke, as he tends to do the day after every season with Burns and Gambo. Covered a lot of ground. We'll take you through that today on the Tuesday edition as well. You can also take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcast. The Bickley and Marotta Show podcast is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to yrefy.com. That's YREFY.com. Coming up next, after a brutal Week 4 loss, the Cardinals are adding injury to insult. We'll give you the latest Cards news next. It's Bickley and Marotta Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona sports host talked with Suns players, coaches, and the front office at Suns Media Day.
The energy's high, and that's what it's going to take. It starts now.
The best part about Devin is he wants to be here just like we want him here.
We want a team that Arizona and Phoenix can be proud of.
If you missed our Suns Media Day special, search it up on the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, or Arizona Sports on YouTube. It's almost Suns season. Arizona Sports is the home of Phoenix Suns basketball.
All right, so there's an assumption in the electronics industry that prices have to be lowered at the big box stores, and that's because people walk into those stores. You're going to see a television or two at the front of the store at a very low price, and you think, wow, I've got to come back and shop here for my next television. What they don't know is those TVs are likely hot garbage that will rob you of quality and experience. One of many reasons you choose Waltz TV and Appliance instead. They're going to give you everything you're looking for, a great selection, all the major name brands that you want, an extremely knowledgeable staff that can get you into the right kind of television because they're not all built for live action sports. Waltz has it all. They've got a great selection of audio components, and when you put the right television built for live sports with the right audio component, you have magic. I know Waltz did it for me. They gave me a great price. They're going to do exactly the same for you. In fact, they'll do you one better. When you're at Waltz, drop my name. You're going to get some extra incentive, 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. That is your choice. You can find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can find them online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
And we're back with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, how is the service at Arrowhead Honda?
I trust my friends at Arrowhead Honda's service department to keep my Honda in tip-top shape. Their expert team always gets it right. From quick oil changes to major repairs, they will literally handle it all. Thanks, Arrowhead Honda.
Visit Arrowhead Honda today at the 101 and Bell Road, or shop online at arrowheadhonda.com.
Tell them Michael Wilson sent you. Go Red.
Last year in Arizona, more than 121,000 car accidents were reported. Over 1,200 were fatal. Imagine you're one of those drivers. The light turns green. In a split second, everything changes. A crash leaves you fighting for your life, unable to speak, make decisions, or protect your family's future. Without having the right legal documents, the courts, not you, decide who speaks for you. That process is costly, time-consuming, and could tear families apart when they should be pulling together. With a comprehensive plan from RJP Estate Planning, including a living trust, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives, you stay in control, and your family stays protected. Trusted for over 35 years, RJP Estate Planning helps Arizonans plan for life's whens and what-ifs.
Call 480-576-5457 by October 2nd to save 55% on RJP's Living Trust Package. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Every day, reliable, comfortable, connected. Every day you rely on power. At APS, we work around the clock to deliver some of the most reliable power in the country. But with Arizona's extreme weather, outages can happen. Stay safe and informed with alerts by keeping your contact information up to date. And visit our outage center for updates online or on the APS app. For more ways to stay safe and informed, visit aps.com/brighter.
Construction managers, you prioritize safety with hard hats, gloves, and harnesses, but there's another tool to add to your first aid kits, naloxone. Naloxone reverses an opioid overdose and saves lives. Not only are construction workers at a greater risk of an opioid overdose than people in other occupations, but many overdoses occur in or near job sites. Provide access to naloxone and protect your workers. Together, we can build a safer future. Visit naloxoneaz.com.
Hey, I'm here with Tim Lee, the owner of Moving Team 6. What separates you from other companies that are out there?
We have a protocol of how we do a move. It's more of a military style, and people are like, wow, who does this? I really believe it's people on our team. I'm a firm believer it starts with the people at the top. When the people at the top believe in everything they're doing, the people will follow.
The standard is the standard.
Yeah.
Go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It'll be 9 days between football games for the Arizona Cardinals when they kick off on Sunday against the Tennessee Titans. And here was head coach Jonathan Gannon on what their focus has been in this, quote, mini bye week.
We need to answer.
The Arizona Diamondbacks will not be playing postseason baseball for the second straight year, and that left many wondering the state of Torey Lovello as their manager. Ken Kendrick did make it clear yesterday that Torey will be back for his 10th season as manager of this ball club. Kendrick also mentioned he expects to reduce but maintain a competitive payroll for the 26th season. Playoff baseball will be on Arizona Sports 98.7 this evening, however, as we'll be carrying the first wild card game of the Reds and Dodgers series. First pitch from LA will be at 6:08. This report is brought to you by Pro Smile Dental. Start your smile transformation with the pros. Visit prosmileaz.com today to book your free consultation.
Hey, it's Wolf. What do the Arizona Cardinals need to do to unlock their offense? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
Just taking it day by day. We'll have the kind of that full report for you guys on Wednesday. Kind of an extra day today.
That's Jonathan Gannon, the head coach of the Arizona Cardinals, talking about running back Trey Benson, the starter, due to the injury to James Conner, who's out for the rest of the year. Trey Benson got his first start last Thursday night against Seattle. Running game struggled again, but now Trey Benson, not on the practice field yesterday. Gannon did, you heard it at the end, Vic. He said it's an extra day with the long week after the Thursday night game. But it's not ideal because they had to make some running back maneuvers yesterday, including adding Michael Carter to the roster.
Yeah, you got a standing ovation. All those guys do. But Mike's an integral part of this team. And like I said, like when you got guys that when their number's called is performed, they star their role. They have a good attitude. They're team first guys. You can't have enough of those guys around. He's one of them.
Yeah, and Michael Carter, again, we've been waving the flag for him for a while. He just produces when he's called upon.
Yeah.
But still less than ideal because you're a quarter of the way through the season. We know what the Cardinals' identity ideally is offensively, that is to run the football physically first.
Yeah.
When you're down your top two running backs, 1A and 1B, going into week 5, it might be time.
Yeah, yes. But I also think that even though we're fans of Michael Carter and he has got a lot of juice and explosiveness to him, he's not exactly a between the tackles kind of guy, push the pile kind of guy.
Well, that's good because there hasn't been any room there anyway.
That is true. That is true. So, and in listening to some of the reports coming out of the Cardinals headquarters yesterday about how they feel that they're just doing a really poor job of recognizing and adjusting blocking schemes at the line of scrimmage. And so I don't know whether that's on Hjalta Froholt. I don't know whether that's on Kyler Murray, but they think it's easily correctable to make sure that the communication is much better right before snapping the football.
Mm-hmm.
That there's going to be a hat on everybody that there needs to be a hat on, if you will.
Yeah.
So I guess I'm optimistic about that. It's good to hear somebody go into an in-depth analysis and come out and go, well, solution's a lot easier than we thought it's going to be. Easily correctable.
Yeah. Jonathan Gannon was asked during his media availability yesterday about the running game. If technique in the running game is causing struggles?
Yeah, I mean, the first step, pad level, pointing it the right way. You got, some technique things that come up, some schematic things that come up, off here or there a little bit, playing penalty free, so we just got to uptick everything that we're doing to get the run game going.
Yeah, and look, the fact of the matter is, even through a 2-2 start, and it was a 2-0 start that's turned into a 2-2 start, the Arizona Cardinals need a decisive win, I think, for the psyche of this team, for the confidence level of this team. It lines up very well that a team that is floundering in every way in the Tennessee Titans is coming in, and you have to feel confident about that. But again, the Cardinals have not shown the ability, even against the New Orleans Saints, they've not shown the ability to close games, whether they're playing with a lead or trying to catch up. They haven't closed games very well through the first quarter of the season. And again, it's the NFL. The Titans are bad. They're 0-4. That doesn't mean this is a gimme walkover for the Cardinals.
No. Yeah, listen, we've already seen this year some examples of football scores that nobody thought would make any sense, like the Panthers winning 30-0, and it's the NFL. You can get that game from most about anybody.
Yeah, and then the Panthers turn around and get blown out by 29 points by the Patriots.
Right, then they just went right back to normal, right back to being the Panthers. So yeah, I think, but I don't think there's going to be an issue with the Cardinals of being lackadaisical or looking past this game. I think they understand that out of these first 4 games, there's been some good and a lot of bad. And they, like you said, they need to declare themselves as a serious football team. And you do that by making this a convincing victory, not holding on by the seat of your pants, not holding on, not needing a late defensive stand to stop a team from escalating some dramatic comeback on you. They need to take care of business. Yeah. That's what they need to do. Stand on business, as the kids say.
That's right.
And I like that the kid chimed in. The other injury news yesterday, Bilal Nichols back from the physically unable to perform list. How that works now is he can return to practice and then has now a 21-day window that has been activated where he can be, implemented back into the active roster. If that doesn't happen, he's going to miss the end of the year. And they've had some injuries on the defensive line, too. So to get him back is good. But Walter Nolan, still not practicing, still on the physically unable to perform list. B.J. Ojulari, still on the physically unable to perform list. And we're going on 14 months since that injury with B.J. Here was Jonathan Gannon talking about if there's concern that Walter Nolan isn't practicing yet.
First day to open that window for a lot of guys. Are you concerned that Walter is not yet ready to practice?
No.
Yeah, the expansive Jonathan Gannon.
When it comes to injuries, he's not saying anything until he has to.
Yeah.
And they don't have to say anything until Wednesday.
Why does this have to be a recurring thing with the Cardinals and with us? It really bothers me, like when I watch the 49ers play, and they've got all these rooks making all these big-time contributions. Why can't we get a guy who's ready to go in week 1? I mean, I know Walter Nolan's injured. I'm not casting blame on him.
I know.
But why do they have to deal with injury? Why does the
terrible
first-round picks have to be injured or unproductive?
Right, that's
as
it.
a rule?
That's right.
It's wasted first years or high draft picks. It's really, it sucks.
Yeah.
Because you go into each year relying on these guys, too.
Or hoping.
Yeah.
But, and it's not the best.
One guy who is definitely productive and most certainly not a rookie, Calais Campbell, also spoke to the media yesterday, talked about his message to the team after 2 tough losses.
Well, I'll say it like this, the mistakes that we made, and the plays that, that we kind of hurt ourselves on, for us to still be able to be in the ball game at the end of it, it says a lot about what we could be if we do it right, We just got to get to that point where we're consistently playing just good ball, just good team ball. And let the rest take care of itself. But, it's a good sign that we're still in ball games, even when we make the mistakes that we made.
And here was Calais Campbell talking about going up against rookie quarterback and first overall pick Cam Ward of Tennessee.
I'm a big fan of Cam Ward. I rooted for him harder than probably anybody rooted for him last year, other than probably his mom. He is, very talented quarterback, incredible arm strength. I mean, the way he can throw the ball from multiple arm angles, throw it across his body and put it around the money, throw it across the field, what you're not supposed to do, but it just, when he does it, it still works out, pretty consistently. It's just like, this guy's, tremendous talent. But like most rookie quarterbacks, you just got to go through his growing pains, and he's been getting better every week. You see his potential. I know, last week I watched the game yesterday, and you can see a lot of, he's close. He's real close to make a lot of plays. And so, it'd be nice for him to wait one more week before he gets it together, But I am a fan of his, and I want to see him have a great career in this league.
Yeah, I saw.
Boy, did you think that was funny?
I saw a stat. It was kind of Cam Ward's first 4 starts as an NFL quarterback held up against Will Levis's first starts as an NFL quarterback. Same franchise, not a first-round pick. Cam Ward's numbers are dramatically worse than Will Levis's were. It's 4 games. It's gone really rough for the Titans so far. But he's completing 51% of his passes.
That's
so
not
far.
good.
Yeah.
And this is another reason why the Cardinals have to take advantage of this. This is week 5 in a football season in which they have faced Spencer Rattler, Bryce Young, Sam Darnold, and now Cam Ward. And McCorkle, Mac Jones. So that's not exactly a murderer's row of opposing quarterbacks that you're facing.
Nope.
And Calais' point is good and great of, I want Cam Ward to have a good career, good season, just after they play the Cardinals.
Yeah.
I found that funny. Exactly.
It's pretty good.
Oh, that tickled me. You got that turned around quick, Jared. Coming up next, what is Kenny Dillingham focusing on during ASU's bye week? We'll tell you what the head coach had to say next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Tuesday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I'm assuming the decision has been made internally that Torrey really is coming back. So now the question that came up a month and a half ago and kind of got buried by the fact the team went on a crazy run after that, can you bring Torrey and Cattell back?
And how much did that actually have to do with them going on a crazy run? Did they address something?
Maybe they did.
And all of a sudden got it out and said, you know what? Look at me. Yeah, you can't have different rules. Maybe they yelled it out.
Maybe they did, because the team started winning right after that.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a bunch of reasons why you call Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. But there's one reason that really resonates with me. They are fast and reliable. When you need them, they're going to be there in minutes, not days. I've told you about the plumbing emergency I had about 6 weeks ago or so, where I had flooding in my downstairs basement. My toilet was leaking. 4:30 in the morning, I called Parker & Sons. I was prepared to leave a voice message for somebody. A live person answered the phone, because a live person always answers the phone at Parker & Sons. So they take my call at 4:30 in the morning. I explain what the issue is. By 8 a.m. the same day, they are at my house. My whole issue was fixed before I even got home from this radio show. Tremendously impressive to me. Parker & Sons, also reputable and highly decorated, the most awarded firm in Arizona. Trustworthy and credible. All their technicians are licensed, bonded, insured. All are trust certified, which means they pass drug tests. They've also passed background checks. They are the company you can feel good about letting into your home, and all you have to do is call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Hey, everybody, it's Bernsey. Do the Arizona Cardinals need to be fully healthy for their next opponent? We'll start to preview Cardinals-Titans on today's Burns and Gambo show on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
I think we have competitive people. You know, I said it after the game. I think when you have competitive people, I think competitive people are used to being in competitive moments. If you have people who are on TikTok all day, right, they're probably not used to being in the biggest playing a competitive moment and having to be your best all the time. When you have people who, you know, they play these weird like Clash of the Clans and all this other stuff now, but they're like making decisions in real time at the lunchroom, and I'm like, well, that's better than watching a video, right? At least they want to compete, and they're yelling at each other, they're sitting next to each other. I'm like, what is going on right now? But that's what they do. They don't play card games, they play this. Then some guys play card games during Friday Night 4 games. Competitive people are used to competing. And when you're used to competing, you're used to being in pressure scenarios, so it's really not a pressure scenario because you're used to it. So I just think getting guys that love competing, love competition, and then prepare to be a champion, and you combine those two things, and I think the moment, you know, is a little bit easier for those type of guys.
That's Kenny Dillingham, the coach of ASU, yesterday when asked why they're having still so much success, second year having success in close games. That's his breakdown. He did talk about it after the game on Friday night against TCU. And he even included himself in there. And he used the ping pong example and said, I'm a really good ping pong player if anybody wants to play me, by the way. And then somebody brought up darts, and Kenny said, no, I'm terrible at darts.
Yeah. He's got a good golf swing. We've seen that as well. So, yeah.
Yes.
I happen to subscribe to what he's saying. I do agree that highly competitive people kind of rise to moments, and if you get enough of them together, it makes it look like the whole team is super clutch. And I think that's what we've seen the last couple of weeks from ASU football. These games have been harder on us, the fans, to watch than it has been on the players to hang in there and fight.
Yeah.
But that's another defining characteristic. I heard a national show, the Dan Le Batard show, raving about the level of fight in ASU football. I mean, they were playing a team. TCU is no joke, folks. They had a guy with the last name of what, Man Jack?
Yeah.
Man-jack, a wide receiver. Did you not watch the game, Jared?
And
Are you not aware of this?
He was a man, and he was jacking people, too. They had a hard time stopping him.
He's a Caucasian wide receiver who doesn't wear gloves. Try find that's
badass.
that's what a badass this dude was, right? So you were playing a TCU team that is legit, and you're down 17-0 to them, and you found a way to get back into the game, and then you found a way to just rip it from them at the end. Like I said, it was one of the more memorable viewing experiences I have ever had watching ASU football. And this is really fun to watch this team have to become that kind of team. It's easy to come out and say, we want to be the team of the decade. We want to be the next big thing in college football. We want to be the kings of this newly formed Big 12. But then you have to do it and execute it on a week-to-week basis, and it's exhausting. You're dealing with one super competent team, well-funded team, large staffed team after another after another. Now, these are not the Ohio States and the Oregons of the world, but these are really good vested football programs, and you've gone toe-to-toe with two of them in successive weeks and found a way to win both games. That, to me, is tremendously impressive.
Man-jack.
Man-jack.
You got anything, Jared?
Not at this hour, that I could say.
You'll get back to us after 10 p.m. when it's more suitable.
The FCC goes to sleep.
Yeah, Joseph Man-jack the Fourth.
The Fourth,
Wow.
yeah. Well, you read it.
It comes from a long line of
It's
Man-jacks.
Man-jack IV. Things get even weirder there.
Of course, the Sun Devils on a bye week this week. They get a chance to hopefully get a little healthier, a chance to survey things in what is a loaded Big 12, top to bottom. Bick just illustrated how tough it is from week to week. Next opponent, Utah, did not look good against Texas Tech. That might be more a testament to how good Texas Tech is. Utah bounced back with a big win last week, and Kenny Dillingham believes they should be ranked.
Yeah, top 25 rank. Yeah, cool. Yeah, awesome. Yep. So great stuff. I think Utah should 100% be in the top 25. I mean, their one loss is to a Texas Tech team that could be, top 5 team in the country. So I mean, I think that we're about to face a team that's definitely a top 25 opponent, in my opinion. So for us, it's get better. Good teams get better throughout the year. I think we've done that so far throughout this year. I think we're a better team than we are versus NAU. I think we're a better team than we started the first half of Mississippi State. And I think we're getting better, and hopefully we continue to get better because that's what the best teams do. The only way to get better is to work. No other shortcuts. It's to work.
The one of the things that I think is also going to be very, very interesting, and I think Arizona State football is going to be at the forefront of this because they accounted for themselves so well in the college football playoff last season, Vinny. The idea that the Big 12 can only have one playoff team is absurd when you look around what the conference has this year compared to some of the other teams that we are seeing. Some of the rankings are still really, really bizarre, right? The fact that ASU has barely cracked 25 after these last couple of wins. Again, it's nothing that they can't overcome other than there's going to be a real big bias and a real strong push from the Big Ten and the SEC to squash any of this talk that, oh my goodness, we need to rethink the Big 12 here. There's some serious football programs here, and they deserve more than one berth in the playoff given to the conference champion.
But the problem is you still have to consider the number of losses the conference champion has. And this is a 16-team conference of attrition, basically. Yep. I'm looking at the conference right now. And at the bottom, I'm confident to say there are 2 not very good football teams. West Virginia is not very good.
Nope.
Oklahoma State is in total flux. Colorado's 0-2. They've been really competitive. They hung with BYU. They were leading for much of that game on the road. Or actually, that was in Boulder before they lost that game. UCF, I'm not sure. TCU's 0-1. That's a good football team. Arizona's probably going to get their first win. They should get their first win this week. And they've looked a lot more competitive than they were last year. There's 14 really good teams. So you have to be, like Kenny Dillingham said, he used Texas Tech as the example. They might be a top 5 team. I think for the Big 12 to get its due, they have to have a team that runs the table.
Yeah, it's kind of like the Pac-12 for a lot of years where they had like 10 of the 12 teams are really good, but no great teams, and they beat up on each other, and every team had 2 or 3 losses, and they would never get teams in the playoffs.
Yep.
Man Jack.
Oh, here we go. Man Jack.
Man Jack. What actor plays the bizarre version of Wolverine?
Bizarro.
Yeah, Bizarro. So.
You get it?
I don't.
Jackman.
Okay. Got it.
Kenny
Man Jack.
With the bye week, too, Kenny Dillingham was asked if they could get some key players back. Xavier Alford, Jalen Moss, Cyrus Fiaseu. Here was Kenny on that.
Probably not. Maybe Jalen. The other two, probably not. I mean, we'll get some more information on them later, but I'd say probably not.
And I'll say this, huge credit to Brian Ward, the defensive coordinator, and the personnel on that side of the ball.
Mm-hmm.
Xavier Alford, there was an argument to be made that he was the most important player on defense going into the season.
All right.
And he's been hurt for much of the year. That secondary, and he's not the only one banged up. They lost Javen Robinson last week.
Mm-hmm.
Keith Abney has been unbelievable so far.
I think they've had a lot of very, very excellent performers. I have been really, really happy with the way the defense has performed for the most part.
Yeah, and now you get that pass rush, getting a little taste of things, especially, I mean, TCU, they were terrorized in the second half by that defensive line. Prince Dorba leading the charge, as expected, the Big 12 Defensive Player of the Week. Coming up next, as we hit the 7 o'clock hour, Torey Lovello coming back for year 10. Will Ketel Marte be back with the Diamondbacks in 2026? We'll explore that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios at Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here in Chapman BMW, your premier destination for luxury and performance. Great reputation for making luxury attainable. I'm proof. Great reputation for overserving all of their clients and making them feel like family. And once you become part of the Chapman family, their state-of-the-art service center, staffed by BMW certified technicians, ensures your vehicle is going to receive expert care. An all-star team working in that service department. They make it easy to keep your Chapman BMW running at peak performance. That means they'll pick you up if your car needs service, or you can opt for mobile service at your home. If you can't wait in the luxurious lounge they have, they'll give you a ride wherever you go. You can drive away in one of their loaner cars, or they will bring a loaner car to you, take your car, and bring it back to you when it's fixed. Great service department at Chapman BMW. Further proof why, if you're in the market for a new ride, head on down to Chapman BMW in Chandler or Chapman BMW in Camelback Road in Phoenix. This is a family-owned, award-winning business that has been serving the Valley for nearly 6 decades. You can shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
So your dream of buying a home has been on the back burner for way too long, right? Let's be honest, it's tough to know when to jump in. And making the right decision at the wrong time could really cost you. But not when you work with Lund Mortgage. They are so good at making that decision easy with their free rate tracking tool that tracks real interest rates tailored to your specific situation. When your ideal rate hits, you're going to get the heads up. So if you're serious about buying and you want to do it right and on your timeline, you owe it to yourself to visit LundMortgage.com today.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Oh, it's here, the best time of year, and no, I'm not just talking about football season.
Wait, Wolf, what could possibly top football?
Robert, it's shade season, baby. I'm at the compound, on my patio, cool, comfortable, no glare on the TV, thanks to All Pro Shade Concepts.
That's exactly what we do. Our shade solutions block the sun, cut the heat, and keep your patio game day ready all year long.
Make your season complete. Visit allproshade.com today for a free estimate, because you gotta have shade.
Last year in Arizona, more than 121,000 car accidents were reported. Over 1,200 were fatal. Imagine you're one of those drivers. The light turns green. In a split second, everything changes. A crash leaves you fighting for your life, unable to speak, make decisions, or protect your family's future. Without having the right legal documents, the courts, not you, decide who speaks for you. That process is costly, time-consuming, and could tear families apart when they should be pulling together. With a comprehensive plan from RJP Estate Planning, including a living trust, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives, you stay in control, and your family stays protected. Trusted for over 35 years, RJP Estate Planning helps Arizonans plan for life's whens and what-ifs.
Call 480-576-5457 by October 2nd to save 55% on RJP's Living Trust Package. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks season is over, and with some questions looming this offseason on if manager Torey Lovullo would return for the 2026 season, D-backs owner Ken Kendrick answered that yesterday on Burns and Gambo.
We need to retool and give Torey a chance to perform with a better setting in the next season.
No playoff baseball this season for the Diamondbacks, but here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 this evening, listen to Game 1 of the Wild Card Series between the Reds and the Dodgers. First pitch in that one will be at 6:08. And with the Arizona Cardinals on a, quote, mini bye week, establishing the run is a point of emphasis as they get ready for Sunday's game against the Tennessee Titans. Everything Arizona Cardinals and more on ArizonaSports.com. And that's what's trending now.
Hey, it's Gambo. Now that Torey Lovullo has been given the keys to the 2026 season, what's next in the D-backs offseason? The Burns and Gambo show starts at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
When we look to Torey and his role in this season, we can't not evaluate all of the various elements that go into him doing his job, and I think it's only fair to say we didn't end up with the talent on the field that we hoped to have, and we know why.
That's Ken Kendrick, managing general partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks, talking the day after the season ended with Burns and Gambo yesterday here on Arizona Sports on the decision to bring back Torey Lovullo for a 10th season. He's going into the final year of his contract. And look, we knew it was a big factor. How can you evaluate a manager whose team was that racked by injuries? And I think that was a huge part of it.
Yeah.
Even though the Diamondbacks were legitimate threats to make the postseason in the second half, I looked it up yesterday, Bick. The Diamondbacks ended the season with $55 million of salary on the injured list, which was the fifth most in baseball at the end of the year.
Right.
Now, in the top 10, 4 of the top 10 teams in that category. I mean, the Texas Rangers had $103 million of payroll on the injured list at the end of the year.
Really?
Yeah.
That's pretty significant.
But they still fired or parted ways with their manager. Toronto was on the list. Philadelphia, the Dodgers, and the Yankees were all on that list, but they all still made the playoffs.
Yeah. So, listen, I think a couple things about this. I know that a lot of fans are not happy about this. I know a lot of fans they wanted Torey Lovullo gone, and I understand it to a point, but I really think that, as I said earlier, if you're in the extreme camp, if you're in the camp that you think Torey Lovullo cost this baseball team 20 or more games this past season, and there are people out there who believe that.
It's a lot of games.
That's a lot of games. Of course, it's an absurd number. But there are people who believe that. You have to understand and contextualize what Torey said Friday after that horrible ending to that series against the Dodgers, just about the lack of autonomy he has in his job before he gets in that dugout with his players after the lineup cards have been turned in. That's the only autonomy he has, and even that might be somewhat compromised. And I don't use the word compromised as a bad word, but it's just the way a lot of baseball teams are operating now. And it's probably with artificial intelligence, it's probably going to get even more and more this way.
Look, and every team's got a bench coach too, and trusted advisors in the dugout that are in uniform with a manager.
Yeah.
I think Torey Lovullo seems like the kind of guy that's probably a collaborative person. He's probably picking the brain of Jeff Bannister on a lot of
always see
decisions.
him talking to,
absolutely,
holding up his card, talking to people. Yeah.
This is, and so listen, and this is part of the reason why I'm very happy that he kept his job. Is I've got a great affection for the person. Now, granted, the person, you have to be able to separate professional critique of the manager from the man himself. But Torey Lovullo, I believe this will be either the third time or maybe the fourth time he's gone into a year as a lame duck manager. I think the number's 3. I know it happened before the 2023 year when they went to the World Series, and I think there were 2 other times before that as well. Never complained once about that ever, and that's rare. Most Major League Baseball managers, if they have to run through that gauntlet once, they'll never do it again. And Torey doesn't make a fuss about being collaborative. A lot of people could. So a lot of people look at that as a negative. That he and Mike Hazen, they're tied at the hip, and they'll never separate one from the other.
Yeah.
I don't believe that.
No,
I don't believe that.
That seems to be the prevailing thought on it, is that they're a package deal. I don't necessarily believe that either. But to your point on managers going into the last year of a contract, it's not something they like to do. Go back to remember the scene in Moneyball?
Oh, yeah.
Where Art Howe and Brad Pitt.
First thing I thought of, too.
Yeah. I need a contract to manage this team. Well, it turns out he didn't. But, I mean, on the flip side of it, too, by allowing a manager to go into the last year of a contract, it's a tenuous situation. There's not a whole lot of wiggle room there. But you're also giving Torey Lovullo the opportunity, if they get off to a great start, if they exceed expectations next year, he's probably going to defy the odds and get another contract extension. The other question that people had is with the Ketel Marte situation, which loomed over this team and was much talked about, not only here, but around baseball, around the All-Star game, and about a month later. Ketel Marte, the reported frustrations at the All-Star break. Ken Kendrick, with Burns and Gambo yesterday, commented on that whole situation.
I certainly support he's a great baseball player. I also would say I think Ketel, looking back, and he did say something at a point maybe a week or so into the situation you're discussing, that he made a mistake. And I think we all can look at ourselves and have circumstances that decisions we made we wish we would have to do over again. I think he would have wished to have that to do over again. He came out and he played very, very well for us through the remainder of the season. Of course, we wish that wouldn't have happened. I think it got more attention than it probably deserved. There were extenuating circumstances, as we all know about the break-in at his home. But I'm not making excuses. I think he made a mistake. He owned up to a mistake. He went out and performed when he got back on the field, And he's one of the top 3 guys on our team without any doubt.
That doesn't sound like an owner that is so frustrated by the situation that he's going to do something emotional in the offseason.
Right. I think he was there at one point in time.
I think so too. But I mean, for him to say he's a great baseball player and he played well after that incident. I mean, Cattell, facts are facts. Cattell's numbers in the second half of the season post All-Star break were okay.
Listen, you look at
dropped off.
Yeah, you look at his final slash line, and it's good.
Yeah.
It's not great. In a year where you got a lot of guys getting 40 or more homers, he finished with 28. So it was...
Well, especially as Perdomo and Carroll kind of led the charge as they got back into the playoff race, he was just okay.
He was okay. He was good. Yeah, but he wasn't great.
His OPS after the All-Star break was .816. Pretty good number.
But
it was down 140 points from pre-All-Star break.
Right.
People wonder about the future of Ketel Marte with this team, and he is an unbelievable talent at second base. And one of the best when he's dialed in, he's one of the best offensive players in the whole sport. I think the only way the Diamondbacks don't have Ketel Marte on this roster next year is if they get absolutely blown away with a trade that they cannot say no to. And I just don't think that's necessarily feasible for a second baseman with an injury history who's in his 30s. I think Ketel Marte is going to be here.
I tend to think that pendulum has turned a little bit back in Ketel's favor.
And for him, a big part of it was him taking responsibility for what transpired over the All-Star break.
Yeah, listen, it was Ketel Marte putting up his hands and say, "Okay, I get it. I didn't realize." And it was the Mike Hazen flying to West Sacramento for the speech when he basically told everybody in the room, "None of you are safe. You could all be moved." It was that, and it was the report that Bob Nightingale had, that they were going to listen to trade talks for Ketel Marte in the offseason. I think those moments all came together, and it was like it was an epiphany for that room. And it's not coincidence that team was much more in tuned and engaged from that point going forward.
Yeah, and I think that was the emotional reaction, was the report by Bob Nightingale that they were going to listen to reports. If you really want to listen to offers, if you really want to listen to offers for Ketel Marte, don't publicize it.
I
just saw that with the
will.
Suns and Kevin Durant, which we're going to get into again today. You don't weaken your stance by showing your frustration.
Facts.
And showing frustration in that instance does weaken your stance.
Those are
I think
facts
he'll be
as
back
well.
with a clean slate next year for Ketel Marte and this team, as they've obviously moved past that incident. It's time for this week's Character Counts. The Cardinals giving local school children a treat for their minds and their bellies. Offensive lineman Valentin Sen and Cardinals cheerleaders will read to students today at the Guadalupe Boys and Girls Club as part of the Milk and Cookies reading program. The Milk and Cookies reading program is a season-long program designed to promote literacy throughout Valley elementary schools. Each week, a group of approximately 50 kids will read with a Cardinals player and play interactive games with team mascot Big Red and Cardinals cheerleaders. And as a special bonus, students will also enjoy milk and cookies. Who doesn't love milk and cookies?
I know you do. I know you do.
I had some last night. At the conclusion of the event, courtesy of Albertsons Safeway. Well done to the Cardinals. Remember, Character Counts presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical is looking for their next student athlete to win a $10,000 scholarship. Text character to 620-620 to nominate a student today. Coming up next, Monday Night Football featured 2 lousy games and 1 gruesome injury. We'll recap next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on this Tuesday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Nitschke. You know who Nitschke was, Frederick? He was a tool.
He used to play for the Packers?
Yet at the same time.
That's a difference.
Yeah, no, yet at the same time, he said this: hope in reality is the worst of all evils because it prolongs the torment of man. Okay, hope in reality, not a hope where you're hoping for something, but in reality is the worst of all evils because it prolongs the torments of man. I don't believe that base earnings, but it certainly applies to the Arizona Diamondbacks of 2025.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, so QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine. And advanced regenerative medicine used to be alternative medicine. Great athletes like Peyton Manning, the late, great Kobe Bryant, they'd all go to Europe in their off seasons to get regenerative medicine because they were not available in America. Well, now it's mainstream. Now it's here. It's in our backyard, and you can find it at QC Kinetics, that has got 4 different locations in the Valley. And regenerative treatments at QC Kinetics work with your body to help restore and repair damaged joint tissue. This is an all-natural approach, no downtime, no surgery, no steroids, no pills. You go in, you get your treatment, you walk right back out the door. It's also very, very encouraging and gratifying for me when our listeners take my advice and go to QC Kinetics and get great results. One of my friends, one of our listeners, Paul, he had extreme pain in his elbow. After 4 treatments at QC Kinetics, his elbow is much, much better. That's what they're giving people. They're giving people lasting relief. Bring them your x-rays, bring them your MRIs. Go check out these cutting-edge treatments that have helped so many people and have a satisfaction report of 92%. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. You can get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Oh, the autumn wind is blowing, and that means football is here, and so is the fall sale at Brooklyn Bedding. Now through September 30th, everything in-store and online is 25% off. Sheets, pillows, mattresses, adjustable frames, everything is 25% off. So your game plan to score on this great deal is to get over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the fall sale at Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. That's where General Manager Brad Gunlickson and his team are kicking off a fall savings push with deals you've got to hear about. Get a low 0%, yes, 0% APR financing rate now on select 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 trucks and Hummer all-electric SUV and pickup models with approved credit. And don't forget, there's still time to take advantage of the $7,500 EV federal tax credit, but hurry, when September ends, so does this offer. So stop in and take a look at their huge inventory of award-winning Buick and GMC models and experience their no-bull way of doing business that's made Earnhardt a trusted name in automotive for over 74 years. All this and more at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models, APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 9/30/25.
Opioid misuse and overdose deaths are serious health issues across the U.S. Anyone at a workplace, including workers, clients, customers, and visitors, can be at risk of an overdose if they use opioids. Are you prepared? Consider making non-prescription naloxone nasal spray a part of your workplace first aid kit. Naloxone reverses an opioid overdose and saves lives. Maintain workplace safety, offer training, and always call 911 for a suspected overdose. Visit naloxoneaz.com.
On the CW, the NASCAR Xfinity Series playoffs get even wilder.
Absolute chaos. My heart is pounding right now.
The title is up for the taking.
Survival is what it's all about in the playoffs.
Oh! And nobody
Contact made hard.
Tippers are flaring. Is going down without a fight.
These guys are out of control.
NASCAR Xfinity Series playoffs live on the CW.
Live from Charlotte Speedway, Saturday at 1:30 on CW7 Arizona.
Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with Garrett Lee, co-owner of Moving Team 6. Garrett, I just saw where you guys actually have hit over 1,000 5-star reviews.
That's absolutely true, and we don't do it without our team, and obviously to our amazing customers that are willing to trust us and support our team along the way. The thing that separates Moving Team 6, obviously, is our team. You need somebody to help you make that move happen, and we're the team for you.
Go to movingteam6.com for more information. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta. Hash marks.
I know he's at the hospital. I know he's staying overnight. I know it was a dislocation. He was probably in the best spirits of any player that I've ever, it's such a terrible experience when you go out and see guys when they have issues like that. But he immediately had wide eyes and was talking I'm good. Just make sure the guys get this win. We didn't, he was focused on the team. So that's what I know about it. Outside of that, I'm sure I'll be given more information tomorrow.
Mike McDaniel, head coach of the Miami Dolphins, talking about the Tyreek Hill situation. That was after the game last night. Dislocated left knee, torn ACL, and other ligaments, having surgery today. Monday Night Football seems like during its history, there's been, almost a parade of gruesome injuries. Joe Theismann, Napoleon McCallum got hurt in gruesome fashion back in the day. This was right up at the top of the gruesome list. And when it's a player like Tyreek Hill, you get different kind of reactions to it. You don't wish that kind of injury on anybody. That was tough. And also his reaction. I mean, Mike McDaniel made reference to it.
Yeah, it was bizarre.
And people were kind of speculating maybe he was in shock. I mean, that's got to be just a ridiculously painful injury, but smiling and laughing and gesturing to the crowd and trying to keep the morale up, maybe, but not exactly the normal reaction a player would have to an injury of that sort.
Maybe some of those high-quality painkillers on the sideline there, Vinny. Maybe he was all gooped up on the moon juice.
Could have been mooned up on the goon juice,
or mooned up on the goon
way,
juice. Yeah, no, when he was leaving on the cart, he was smiling, he was waving, and I'm like... But then again, I've seen this with some football players. Some burn really, really hot, and playing the game and preparing for the game, it's a ton of intensity and a ton of pressure. And then when you have the moment like that, when it's all over, even though it's awful and it's terrible, there's also a feeling of relief that is just natural, because you know that you are not going to be doing this very painful endeavor for a while. I don't know. It was... And this is a guy that, remember, going into the year, a lot of people thought Tyreek Hill, he's going to get traded. Some team that needs a wide receiver is going to roll the dice and trade for Tyreek Hill.
I thought it was going to be Kansas City.
Yeah. Yep.
Going back to where he came from. Familiarity with the quarterback, familiarity with the organization. That's out of the realm of possibility now. And look, it comes on a night the Dolphins get their first win. Yes, it came against the Jets, who have yet to get their first win. But it looked like Tyreek Hill was starting to become the player that he was counted on to be. His production's been way down for the last year plus. This is do I think Miami's a playoff team? No. But this is still a blow to them.
A lot of people have been speculating whether or not this means the end of Tyreek Hill in Miami. That's too narrow of a question. You've got to wonder whether a player of that speed and an elite runner like that, if you can return from this at all. This is a dislocated kneecap.
And a torn ACL.
There's
other stuff.
Which means there's a lot of torn tissue all around it. So, there's multiple surgeries ahead for him.
Yeah.
I know.
It's just the sight of a limb pointed
sideways
in that direction.
Yeah,
is just
going the wrong way.
Awful. On the flip side of it, the New York Jets 0-4 under new head coach Aaron Glenn. Here was Glenn after the game.
I think those guys know that this is a totally different deal as far as being woe is me. And listen, you could always put yourself in position to win a game. And I thought we almost did it again today. All right. And I think there's hope in that, for the most part. We're just not doing the things we have to do to finish games. But I don't think we have those type of guys. I really don't. And I'm going to do everything I can in my power to make sure we don't have that. And I don't think we will. I really don't. So those guys know we got to go back to work. I know we have to go back to work. The coaches know we have to go back to work. And collectively as a group, man, we have to make sure we just block out all the outside noise and do the things we got to do to go win games.
Yeah, the Jets outgained the Dolphins by over 100 yards. Justin Fields played really well, had one of the best quarterback runs you'll ever see for that touchdown. That was amazing. Also lost a fumble. They did have 3 turnovers. That's a team that's just not used to winning.
They suck.
They suck. I can't believe we were subjected to those games, to be quite honest with you, last night. Let's talk about something different. Let's talk about the Louisville ball boy. Louisville. Have you guys seen this?
Yes, he was getting...
You've seen the viral of the Pitt players playing keep
roughing
away with the football,
yeah.
roughing them up a little bit. So the New York Times got a hold, The Athletic is now their sports section, so The Athletic got a hold of the actual ball boy and said this is a weekly battle because each team in college football brings a sack of footballs to the game. And they use them for their offense, but when their offense makes a key turnover, those defensive players don't want to give up the football. So Pitt had a Louisville branded football, and this dude, this ball boy who takes his job so seriously, he went over to the other sideline and is basically fighting with these Pitt players.
And on repeated attempts to get to wrestle the ball away. His name is Zephian Wade, is the equipment manager's name. And he said, when we went to Pitt 2 years ago, we lost a lot of football. So one of our main goals and something our boss was emphasizing was making sure we get the footballs back or attempt to. I was just trying to do my job. I didn't know it was going to turn into this. He also said, I don't think a lot of people realize how much work equipment managers put in behind the scenes. We do so much and shouldn't have to be going through so much just to get a football. I've seen people say, oh, this guy's taking his job too seriously. It's just one football. But for me, I'm very serious about this job. I take pride in this job. A lot of people just think we do laundry for the team. We do more than that. He also posted a picture of him with the football in his hands and said, got it back and took a dub home.
Right. It's so true. I was good friends with one of the equipment managers for the U of A basketball team. And to the naked eye, the just doing the laundry is what a lot of people... The amount of work that they put in on a weekly basis is unbelievable.
Vinny and I toured the ASU football department when they moved into their new building, and you realize the amount of work and the amount of expense just to put a football team together. From the helmet prep to just everything. It's a massive undertaking.
Just the helmet lockers that they had. And this was at a time where ASU had roughly 26 different football helmets that they were wearing.
Well, and we've seen...
But it was breathtaking to see the systems they had in place.
Because everybody... It goes unnoticed because everything seems to go seemingly well with the uniforms, with the equipment. But as soon as something goes wrong, everybody notices it. Everybody starts talking about it. And it's one of those things where it's... You don't notice it till you do.
Yeah.
It's like a movie. It's like a movie. Like the movie stars get all the attention, all the credit, but it takes a whole crew of people.
What about the gaffer? What about the best boy?
Exactly. What about the grip?
And the key grip.
Catering.
Going back to Monday Night Football real quick.
Okay.
Monday Night Football, these doubleheaders have become what Thursday Night Football used to be. This is a showcase for lesser teams and not attractive, when they have the doubleheader, not attractive matchups. Jets-Dolphins was actually far better of the two games. Putting Cincinnati on prime time is criminal right now. They are so bad offensively, it is frightening. I mean, the Bengals are making the Cardinals offense look like the greatest show on turf.
Yeah. Listen, and this is I don't know if this is uncommon, the amount of injuries to high-profile players this year, but there's a lot of them. And in San Francisco, there's reports that Brock Purdy's toe is bad again after last week.
He had a what's the word I'm looking for? Setback. With the toe recovery, but he played through it. That would be big trouble for them.
Oh, yeah.
They're already without Nick Bosa for the year.
But it's, again, you get quarterbacks injured, and the NFL is not nearly as fun to watch.
Yeah, My Chemical Romance is heading to Chase Field in September of next year. Tickets are on sale now. You can win a pair by texting the word romance to 620 for your chance to score some tickets. That's romance to 620. Coming up next, Sammy's going to take us through the big stories on this Tuesday in the Rush Hour Reboot. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
They have margin for error. They're 2-0. They're not going undefeated in the Big 12.
The ASU's going to lose a Big 12 game. And when I say they got everything back that they lost that night in Starkville, Mississippi, I don't mean the ranking necessarily. I mean that mojo. You know, that spirit. What's the word? Clout. Clout. It was clout. That clout that they lost that weekend. They got all that back. They looked like the team that was ranked number 11 in the country to begin the season.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
In baseball, numbers matter. Every stat is tracked, every play analyzed, but numbers alone, they don't win games. And they don't build a secure financial future either. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and we're proud to be the financial team behind a personalized plan for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lavello.
Tori here. You're spot on, Jeff. Good numbers help, but it's teamwork that wins. It's about building trust, understanding goals, and creating a legacy.
At Trajan, we go beyond the numbers. We build real relationships and customize investment strategies so you can enjoy life today and feel secure about tomorrow.
It's a relationship, and that's why I chose Trajan Wealth. Call today to build your personalized plan. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS for Kids.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Hi, Arizona sports listeners. It's Wayne from AMCO. So the hot summer is still upon us and school has started. The last thing anyone needs is to start the school year with car troubles. You know, moms and dads will be running all over town, dropping off and picking up their kids, which can be hard on any car. And what if that ding check engine light comes on? Man, talk about frustrating. Well, don't worry. What to do when your car needs repairs can be frustrating, but where to go when it does isn't. That's us at AMCO. With plenty of locations, AMCO's used to taking care of our Valley's heroes. We serve teachers, paramedics, firefighters, policemen, and our most important heroes of all, moms and dads. Now, you all know that AMCO specializes in transmissions and powertrain repairs, which includes clutches, transfer cases, differentials, even engine replacements. All the big repairs that most shops don't do. We do small repairs too, like air conditioning and brakes. So just pop into your nearest AMCO or book online at amcoarizona.com. Now that's pretty awesome. Well, that's because we're AMCO. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Home sellers, no matter your situation, consider all of your options. Before you list your home, call Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. With Carol's guaranteed multiple cash offer program, receive up to 7 cash offers plus her guarantee sale offer, where Carol guarantees the price and time frame of your home sale, or she'll buy it. Sell with certainty and don't risk your hard-earned equity. Call Carol Royce today at 480-776-5231 or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
I'm Sammy Savolka on What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It'll be 9 days between football games for the Arizona Cardinals when they kick off on Sunday against the Tennessee Titans. And here was head coach Jonathan Gannon on what their focus has been in this, quote, mini bye week.
What are some things we got to change? What are some things we got to add? What are some things we got to throw out? You know, that's what all coaches do, so we're no different. But I'm excited about the couple tweaks that we're going to have going in and see if we can come to fruition and play a little bit better all 3 phases.
The Arizona Diamondbacks will not be playing postseason baseball for the second straight year, and that left many wondering the state of Torey Lovullo as the manager. Ken Kendrick did make it clear yesterday that Torey will be back for his 10th season as manager of the ball club. Kendrick also mentioned he expects to reduce but maintain a competitive payroll for the 26th season. Playoff baseball will be on Arizona Sports 98.7 this evening, however. We'll be carrying the first wild card game between the Reds and the Dodgers. First pitch from LA will be at 6:08, and that's what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Daily and Mulatto mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Big stories on this Tuesday morning. Sammy Savolka's here to take us through the rebound. Rebound? That's how they say it.
The Rush Hour Rowboat, Vinny. I like that better.
The rowboat.
The reboot.
The reboot, yes. And as always, every morning, starting at 6, you can watch us on YouTube if you want to watch the reboot. Arizona Sports on YouTube. Give us a look. Give us a shout. And so it took one day, and we already found out a lot about the Arizona Diamondbacks for the 2026 season. First and foremost, First and foremost, Torey Lovullo will be back. Is that the right call for this team for next year?
Yes, I believe it is for a bunch of reasons, and I think what put me over the top once again was the clarity he provided in terms of a lot of the quibbles you have with him are decisions made by committee, and he's executing an organizational plan. So you factor that in. Who are you going to get that's better? Bob Melvin, maybe. I listen. As a fan of Torey, the person, again, if this is what the manager is required to do in Arizona, if it's required to build really deep relationships with players, which is hard work, and to sort of be collaborative, you're not going to find somebody more willing to be collaborative. You know, any other big name manager might come in and go, "No, I'm not doing that."
Right.
I need autonomy here. So that's my thoughts on it.
Going into yesterday, I was kind of in the middle. Like, I've been supportive of Torey. I like the way he deals with people, which is a big part of the job.
Mm-hmm.
On the flip side of that, a strong argument could have been made on that whole we need a new voice. Because 9 years with 2 playoff appearances isn't going to wow anybody, even though one of those was a World Series appearance. I mean, Rocco Baldelli got fired in Minnesota. 7 years, 3 division titles for the Twins.
Yeah, true.
They went with a new voice. The Giants went with a new voice. The Rangers went with a new voice. I do think, and I don't want to, take any of the luster away from Torey Lovullo. I think what Bick brought up before, going into a season with injuries that you know about heading into the beginning of a season, and what's looming after 2026 for Major League Baseball, factored into these decisions.
Yeah. Fair enough. All right, so moving to ASU football, I did a little deep dive into some college football numbers. Arizona State has 2 offensive players in the top 10 in their selective categories. Jordan Tyson, 5th in the country in receiving yards.
Okay.
Not too, you kind of expect that. But Raleek Brown, 9th in the country in rushing yards, 506. How important has finding a balance been for this offense and able to run the ball and throw the ball?
It's been huge. We saw really in the NAU game a weird play mix. The balance was off, I thought, in that game. I don't think they played very particularly well in that game.
Mm-hmm.
We saw that carry over into the first half at Mississippi State. There was no balance at all in the second half.
Yeah.
They engineered a comeback by running the football exclusively. It seems like things are evened out. Kenny Dillingham pointed yesterday to the fact that there was 8 different players who caught a pass against Mississippi State. That's big.
Yeah.
Takes some of the onus off of Jordan Tyson, gives more options to Sam Levitt, who hasn't been exactly nails all the way through the season in the passing game. So I think it's coming together. It's similar to the trajectory we saw last year. I think Sam Levitt's getting better with every game that goes by, and we saw what the results of that were.
I think, as I said yesterday, I think there's so much talent on this team offensively. They've got to find a way to harness it, and it starts with Sam Levitt. He needs to influence the game with his physicality, very much the same way Cam Scatterbo did. The kind of runs where you're twisting and spinning and pushing and refusing to go down. You don't want your quarterback doing it, but it's a big part of Sam Levitt's game, and it makes a big difference in terms of the spirit and the feel of the team. You don't want him doing it too much, as that fumble at the end of the first half proved. So you got to harness this.
Yeah.
All those elements that the Sun Devils have, and I think they're working towards doing that.
But they also got proof of that last year, because they won that game against Utah on that Friday night, which was a big moment for that program.
Mm-hmm.
But Sam Levitt paid for it. He was out the next game.
Yeah,
and you
it's
saw
true.
what the results were against Cincinnati, and he came back quickly and played through a lot of pain. But they cannot afford to lose Sam Levitt for any amount of time this year. So it's got to be measured.
That's it. That's the harnessing act that they've got to do, because you can't just put it on the shelf and say you're too valuable, because it's part of what makes him go.
Yeah.
Right.
And he's been spectacular in the scramble game.
Oh, goodness.
He has. All right, so the NFL is 4 weeks in. So when you look around the league and then look back at the Arizona Cardinals, what is one thing that the Cards do better in your eyes than the majority of the rest of the NFL?
Rivalry uniforms.
Okay, there we go.
Although, I got to say, I didn't think I was going to like Miami's last night.
They're tough.
The black uniforms, I kind of dug them. What do the Cardinals do better than than most others?
Rise to the occasion defensively? I don't even know if that's accurate.
I know, because I looked it up. They're in the bottom 10 in yards given up as a defense this season. And normally, that's where my head would go. Their defense has been good, but
I would say
against
right
the
now,
parade of suckbags, too.
They're top 3 in the league and playing stressful games.
There we go. All right, and on the flip side, what's something where you look around the NFL and you go, oh, wait, we don't do that very well. I wish we did that better.
Throw the ball downfield. Explosive plays.
And creating room in the running game.
I know. I did a little dive again. There are 10 worse rushing teams in the NFL than the Arizona Cardinals, if you can believe that.
I can believe it because those teams probably don't have
running
quarterback
quarterbacks.
threats.
Sure.
That can run the football. And Kyler's been pretty consistent with the yardage he's put up week to week.
Yeah, he's definitely helped. They're 13th in yards per carry, but I think a majority of that is coming from Kyler Murray.
If you take it away, if you really wanted to do the dive, just do it in running back attempts.
Yep. All right, lastly, some updates for you guys. We'll start with stacking wins. Jarrett Carlin went from 15 to 18, got 3 wins. Vinny, you were the biggest climber of the week. You went from 12 wins, and now you're tied with Jarrett with 18. You got 6 wins from your selective teams. Dan, you went from 11 to 15, still right there. I had the unfortunate and weird week of having both the Packers and the Cowboys. They tied.
That doesn't equal one win.
That's weird. You're right.
I don't get jack for that.
That's right.
Can we do away with tie games, NFL, please?
And
you don't get man jack for that.
You don't get man jack.
And I had I did get a win from the Dolphins Jets last night. I had both of those teams. So I went from 10 to 12. So I'm on the struggle bus there.
Now, you bring that up. One of the things that I think the NFL really dropped the ball on is overtime's going from 15 minutes to 10. You're just asking for tie games.
And they've been way more tie games in the last 5 years.
It's stupid.
It's dumb. So that was, I was looking back at all the teams. I'm like, man, the Packers and the Cowboys, they tied. I had both. The spreadsheet this week, Dan and I went 3-1. You had 2-0 on the Monday night slate last night, and then Jared and Vince went 0-4. Moving the totals to Dan, you're leading the Storm 10-6 against the spread. Jarrett 9-7. Vinny and I 5-11. So we're climbing.
You're climbing, Sammy. I know. You got stacks and pages of notes. You've seen them, Jarrett?
He might not be stacking wins, but he's stacking papers.
Stacking pages, baby. And lastly, the fantasy football update. Vinny got a big win last night. Cortland Sutton did well. Both my chases, Jamar Chase and Chase Brown, just flat out sucked. So Vinny's 3-1, tied for the best record in our fantasy
Vinny.
with 2 other listeners. And then Jarrett, you scored 176 points this week.
Sure did. Thank you to Ashton Genty.
Wow.
Puka Nakua and
Puka Nakua is awesome.
Kenneth Gainwell.
I had to pick him up because I had James Conner.
Yeah.
And he was the best running back available, and he went crazy.
And so you joined myself and Dan at 2-2, right in the middle of the pack. And if you're in our league and you're listening, I am in desperate and dire need of a running back. So I'm open to any and all trades. I have about 6 receivers. You can't.
Okay, maybe.
Sammy, I played you. I have Trey Benson. If you're
if you want him.
Man, he might be better than Isaiah Pacheco. Who? Man.
Let me see what receivers you have. We might strike a deal. Because I lost my wide receiver 1 with Malik Neighbors. So.
Oh man. Okay.
Or seek out whoever had Tyreek Hill.
Yeah, I think those are good options. So, lots of stuff in the reboot, but there you guys go. All rebooted.
Thank you, Sammy.
All right, thanks, Sammy. Coming up next, we'll talk some ASU football with a man who wore the maroon and gold and knocked out a lot of people when he did so. Jordan Simone joins us next to talk Sun Devil football. Here on Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
NFL record for most punt return touchdowns in a season. Played 10 of his 13 NFL seasons for the Cardinals and officially retired a Cardinal this summer. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, they call Life Changer Loan the loan the big banks do not want you to know about, and that is because for ages, the home buying process has remained largely archaic. You apply for a mortgage, you make a big down payment, and then you take 30 years paying it off, and then most people reconcile it. If they have a really good interest rate, they think, okay, this is still a pretty good deal. One of our listeners, Jack, before he switched over to a Life Changer Loan, he realized it would be year 22 of 30 when he would finally pay more principal than interest when it came to his house payments, and when it was all done, he was going to pay $700,000 for a $300,000 home. Fortunately, Life Changer Loan gives you a much better option. You do your banking inside your mortgage. You pay all principal first. You pay off your home in a matter of years, not decades. You will not change a dime of your spending habits. And if you think it sounds too good to be true, they hear that all the time at Life Changer Loan. Like they say, it is not magic. It's just math. But it's not for everybody. You've got to have the right financials. You've got to be a right fit. Find out if you're a good fit, because if you are, I'm telling you, you're going to love the results. 480-504-0844. Online at lifechangerloan.com.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Hey, it's Wolf, and I've got to give a huge shout-out to the team that just transformed my yard into an oasis with artificial grass. That is Legacy Green Solutions. These guys are the real deal. Family-owned and operated in the basin for over 25 years, voted best of the valley. Legacy Green Solutions uses premium American-made turf with certified installation that looks and feels natural. Right now, Legacy is offering a limited-time deal. Mention Wolf and get 15% off. Just text GREEN to 620-620 or visit LegacyGreenSolutions.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, my Ford Edge. It's my daily driver. Game day, every day. Paul Calvisi here. Built Ford tough. Built football tough. Our Desert Ford dealers, they're an official partner of the Arizona Cardinals. In fact, if you want to really enjoy tailgate season, take the Legend, the F-150, work truck or weekend warrior, the Ford F-Series, just America's best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running now. Yet the time is now when our Desert Ford dealers, they're giving us 3.9% Ford credit financing for 60 months plus $2,750 in retail bonus cash on a 2025 F-150 XLT 2.7 liter. Hey, you're thinking SUV? Lease a Ford Bronco Big Ben for just $469 a month for 36 months plus you Jeep owners get $2,000 cash back, or lease a Bronco Sport Big Ben for just $369 a month for 36 months and Jeep owners get $1,000 cash back. But hurry, it all ends September 30th at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Last year in Arizona, more than 121,000 car accidents were reported. Over 1,200 were fatal. Imagine you're one of those drivers. The light turns green. In a split second, everything changes. A crash leaves you fighting for your life, unable to speak, make decisions, or protect your family's future. Without having the right legal documents, the courts, not you, decide who speaks for you. That process is costly, time-consuming, and could tear families apart when they should be pulling together. With a comprehensive plan from RJP Estate Planning, including a living trust, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives, you stay in control, and your family stays protected. Trusted for over 35 years, RJP Estate Planning helps Arizonans plan for life's whens and what-ifs.
Call 480-576-5457 by October 2nd to save 55% on RJP's Living Trust Package. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457. Two of the Valley's trusted HVAC and plumbing companies are now one. Hayes Cooling and Heating and Orangutan Home Services are now service experts. Celebrate with a $99 AC Precision Tune-Up. Call 866-EXPERTS or visit serviceexperts.com. License details online.
It's Wolf. What do the Arizona Cardinals need to do to unlock their offense? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
Sun Devils back in the top 25 after their win over TCU. They got a bye week this week before they visit the Utah Utes a week from Saturday in Salt Lake City. Here to talk ASU football with us, a man who bleeds maroon and gold.
One of our favorites.
Metaphorically speaking. Jordan Simone, former Sun Devil safety, joins us here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Jordan, welcome back to the show, man. How are you?
What is up, boys? Man, what a pleasure to be back with you. All it took was one DM to Bickley, and I'm back in the mix. Are you kidding me? It was that easy.
You have an open door whenever you want to join our program. You know that, man. You're A-list material for us.
I just want to hang out with you guys. I want to look at maybe getting a timeshare together. I don't know where. Maybe in Boise. Boise's a great time to get a timeshare up there, but I think the three of us spending more time together is right up my alley.
Jordan, I'm impressed. You got Bickley to respond to a message that you sent.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
All right, let's dive into this. Kenny Dillingham yesterday was asked why his team continues to be successful at these close games, and he gave this very interesting answer. He talked about it on Friday night after the TCU game about competitive people. What did you make of that philosophy from Kenny Dillingham, Jordan?
Gosh, I mean, this team just looks so gritty. You know, it's like it doesn't always look pretty. You know, the defense in the first half is just, you know, giving up, 17 points. They're down 17-0. And I'm at that game and I'm going like, is this team good? I don't know. I don't know if this team is good or not. And sure enough, they march back. They put 14 up on the board before the end of half. And then the defense just absolutely bows up. I don't know what Brian Ward said to them at halftime or what adjustments they made.
Yeah.
I need to go back and watch the game, but it's clearly this team is just, I think you said it. They're so competitive when it comes down to it, and they're just gritty as hell, and they want to win games. And they did exactly what they needed to do. I mean, you talk about the strip sack fumble, with a minute 42 left after, basically just getting, just tying the game. So unbelievable comeback. And, like the word that keeps coming to my head is just they're so gritty.
Yeah.
And it ain't always pretty, but a win is a win.
Listen, for them to be trailing by 7 at the 2-minute warning and then to be having the ball kneeling out the game with 44 seconds left tells you a lot happened in that minute and 15 seconds. These last two endgame experiences, what is it telling you about this team and their ability to kind of shine at the end of these games?
I think the thing about last year's team that was so impressive was that they just got better every week. And it feels like they're on that kind of same rhythm right now where they've definitely made mistakes early. They haven't looked pretty. That defense in the first half, I mean, they're running these soft zones where the receivers are just sitting in coverage. And credit to TCU, Hoover's a good player. Their quarterback, he can throw it all over the yard. But, man, they find a way to win these games, and great teams do that. You guys know that. I mean, especially in this league right now, there's so much parity. There's so many teams that could win this league, from Iowa State to, before we played Baylor, they looked like they could win it. Before we played TCU, they looked like they could win it. And ASU is doing exactly what they need to do. They're 2-0 in conference play, going into the bye week to get some rest, heal up, and take a beat, self-scout, see what they can do better. And they're still in this gauntlet too. They got to go to Utah next week. Then they got to come back, play Houston, and then they get Iowa State. Maybe I'm wrong on that. I might be totally just absolutely botching that, but they're in the middle of this gauntlet here in the Big 12. So they hold their own destiny right now.
Jordan Simone, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. I made the point earlier, and I think offensively, this team has gotten better every week. I wasn't really impressed with what I saw in the opener against NAU, but they got away with it. And then we saw the struggles in the first half against Mississippi State. But it's coming around. It's not a finished product yet. You look at the red zone inefficiency, especially against TCU, was very frustrating. Is that the biggest concern you have offensively right now, is the red zone operation, Jordan, or is it something else?
Yeah, you know what? They've ran the football well, but it seems like once they get to the red zone, we really miss old number 4 Cam Scatabo, who is now just absolutely balling in the NFL, which has been so fun to watch. But I think that is the clearest indicator of how special Scatabo was, is because anytime we got down in the red zone, I mean, it was 3 handoffs that felt like he was scoring, and his ability to make somebody miss. Raleek Brown has been very special, and I think he's leading the Big 12 in rushing. But he likes to dance in the hole, whereas Scatabo would run through the hole and anybody and their mother that was standing there. And Raleek, I think, this is kind of where I'd like to see what Udo could do. I remember when Udo came in, I believe it was against Mississippi State.
Yes.
And he ran downhill. He ran hard. Now, the thing coming out of camp was, maybe he's not the guy that we thought he was. He might not be that player. Then he got into Mississippi State and started running the ball downhill. So I would love to see him get a couple touches down in the red zone and see if he can't be our red zone back. Because, you think about the Detroit Lions and what they do with Gibbs and Montgomery. Yep. They bring in, David Montgomery down on the goal line and, Gibbs gets the rest of the touches. I'm fine with that. I just, less is more to me in the red zone. Let's line up, run the football downhill, and try to win ball games that way. Because it's definitely a problem and one that they're going to be heavy on going into this bye week.
The game against TCU seemed to turn with that huge scramble from Sam Leavitt, and I'm kind of believing that they've got to find a way to harness him because he needs to bring that physicality to the game in terms of running the ball and spinning and breaking tackles and getting fired up. It seems to lift everyone, but at the same time, you can't endanger yourself. What do you think the magic formula is for this offense when it comes to their quarterback running the ball?
I'm going to quote one of my best friends. Everyone knows that we're super tight. The great Herm Edwards said, "You got to know when the journey is over."
You guys are tight. Thick as thieves, Jordan.
Yeah, we've stayed really close. You know what? Everybody thinks just because I got fired from the radio broadcast years ago that we haven't stayed close. No, we're still tight, man. Everything's fine. Everybody's fine. No, but, to Herm's point, he used to always tell Jaden Daniels, you got to know when the journey's over. And Sam, he ain't afraid to stick his head in there and try to get that extra couple yards. But you also got to know it's a long season. And, I don't know what this team looks like without him. And his ability to use his legs is obviously, probably one of his, if not his biggest asset behind his arm. So he's a special player. The thing with Leavitt, I just want to see right now is I want to see him set his feet and throw more. Mm-hmm. He's obviously a very special player, but he starts making mistakes and bad throws when he's off balance. But when he sets his feet and delivers the ball, it's money. I mean, if you guys go watch the tape, and you'll probably watch this now, is when he's on the run and tries to throw, the ball's a little high, a little low, a little behind. And the receivers, they don't come down with it. But when he sets his feet and delivers a strike, I mean, it's on the money. So, I want to see him continue to progress and continue to be the player that he is and run around. But I want to see him also just settle down and play football.
Well, Jordan, check with Herm to see if he wants to go in 4 ways on the timeshare. We can offset some costs.
That would be a special podcast episode right there.
That would be fantastic.
The 3 of us and Herm. That would be real good.
Jordan, thanks for coming on, man. Let's do it again soon, all right?
You guys are the best, man. Love listening to you. Everybody in the Valley, have a freaking day. Let's go.
Let's go.
Jordan Simone pumping everybody up here on Bickley and Murata.
What is up?
And
Love
pumping
that guy.
everybody up right before the Bickley Blast, which is next. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com presented by Y-Revi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Cardinals mini-bye leads to a very correctable discovery in the run game. Diamondbacks owner Ken Kendrick explains his decision to retain Torey Lovello. And Kevin Durant says his son's departure was organic and he would accept a contract extension with the Rockets. Those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com presented by Y-Revi.
Don't be surprised if you see a Turf Monsters vehicle rolling through your neighborhood, because Turf Monsters is everywhere, from Queen Creek to Cave Creek, from Buckeye to Apache Junction, all the way up to Black Canyon City. Their landscapers have been serving satisfied customers in the greater Phoenix area since 2018, and their range is absolutely incredible. A one-stop shop that can build you anything you're looking for, and we're talking about traditional lighting, outdoor pergolas, hardscapes like patios and sidewalks, customized fire pits, built-in barbecue grills, state-of-the-art putting greens, and now they are in the pickleball business. And if you're an avid pickleball player and you know court time can be a hot commodity, not if you got a court in your backyard. You can play whenever you want there. Highly recommend you go check out their website, turfmonstersaz.com. Check out samples of their work, and their near 1,000 five-star reviews gives you a real clear indication to the character and the craftsmanship of this company. Or you can just call them, tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
This holiday season, elevate your event at Talking Stick Resort. From breathtaking views and a world-class golf course to 113 square feet of flexible event space, every detail sets the stage for an unforgettable holiday party. Whether it's cocktails under the stars or a fully produced banquet with state-of-the-art AV, Talking Stick has it all, plus a luxurious spa for next-day recovery. Secure your celebration today. Talking Stick Resort, Scottsdale's premier destination for celebration. Life well played.
Did your AC unit just go kaput and now you need a new one ASAP? Christian Brothers has been servicing the Valley since 1976. They carry Trane, Goodman, and Bryant units and offer 18 months interest-free financing with no prepayment penalties. They also can replace most units the same day, so no need to stay in a hotel for days waiting for some other guy to get to you. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535 or go online at cbrothers.com, and let's make sure you get the right AC unit at the right price.
For more than 50 years, the Fiesta Sports Foundation has been known for world-class events and unmatched hospitality. But our biggest legacy is off the field, where we're improving local communities through education, youth sports, and programs that serve millions of Arizonans. And we're just getting started. Fiesta Sports Foundation. Our season never ends. Learn more at fiestasportsfoundation.org.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks season is over, and with questions looming this offseason on if manager Torey Lovullo would return for the 2026 season, D-backs owner Ken Kendrick answered that yesterday on Burns and Gambo.
We need to retool and give Torey a chance to perform with a better setting in the next season.
No playoff baseball this season for the Diamondbacks, but here on Arizona Sports 98.7 this evening, listen to Game 1 of the Wild Card Series between the Reds and the Dodgers. First pitch in that one will be at 6:08. And with the Cardinals' mini bye week, establishing the run game is a point of emphasis as they get ready for Sunday's game against the Tennessee Titans. For everything on the Arizona Cardinals, head to arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. It's been raining and windy. If you need your roof checked out, save 12% and get a free evaluation with Arizona's largest roofer. Call 602-960-ROOF or americaroofingco.com.
Bickley and Marana mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
Torey Lovullo has become Torey Longevity. He is just the 118th manager of 849 in history to reach 10 years at the helm of a big league club, which places him in the top 13%, and now he ranks third in the Valley, trailing only Frank Kush and John McLeod for longest 10 years at the top of an Arizona sports franchise. Now, of course, not everybody is happy. There are fans who blame Torey for most everything. A surety cost the team 20-plus games last season, and I really hope his strongest detractors have taken measure of his most recent comments and how most decisions within the club are made by a committee, which means your wrath should have many targets and not just the manager. There are also listeners ripping me for being soft on Lovullo by supporting his return, and you people clearly haven't been paying attention. Now, Lovullo received no contract extension, which means he will be a lame duck manager for at least the third time in his 10-year. That's also rare, a burden of proof that most managers cannot handle because they need the security and the power to thrive. Those have never been obstacles to Lovullo, and I respect that. And the last time he was a lame duck, the Diamondbacks responded with a run to the World Series. Here's hoping history repeats itself or his critics will eventually have their way. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
We just had extraordinary amounts of energy of injuries, and the manager's job is to do the best he can with the talent he has. And to put a perspective on it, our season went south. We got to the end of July, and not Torey, but his bosses, if you will, Derek, Mike, and me, decided that we were out of it, and we needed to reduce payroll and give younger players a chance to play. And to the credit of our manager, he held the team together, and they performed very, very well through the remainder of the season, and we got right to the edge of being in the playoffs.
That's Ken Kendrick, managing general partner of the Diamondbacks, on yesterday with Burns and Gambo. Day after, Diamondbacks wasted no time. It was locker cleanout day. They announced it yesterday. Torey Lovullo will be back for a 10th season. I hadn't thought of it in the historical context of all coaches in the Valley.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Frank Kush, 21 and a half seasons.
John McLeod, how long?
John McLeod, 13 and a half.
Wow.
Then Torey clocks in at 10, then Bruce Snyder at 9, and Dave Tippett at 8. Now,
wow.
I may have missed somebody, but I don't think so.
That's
a long time at the top running an organization.
Especially in today's landscape. I mean, you see impatience all the time.
Yep.
Diamondbacks are showing a lot of patience. And Ken Kendrick saying there, look, with the talent that he had, Torey Lovullo did a good job. The Torey critics don't want to see that. Any Torey critic that is saying he cost this team 20-plus games.
Oh, it's more than one person. I can show you the emails and the texts and everything. Yeah. No, listen, I've got people I wish we had the old Bickley back. The one who doesn't kowtow to the teams. And
The one who drives people out of town, that guy?
That guy. And I just laugh. I just laugh.
How do they
at
decide on what they want to complain about you?
You know, well, it's
which side?
People just want to hear what they want to hear. That's the state of the world, right? And if you're not of their mindset, then you're the enemy. It's ridiculous.
Here was the and this is again proof. These are facts. These are irrefutable. The Diamondbacks were racked with injuries, especially in the pitching staff this year. This was the Diamondbacks' opening day bullpen, Vic, all right? A.J. Puck didn't finish the year. Justin Martinez didn't finish the year. Bryce Jarvis did finish the year but was up and down and wasn't really a key factor through the season either way. Joe Mantiply, gone, no longer with the organization. Jalen Beeks, okay, made it through. Probably the most reliable, consistent bullpen arm they had. Ryan Thompson, up and down season, ended up, in the closing bullpen. Ryan Nelson started in the bullpen, became a starter. Shelby Miller out at the trade deadline. You lose. That doesn't even count Kevin Ginkel, who started on the injured list. And look, the Gink was not the Gink this year.
What? I forgot about him completely.
But he's somebody that's been trusted, and he didn't finish the year in the bullpen.
No.
It was a remarkable string of injuries.
Isn't it weird?
And I'm not. Yeah. And that's not an excuse. Again, that is a fact.
The idea that Corbin Burns is looking to be back in July, if that's early July, that excites me a little bit.
He says All-Star break, usually mid-July.
Okay.
Probably following would be around the 20th of July. I don't know what the calendar looks like for the All-Star game next year. That would be roughly 13 months and a week after the injury was suffered. June 1st was that day. So maybe.
But does he come back
13 and a half months?
Does he come back immediately as Corbin Burns, or does he come back on a pitch count? They ease him into it, and essentially the rest of the season is just getting him ready for the following.
You're right. If just now I can begin my rehab. You're right. Then he's gone for the whole season. Yeah, I took the I'll be back. I mean,
no, he said.
In the rotation.
In the rotation, but is it like,
that's
okay,
what I'm excited about.
He's back, but he's 40 pitches, 50 pitches, 60 pitches.
Obviously, to start, he's a $210 million investment. And you know how this works in Major League Baseball now. They're going to have a governor on guys like that because there's just too much money involved.
Yeah.
They're not going to just throw them to the wolves.
But if the Diamondbacks are, quote, contending or relevant as they want to be next year, although given the decrease in payroll, if you get Corbin Burns back and you can level him up, all of a sudden you get a ace, and if you make the playoffs, now you're cooking.
Yeah, and look, there's a lot of
it's
questions.
like the Dodgers with Ohtani.
Right. Yeah, there's a lot of questions about Zach Gallen's future. He's hitting free agency. He had a very good second half. Well, I'm not even going to say full second half. Post-trade deadline, Zach Gallen was the pitcher that we mostly seen in his time in Arizona. He got denied a chance to start a last game at Chase Field for some odd reason that we still don't have the answer to. By the way, Torey Lovullo, Mike Hazen talking today at 10:30.
Nice.
But will he be back? Ken Kendrick was asked the question on the future by Burns and Gambo. The future of Zach Gallen in Arizona.
He's a special young man. He spent nearly 7 years as a D-back. He definitely had an up and down season this year. He performed better in the later part of the year than he did certainly in the earlier part of the year. And I think his actions the other evening, he didn't want to take his uniform off. He's loved being a Diamondback. I don't want to say it's out of the touch of reality that we would be able to work out an arrangement to bring him back. But certainly he's been a great D-back. If last I recall, he was the guy who pitched 7 or 8 innings of no-hit ball in a World Series game for the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Yes, great Diamondback. Loved watching him pitch. I'm really happy he turned it around at the end of the season.
Yeah, me too. He's the guy you want to root for.
So what does that mean in terms of salary? And Ken Kendrick talked about that. Are they going to add more payroll? They had a record payroll going into the year.
They're not going to do that.
They trimmed a lot of payroll at the deadline. Zach Gallen made $13.5 million this past year. Is he in the $20 million range as a starter after that second half of the season? It's conceivable.
Mm-hmm.
Is a $7 million raise annually, and then when you weigh it against what was cut at the deadline, is that too much to bring back? They need pitchers. Zach Gallen's a proven commodity.
Yeah. I wonder what kind of market Merrill Kelly, and not just to dwell on former Diamondbacks, but Merrill Kelly had an up and down tenure. He had a string of really good outings. His last two were not good at all. He got blown up by the Astros, and the Rangers ended up missing the playoffs. So I don't think the body of work in Texas is going to incentivize the Rangers to give him a chunky 3-year deal.
Yeah.
I may be wrong, but he might be available as well.
He might be, and he made it clear before he was dealt that he would, or even after he was dealt, that he would definitely come back. I want to say one last thing on the retention of Torey Lovullo. There was a lot of people I saw, because this coincided on a day with the Giants firing Bob Melvin, and a lot of Diamondbacks fans clamoring, "Well, Bob Melvin, bring him in. Torey Lovullo is a .500 manager." Do you not remember what Bob Melvin was here? One playoff game appearance in 2007. Here's his other seasons as Diamondbacks manager: 77 and 85, 76 and 86, 82 and 80, 12 and 17. Okay.
Yeah.
Recency bias?
Yeah, well, yes, exactly. But again, it's and also Bruce Bochy, a manager who beat Torey Lovullo for a World Series title, got fired.
95 years old.
He's 70 years old.
I know.
Those guys don't get jobs. They ride off into the sunset.
Yeah, that is true.
He's made entirely out of chewing tobacco.
Coming up next, can the Cardinals survive another hit to their struggling running back room? We'll get into those possibilities and more next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Tuesday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I think Calais Campbell has been maybe the best player on the Cardinals this year, and I don't think that's necessarily a good thing. I think it's cool that Calais Campbell is playing at this unbelievably high level. I don't think it's a great thing when a 39-year-old has been your best player through 4 games, because that to me says more about the other guys who haven't been your best player than it does about Calais.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Enter to be the next Arizona sports fan of the game, presented by Redbird Farms Chicken. Win tickets to a Cardinals home game, be featured on the Jumbotron, and receive a $100 grocery gift card. Text Redbird to 620-620 to enter to win today.
Message and data rates may apply. Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your boat, boat wins.
What are you going to do? Take the boat out for a spin or go mail something? Boat wins! Are we cleaning the patio or taking the boat out fishing? Boat wins! Are we skipping that eye exam to go sailing? Boat wins!
Rescheduling eye exams can be a nightmare.
All right, fine. Eye exam, then boat.
Yeah!
With Progressive, you can bundle your boat with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings on your boat. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states and situations.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that, and third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the name Sweet James on billboards all over the valley. It's a fun name, but what they do is serious business.
When you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, the insurance companies that promise to protect you, they often pay you as little as possible or deny your claim altogether. That's why I want you to know about Sweet James Accident Attorneys. This world-class law firm with over 25 years experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims, with a 98% winning record. They're the only firm with an in-house trial team. Having the right attorney means the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. They've even been named among the best attorneys in America. If you're injured in an accident, you're going to want Sweet James Accident Attorneys. They are there for you, and you don't pay them until they win your case. Go to sweetjames.com. That's sweetjames.com. Or call 800-9-MILLION, 800-900-0000.
Oh, the autumn wind is blowing, and that means football is here, and so is the fall sale at Brooklyn Bedding. Now through September 30th, everything in-store and online is 25% off. Sheets, pillows, mattresses, adjustable frames, everything is 25% off. So your game plan to score on this great deal is to get over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the fall sale at Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Hey, everybody, it's Bernsey. Do the Arizona Cardinals need to be fully healthy for their next opponent? We'll start to preview Cardinals-Titans on today's Burns and Gambo show on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Yeah, not much. We'll have that injury report on Wednesday for you guys. Today's an extra day, so we had a bunch of guys not out there today for various reasons. So we'll see as we get the week going, how's it going to go.
Well, that's Jonathan Gannon, the head coach of the Cardinals, on with Burns and Gambo yesterday when asked about the Trey Benson injury situation. It was an extra day, but it was also reported Trey Benson was not out at the open portion of practice yesterday. As Jonathan Gannon said, the first injury report comes up on Wednesday for Week 5 against the Titans, and we'll get an update then. But this is not ideal. Obviously, you've already lost James Conner for the season, a struggling running game. Yes, they have other backs. They've got Amari DiMercato. They've got Michael Carter. They've got Bam Knight. None of those guys has really done it on a consistent basis.
No.
Michael Carter about the most closest to a consistent basis because he got a lot of carries in the last 2 games last year. But this, Trey Benson's not out there. You might have to see a change in identity, or at least attempted identity for the Cardinals.
I saw an interesting graphic that showed the Cardinals are near the top of the league in pass attempts when the game is still in doubt, meaning they're not winning by a lot and they're not trailing by a lot. Which is interesting to me because
what are the parameters for that? Do you know?
I'll find it in a minute because I probably should have found it before I talked about it. But it's an interesting look at how the offense operates in close games that are still to be won or to be lost, and I think they're still struggling with this. I think what they've been. I think you nailed it when you said what they've been asking of Kyler Murray to make the smart decision at all times, to do the boring thing at times, instead of trying to make the super heroic pass. I think he's kind of misconstrued that as take the check down every time. And I think that's kind of proliferated out of control a little bit. And as a result, I think it's had real bad effects on the offense. And you couple that with the inability to run the ball, and I hope the Cardinals are right in the way they've diagnosed this issue, that they're just not getting their blocking coverages where they need to be at the line of scrimmage, and they're leaving themselves really exposed and vulnerable. So if that happens, I could see Michael Carter walking in this weekend and having a big game, and that would be a really cool thing to see. But at the same time, Michael Carter is not a push-the-pile kind of running back. No. And
he's been more of a change-of-pace kind of guy.
And I think they were hoping Trey Benson was going to morph into sort of a younger, newer James Conner, plow horse kind of guy.
Because, Benson had the combination of both, because he could be explosive also, as well as being physical.
He has been the most explosive runner the Cardinals have had this year. With the Titans coming in, that's a team that's really, really scuffling. And we heard the look ahead for the Burns and Gambo show where Burnsy said, do the Cardinals have to be full strength to beat the Titans. Look, full strength at this point of the NFL season in terms of health, it's a misnomer. It doesn't exist. But it also indicates that maybe do they have to take the Titans that seriously? The Arizona Cardinals are in no position to underestimate anybody on their schedule.
No.
I don't care how bad they've been.
No, I think you're right on the money when they need a wire-to-wire victory. They need seize control early, flex, show you're the better team, and then just close the thing out. No drama Sunday in Glendale.
A win that leaves you feeling good.
That's it.
Somehow those first 2 wins didn't leave you feeling that good.
You know a great way to bolster your rushing numbers? Is have a third and fourth quarter where you can just have your quarterback hand it off every time.
Yeah, well, that's
because your lead's so big. Here was Jonathan Gannon on the Titans coming in at 0-4.
When you turn on a tape, it catches our guys' attention. This is, I know their record, where they're at right now, but they got really good coaches, really good players, and we're going to have to play probably our best game to date to beat them.
And on the Titans side of things, Cam Ward, their rookie quarterback, he's not mincing words early in his career. We know that.
I mean, if we keeping a buck right now, we ass. So we 0-4. We have this point. We got nothing to lose. We dropped a quarter of our games, and we've yet to do anything. So we have to lock in, especially myself on the offensive line, from the defensive line, from the special teams to all three faces. We have to play together. We have not played together this year yet, and that's just something that we want to preach about it every day. Every day we got to do better, and we're doing that, but it has to show up on Sundays. It hasn't showed up yet, but it got to show up next week.
See, now, I admire that in a rook, to speak like that.
You took the words right out of my mouth. There is so much in terms of coach speak / player speak, in press availability. Everything gets glossed over. Everything gets sugar-coated. There's an optimistic tone to everything. There's always that, hey, we got to be better. I like somebody being real.
Yeah.
And he hasn't been good, and he just acknowledged he hasn't been good. That's refreshing to me.
Which makes me a little frightened of him this coming weekend. No, I didn't say a lot, Jerry. You don't have to look at me like that. I said a little. It's
attitude
the number one overall draft pick.
Attitude is one thing. Leadership is one thing. But sucking is also one thing. The hasn't been good part of the hasn't been good so far part is key. So I don't know. I don't know. He's 4 games into his career. But is he going to be more Bryce Young, or is he going to eventually become a star? Who knows? Right now, he doesn't look so good.
No, but it's 4 weeks on a bad football team. Like Big said, this is a talented player.
Yeah.
Everybody wanted to, throw dirt on the grave of Bryce Young, and look what happened. And
he sucks.
Consequently, you're on the other side of the coin. C.J. Stroud was anointed. Yeah. Oh, he's the second coming. What's he doing this year in year 3?
Yeah.
But
I think they're going to turn it around, but it hasn't been smooth sailing.
To be fair, though, even going into the draft, this wasn't one of those generational quarterback drafts. He was the number 1 guy almost by default.
I would agree with that, but he was also spectacular at Miami last year.
He's a big time player, man. He's got all the raw material you need. I think it's more situational than anything.
And
to be honest with you,
on paper, he's no worse than the other quarterbacks they've played so far this year, and they haven't made any of them look terrible. The Cardinals. I mean, Spencer Rattler.
That's a fair point
his,
as well.
Best game.
Well, listen, this is why I think what Vinny is saying I'm vibing with, that I would like a declarative victory, something substantial, because you're coming out of a series of games against Spencer Rattler, Bryce Young, McCorkle Jones, Sam Darnold, and now Cam Ward.
I want to go back to the beginning of last Suns season. The Suns started out really well. And I remember you getting on me because I was getting bothered by the fact that they were not handling teams and beating them comfortably. There was a lot of stressful nail-biter 2- and 3-point wins in there.
Winning in clutch time.
And I had bigger expectations for that team. And we saw the reason why that didn't happen is because that Suns team wasn't capable of putting teams away.
That's right.
They weren't capable of the 48-minute complete victories. I think the Cardinals need to prove that they are
I think that's a great point.
Of it.
Well, because, again, let's keep in mind now the standards are different this year. The standards and the expectations are this is a team that is going to compete to win the division.
Absolutely.
And so everything has got to be looked through that prism.
Yep, coming up next, we'll shift our focus back to the Arizona Diamondbacks. Torey Lovello coming back for another season. And what could be in the future this offseason for the Diamondbacks. We'll talk about it with Jack Summers from D-Backs on SI. Next, Spickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona Sports Host talked with Suns players, coaches, and the front office at Suns Media Day.
Yeah, the leadership aspect is going to be more important than ever this year.
I believe in Devin Booker. He's our guy, and we're building around him.
It's extremely exciting what we've done and also where we're going.
If you missed our Suns Media Day special, search it up on the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, or Arizona Sports on YouTube. Arizona Sports is the home of Phoenix Suns basketball.
This football season, or if you are hosting game day at your place, don't fumble the food responsibilities. Just know Spinato's has you covered. Hey, it's Vince Murata. Spinato's Pizzeria, catering, it's legendary. We're talking crispy Chicago-style pizzas, mouth-watering pastas, monster wings, meatballs, fresh salads, desserts, even gluten-free options to keep everybody on the whole crew fed and happy without missing a play. Just hit up the catering menu at spinatospizzeria.com, place your order, and you are the MVP of game day, regardless of how big the group you're feeding is. And for September and October, Spinato's bringing back a fan favorite on their pizza roster. It's the Wizard of Za. It is a spicy chipotle peach pizza brimming with sweet heat. They're pairing it with a hazy peach IPA from 100 Mile Brewing. Just like everything else on the Spinato's pizza menu, it's bold, it's different, and delicious. So whether it's game day, pizza night, you're just hungry for something awesome, Spinato's delivers. 6 Valley locations to take care of you. Central Phoenix, North Phoenix, Tempe, Ahwatukee, Scottsdale, and Gilbert. And Spinato's is the official pizza of the Cardinals, Suns, and Mercury. Take care of all your game day catering needs and order online at spinatospizzeria.com.
More and more these days, people who are in pain are taking control of their health and looking beyond the traditional medicine. That's why QC Kinetics is so successful. People with chronic joint pain are learning that there are other options besides steroids, meds, and surgery. Patients fighting pain are getting lasting relief using advanced cellular-level treatments. It's QC Kinetics regenerative medicine that can revitalize your joints using growth factors from your own body. It's a simple injection, not a hospital stay. It's fast and all-natural, no downtime. If your back or knees or shoulder hurt all the time, you need to explore all your options. Call QC Kinetics and get a free consultation. Look beyond the same old solutions. Find a better life with QC Kinetics' amazing regenerative treatments. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Low T, start for free. Yep, get prescription testosterone with no startup fee only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvisi here. Think better, sleep better, improve your sex life. Nothing. Boost testosterone like actual testosterone. Don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone, and for a limited time, get started for free. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Hey, Paul Calvisi here. Let's talk estate planning, because I think most people either ignore it or think they've got it covered with a simple will. I know I was that guy. That's why my guy is Matt Dagas from Bright Wealth Management. Matt.
You're right, Paul. And ignoring it is like playing a football game with no defense. A will alone might not protect your family from probate, legal fees, or the unnecessary stress.
All right, so what should people be doing instead?
Well, they need a real plan, and we help folks in the Phoenix area build an estate plan and make sure that their assets go where they want them to go.
It's about control, clarity, and protecting your loved ones, right?
Exactly, and it doesn't have to be overwhelming. Just give us a call at 844-726-9116 or visit us online at brightwm.com and set up a legacy planning session today.
Yeah, get your next move ready before the game changes. Call Bright Wealth Management at 844-726-9116.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It'll be 9 days between football games for the Arizona Cardinals when they kick off on Sunday against the Tennessee Titans. And here was head coach Jonathan Gannon on what their focus has been in the, quote, mini bye week.
What are some things we got to change? What are some things we got to add? What are some things we got to throw out? That's what all coaches do, so we're no different. But I'm excited about the couple tweaks that we're going to have going in and see if we can come to fruition and play a little bit better all three phases.
The Arizona Diamondbacks will not be playing postseason baseball for the second straight year, and that left many wondering the state of Torey Lovullo as their manager. Ken Kendrick did make it clear yesterday that Torey will be back for his 10th season as manager of this ball club. Kendrick also mentioned he expects to reduce but maintain a competitive payroll for the 26th season. Playoff baseball will be on Arizona Sports 98.7 this evening, as we'll be carrying the first wild card game between the Reds and the Dodgers. First pitch from LA will be at 6:08, and that's what's trending now.
Hey, it's Luke. What does the top priority need to be for the Arizona Diamondbacks this offseason now that we know they're bringing back Torey Lovullo? We'll talk about it at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
8 teams will get underway in their playoff series today with 4 wild card matchups going at it. As the postseason is here, Diamondbacks not participating once again after an 80-82 regular season. They are bringing back manager Torey Lovullo for another season. Here to talk about that, the offseason ahead, from D-Backs on SI, Jack Summers joins us via video. Jack, good morning. How are you? We got no volume on Jack, Jarrett. We good to go? Jarrett's looking at the board with a puzzled look.
No, he's smiling like...
Is he there? Can you see
He's
him?
here.
I can see him.
Unmute yourself. All right. I'll figure it out. Talk amongst yourself.
All right, we're going to get this figured out with Jack before we move on. But, yeah, the Diamondbacks making the determination very quickly yesterday that Torey Lovullo will be back for a 10th year. Look, all kinds of reaction. There's been people with their pitchforks out for Torey Lovullo in the Diamondbacks fan base for a really long time. We heard the rationale given by Ken Kendrick, the managing general partner, yesterday. And I'm curious to see what this offseason looks like. Now, with that in the rear view, how much evaluation of the rest of the coaching staff is going to happen? Because I have to be honest, moving on from Bretton Strom to Brian Kaplan as the pitching coach.
Didn't really produce the results I think you were looking for.
You're looking at 3 proven starters, veteran starters, now with Brandon Pfaadt in that group, who really struggled for much of the year. How much of that is on to the pitching coach? That remains to be seen, but the results were not all that palatable.
No. So, yeah, I'm real curious about that if they do adjust his staff in that regard. So, yeah, I think that, once again, I think there are a lot of factors that go into this, and I think one of the factors that goes into this is Torey's contract. He's 1 year left at $5 million. He's among the higher-paid managers in baseball. There's a lot of people who do not know that. And I think that all things considered, they probably factored that in as well. That, okay, you know what? At a time when we've got after a season in which we spent more money than we've ever spent for a team that didn't have a winning record, we got to be a little smarter here this time around. So I'm sure that played a role as well. And it's, I just hope that this baseball team kind of does what Torey said that he wants them to do when they come back next year, to play with the same urgency early as they did late.
Yep. We'll shift from video to the Arizona Sports Line now via phone. Jack Summers from D-Backs on SI joining us. Jack, let's try this again. How are you?
Sorry about that, guys. Not quite sure what happened there, but technology got us.
It'll tend to do that from time to time. Thanks for being with us. We appreciate it. With the news being addressed already yesterday, Torey's coming back. Any surprise? Is this the right move for the Diamondbacks moving forward, in your opinion?
I think it's the right move, and I was surprised. Based on what I've been hearing and seeing, I thought that there was some real risk that Torey was going to be let go. And fortunately, I think they made the right move and did not do so. I think that they're very much an integrated organization, as we have long known and has now finally become public. And so I think Torey, as an extension of that front office, shouldn't be the one to take the fall alone. I mean, they've got to figure this out together as a group.
Jack, I still don't understand the need for the bullpen game when Zach Gallen says he was shocked to learn he wasn't asked to pitch that day. What exactly necessitated what they did in that last game against the Dodgers?
Well, when they said they went to a four-man rotation, that was just verbiage. I mean, the bottom line is they just skipped their fifth starter because they had that off day on Thursday and Monday prior. And I think they should have just let Zach pitch on schedule against the Dodgers on Thursday, win the game in hand. But they would have still actually had to have gone to a bullpen game or an opener plus Nabil Crismat, one or the other, over the weekend against San Diego. But you win the game in hand first, and then you worry about tomorrow. And that's because you're essentially at an elimination stage. So they would have had to do it anyway, but I would have rather have done it against the Padres on Saturday and kept everybody else in line.
Jack Summers.
Ryan Nelson had pitched on Wednesday. He couldn't pitch on Sunday.
Right. Yes. Jack Summers, D-backs on SI, our guest here on the Arizona Sports Line. In terms of the Ketel Marte situation, it was dealt with. Ken Kendrick on these airwaves with Burns and Gambo yesterday. And we know Ken can say some things that are on his mind. He can get emotional about things as the guy who's signing the check, but gave a very measured answer about Ketel Marte. Do you think his future is secure? Ketel Marte's future is secure in Arizona?
He's a fabulous player. We all know that. I think that if they feel that they can make the team better, the only person on this roster that's untouchable is probably Corbin Carroll, maybe Perdomo. I think that from a baseball standpoint, there are arguments to be made to trade Ketel, but boy, it's really hard to get back, properly measured value for a guy like that, right? I mean, you got to be getting back so much that it's hard to trade him. And I think that reality more than anything else will probably put a kibosh on any attempts to move him.
All right, so prioritize what this team needs to do in the offseason. They're going to have reduced payroll. They also have a lot of sunken costs in guys who are going to be missing most, if not all, of next season. The needs are pretty obvious from first base to the bullpen. Prioritize what they need to be looking at, Jack.
Bullpen. They absolutely must go out and get a top-flight closer and a setup man, however they have to do it, whether by trade, by signing. That's where they need to put the resources. I mean, they need starting pitching. There's no doubt. They need two. They need a closer. They need a setup man, first base, third base, and an outfielder that can hit. And by the way, they need a backup catcher. I don't know how many of those spots they're going to be able to fill internally. I think they're going to make a lot of trades. As we know, the payroll's getting cut. There's only so much you can do via free agency with this financial situation that's been outlined by the front office. So expect to see a lot of trades and expect to see some prospects move. But the Diamondbacks have ranked dead last for 9 years now. Over a 9-year period, they're dead last in bullpen. And that has to change. If that doesn't change, it doesn't matter who's managing. They're going to keep blowing leads. I mean, they blew the second most games of anybody in baseball, second only behind the White Sox. They had the most ninth-inning blown leads in MLB this year. It has to change. If that doesn't change, it's all for naught.
Yeah, and look at it, Jack. I mean, the 1 year the Diamondbacks actually had a bullpen that could have been considered a strength, and it wasn't season long. It was the second half of the season. Happened to be 2023 where they made it all the way to the World Series.
Exactly. And they had a good bullpen in 2017, too, yes. Their first year with the organization, and they made the playoffs that year. And, so the argument can be, I see a lot online. Well, look at, they've only made the playoffs twice in 9 years, once in the last 8 under Torrey. Well, those are the only years he had a good bullpen. Give him a good bullpen, and let's see what they can do.
Jack Summers, D-backs on SI, our guest. You also mentioned starting pitching. We were kind of kicking around the idea of Zach Gallen. He obviously wants to be back. Does it make sense from a performance standpoint? Does it make sense from a financial standpoint? What do you think the market is going to look like for Zach Gallen as he hits free agency, Jack?
Well, I mean, he's certainly going to receive and reject the qualifying offer. I would be shocked if that went down any other way. And then you're talking about being out in the open free agent market. I would think that he's going to get at least 4 years, $80 million. I mean, I still think that his pedigree, his last couple months of the season, isn't going to put him into that 1 or 2 year make good category. I think it's important to note that he's very healthy, right? I mean, look at the starts and innings pitched. He never misses a turn. A little bit last year because of some hamstring injuries, but he posted up every single game and gave teams innings, and they will value that. So he's, I would bottom line that at 480 and then some. Just depends on if any bidding war breaks out for him.
All right, last question for you. Do you think there's going to be any alteration to Torrey's staff? I know that Brian Kaplan had very mixed reviews for his first year on the job. Do you think there's going to be any alterations there?
Possibly, but I don't have any information on that. I mean, I think that they'll probably stick with it for another year and give him a chance. I don't think they'll flip it that quickly, but we'll find out tomorrow, later this morning, because we're going to be meeting them at 10:30 with Mike and Torrey, and usually if they're going to make a change of coaching, we'll find out real fast.
Yeah, very true. Jack, great stuff. Thanks so much for joining us. Always appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks.
Talk to you later.
Jack Summers, D-backs on SI, our guest here on the Arizona Sports Line. Coming up next, the Kevin Durant era did not last long in Phoenix, surprising no one more than KD himself. We'll tell you what he had to say at Rockets Media Day next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I do think there is a moment. You got to know your teammates specifically what they need. And I just don't think Marv is the sort of guy that you want sitting there stewing on it. So whether Kyler needs to go talk to him, it really needs to be Kyler, to be honest. But somebody, like Jacoby Brissett was at least talking to him after he had that drop that turned into an interception. I just, if you've got an immensely talented individual on your team that is sitting there in his own head, maybe go talk to him. Even if you got to get in his face, just don't let him sit there and think. Man, they just kept showing it, and they just don't speak.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. You know I'm a big fan of Sonic, huge fan of their all-star lineup of burgers. Every time I go to Sonic, I struggle to decide whether I want the double Sonic Smasher, which is incredible, or the garlic butter bacon cheeseburger, which might be my favorite burger of all time. I also love the experience of Sonic. You pull into a canopied parking spot, you put your car in park, you've got this great menu outside your driver's side window, you place your order, you just sit there and wait for that iconic car hop to bring you your food. When you're done, bam, you're back on the road. That's exactly the way I like it. And that menu at Sonic, it is so diverse. You are going to find something for everybody. Iconic classics like the cherry limeades, tots and corn dogs, tons of new favorites like mozzarella sticks, groovy fries, soft pretzel twist. And remember, that drink menu features 10,000 different combinations, so your options are quite literally endless. Live free, eat Sonic.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America. Fighting for you, Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, my Ford Edge. It's my daily driver. Game day, every day. Paul Calvisi here. Built Ford tough. Built football tough. Our Desert Ford dealers, they're an official partner of the Arizona Cardinals. In fact, if you want to really enjoy tailgate season, take the Legend, the F-150, work truck or weekend warrior, the Ford F-Series, just America's best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running now. Yet the time is now when our Desert Ford dealers, they're giving us 3.9% 0% Ford credit financing for 60 months, plus $2,750 in retail bonus cash on a 2025 F-150 XLT 2.7 liter. Hey, you're thinking SUV? Lease a Ford Bronco Big Ben for just $469 a month for 36 months, plus you Jeep owners get $2,000 cash back. Or lease a Bronco Sport Big Ben for just $369 a month for 36 months, and Jeep owners get $1,000 cash back. But hurry, it all ends September 30th at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football.
Pressure coming, Levitt throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Levitt to Tyson connection clicks again.
Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
Come on. I'm burning. Come on. Come on.
Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
Yeah, I mean, it all happened pretty fast. I wasn't expecting to leave Phoenix that quickly, but that's just the nature of the game. So I quickly just thought about who I was comfortable with coaching staff would just let me be me and understand what I bring to the table. And Ime has always been one of those guys that understood what I brought to the table and my mentality and my approach to the game. He always respected that and gave me my space to be me. So that was one of the first things I thought about. But living in Texas, working with some of the people that I worked with before, but also seeing the identity of this team the last few years of playing with length, having size, playing in transition, driving and kicking, switching on defense. I think all that stuff is tailor fit to my game, so I wanted to play that style too.
It's Kevin Durant at Houston Rockets Media Day yesterday, talking about his role, why he chose why he chose Houston, his connection with Ime Udoka. A couple things stand out to me. The first thing he said was, I didn't expect to leave Phoenix so fast. Okay. Why? Did you think when that season ended and after they tried to trade you at the trade deadline, KD, did you think there was a long-term marriage there? Nobody else did.
I don't know what he was saying there or what the context of that was. He must have been talking about from the day he arrived, he thought he was going to be there longer.
He probably thought, I'll finish my career in Phoenix. So I didn't.
Maybe that was it, bigger picture.
Yeah.
That makes more sense. But also a couple of references to letting me be me.
Mm-hmm. Mentioned it more than once.
Yeah, was that a reference, a callback to playing for 3 different coaches in 3 seasons for Phoenix? Was he asked to do things that weren't in his skill set? I mean, I don't think that stood out to anybody, really.
It sounds very revisionist to me.
Or did he feel like he wasn't appreciated in Phoenix for him being KD in Phoenix?
Well, there was a lot of victim stuff on the way out the door that I found a little bit nauseating. The idea that Phoenix fans, you got what you wanted, you all wanted me gone, you got what you wanted, we got what you wanted. No, you know what we wanted? We wanted a superstar, a top 10 player, a guaranteed Hall of Famer to make an impact on winning. That's what we wanted.
Look, I think Kevin Durant is very warranted in feeling underappreciated by Phoenix, but there's a reason for it.
Mm-hmm.
It was supposed to end in a run.
Yeah.
Now watching the playoffs for 2 straight years and missing the playoffs one year completely.
That's it. And,
So, yeah, I mean, breaking up the nucleus of a team that was very popular, although they were floundering at the time. There's no arguing that.
Yes.
But it was a popular group of guys that this fan base was really behind. The selling point was you're getting one of the best 15 players, maybe a top 10 player of all time. Kevin Durant put up top 10 player stats, but the results weren't there. It's not all on him.
No.
It didn't work. And that was one of the things that stood out at Suns Media Day last week was the guys that were here on this team last year talking about why it didn't work and not pointing any fingers, but just the fit not being right.
Yeah.
That if you're a top 10 player of all time, that's going to follow you.
Again, this is, yes, of course it's going to, and I think that's fair. And it just seems like we got a player that just was just more consumed in, hey, you guys should be happy to be watching Kevin Durant play basketball. That's and again, our standards. And I don't think anybody who has played elsewhere could come to Phoenix and understand the mindset of this fan base and what we've been through, and how close this franchise has been. The thing about the Phoenix Suns that makes that fan base so different in terms of trauma and yearning and the way they've reacted to the near misses and the persecution is this is a franchise that for the most part of its 32, for the most part of its near 60 years, they've been really good. This hasn't been a really junk, it's not a wee ass kind of franchise, to quote Cam Ward. Do you know what I mean? That it's not. This is a franchise that has been top 4, top 5 in NBA winning percentage for the better part of 6 decades. So when you look at it in that context, that's where it becomes unusually cruel that we've never gotten that championship.
Yeah. I will say this. The NBA is finally getting it right. They used to have every team's media day on the same day, and it was just a flood. There's no way you could follow up with all the storylines. They've staggered them this year much better. Houston had theirs yesterday. The LA Clippers had theirs yesterday, and there's a couple of different things to get into on that. But since we're talking about former Suns, Bradley Beal ends up in LA. A couple of items on him. He's already limited with a knee injury, and Suns fans had a lot of fun with that fact yesterday. But one of the things that came out late last season, it blew my mind, is when it was reported that Mike Budenholzer had told Bradley Beal, just be like Drew Holiday. As like, you can just morph into a player that you're not built to be like. Ty Lue is doubling down on that. They asked what the plan was. He was asked yesterday at Clippers Media Day what the plan is, and it was for Bradley Beal to get back to an elite player like he used to be, or elite defensive player like he used to be.
When was he ever that? Was he an elite defensive player?
He's never been.
I've never
been singled out on an NBA all defensive team.
Yeah.
That's what the elite players do.
Well, listen, the Clippers have got, this is, what's going around on the Clippers is unbelievable in terms of Kawhi Leonard and these under-the-table payments that he's allegedly been receiving. And as much as Steve Ballmer is claiming, we didn't do this, Pablo Torre keeps coming out with new and more information. The most recent was a payment that they made, the Clippers, to this company after, a year and a half after this company defrauded the Clippers.
Yes.
Nobody in their right mind would ever believe Steve Ballmer would make a payment of nearly $2 million to a company run by a guy that just defrauded him.
And Lawrence Frank spoke about it yesterday. Kawhi Leonard was on the podium yesterday. He talked about it too.
The NBA is going to do their job. None of us did no wrongdoing. Yeah, I mean, that's it. We invite the investigations. It's not going to be a distraction for me or the rest of the team.
None of us did no wrongdoing. It's a double negative.
Double negative.
You just admitted to it.
Which means you're guilty.
I lost my train of thought on what I was going to say, but I'll play this for you too. Kawhi used the word conspiracies. I'm not into these conspiracies and things like that. There's a lot of reporting behind this. This has graduated past conspiracy.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
There's a paper trail here.
And also why Mark Cuban is constantly doubling down and defending Steve Ballmer is very suspicious.
Maybe he's getting paid from aspiration too.
There's a lot of people think he paid Dirk the same way that the Clippers paid Kawhi.
Maybe that's it. Ramona Shelburne asked the question too. Did you get the money from aspiration?
You were named as like the largest creditor in the bankruptcy filing, right? Did you actually get the money that was owed to you in the contract, or?
No, but the company went belly up. It was fraud, as everybody knows. If you want any more questions or more details about that company, you need to ask the owner or whoever else is involved in the fraud that went on.
Right. I think they said they owed you $7 million or something, right?
I'm not sure. I gotta look back at the books, but no, it's more than that for sure.
Do you have any idea of how much you actually made on that?
No, it was like 2, 3, 4 years ago.
That's a crazy response.
It really is.
And at the end, he goes, it was like 2, 3, 4 years ago. Which one was it?
Who can remember if they get $20 million?
That's it.
Or not?
That's
You know,
it.
it was 2
that
years
stuff,
ago.
yeah.
Throw it in the pile, I guess. I don't know. I don't
Like
run
the
it every day.
every little piece of reporting that comes out in this series of podcasts from Pablo Torre, it gets more and more damning for the Clippers, for Steve Ballmer, for Kawhi Leonard, for everybody involved in aspiration. He has done an incredibly thorough job of vetting this and reporting it piece by piece. A lot of Clippers fans are upset. Oh, he's going to drop this on media day. Yeah, there's eyeballs on this. People want to know what's happening.
And listen, this is going to be a litmus test for Adam Silver. It's one thing to kick Donald Sterling out of the league when there's a smoking gun audio tape.
That was an easy decision.
That's an easy decision. This is much different. This is the 6th richest person in the world in Steve Ballmer. This is a guy that built a beautiful arena that is hosting an All-Star game and paid for it out of his own money. This is a guy that Adam Silver does not want to penalize. But this is subverting the entire system.
Yeah, no doubt. There's all eyeballs on the commissioner's office right now. Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Bickley and Murata Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to yrefi.com. That's YREFY.com. Coming up next, we hit the 9 o'clock hour. Sammy takes us through social studies here on Bickley and Murata Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, it's Vince Murata to let you know what's going on at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. That's where my friend and general manager, John Nissen, and his team have got fall savings you got to hear about. And you can roll out now with 0%. That's 0% APR financing for 72 months on the amazing 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E. Plus, get up to $1,000 in Ford bonus cash toward your purchase. If you're looking for a truck, how about the best-selling truck brand in America every year since 1977? The F-150. Full-size F-150s at a low rate of their own, plus $2,750 in Ford bonus cash. That's on a powerful XLT model. Comes with a 2.7-liter, 325-horsepower engine. If you want to check out SUVs, they've got you covered there as well. Huge selection of 2025 Escape SUVs, starting at only $22,995. All offers require approved credit. See dealer for full details, but you do got to hurry. These offers end today, September 30th, 2025. Stop in, tell them I sent you. Go see the team at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. They are right off the I-10 and Ray Road. They've got the no bull deals you've been waiting for. Check them out online at earnhardtford.com.
Homeowners, are you wanting to move but feel stuck? Call Carol Royce of Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Many home sellers face a catch-22, risking owning 2 homes or none at all. Skip the stress with Carol's Guaranteed Sale Program. No double mortgages, no getting stuck. Carol will guarantee the sale of your home at your agreed-upon price and time frame, or she will buy it so you can move with certainty. Call Carol Royce today, 480-776-5231, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Why are more Arizonans becoming members of Global Credit Union? Dave Burns here, proud member. That's because at Global Credit Union, their members pay low to no fees on their accounts and get a better interest rate than they can at the bank. And as a result, Global members collectively saved $195 million last year. It makes a difference. You can become a member today. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Last year in Arizona, more than 121,000 car accidents were reported. Over 1,200 were fatal. Imagine you're one of those drivers. The light turns green. In a split second, everything changes. A crash leaves you fighting for your life, unable to speak, make decisions, or protect your family's future. Without having the right legal documents, the courts, not you, decide who speaks for you. That process is costly, time-consuming, and could tear families apart when they should be pulling together. With a comprehensive plan from RJP Estate Planning, including a living trust, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives, you stay in control, and your family stays protected. Trusted for over 35 years, RJP Estate Planning helps Arizonans plan for life's whens and what-ifs.
Call 480-576-5457 by October 2nd to save 55% on RJP's Living Trust Package. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457. 5457.
Hey, it's Wolf, and I've got to give a huge shout out to the team that just transformed my yard into an oasis with artificial grass. That is Legacy Green Solutions. These guys are the real deal. Family owned and operated in the basin for over 25 years, voted best of the valley. Legacy Green Solutions uses premium American-made turf with certified installation that looks and feels natural. Right now, Legacy is offering a limited time deal. Mention Wolf and get 15% off. Just text GREEN to 620-620 or visit LegacyGreenSolutions.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks season is over, and with questions looming this offseason on if manager Torey Lovullo would return for the 26th season, Diamondbacks owner Ken Kendrick answered that yesterday on Burns and Gambo.
We need to retool and give Torey a chance to perform with a better setting in the next season.
No playoff baseball this season for the Diamondbacks, but here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 this evening. Listen to Game 1 of the Wild Card Series between the Reds and the Dodgers. First pitch in that one will be at 6:08. And with the Arizona Cardinals mini bye week, establishing the run game as a point of emphasis as they get ready for Sunday's game against the Tennessee Titans. For everything you need to know about the Arizona Cardinals, head to arizonasports.com. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get real testosterone from real doctors now at Red Mountain. Boost your energy, focus, and your sex drive. Have low T. Start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
9 o'clock is upon us on this Tuesday. Time to hand the wheel over to Sammy Sabolka for some social studies. What do you got, Sammy?
Yes, good morning. At this point, if you don't know where you can find us, let me just tell you, we are at Bickley_Marotta on X, where we will post our daily questions at Bickley and Marotta on Instagram, Blue Sky, and Facebook. And if you want to watch us, we're on YouTube every single day from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. We are at Arizona Sports on YouTube. Shout out to the 185 of you watching right now. And we'll start with some big news with the Diamondbacks. Torey Lovullo will be back for the 2026 season. So what does Torey Lovullo need to do differently next season, and why?
He needs to have a little bit of a firmer hand. He needs to make sure his team plays with urgency and real hunger from the moment they get to camp.
Yeah, I mean, that's what Bick said. Secondly, there is a big thing for me, because I was mulling this all over, and I was kind of torn over the last month or so on what was going to happen with Torey Lovullo. The fact that this is the second straight year where they've been close, and you could point at a handful of games, a very small handful of games, and say that would have made the difference. And it doesn't necessarily go to in-game managerial decisions. It just has to do with urgency.
Yeah.
And I thought after last year, the experience of the Diamondbacks having a workout on the day that the Braves and the Mets were playing a doubleheader because there was a possibility they were going to get in, it shows you how slim the margins are. I thought that was going to ratchet up the urgency, and I thought maybe that would be the determining factor in Torey Lovello not being here, but he's back. They have to treat this with more urgency. Yes, it's a marathon season of 162 games, but this playoff format is going to keep teams involved every single year. If you're halfway worth your salt, you're going to be in contention for a playoff spot. No days off.
Yeah.
It sounds cliche, it sounds old school, but there's not enough belief in that.
It's true. A couple of responses. Stephen Ruiz said, doesn't matter. He's essentially a figurehead. He's less of a manager and more of a press secretary. Adam said, it's pretty hard to do anything when your players keep getting injured. You only have one seat at the table with the lineup cards and the medical team giving weird days off out of nowhere. I mean, it's hard to manage like that. All right, our next question. With the Trey Benson kind of news of not practicing today for Cardinal fans, if Trey Benson is out, who should get most of the carries at running back and why? And our options are Michael Carter, Amari DiMercado, Bam Knight, and Arvid Fungelbuck.
Listen, Arvid is a sleeper. People,
yes.
Yeah.
A lot of people say Michael Carter, but this guy barely gets to see the field.
The man has sat on him for so long.
Arvid did great things at Schmagegi U.
Yeah, Schmagegi U.
Yeah.
Exactly.
What jersey number does he wear?
69.
Yeah, of course he does. My winner is Michael Carter, who, by the way, got a standing ovation from his teammates when it was announced that he had been activated and signed to the active roster off the practice squad. That's a good deal. I like that.
It's an invalid running back number, Jarrett. Michael Carter's the answer.
Especially because you'd think DiMercado would still be that third down kind of pass catching back, not getting a lot of the carries. So, I mean, Michael Carter, they kept Bam Knight for a reason. We'll see. The vote actually says Amari DiMercado, 46% of the vote, but Michael Carter, 33%. Bam Knight, 11%, and our man Arvid getting 9%.
9%?
9% of that vote. Stephen Ruiz said Fungelbuck showed a lot of grit and promise at Carlin State last year, if you didn't know
Carlin State.
After he transferred from Schmagegi U.
Yeah. Right. Let's see. And then Daylight Films makes a good point. He says, given the state currently of the offensive line, we'll see if it really matters. Then that's, I think, a fair criticism and fair point. All right, lastly, this question is for Valley sports fans. What do you do when the local team / your favorite team misses the playoffs, and why? Do you still watch, and why? I don't watch the playoffs. I watch and just want a good game. I adopt a new team for the playoffs, or I pick teams to root against. What do you do when your teams aren't in the playoffs?
Mine's a combination of two.
Okay.
I'm obviously going to watch, and you hope for good games and to be entertained. But I have been known to root against teams, too. I might be doing that starting today.
Yeah.
With the game that's airing on our airwaves tonight, the Dodgers-Reds game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will. I am definitely going to cheer for the Cub. Just because I grew up in that stadium and it's the Padres, right? But I'll also adopt a team if I feel compelled, and this year I do. The Mariners.
Yeah.
Some years I don't. Some years it's about cheering against somebody. Yeah, it really is just situational for me.
I think, too, it's important, the sport. Like, when it comes to basketball, the Suns aren't in it. I have certain players that I like to watch or maybe root for. And in football, it's like the Cardinals aren't in it. I don't really care about the other teams. I'll watch because it's football and I hope for good games. With baseball, I root for underdogs. I'm going to be honest. If a wild card team's in there, I'm rooting for as much mayhem and as big of collapse as you can, whether it's the Dodgers, the Yankees, whatever it may be. If a team's won 110 games, I hope they're biting nails trying to get out of the wild card, whatever.
Got it.
The poll results, 38% say they watch, just want a good game. 28% actually say they don't watch at all. 18% say they pick two teams, pick two teams to root against, and 15 say they adopt new teams for the playoffs. And a couple of the responses, Justin Prestegard said, I tend to gravitate towards my family's other teams to root for, and when all else fails, I root for someone whoever has Sun Devils on their roster.
Okay.
Arizona Doug says if there's an underdog team or the Cub in the playoffs, I'll root for them for sure. However, if the Dodgers or Padres are in the playoffs, I certainly love to root against them. And then Ross Vegas says all of the above. I want to see good games that take my mind off our current bad teams and adopt an underdog, and as always, root against the Kansas City Chiefs. So,
see, I think it's tougher as a Valley sports fan to tune in and watch the playoffs after your team got eliminated from the playoffs.
Yes,
that's harder. But Daryl's response is hilarious. I absolutely love how this question makes it sound like missing the playoffs is a rare thing for Valley sports.
Right. Isn't that funny?
That's why I said we've had 3 straight football, basketball, baseball seasons now.
Yes.
Go Mercury.
Yeah, go Mercury.
Find out who they're playing tonight.
Absolutely.
There you guys go.
We're thanks, Sammy. Social studies every day at 9 o'clock. Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcast. The Bickley and Marotta Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to yrefi.com. That's YREFY.com. Coming up next, news out this morning. Something big coming in the future for the Arizona Cardinals. We'll tell you what that is next. It's Bickley and Marotta Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
8-time Pro Bowler, 3-time All-Pro First Teamer on the NFL's 2010s All-Decade Team. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, surely you know by now that Sweet James, official accident attorneys for your Phoenix Suns. You've probably seen the television commercial of Sweet James actually dunking a basketball. I do not know if that vertical leap is real or artificially enhanced, but I do know this. Sweet James and his stable of accident attorneys are great at dunking on the opposition, primarily the insurance companies you're going to be battling if you're ever hurt in an accident. Sweet James, a law firm full of extremely talented attorneys who are not afraid to litigate, which means when they send that demand letter to insurance companies on your behalf, those insurance companies know Sweet James is more than willing to tell your story in a court of law, which is why they not only win 98% of the time, they consistently deliver some of the largest settlements in Arizona. You can expect maximum compensation when you hire Sweet James. They'll also get you the medical treatment you need. They'll get your car fixed. Then they're going to go out and get you the most amount of money possible. And remember, you pay nothing until they win your case. 1-800-9-MILLION, 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Every day, community, supporting, giving. Every day at APS, we support Arizona community organizations and our customers, giving back to help Arizona teachers, nonprofits, and families, volunteering to support and strengthen neighborhoods, working with local partners to provide customers with crisis assistance and other services when they need it most. To help your community or find assistance for yourself or someone you know, visit aps.com/brighter. This ad is funded by Pinnacle West shareholders.
Do you cringe when you have to smile for photos? Are you lacking confidence because of broken, discolored, or missing teeth? Struggle to chew food properly or just function normally? Have you even forgotten how to smile? Well, ProSmile can change all of that with dental implants. At ProSmile, from start to finish, everything is done on-site with your implants by Arizona's top oral surgeons, cosmetic dentists, and an on-site lab to provide immediate teeth with the highest quality. The all-on-4 implants can give you back the confidence to laugh and smile and look good doing it. ProSmile Dental is the only practice. We have oral surgeons and cosmetic dentists available on-site every day. ProSmile is family-owned, not a national chain. They have locations in Phoenix and Scottsdale, and they offer multiple financing options, including interest-free financing or financing up to 10 years. So whether it's the all-on-4 implants, an issue with wisdom teeth, or even a smile makeover with on-site custom-designed cosmetic veneers, text PRO to 620-620 or go to ProSmileAZ.com to book your free consultation. And let's get you into a smile you'll love.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states, as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, it's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Hey, it's Wolf. What do the Arizona Cardinals need to do to unlock their offense? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
We continue on the Tuesday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona Talking Stick Resort Studios here of Arizona Sports, taking you up until 10 o'clock. Cardinals, of course, getting ready for their Week 5 matchup against the Tennessee Titans coming up on Sunday, but apparently getting ready for something new a few years down the road, Bick. This just out this morning. Darren Urban putting the news out there on azcardinals.com. The Cardinals have revealed updated plans for a new team headquarters and practice facility. Since 1989, they have trained at their current facility in Tempe, which is 14 acres and 156,000 square feet. The plan,
which made sense when they played at Sun Devil Stadium, when their stadium was in Tempe. Now it's not.
It's not, but they're not going to Glendale. They're going to the Paradise Ridge area, North Phoenix, just west of Scottsdale Road and the 101, where they are planning a mixed-use 217-acre site. 30 of the acres will be taken up by the Cardinals, so more than double the acreage. 250,000 square feet for the facility, which is almost 100,000 square feet more than what they have now, scheduled to be completed in 2028. And if you read elsewhere, like Sports Business Journal, things like that, they're planning this to be like their version of the Star in Dallas or what the Vikings have at their new facility in Minnesota. Long overdue,
right?
And a big, big victory for this organization.
Yeah, I would agree. I wonder what else that mixed use is going to incorporate. I wonder if that's just going to be business interests or what. But I will say this: I've seen there's also a rendering of what it's going to look like, and this is going to be gorgeous. The location looks fantastic.
Yes, very convenient.
Darren's story, it says the Cardinals bought the property at auction in the summer for $136 million. Is this the same parcel of land the Coyotes were allegedly trying to buy?
I believe it was. Yeah. That was
back when Javier Gutierrez was telling everybody, hey, you know what? The government, they're just going to make this happen. They're going to give this to us. And people had to say, Javier, that's not how this stuff works. No, it's our shell game. Let us be. All right, anyways.
And apparently they don't have to boot out an old dump.
Yeah, how about that?
There's no landfill there right now.
But
so listen.
Shane Doan, if you're listening, there's a spot going to be open in Tempe now.
Yeah, there you go.
Just
That's
take
right.
over that area.
Okay, so what I think this says to me is that Michael Bidwill has been rightfully and properly embarrassed by the NFLPA report card, and he's making good on his promise to solve this, because they could have tried to renovate their existing footprint, but they don't have a lot of space there.
There's no space. Michael Bidwill said it. They're landlocked there. If you've ever been to that facility. Yes, there's a large park to the north of where they are in Tempe, but you're going to knock down a park for more footage, square footage?
No.
And this new facility, 3 full-size outdoor fields and then a full field house for indoor facility.
Mm-hmm.
You mentioned the report card the last 2 years. They've been dinged on their facility because it is old.
Yeah.
1989 is a long time ago.
And it's small.
And it's small.
And
they've made major improvements to that facility over the years,
Right.
but it's just time. They've outgrown it. 3 more years and they will have completely outgrown it.
Right. So this is a good step for them, and this is a good step. This is going to be something that obviously makes their players very happy.
Yeah. And like I said, long overdue.
Mm-hmm.
Jared kind of hit something that I think is interesting.
What's that?
Mixed use 217 acre site. Did the Cardinals buy all 217 acres for $136 million? Because using 30 acres of 217 acres would leave a lot of acreage for, I don't know,
a hockey arena?
If you wanted to partner with a hockey group to bring the NHL back to town.
Wow. Listen,
I'm just throwing it out there.
Unless they're going to grow corn,
and
that
look,
seems like a lot of acres.
And I'll say this too: I don't know how many businesses are going to be that interested. Yes, it's going to be like the Star, but it's a practice facility. There's not a lot of foot traffic there for people to access practice facilities for NFL teams. The NHL having an arena there would certainly bring people in.
So
attract businesses, restaurants, lodging, things like that.
What's interesting about this is, I relayed the story of being on that cruise with Shane Doan and his wife Andrea, and hearing them talk about this is going to get real very fast. And then sure enough, lo and behold, there was reporting that, Andrea Doan and others are involved in trying to spearhead this project. There are no shortage of people who want to be involved in this, including the Phoenix Suns, who low-key are very interested in getting in the hockey business.
Mm-hmm.
So my point is, and Gary Bettman, for all the nonsense this market has caused the NHL, and it's pretty significant, they want back here. But they're only coming back when we're ready to get it right.
Yeah, there can be no more floundering.
No more
ownership
amateur
groups.
hour kind of stuff.
No.
Right.
They're going to vet the owner a lot, I figure.
Yeah, like I said, if it's a guy like Matt Ishbia, there's what's to vet?
Yeah. I mean, obviously, the track record is there. Already been unanimously approved by the NBA Board of Governors. The results are what they are, but he's a legitimate sports owner. There's no doubt about it. And when you consider the Coyotes' history here, and we might be putting the cart 16 miles ahead of the horse, but when you consider the Coyotes' history here, the fact that the NHL was the best ownership group they ever had, that's very telling.
Very much so.
I got a better idea. Steve Ballmer, when you get kicked out of the NBA, come buy an NHL team.
He's not going to get kicked out of the NBA, Jared.
All right.
Unless, no.
Unless what?
No, I was gonna go down the Donald Sterling road.
Oh, gotcha. No. Okay.
Exciting news for the Cardinals.
No, listen, it is. It's something that I think they needed, and I'm happy to see this happen.
Yeah. Elsewhere in the NFL, I was unaware of this, and I did watch a good portion of the Eagles-Buccaneers game on Sunday. The Philadelphia Eagles are 4-0. They're pretty much going to be top 2 in all of the power rankings around the league. They're the defending Super Bowl champions, and their offense flat out sucks. They had -1 yards of offense in the second half against the Buccaneers. And won that game.
If you took the pass in the second half of the game.
If you took the second half of the Eagles game against the Rams and the first half of the Eagles versus the Bucs, you have a team that might score 100 points a game.
Yes.
If you take the team in the first half against the Rams and the last half against the Bucs, you have a team that you wouldn't believe that they're a Super Bowl
because I watched a lot of the Eagles-Rams game too, and I was convinced that they only practiced the tush-push.
Yeah.
That was the only play that they were good at.
It was non-competitive for the first half, and I still can't believe the Rams let them off the hook in that game. But, yeah, I did see that stat, and more telling is the biblical verse that was quoted by A.J. Brown, and what does it mean to the Eagles? Because he's making comments about how the Bible tells you when you're not wanted, you should just carefully and quietly withdraw. What is A.J. Brown getting at?
Look, he is a diva receiver, but normally
the last of a dying breed.
Normally, diva receivers make noise when they're not being involved for teams that aren't winning games. He's not getting involved for a team that's winning a lot of games.
Mm-hmm.
They're 20-1 in their last 21 games.
And that's my point. When you have guys complaining about the me when the we is successful.
Mm-hmm.
Rarely ends well.
Remember him reading the book on the sideline?
Yeah. It rarely ends well. So there's always drama in Philly.
Remember when he was reading the book on the sideline and the sales for that book spiked on Amazon?
I do
Since he's
remember
quoted
that.
a Bible verse, is he going to spike sales of the Bible now?
Tell me he's in the pocket of King James.
You thought Oprah's book club was powerful. No way. A.J. Brown's book club, way more powerful.
Getting under the table payments by Gutenberg.
Coming up next, it is Tuesday. We got another round of Mustache.
Oh, no.
Not a mustache. We'll do it next. Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Ken Kendrick is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Ken, is there something you'd like to see Torrey do differently next year in 2026 as the manager of the Diamondbacks?
Win more games.
anything beyond that, or is just win more games?
Sports news.
Yeah, there you go. That's gonna lead the Sports Center update right there. That's for sure.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here for Advanced Window Products, and if you've been in your home for 15 years or more, chances are you need new windows. Lots of ways to know when you need new windows, from warping to condensation to super high utility bills. I've been suffering that for a couple of years. My windows are indeed shot. I've already done business with Advanced Window Products. They're a local window and door manufacturing company that sells directly to the public. They specialize in custom vinyl windows and doors, 39 years of servicing satisfied customers, sales and installation all handled in-house, which means there are no middleman markups, which means you're going to get pricing at Advanced Window Products. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. Now, my new windows have been installed this week. They're finishing up today. I am more happy than I thought I would be. They look fantastic. The crew has been unbelievable. This is truly a company and a product you should look into if you need new windows. They've also got a great special going on right now, $2,500 off when you purchase 10 or more windows. I took advantage of that, so should you. Give them a call at 480-764-2002, online at advancedwindows.com.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Hey, my Ford Edge. It's my daily driver. Game day, every day. Paul Calvisi here. Built Ford tough. Built football tough. Our Desert Ford dealers, they're an official partner of the Arizona Cardinals. In fact, if you want to really enjoy tailgate season, take the Legend, the F-150, work truck or weekend warrior, the Ford F-Series, just America's best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running now. Yet the time is now when our Desert Ford dealers, they're giving us 3.9% Ford credit financing for 60 months, plus $2,750 in retail bonus cash on a 2025 F-150 XLT 2.7 liter. Hey, you're thinking SUV? Lease a Ford Bronco Big Bend for just $469 a month for 36 months, plus you Jeep owners get $2,000 cash back. Or lease a Bronco Sport Big Bend for just $369 a month for 36 months, and Jeep owners get $1,000 cash back. But hurry, it all ends September 30th at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age.
making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It'll be 9 days between football games for the Arizona Cardinals when they kick off on Sunday against the Tennessee Titans. And here was head coach Jonathan Gannon on what their focus has been in this mini bye week.
What are some things we got to change? What are some things we got to add? What are some things we got to throw out? You know, that's what all coaches do, so we're no different. But I'm excited about the couple tweaks that we're going to have going in and see if we can come to fruition and play a little bit better all three phases.
The Arizona Diamondbacks will not be playing postseason baseball for the second straight season, and that left many wondering. The state of Torey Lovello as their manager. Ken Kendrick did make it clear yesterday that Torey will be back for his 10th season as manager of this ball club. Kendrick also mentioned he expects to reduce but maintain a competitive payroll for the 26th season. Playoff baseball will be on Arizona Sports 98.7 this evening, however, as we'll carry the first wild card game between the Reds and the Dodgers. First pitch will be at 6:08. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. We're looking for the next student athlete to win a $10,000 scholarship. Text character to 620-620 to nominate a student today.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
Today's Arizona Sports Poll Question, brought to you by Sanderson Ford, is what part of the Cardinals' offense needs the most improvement? Is it the quarterback play, the offensive line, the run game, or eliminating drops from the wide receivers?
B.
Offensive line, yep.
The results are quite staggering. 41% say quarterback play. Goodness.
If the offensive line is better and the drops are eliminated, the quarterback play will look a lot better, believe me.
Yeah, I agree. 30% say offensive line, 20% say the run game, and only 10% think eliminating drops. So that's your Sanderson Ford Arizona Sports Poll Question.
All right. You can vote on it right now on the homepage at arizonasports.com.
Mustache. Not a mustache.
A mustache, a mustache, a mustache, big mustache, thick mustache, my mustache, your mustache. Say the word mustache. A mustache, a mustache. Now we both have said mustache. A mustache, a mustache. If you only got a mustache.
The mustache. What? You don't like it? It's disgusting. I don't care what you think about this. This is not for you. Who's it for? The 83 Yankees bullpen?
Oh, baby, 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 baby. It is time for America's fastest growing facial hair related quiz sensation, mustache.
Not a mustache.
It's still the fastest growing?
It's
wow, that's a long growth
exponentially worldwide. It was America's, now it's branching across the Pacific and the Atlantic and the Indian Ocean. It is a game where I'll be presenting an audio clue from a movie, TV show, interview, or song. Bickley and Murado have to guess whether the person that's talking or singing has a mustache or does not have a mustache. They get a bonus point if they correctly identify the person. First one to 10 points win. And today's topic, because there was so much talk about the Ryder Cup over the weekend. So much talk about the Ryder Cup yesterday. It is all things having to do with riding things.
Okay.
Riding.
That was
things.
not my guess for what the theme would be this week.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dan Bickley, would you like to go first?
I'll go first.
Okay, Dan Bickley, you would like to go first. You would like to get this clue, I would think.
Yippee-i-oh,
would be Johnny Cash, and that would not be a mustache.
That would be correct. That would be
Ghost
correct.
Riders in the Sky.
That rhymed.
Yeah,
that's
right.
Johnny Cash, no mustache.
That's 2 points right off the bat for you cool cat. See, I could do it too. All right, Vince.
All right.
Yes.
Another one rides the bus.
Oh my God.
Another one rides the bus. And another comes on, and another comes on. Another one rides the bus. Hey, he's gonna sit by you. Another one rides the bus.
Unlike Jarrett's, that guy's song parodies have come a long way. That was one of the first songs. That was the first song, yeah. That is Weird Al Yankovic, I believe, on the Dr. Demento show.
Correct.
Yeah. Mustache.
That is correct. His drummer, John Bermuda Schwartz, played just the guitar case with his hands, while the other member of the band made fart noises with his mouth and became a big hit. All right. 2-2 off the start here.
Yeah.
Dan Bickley.
Yes.
I got the horses in the back. Horse stack is attached. Hat is matte black. I got the boots is black to match. Riding on a horse. You can whip your Porsche.
I have no idea what that's from, but that sounds like Sam Elliott mustache.
That is correct. It's just him doing that. What was that guy's name?
Lil Nas X.
Little Nas X song was when that was all the crave. They got him to comically recite it in his Sam Elliott deep mustachioed voice.
Not just a mustache.
The mustache.
One of the great mustaches.
That is the mustache that other mustaches aspire to be.
That's yes, they do.
All right, well then, how about this clue?
That's right, folks. When he rides like the wind. Like the goddarn wind. Powerful and sleek and invisible. Feel that draft up your skirt, ladies? That's me. Okay, that was creepy. I'm sorry.
Music was a little loud there.
I know who that is. I've never heard that clip before. That is Will Ferrell. Some kind of offshoot of maybe a Ron Burgundy character with a mustache.
That is correct.
Wow,
I've never
done.
I think it was some car commercial or something, I believe. But yes, well done.
He's gotten a lot of mileage out of Burgundy.
Yes, he has. All right.
Here we go. Here we go, Vinny. Hit it.
What? You predicting one?
Yeah, but hit it.
The girl that's driving me mad.
No, that's not what I was going to guess.
She's got a ticket to ride. She's got a ticket to ride.
That's the Beatles. That's the no mustache phase. I thought you were going to go double up on the Ride Like the Wind and give me the crisscross one, like you like to do.
Oh, that's true. No, I wanted to do something more modern.
Okay,
hip.
yeah.
So I picked the,
you picked the Beatles.
Early Beatles.
All right.
But yes, that is correct.
And she don't care.
All right.
I had to finish it off.
Very good. Thank you. Vince?
Yep.
Wow, what a treat for our visual listeners watching Jarrett dance.
If you're watching
it did
YouTube,
get hot in here.
What a song, huh? Ooh, baby. But do you know who's singing?
That
and
is
what he looks like.
That is Genuine.
Ooh.
AKA, I believe his name is Elgin Lumpkin. That's his real name.
That's
There's
pretty
an
impressive.
inside joke between me and some friends.
Okay.
Including Luke Lipinski is in on that joke.
Oh,
God. I'm going to say mustache.
That is correct.
Yeah.
Genuine. Ride that pony.
I got to verify if I was right.
All jokes with Luke are inside jokes because he keeps, I guess, all his joking inside.
Elgin Lumpkin. Elgin Baylor Lumpkin is his real name.
That's his real name?
That's his real name.
You're telling me he didn't think that was a sexy R&B name? MC Lumpkin?
Wow.
All right. We got a perfect score so far. Dan Bickley.
Yes.
I'm on the train. And if you want to board on a little bit later, we got a seat. Just like Ray said, we got a seat for you. I will ride this train until it stops. It's not going to stop.
That's Jordan Simone's buddy, Herm Edwards' mustache.
That is correct.
Spoiler alert.
Yeah.
It stopped.
Yeah, I know. All right.
Two Herm Edwards references in one
Wow.
show.
How about it?
Vince.
Yes.
Let's ride. Let's ride.
Broncos.
Let's ride.
Perfect.
Okay.
One more time. Broncos country. Let's ride.
Broncos country. Let's ride. Broncos country. Let's ride. Broncos country. Let's ride.
So cringy. Russell Wilson. Not a mustache.
Yeah, that's correct. Some occasional 5 o'clock shadow, but no mustache there. All right.
All right, double perfect game going.
All right, Dan Bickley.
All right, Vinny, do it with me. That's Metallica. Yeah!
Nice.
James Hetfield, mustache.
Oh, no.
What?
No. Long.
What?
He didn't have a mustache then?
I double-checked this with several pictures. He has long, flowing, terrible-looking blonde hair. I couldn't find a mustache on the ride. This is from Ride the Lightning.
This is Ride the Lightning.
Ride
Hold
the
on.
Lightning.
Yeah, no,
if
hold on.
you could check me on this, and any listeners can check me on this and call me out. But I had it as no mustache. Vince, therefore, for the win.
Okay. That is Foghat. I don't know the singer's name. And I'm guessing from the era that's from, I would go with mustache.
Oh, very well done.
The entire band has mustaches, except for the lead singer, much like Creedence Clearwater Revival, a very hairy band. But the lead singer said, no, that lip covering would get in the way of my lyrics.
Wow.
So,
Jared tricked us both on the last question.
We are tied 9-9, which means we will go.
No, I think it means this week we're going to end in a tie, doesn't it?
Oh, in honor of Monday Night Football last night? You could do that, too.
Sunday Night Football?
Oh, no, Monday night. Wait, what was it?
It was Sunday.
You're right. You're right, and
All
you're
right,
always
Jared's
right.
right. Yeah, Ride the Lightning. It looks like James Hetfield was mustache-free at that point.
Yeah.
How did anybody in Foghat not have a mustache?
That's it.
I know.
That's it.
This is it. This is why we play the game. This is why we just don't give wins to each of you, because you have to bear down and go tough and think and think and think.
I will never bear down.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
Well,
Go Cats.
anyway, well done. Tie game on
mustache.
Not a mustache.
Coming up, some final thoughts on this Tuesday and a visit with the 2026 chairman of the WM Phoenix Open, Jason Eisenberg. All straight ahead, Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
If you only got a mustache.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I'm assuming the decision has been made internally that Torrey really is coming back. So now the question that came up a month and a half ago and kind of got buried by the fact the team went on a crazy run after that, can you bring Torrey and Cattell back?
And how much did that actually have to do with them going on a crazy run? Did they address something?
Maybe they
did. And all of a sudden got it out and said, you know what? Look at me. Yeah, you can't have different rules. Maybe they yelled it out.
Maybe they did, because the team started winning right after that.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with Garrett Lee, co-owner of Moving Team 6. Garrett, I just saw where you guys actually have hit over 1,000 five-star reviews.
That's absolutely true, and we don't do it without our team, and obviously to our amazing customers that are willing to trust us and support our team along the way.
Talk a little bit of the importance of Moving Team 6 and the teamwork that goes into it.
The thing that separates Moving Team 6 obviously is our team. We can all go to work every single day and feel like, hey, we got to get a job done but they've got to know that they're part of something bigger than themselves. Our team at Moving Team 6 believes that every single day they walk into a home, it's bigger than what they think, and they're making a big impact in someone's lives and taking away stress that they can't deal with that day, and we want to take it on for them. You can't pick up a dresser and carry it up and down stairs, and the whole word pivot of taking a big couch up the stairs, so you need somebody to help you make that move happen, and we're the team for you.
Go to movingteam6.com for more information. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
It's kickoff time. Score big at Freeway Chevrolet with our kickoff special. Triple your rebate on all new trucks and SUVs. Every new vehicle in stock. No exclusions. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Kickoff special available on new inventory only. Cannot be combined with any other offers or incentives. NCC rebate only. On approved credit. See dealer for complete details.
Freeway, Chevrolet, I-10, and Ray.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone with no startup fees. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. And for a limited time, get started for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Hey folks, Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. That's where my buddy and general manager John Nissen and his team have got fall savings you got to hear about. Roll out now with 0%, yes, 0% APR financing for 72 months on the amazing 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E. Plus get $1,000 Ford bonus cash towards your purchase. Or bulk up to a full-size F-150 truck at a low rate of its own, plus $2,750 in Ford bonus cash. And that's on the powerful XLT model with a 2.7-liter, 325 horsepower engine. You want more? You got it. Check out their huge selection of 2025 Escape SUVs starting at only $22,995. Just stop in and tell them I sent you. All offers do require approved credit, and they've got the no bull deals you've been waiting for. Check them online at EarnhardtFord.com.
Most new vehicles include the no bull protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers, 0% APR is $1389 for 1,000 finance for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers end 9/30/25.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta. Song of the day.
I'm surprised you didn't include this, Jared. It's a little Green Day from 1997, Hitchin' a Ride.
All right.
From their album named Nimrod, which, of course, they saw what the future would be for Chase Nimrod, or what was his name? The wide receiver from South Florida, our favorite college football player.
Yeah.
Green Day giving us today's song of the day.
Bickley and Marotta going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
Believe it or not, we're only like 5 months away from the 2026 WM Phoenix Open.
Yeah.
And, of course, big news happening. And here to share it with us, chairman of the 2026 WM Phoenix Open, Jason Eisenberg, our guest here on the Arizona Sports Line. Jason, good morning. Thanks for joining us.
Morning. How you guys doing?
Doing well. Yourself?
Doing excellent. Beautiful day.
All right, well, congrats on your post. Good luck for all the future's going to bring you. Let's get right to the news. The 16th hole is getting a beautiful cosmetic makeover. Tell us about plans to the iconic hole of the tournament.
Yeah, that's right. We're gonna dress up the 16th hole a little bit. We've had an unbelievable run on 16. The evolution of 16 has been, one of the most transformative holes in all of golf. And it's time for the 16th hole to kind of take the next step in its evolution. So we're going to out with the old, in with the new, brand new structure. It'll have better view corridors. We're going to get rid of about half the columns within it. We're going from tube steel to structural aluminum, which will open up the entire structure, better views, higher ceilings. This will be the nicest temporary structure ever built in golf.
Wow. I've seen some of the pictures, and if this thing wasn't popular already, this thing is going to look gorgeous.
It's gonna be unbelievable. And on top of just having a better viewing experience, we're adding some new venues within the structure. We're adding the new Pin High Club, which is on golfers left on the green. It'll have 5 suites, about 200 for the first time ever daily tickets within 16. It will be the nicest venue within 16, so we're incredibly proud to introduce a new concept and a new venue within the structure.
Jason, I'm curious, with the changes, how does this, if at all, affect the viewing capacity for fans who want to experience 16?
So, the capacity of the structure will be increased a little bit. Some of the low suites will have additional tickets that are going along with those packages. The Pin High suite, the new addition, will have about 500 additional patrons a day. I think it's really important to note that on top of everything we're adding, we still have the general admission area, over 3,700 tickets available for the general admission patrons. So we're not losing any of that capacity. We're taking something that's been really good and really successful and just making it better.
Now, last time I played the TPC Stadium course, I saw some construction going on right off, I think the 11th hole it was. Is that part of the rebuild at 16, or are there other projects as well, Jason?
Yeah, so the rebuild you saw on 11 was, one of the things that we really focused on last year was making pedestrian walkways, pedestrian connectivity better. And what you were witnessing around 11th tee was just a continuation of that. We're widening pathways. We're making sure patrons have plenty of room to get around and plenty of ways to get out to some of the general admission venues like Fairway House, Desert Oasis, things of that nature. So, the course is kind of always evolving on how do we make it better, more efficient, making it a better experience for the fan. And as part of that, we were able to kind of widen the 16th structure a little bit to make sure that there's plenty of room to move around that structure. So on Saturday, when the crowd's electric and it's at full capacity, to make sure that there's still room to move around, still room to navigate.
All right, last question for you. Last year, the restricted attendance and the second entryway, phenomenal reviews. The players adored it. The fans loved it. Are you sticking with the same game plan, and is there anything else you guys want to get out there at this point in time?
So we're always tweaking it, right? I think what we did last year was incredible. I think it really showed what the course can handle. And it was the first year we introduced that second entrance. So we didn't really know how that was going to be utilized and what impact that would have. So, I think the conversations now are, was that the appropriate attendance? Could we increase it? Do we have the same energy as we had in tournaments past, which I think we did. I think it was an absolute home run. So those conversations are ongoing, and we're excited about the direction we're heading.
Well, very cool. I'm curious to see how this all looks and what the experience is like. Jason, thanks so much for joining us, and congratulations. Best of luck in all the planning.
And we'll talk to you again soon as the tournament gets closer, Jason.
We will, definitely.
Always appreciate it. I'll be on anytime you want me.
Thanks, brother. Jason Eisenberg, the tournament chairman for the 2026 WM Phoenix Open. It was kind of a day of construction news in sports here, right?
Yeah, how about it?
Temporary construction, permanent construction with the Cardinals.
Yeah, but I've seen the pictures. It is going to make a huge difference. When you're inside 16, it is beyond cool, but it does feel a little cramped. And this is a game changer in terms of the way it's going to feel when you're inside that, if you're lucky enough to get inside that structure. So, wow, you're right.
But now with more capacity, more chances for people to get inside the structure. And a new suite, too. Look at that. Very cool. Thanks to Jason Eisenberg for joining us.
Second Eisenberg we've ever had on the show.
We almost had the hat trick today. We had Jordan Simone, initials JS. We had Jack Summers, initials JS. And we had a JE, Jason Eisenberg, at the end. Who could we have had?
Jason Statham.
Nice. That's good. Yes. Good pull, Jared.
Aye. Good to be here talking sports.
Not bad.
That's pretty good.
That is pretty good.
Is that the first time you've ever attempted that?
Yeah, it just comes to me sometimes.
Now, if you're asked to do it on demand again, you won't be able to.
You'll never be able to do it.
We'll catch you tomorrow morning. Wolf and Luke are up next here on Arizona Sports. Have a great day, everybody.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader, including Cardinals play-by-play.
Hit by Josh Sweat and dragged down for a sack.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
We are back with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, how's your new Honda?
Man, I love it. It's so smooth, reliable, and perfect for my busy life. Whether I'm heading to practice or a game, my Honda from Arrowhead Honda gets me there in style.
Visit Arrowhead Honda today at the 101 at Bell Road or shop online at arrowheadhonda.com.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, a lot of people want to hire an advisor to help their money grow, but there's more reasons. Give me the top 3 reasons why to hire an advisor like you.
Well, number 1, you need to make sure you have confidence in your plan and your planner. Number 2, you want to make sure you actually like the person you're doing business with. I see it all the time that people are doing business with somebody they don't even enjoy spending time with. Number 3, tax planning. Most financial firms never even talk about tax. They're prohibited oftentimes, these advisors, from giving tax advice. And if they're not giving you tax advice, you're missing half the story.
Yeah, if you're investing all your money and you don't have a tax plan, because many of us are putting money away tax deferred, you've got the wrong advisor. Call Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. One question I'm always asked is, how did you become the largest injury firm in the world with over 1,000 attorneys and $25 billion in verdicts and settlements? One way was our financial strength. Medical malpractice is the 3rd leading cause of death in America. To prosecute a typical case costs up to $250,000 in case costs. We advance them all. Product liability cases can have similar costs with an army of lawyers on the other side. Automobile insurance companies have the resources to fight. Guess what? So do we. Many law firms simply may not have the financial firepower to work up your case the way you deserve. And we don't charge by the hour. No recovery, no fee. If you have a question about your case or wish to become a client, go to forthepeople.com on your mobile device or computer. 24/7. It's that easy. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
More and more these days, people who are in pain are taking control of their health and looking beyond the traditional medicine. That's why QC Kinetics is so successful. People with chronic joint pain are learning that there are other options besides steroids, meds, and surgery. Patients fighting pain are getting lasting relief using advanced cellular-level treatments. It's QC Kinetics regenerative medicine that can revitalize your joints using growth factors from your own body. It's a simple injection, not a hospital stay. It's fast and all-natural, no downtime. If your back or knees or shoulder hurt all the time, you need to explore all your options. Call QC Kinetics and get a free consultation. Look beyond the same old solutions. Find a better life with QC Kinetics' amazing regenerative treatments. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks season is over, and with questions looming this offseason on if manager Torey Lovullo would return for the 2026 season, Diamondbacks owner Ken Kendrick answered that yesterday on Burns and Gambo.
We need to retool and give Torey a chance to perform with a better setting in the next season.
No playoff baseball this season for the Diamondbacks, but here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 this evening. Listen to Game 1 of the Wild Card Series between the Reds and the Giants. First pitch in that one will be at 6:08. And with the Arizona Cardinals, quote, mini bye week, establishing the run is a point of emphasis as they get ready for Sunday's game against the Tennessee Titans. For everything you need to know about the Arizona Cardinals, head to arizonasports.com, and that's what's trending now.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, and my brothers. Are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Tuesday morning. It is the Wolf and Luke Show. Wolf, what's up?
Man, not much. How you doing, Luke?
Doing good. This feels like a weird week just because last week was a weird week, so it threw off this week.
Okay, yeah, it is Tuesday right now, is it not? Tuesday. Tuesday is what? Players' Day off? Is that what it is? Tuesday, Players' Day off for NFL players, of course. Kind of feels like a Wednesday. I don't know why it feels like a Wednesday.
Because the Cardinals haven't played in almost
maybe
a week.
Because it's hump day? No, it is not.
He's confused.
Tuesday just kind of feels like, I don't know, a Tuesday. Ready to broadcast, though. You ready to, Command and Control, are you ready to broadcast back there? Yeah, you're ready to go? Okay. Sammy the Bull, have you been broadcasting? Do you feel good today? Do you feel like it's a good Tuesday?
Sammy's been up since 3 a.m.
Okay, Sammy, that was good. I didn't hear Sammy. Did you hear Sammy?
No, but I could tell.
Okay, that was interesting.
There we go.
Oh, okay, he was saying something. You're ready to go, Sammy.
Yeah, we're figuring out how to broadcast right now. We did.
Okay.
Hey, look at that progress on the air.
That is good. And Luke, you are ready to go as well.
I don't know about that. I mean,
okay.
Let's put it this way. I'm happy that Command and Control and Sammy are ready to broadcast because they may have to carry us today.
Yes, I am ready, man. It is a Tuesday, and I'm ready to go.
All right. Well, let's talk about football then. Want to?
Shall we?
Patrick Peterson's going to join us in an hour and 15 minutes.
Okay, Pat P. I always love talking to Pat P. That's going to be great. Who else do we have coming on?
Well, we're going to go to Command and Control a few times. They're going to join us at certain points.
Okay, that's really interesting. So I asked you who else is coming on. There's nobody else coming on.
You never know. Somebody randomly might jump on the show. Patrick Peterson's on the show.
Well, Pat P. is enough, is it not?
Patrick Peterson will give us insight on the Cardinals' defense that you probably can't get anywhere else. He's been fantastic the first, 4 or 5 weeks now we've had him. And he'll probably be on his way to golf.
Okay,
when he calls in.
Of course he will. It's Tuesday.
Let's start with the idea that maybe there are certain things the Cardinals can fix, certain correctable mistakes that have been plaguing them through the first 4 weeks of the season. Before I play any of this audio from Jonathan Gannon, Wolf, would you not agree that ideally, because we all are seeing them play right now, it's not like they're playing perfect football, ideally this would be a good time to identify mistakes And hopefully they are fixable mistakes and not just, hey, we're overmatched at this position.
Yeah, there's no doubt. And when I think about fixable mistakes, Basin earnings, you're not talking about the physical. You're not, for the most part. Technique, using better technique, that's what coaches will say. Yeah, okay, maybe that's possible. But when you're talking about fixable mistakes, you're talking about mental mistakes for the most part. Whether it's offense, whether it's defense, in transition, you're making MEs, mental errors. And MEs will get you beat quicker than anything else. You ask any NFL coach, that's exactly what he'll say.
Well, especially if you ask Bruce Arians. How many times did he bring up MEs? To the point where anytime you talk to David Johnson, even if David Johnson had 150 rushing yards and another 70 receiving yards, he would voluntarily bring up any MEs he may have made during the game because he knew BA was going to bring them up. Here's Jonathan Gannon yesterday talking about blocking and the running game.
No, that's kind of talking into the pointing to make sure we're pointing the right way. And a lot of times, I am going to get into it a little bit, Craig. We have to make sure that we're all on the same page when we're making calls at the line of scrimmage. So that's been good to us in the past. But it's not where it needs to be right now, but very correctable. So we do got to make sure that we don't have unblocked players that we think we have accounted for that are not accounted for.
Very correctable.
Very correctable, and that's where it's going to happen for the most part, on the line of scrimmage and the communication on the line of scrimmage, and whether or not the offensive line is communicating correctly on the line of scrimmage. This actually fills me with a little bit of hope.
Yeah, you were kind of down on this yesterday.
I was down. I was seriously down, and the reason why I was down is because the offensive line is not playing well, and you know that I've been talking about it every week. If they do not play well, based on it's just my own feeling. I could be dead wrong on this, but I think there's no way in the world they're going to get into the postseason this year if the offensive line does not start playing up to its capability.
Well, they have to score more points and be more productive on offense and more dangerous on offense than they've been through the first 4 weeks, and I don't know how they can do that if the offensive line doesn't get better.
Listen, you have to be able to run the ball and put Kyler Murray in a balanced offense. That has to be the case. You have to be able to protect Kyler Murray when he tries to throw the ball. Why? Because he's trying to throw the ball, hopefully, to Marvin Harrison Jr. That chemistry has not appeared. It has not appeared through 4 games so far. It is not. That must. If, in fact, this team is going to take the next step going forward, that part of their offense must appear. Well, how does that happen? It all starts with the line of scrimmage and the offensive line. It does.
Well, here's more from Jonathan Gannon, and then we can react to both these together.
Yeah, I mean, the first step, pad level, pointing it the right way. You got, some technique things that come up, some schematic things that come up, off here or there a little bit, playing penalty free, so we just got to uptick everything that we're doing to get the run game going.
That's it.
The idea that what is causing problems for them is correctable. Now, look, I understand, coaches are going to try, especially publicly, to be optimistic for the most part. But I don't know that Jonathan Gannon, I don't know. This is his 3rd season with the Cardinals. I don't remember a lot of times where he would go into detail like he did on that first cut just to lie. You know what I mean? That's not giving away a competitive advantage to Tennessee. No. Tennessee's not listening, being like, oh, wait, the Cardinals are going to try and block us.
Yes.
Like, that's not throwing anything off. He doesn't have to go into detail if he doesn't believe it's fixable.
Well, you know what's so funny about it? There are many defensive coordinators that would tell you exactly what the Arizona Cardinals need to fix because they know.
Yeah.
They know before anybody else what they need to fix, watching it on tape. And this is one of the reasons why there are so many defenses that are boning up, especially in a rundown situation, too, to stop the Arizona Cardinals from running the ball, especially when James Conner was back there. Mm-hmm. Now it's going to be a little bit different. Might be a little bit different because the Cardinals are not having success running the ball and because James Conner is not back there to threaten the line of scrimmage in a north-south kind of way.
The Cardinals this season are averaging 20.5 points per game, and you got to remember the defense has a touchdown and a safety. And through 2 games, or rather through 4 games, those 9 points make a huge difference in your points per game, right? That's going to average it. That's going to bring it up another 2+ points per game. So if you want to take those out for a second, they're averaging about 18.5 points per game. For context, last year, and it's not like they were amazing last year, but last year they were averaging 23.5 points per game. And you might hear that and say, is 5 points a game that big of a difference? Well, yeah. When you've lost 2 games on last-second field goals, 5 points a game would really help. 3 points a game would really help. 2 points a game would really help. We know this offensive line can at least block better than it's been blocking this season because we've seen it block better in the past, and that's why Jonathan Gannon's saying that I think carries a little bit of weight. You talk to players, I mean, you were a player, Wolf, so I don't even have to tell you this, but you talk to players or coaches at the NFL level or the college level, and they will tell you there is a huge difference between, hey, we're getting beat here, but we know it's fixable, or we're just getting run over, and deep down we know we're overmatched physically.
That's when it's not fixable.
And then you're just kind of done.
You're just getting physically whipped.
Yeah. So
what are you going to do about that?
This hopefully is a sign that maybe they're not just getting physically whipped. Maybe it is more of a communication thing. We'll see. We'll see against Tennessee. I mean, they should be able to run against Tennessee if they can fix this because the Titans have not been amazing by any means. In fact, they might be the worst team in the NFL right now. We come back. Torey Lovello's back for 2026. What does it mean beyond that, though? We'll get into what Ken Kendrick said about the manager's future in Arizona next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
NFL record for most punt return touchdowns in a season. Played 10 of his 13 NFL seasons for the Cardinals and officially retired a Cardinal this summer. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 in monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. You all know that Christian Brothers is your go-to company for all AC and plumbing needs. But did you also know they can help with any electrical issues you may have at your home? Christian Brothers offers an electrical safety inspection for just $69. This includes a panel inspection, testing all the breakers, tightening down all the wires, and much, much more. Mention me, Gambo, to get the $69 special for your electrical inspection. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535 or online at cbrothers.com.
Every day, reliable, comfortable, connected.
Every day you rely on power. At APS, we work around the clock to deliver some of the most reliable power in the country. But with Arizona's extreme weather, outages can happen. Stay safe and informed with alerts by keeping your contact information up to date. And visit our outage center for updates online or on the APS app. For more ways to stay safe and informed, visit aps.com/brighter.
Hey, let's talk about your financial future. Paul Calvisi with Matt Dagas from Bright Wealth Management. As we know, the best football coaches, right? They make the best halftime adjustments, and that's a great analogy for people heading towards retirement.
It's perfect. And if you're 5 to 10 years out, it's time to stop playing offense and start protecting the lead.
All right, so what kind of adjustments should folks be thinking about?
Risk, taxes, income planning, healthcare, the things that didn't seem to matter when you were just saving. And we help people create a full strategy for the next phase of life.
And you're not just selling products, you're offering real planning.
Exactly. And if you want clarity on what the next chapter of your financial life looks like, give us a call at Bright Wealth Management, 844-726-9116, or visit us online at brightwm.com.
Again, halftime is a perfect time to get the plan right, and Matt's team can help. Call Bright Wealth Management today at 844-726-9116.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
I had a dream last night
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Cardinals mini-bye leads to a very correctable discovery in the run game. Diamondbacks owner Ken Kendrick explains his decision to retain Torey Lovello. And Kevin Durant says his son's departure was organic and he would accept a contract extension with the Rockets. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi.
All right, welcome back to the show. Wolf and Luke on a Tuesday morning. Wolf, we had the news yesterday. It was good timing for the breaking news. We had Todd Walsh on yesterday, and as we were talking to Todd Walsh, the news broke that Torey Lovello is going to be back for 2026. You and I had a little bit of time to react to it yesterday. I think we both kind of came to roughly the same conclusion of you can understand why they would bring him back. He's probably going into 2026 on the hot seat, though. And when you look at his contract status, it's even more evident that he's going into 2026 on the hot seat because he's not signed past 2026.
Yeah.
So Ken Kendrick, D-backs owner, was on with Burns and Gambo yesterday, and we're going to have Mike Hazen on the show tomorrow so we can ask him all about this and just kind of the season as a whole and where things are going. Hazen's always great. He's always straightforward with this stuff, but specifically on the Torey news, we can ask him about that tomorrow. But we do have this from the owner yesterday, courtesy of Burns and Gambo. Ken Kendrick talked about bringing Torey Lovello back for another year.
When we look to Torey and his role in this season, we can't not evaluate all of the various elements that go into him doing his job, and I think it's only fair to say we didn't end up with the talent on the field that we hope to have, and we know why.
Yeah. It was interesting. The injury situation, of course, as we all know. I think that's what he's referencing in regard to Corbin Burns, of course, and the back of the bullpen, those issues. I think that's what he's referencing. We all know why. We didn't have the pieces in place. And yet at the same time, what's interesting about this entire conversation is what happened after the trade deadline when you traded some of your best players away. That to me, you have to start there when you have this conversation. What Torey did with guys that weren't as, quote-unquote, talented as other guys, and yet they got better after the trade deadline. Why?
Look, we've talked about this off and on all season, but the story has changed so drastically this season. This debate of whether or not Torey Lovello should be back this upcoming year. This is year 10 for him, and so I'm pretty firmly in the school of he should be back for another year.
So am I.
But I understand the logic for people that are like, hey, maybe it's time for a new voice. I mean, you can make the argument against me pretty easily when you say he's been here 9 years and they've made the playoffs twice. It's like the argument against Kyler Murray. Kyler Murray's been in the league for 7 years. He's never won one playoff game. He's been to one, and it was one of his worst games ever. Now, it's oversimplifying it. It's not just him out there playing.
Right.
Torey can only do so much. But I do think you need to look at the fact that they were just in the World Series 24 months ago. And yes, they underachieved last year. And yes, they underachieved this year. But specific to this year, you can't just ignore the injuries because they were so dramatic. And even last year, they did win 89 games.
Yes.
Last year's record would have gotten them in easily this year. But, they didn't finish well last year, certainly. And this year, 80 wins is a lot. It calls some things into question, I'm sure, for Ken Kendrick, and we're going to get into that in a little bit beyond just Torrey. But I understand pretty well the logic to bringing him back because this year, I don't know. I mean, the injuries were so over the top. It's tough to evaluate. Do you feel like there was another manager that would have gotten them in the playoffs this year? I don't.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that. I really don't.
There might be one, but it's not somebody readily available.
Listen, for me, the biggest question that I have for the Arizona Diamondbacks and who might actually be coming back, it wasn't Torrey. It isn't Torrey. It's Ketel Marte. And I said this. I talked to you about this. Ketel Marte. I wonder if the Marte parte is over. I do. And the only way you're going to know for sure if they're going to move into this offseason where they're going to move Ketel Marte is if you're sitting around that rectangle up in that office building where they're going to be talking about this very thing because they know what happened. They know all the details of what happened with Ketel Marte.
That throws a whole nother level to this that we're going to get into here shortly. But, if they don't bring back Ketel Marte and they bring back Torey Lovullo, I think the fan base, we had the poll question yesterday. It was like 65% Torrey should be back, 35% that he shouldn't. I think you can get the other 35% not on board and Torrey's back. This is awesome. I understand if they expect more of the same. I get that. But I think you can get them on board enough to be like, okay, next season's not lost because we're bringing Torrey back. And it's do or die for him. If they don't make the playoffs next year, I would be kind of surprised if they bring him back beyond that. You got to see the circumstances. I get it. But at a certain point, you just got to make the playoffs again. But I think that portion of the fan base that you could get on board for next season, some of them are going to be really upset if Torrey's back and Ketel isn't, even if it's the right move.
Sure.
So that's something that we got to prepare for if that indeed does happen. Here's more from Ken Kendrick with Burns and Gambo, though, talking about his assessment of the job Torrey did this past season.
We just had extraordinary amounts of energy of injuries. And the manager's job is to do the best he can with the talent he has. And to put a perspective on it, our season went south. We got to the end of July, and not Torrey, but his bosses, if you will, Derek, Mike, and me, decided that we were out of it, and we needed to reduce payroll and give younger players a chance to play. And to the credit of our manager, he held the team together, and they performed very, very well through the remainder of the season, and we got right to the edge of being in the playoffs.
Yes, we all had front row seats to everything that Ken Kendrick just said, and it's the reason why I definitely bring Torrey back once again, knowing that I'm probably going to have a less veteran, less talented team next year than we had this year coming into it.
Yeah,
I think that is going to be the case, and that's where I think Torrey does his best work.
That's a good way of putting it. It's almost like Torrey his teams either underachieve or overachieve. They never do exactly what they're supposed to do, right? I mean, they sometimes the year they went to the World Series, they were not supposed to be a World Series team that year, and they took off, and then we all know how the last 2 years have played out, and you can't just look past the injuries this year. I completely get that. Here's more from Ken Kendrick talking about player opinion and if he took that into account at all when making this decision on Torey Lovullo.
It wouldn't be appropriate to go to a player and say, should we keep Torrey or should we not?
Of course, right.
That's not an appropriate dialogue. But just through a whole series of events, it's known to those of us who are on the inside and deal with the team, and Mike deals with it much more at a detailed level than I do. Derek at a more detailed level than me. The theme of our players is that they really, really want to go play for this guy, and maybe the example would be is when things got really, really tough and we made trades. Those guys, the young guys that were there, they stepped up, and they did it, of course, for themselves, but they're playing for their leader as well.
Man, that'd be so hard. That would be so difficult. It really would be. If I were Mike Hazen, if I were the freaky Mike Hazen, there'd be certain guys inside that. Mike Hazen. Wheeling and dealing.
Sometimes from New Zealand.
Certain guys inside that clubhouse that I would want their opinion. I would look at me. I would want to have a conversation, eyeball to eyeball, and I would say, look at me. I want your opinion on this. Not that you're going to make the decision. You are not going to make the decision. I will make the decision. But I want some information. For me, it's unthinkable that Mike Hazen would not ask some players their opinion on what happened. What went on inside this clubhouse and what happened.
You can do that, though, without saying, hey, should we bring Torrey back? You can ask the question
well,
and then
I
kind of
think
glean your own answer.
specifically, why wouldn't you ask a guy that you respect his opinion? You respect some guy who plays the game. Why not, not that you're going to make the decision, but why wouldn't I want your opinion?
Well, just because Ken Kendrick said that they didn't. That's the only reason I'm saying. I'm not saying I wouldn't. Okay. I'm just saying I think Hazen can ask certain players certain things and basically just kind of know. I could ask you questions and know if you wanted to bring certain people back here at work.
The way Ken Kendrick phrased it, though, it's like we didn't go up and say, do you think we should bring Torrey back?
Like handing out a questionnaire.
Exactly. That's what I think he was talking about. It'd be unthinkable to me that Mike Hazen would not walk up to a Zach Gallen, walk up to a Corbin Burns and say, what is your opinion on Torrey Lovullo? Just what is your opinion and get your thoughts. I mean, why wouldn't you do that with guys? Hey, Corbin, by the way, can I ask you something?
So here's two things. Corbin Burns, there was a story out yesterday, he's targeting a return date of July next year. So if that's the case, let's say he gets back in July. Well, then you don't have him for April, May, or June. Yes. We do some math for everybody. Yeah. Basically the first half of the season. I don't know about Justin Martinez or A.J. Puck yet, but I think Corbin Burns is the biggest name, obviously, because that's your ace and one of the best pitchers in baseball. So it's not like this is going to be easy for Torrey to make the playoffs next year anyway. But to your point, he seems to get his teams to play better when they are not necessarily dealing with heavy expectations. The other question I would have, and, maybe we get this answer today, tomorrow, or 3 months from now. But I think a lot of Diamondbacks fans heard the Torrey news, and they're like, okay, well, what is going to change? If you're not going to change Torrey Lovullo, what's changing? What's going to be different next year? And that's a whole different philosophical question. Are the Diamondbacks looking at the last 2 months and saying, okay, this is what we can do. This would carry us into a playoff spot next year. Or is it, okay, we pulled it together, but we have to make a change when it comes to pitching. We have to make a change here or there, whatever. Maybe it's players. I don't know. But I would find it hard to believe they just run the exact same group back next year. Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Wolf and Luke Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. All right, we come back. Will Johnson back at practice for the Cardinals. Is it more important they get him back or Trey Benson back this week against the Titans? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona Sports Host talked with Suns players, coaches, and the front office at Suns Media Day.
The energy's high, and that's what it's going to take. It starts now.
The best part about Devin is he wants to be here just like we want him here.
We want a team that Arizona and Phoenix can be proud of.
If you missed our Suns Media Day special, search it up on the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, or Arizona Sports on YouTube. It's almost Suns season. Arizona Sports is the home of Phoenix Suns basketball.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Homeowners, are you wanting to move but feel stuck? Call Carol Royce of Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Many home sellers face a catch-22, risking owning 2 homes or none at all. Skip the stress with Carol's Guaranteed Sale Program. No double mortgages, no getting stuck. Carol will guarantee the sale of your home at your agreed-upon price and time frame, or she will buy it so you can move with certainty. Call Carol Royce today, 480-776-5231, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
In football, the best teams rise to the top. In medicine, the same is true. That's why Barrow Neurological Institute is consistently ranked among the nation's best in brain and spine care. From game day concussions to the most complex neurological conditions, Barrow delivers world-class expertise right here in Arizona. When it comes to your brain, your spine, your future, you want the very best on your side. Barrow Neurological Institute. It matters where you get your care. Visit barrowneuro.org.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. That's where General Manager Brad Gunlickson and his team are kicking off a fall savings push with deals you've got to hear about. Get a low 0%, yes, 0% APR financing rate now on select 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 trucks and Hummer all-electric SUV and pickup models with approved credit. And don't forget, there's still time to take advantage of the $7,500 EV federal tax credit, but hurry, when September ends, so does this offer. So stop in and take a look at their huge inventory of award-winning Buick and GMC models and experience their no-bull way of doing business that's made Earnhardt a trusted name in automotive for over 74 years. All this and more at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa or online at earnhardtbuickgmc.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models, APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 9/30/25.
Many of you know that my inspiration for becoming an accident attorney was my brother Tim, who was rendered a quadriplegic at age 18. I didn't know what a personal injury lawyer was or what they did, but I soon did. Tim was treated terribly by the insurance company, and I became enraged. It was a constant delay and deny. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Tim later worked with me for 27 years. Last year, my hero died at age 65. You can see my eulogy for him by visiting mybrothertim.com. He was one hell of a man. Because of Tim, together we built the largest injury firm in the world, and our clients are treated the way I would want my family to be treated. At Morgan & Morgan, nobody is a nobody and everybody is a somebody. If you need our help, visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer. See you soon, Tim. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The big news coming out of Arizona Cardinals practice yesterday was the absence of running back Trey Benson. Here's head coach Jonathan Gannon on with Burns and Gambo yesterday, discussing why Benson was not at practice.
Yeah, not much. We'll have that injury report on Wednesday for you guys. Today's an extra day, so we had a bunch of guys not out there today for various reasons. So we'll see as we get the week going, how's it going to go.
The MLB playoffs start today, and we will be carrying one of the matchups. Game 1 of the Dodgers-Reds series can be heard tonight at 6:08 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. And the Phoenix Mercury will find out who they are playing in the WNBA Finals tonight. Game 5 of the series between the Indiana Fever and Las Vegas Aces is tonight at 6:30. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get real testosterone from real doctors now at Red Mountain. Boost your energy, focus, and your sex drive. Have low T start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Wednesday. We'll have our weekly NFL conversation with the one and only Mark Schlereth. That and more starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Well, if I have to ask, I'll ask in 10 seconds. That wasn't my question.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
What do I see across the way was not my question.
Yes.
My question was, how fired up were you for the news that Bad Bunny's going to headline the Super Bowl halftime show?
I just can't even believe it. Bad Bunny, really? I mean, honestly, I'm not a fan of Bad Bunny.
Well, you are wearing your Bad Bunny shirt.
Well, what do you mean? I don't have a Bad
Well, anybody
Bunny
that's not watching on YouTube doesn't know. And if you are watching on YouTube, then you know I'm lying
I have
to you.
a Bad Bunny hat that I have worn from time to time, but I'm not into it. You know what I mean?
No, I don't. I've never seen this
hat.
hat.
Bad Bunny or whatever that is.
I've never seen your Bad Bunny hat. The Cardinals getting, I would say, at least some good-ish news that Will Johnson is. I don't know that he's going to be back this week, but at least practicing, at least some progress there, because they've been playing pretty well on defense while pretty thin in the secondary. So if they could get Will Johnson back as soon as this week, that would be a major, major upgrade for this team. Not necessarily on the side of the ball they need help on, but at the same time, the sooner you can get healthier on defense, that's going to make a difference here. And you know, this is a game right now with where Tennessee is and where the Cardinals are that you really got to pick up a win here.
Yeah, you know, once again, it's not like the Tennessee Titans are a juggernaut throwing the ball. They are not, Basinonians. As a matter of fact, they're number 32 in passing yards per game.
Hey, top 32.
Think about that. Wow, that's bad. 125.3. That's number 32, of course. And,
yeah,
you know,
I would imagine
we know all about the fact that it's not like Kyler Murray and the Arizona Cardinals have lit it up throwing the ball either. But Cam Ward, of course, the Tennessee Titans rookie quarterback, he's going through some bumps and bruises.
He's not getting a lot of help either.
He's not getting a lot of help, but once again, this is what you would expect from a rookie. There's going to be some type of learning curve here for Cam Ward, and not only that, he's number 32 as well in passing yards per play. They're averaging 3.95 per play.
The Cardinals,
That's bad.
You know, to your point, the Cardinals have really struggled to throw the ball this year.
Yes.
That's not breaking news to anybody who's listening. They are 28th in the NFL, but they're still averaging 41 yards per game more than Tennessee.
Right.
The Cardinals.
And we know how bad it's been.
Yeah.
How much of a struggle it's been to throw the ball for the Cardinals.
The Cardinals are essentially at 165 yards per game, 164.8. Tennessee, like you just said, 123.5. So, I mean, that's not just 41 more yards per game. It's like a third more per game than what the Titans are doing. So this, at least on paper, plays out as a game where, again, the defense might not just be giving you a chance to win. They might be putting you in position to win this weekend. And the offense is in a spot where they should be able to score some points on a team that just gave up 26 to Houston. And again, Houston's offense has been much worse than the Cardinals through the first few weeks.
12.7 points a game.
And that seems high if you've watched Houston at all. Man, their games have been rough to watch.
That's brutal.
So the Cardinals are 7.5-point favorites right now in this one. Here's Jonathan Gannon yesterday talking about Will Johnson and where he is trending.
We'll take it day by day with him. You know, I understand the phrase. I'm very careful to say he's trending in the right direction. He's taking it day by day. He's doing a good job. Hopefully we'll get him back out there.
You know, we're starting to get into the time of year that I like, Wolf. We're into October and November, and you get the reporters covering teams start to really adapt to the coach and start asking. They have to word questions creatively to try and get like a meaningful answer out of NFL coaches, right? Once you get a few weeks into the season. Still not getting a definitive answer on Will Johnson, though. And maybe JG doesn't know. I mean, that question was asked on Monday. The game's not till Sunday. I would assume with somebody like Will Johnson who's trying to work his way back from injury that may come down to the last minute.
Yeah, it was interesting because I was looking at some of the other moves, of course, that the Arizona Cardinals had made with their roster, and Michael Carter being signed, of course, from the practice squad up to the 53-man roster. Trey Benson, of course, getting the opportunity to be the RB1, and now he's not practicing, of course. At least Monday he didn't practice. Will he do it today? Well, today is a day off because he obviously is going to be in treatment today, and I'm wondering if he's going to be out there on Wednesday. Will he be out there on Wednesday? That, to me, has always been the test. Many times, if you get nicked up in a game, you don't practice on Monday. You do not do it. Whatever it may be, even if it's your finger that you bent backwards or whatever. Do you have any idea how often that happens in a football game?
Not real fun.
Can you imagine the pain, the screaming of that as well? And wow, what did you just do, Rick? Because you did something
everything just got a lot louder. What happened?
A lot louder than what I did. I hope, Basinonians, you can handle the voice and whatever Rick just did.
Ron Wolfley broadcasting out of your microwave now.
Big time. But you get my points. This is going to be really important. I would rather that Trey Benson was healthy and ready to go coming up, looking at the show sheet. I would rather that Trey Benson was ready to go than Will Johnson.
Yeah. Here's JG's update on Trey Benson. He was on with Burns and Gambo yesterday. JG was.
Yeah, not much. We'll have that injury report on Wednesday for you guys. Today's an extra day, so we had a bunch of guys not out there today for various reasons. So we'll see as we get the week going, how's it going to go.
Yeah, it's not just a Monday. It's a Monday coming off a Thursday game. How often do you hear an NFL head coach say we have an extra day? I mean, they're so pressed for time and days and hours and minutes during the season, but that is kind of a Trey Benson not practicing yesterday doesn't mean he's not playing this weekend. But to go with your question, as it is on the show sheet, if you could only have one of these guys back this week. Trey Benson didn't miss the last game, but he didn't practice yesterday. If you could only have one of these guys this weekend, you know how I feel about Will Johnson and what he does for this defense, but I think the answer in this case is they need Trey Benson.
Yes.
Because you need to be able to run the ball. And as we just detailed earlier in the show already, that's probably more on the offensive line than the running backs. But I don't want to be on my third string running back already by week 5 when I'm a team whose offense is predicated on the run.
Yes.
That's just not where I want
to go.
It'd
be great is if Trey Benson was good to go and Will Johnson was good to go. Wouldn't that be awesome? I mean, think about that.
Is this your first day in Phoenix?
Produce!
We don't get to have all of our
Forget
players
about producing. Just say it the way that it is. How about Trey Benson and Will Johnson are ready to go? Boy, that'd be great.
Well, we have Corbin Burns and
I'm just
Justin
getting
Martinez
cocky
back,
right now, I would imagine, though, to feel that way.
To even anticipate the possibility of having 2 players back on the same team, I don't know where you get the audacity. My Chemical Romance is heading to Chase Field in September of next year. Tickets are now on sale. You can win a pair right now by texting Romance to 620-620 for your chance to winning, and that's Romance to 620-620. When we come back, now that we know Torey Lavello's back for 2026, how does that impact Ketel Marte's future, if at all? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
He got the first 3 quarters, and then all of a sudden the fourth quarter happens. He has the unbelievable touchdown. You could just see the relief after he kneels down. 4 catches overall, contested catches. Is it enough to say that there's a solution there? The answer is no. I might be able to say that could be a start, that could be a turning point between him and Murray, but to say that it's a solution now, it was only 9.5 minutes of football in which those 2 guys excelled together. It's not enough of a sample size to say that that's the solution.
Yeah. Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Legacy Green Solutions. Go to LegacyGreenSolutions.com for more information. For over 25 years, Legacy Green Solutions has been family-owned and rooted right here in the Basin, delivering the best in artificial grass and professional service. They're simply the best, brothers. Imagine a yard with no mowing, no mess, and no more money spent on reseeding the lawn. Just clean, green perfection all year long. Why wait? Call my friends at Legacy Green Solutions today and upgrade your outdoor living with artificial grass. Your most trusted landscape company in the valley will do it for you. Legacy Green Solutions is offering 15% off for a limited time. Just mention Wolf or text GREEN to 620-620. They've been voted best of the valley 3 years running, and I know exactly why. Text GREEN to 620-620. That's GREEN to 620-620. Or visit Legacy Green Solutions and get your artificial grass installed today.
Scottsdale's so nice, we're doing it twice. October 15 through 18 at Westworld. The Fall Auction, presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Hundreds of collector cars in the all-new indoor Barrett-Jackson Fan Zone. Food, drinks, and live entertainment. Get tickets now at barrett-jackson.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know summers are never ending in Arizona, where it's way too hot outside for your AC to not be in tip-top shape. Call the pros at Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. They have got your back 24/7, and when you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hey, my Ford Edge. It's my daily driver. Game day, every day. Paul Calvisi here. Built Ford tough. Built football tough. Our Desert Ford dealers, they're an official partner of the Arizona Cardinals. In fact, if you want to really enjoy tailgate season, take the Legend, the F-150, work truck or weekend warrior, the Ford F-Series, just America's best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running now. Yet the time is now when our Desert Ford dealers, they're giving us 3.9% Ford credit financing for 60 months, plus $2,750 in retail bonus cash on a 2025 F-150 XLT 2.7 liter. Hey, you're thinking SUV? Lease a Ford Bronco Big Ben for just $469 a month for 36 months, plus you Jeep owners get $2,000 cash back, or lease a Bronco Sport Big Ben for just $369 a month for 36 months, and Jeep owners get $1,000 cash back. But hurry, it all ends September 30th at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Hey, this is Jarrett, and Tori Lavello will officially be back. But what does that mean for the future of beloved mascot Rat Leon? Tune in tomorrow at 6 a.m. as we get to the bottom of this.
All right, welcome back to the show. It's Wolf and Luke on a Tuesday morning. All right, Wolf, this, I guess this next topic, I feel like this is going to tell us a lot over the next couple months. All right? Tori Lavello back.
Yeah.
Now what happens with Ketel Marte?
Okay.
Does he just come back? Is that whole thing resolved?
I would imagine right now, yes.
Okay.
To answer your question.
All right.
The organization, I'm sure, they're going to posture. They're going to, of course he's coming
Oh,
back.
you imagine
What
that's
are you
what we're going to
talking
hear
about?
right now. Yes.
Yes,
okay.
of course. What are you talking about, Luke? I heard Luke Lipinski today. He was talking on the radio about us now bringing Ketel back.
Hilarious.
Of course, they're going to posture whether they bring him back or not.
Okay, that doesn't answer my question, though. Is Ketel Marte coming back next year?
Yeah, this is something that I thought of immediately when the news came down about Torrey, and I wondered, can you actually bring both of them back? And of course, the Diamondbacks right now are saying, of course we can.
Well,
for the same reason that we laughed at Luke, we're going to laugh at
it's not
you
the only
both
reason they've laughed at me
right now. Of course, we're going to bring them both back. I wonder about that. I really do, Base Earnings, because as you know, I wonder what happened inside that clubhouse for real, because something we're not privy to.
I think it's going to tell us a lot. The last 2 months, you can't just write them off. Ketel Marte has been on this team. Torrey and Ketel get along really well. That's not it. There's no debate there. But that was an issue. It obviously blew up right around the All-Star break. It had been an issue in the past, but as you and I both said at the time, it's not really an issue. Ketel Marte needing days off that other guys maybe don't, unless his teammates think it's an issue. Which is why I keep coming back to, well, then why did this come up? Why suddenly around the All-Star break this year? And I understand, there was the weirdness of him basically missing the St. Louis series when he was supposed to be back. I understand that was a little more extreme than like last year, the final week of the season, when he was, missing time and they were in a playoff race. But, where did that story come from? And did it get resolved? The team, they started winning a ton of games after that story kind of got put to rest. As they said, it got put to rest, and they went on a tear and almost made the playoffs. So if that's the case, if what they see behind the scenes over the last 2 months satisfies them that situation is resolved, then you just keep them. You don't tend to get better trading away hitters like Ketel Marte unless you absolutely have to.
Yes, I would agree with that, except, again, the details.
Well,
it's all in the details that we don't know.
But we're going to.
We can sit here and we can speculate about whether or not Ketel Marte and Torrey can coexist, so to speak, in front of everybody else that is in that clubhouse. We can talk about that and speculate about it. But until you know the details, the way that the people, the decision makers inside the organization know the details, it's pure speculation right now.
Here's more from Ken Kendrick on the afternoon show yesterday. He was asked about that whole situation with Ketel Marte and the frustrations that sort of bubbled up right around the All-Star break.
I certainly support he's a great baseball player. I also would say I think Ketel, looking back, and he did say something at a point maybe a week or so into the situation you're discussing, that he made a mistake. And I think we all can look at ourselves and have circumstances that decisions we made we wish we would have to do over again. I think he would have wished to have that to do over again. He came out and he played very, very well for us through the remainder of the season. Of course, we wish that wouldn't have happened. I think it got more attention than it probably deserved. There were extenuating circumstances, as we all know about the break-in at his home. But I'm not making excuses. I think he made a mistake. He owned up to a mistake. He went out and performed when he got back on the field. And, he's one of the top three guys on our team without any doubt.
Yeah, there's no doubt. I'm with Ken on that. Ketel Marte, oh my goodness. So much raw talent watching him play the game. I just wonder if the organization inside those front offices, if they trust him.
Well, that's why it matters so much where the story got legs a couple months ago. Did it come from somebody in the organization who was frustrated? Did it come from a teammate who's frustrated? Did it come from an ex-teammate who's frustrated? If it's an ex-teammate, that doesn't really matter now as long as you've addressed it. I mean, what we're talking about here with Ketel Marte, it's not like some unforgivable thing. He may have just been like, hey, you know what? I kind of maybe took more advantage of this than than I meant to, or maybe it kind of got away from me where I was getting days off and other guys weren't asking for those and were in key moments, and maybe I'm sort of taking liberties with it, and it seems like this season's slipping away, and maybe I took a couple extra. And now that it's been brought up, I realize, hey, you know what? I can't do that. And if he just flipped back and he's kind of more locked in where he's not going to do that in the future, I'm not talking about he's not going to miss games because he's hurt, but just kind of taking the extra days, like the maintenance days that nobody else really needs. If he's not going to take those in the future, I'm not trading him. He's too good. I wouldn't trade that guy. So again, this goes back to what you're saying. It's only they know behind the scenes.
Right.
But it's not that he was taking days off. It's how his current teammates feel about it. And what weird position does that put Torey Lovullo in if he has to make a special exception for one or two or three players?
Right. You know, that's what this story is all about. It really isn't about Ketel Marte. This is something we've talked about over and over and over again. It's not about Ketel Marte. It's about everybody else that is inside that clubhouse and how they feel about Ketel Marte and how they perceive Ketel Marte and what kind of respect level they have for Ketel Marte. Now, once again, by all accounts, he's beloved inside this clubhouse. But you can love a guy and not respect him to some degree,
especially when things are going bad. You know, if you don't feel like you can count on him to be there when things are going bad. They were going bad around the All-Star break.
Yes.
Their season was on the line. That was the stretch that determined that they were going to be sellers, and he just wasn't showing up to games.
It's kind of like somebody at work, basically. You love the guy. I mean, you've got a great relationship with the guy, but you just can't trust the guy to actually do it when it matters the most.
Yeah. It's not great.
That's a hard situation to be in.
It affects everybody in ways that you can't necessarily measure either. It just kind of brings everybody down. So if I had to guess right here today on September 30th, wow, it's almost October. I think they're going to bring him back. I think, he is signed. If some team came along with an offer that blew them away, I don't think they would necessarily just ignore that at this point. But I think the plan would still be to bring him back. But I'll say this, Wolf, if you had asked me this question 6 months ago, hey, is Ketel Marte going to be on the Diamondbacks in 2026? I would have said 100% he's going to be on the Diamondbacks unless he just retires for some reason.
Nuts.
And now I would say 70% I think he'll be back. I still think he'll be back.
Yeah, it's my hot take. I think it is the thing. And I don't ever do a hot take.
Is this going to be a hotter take than my Cardinals get 50 sacks and they're on pace for 34?
Yes.
Okay. It can't be any worse than that.
Yeah, that's the hot take right there. Ketel Marte is somewhere else.
Really? Wow. Well, they can't trade him to Seattle, and that's the only team they make deals with.
And I hope I'm wrong.
When we come back, how about some Suns? We were out there for Suns Media Day last week, and then there was an NFL game locally on Thursday and an ASU game on Friday, and then yesterday was chaos. Let's get into some of the Suns stuff, though, since their preseason starts on Friday. When we come back, can Devin Booker become that leader the Suns need him to be now more than ever this year? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader.
Including Cardinals play-by-play.
Harrison goes up and stabs it for a touchdown.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information right now. Man, you got a move coming up, whether it's local, maybe it's long distance, maybe it's your business, maybe it is your home, whatever it might be, your residence. Moving Team 6, they will move you, Basinonians. I know Tim Lee. He's the owner-operator of Moving Team 6. He started this company all the way back in 2012 with his sons, Garrett and JT. That's right. It's a family-run business. This is a company that is built on a foundation of faith, ethics, honesty, trust, and service. And not only that, what can you expect when you work with Moving Team 6? Pretty much perfection. They believe building trust starts with you, the customer. They want to earn your trust. It's why they require no upfront deposits and no hidden fees. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Hey folks, Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. That's where my buddy and general manager John Nissen and his team have got fall savings you got to hear about. Roll out now with 0%, yes, 0% APR financing for 72 months on the amazing 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E. Plus get $1,000 Ford bonus cash towards your purchase. Or bulk up to a full-size F-150 truck at a low rate of its own, plus $2,750 in Ford bonus cash. And that's on the powerful XLT model with a 2.7-liter 325 horsepower engine. You want more? You got it. Check out their huge selection of 2025 Escape SUVs starting at only $22,995. Just stop in and tell them I sent you. All offers do require approved credit, and they've got the no bull deals you've been waiting for. Check them online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the no bull protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers, 0% APR is $1389 for $1,000 finance for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers end 9/30/25.
I'm retired, newly retired, so this was my first summer not working again. But I had problems with my shoulder. I mean, it was just like 1,000 needles going into my shoulder.
Mike didn't want surgery. 6 months in a sling was not how he planned to spend retirement. That's when he heard about QC Kinetics regenerative treatments.
It's a free appointment. And after the first treatment, the next day, I went out and played golf. The pain just wasn't there.
No drugs, no surgery. Just your body's own natural healing power. Orthobiologic concentrated and placed exactly where you need them to go to work.
I couldn't have asked for a better experience. I don't want to take on Mike Tyson, but he'd know I was there.
Now Mike's heading back to QC Kinetics to get his knees treated.
It changed my first summer being retired. It's one I can remember instead of regret.
Get back to doing what you love. Call QC Kinetics today to schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Do you cringe when you have to smile for photos? Are you lacking confidence because of broken, discolored, or missing teeth? Struggle to chew food properly or just function normally? Have you even forgotten how to smile? Well, ProSmile can change all of that with dental implants. At ProSmile, from start to finish, everything is done on-site with your implants by Arizona's top oral surgeons, cosmetic dentists, and an on-site lab to provide immediate teeth with the highest quality. The all-on-4 implants can give you back the confidence to laugh and smile and look good doing it. ProSmile Dental is the only practice. We have oral surgeons and cosmetic dentists available on-site every day. ProSmile is family-owned, not a national chain. They have locations in Phoenix and Scottsdale, and they offer multiple financing options, including interest-free financing or financing up to 10 years. So whether it's the all-on-4 implants, an issue with wisdom teeth, or even a smile makeover with on-site custom-designed cosmetic veneers, text PRO to 620-620 or go to ProSmileAZ.com to book your free consultation. And let's get you into a smile you'll love.
Message and data rates may apply.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The big news coming out of Arizona Cardinals practice yesterday was the absence of running back Trey Benson. Here's head coach Jonathan Gannon on with Burns and Gambo yesterday, discussing why Benson was not at practice.
Yeah, not much. We'll have that injury report on Wednesday for you guys. Today's an extra day, so we had a bunch of guys not out there today for various reasons. So we'll see as we get the week going, how's it going to go.
The MLB playoffs start today, and we will be carrying one of the matchups. Game 1 of the Dodgers-Reds series can be heard tonight at 6:08 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. And the Phoenix Mercury will find out who they are playing in the WNBA Finals tonight. Game 5 of the series between the Indiana Fever and Las Vegas Aces is at 6:30. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. It's been raining and windy. If you need your roof checked, save 12% and get a free evaluation with Arizona's largest roofer. Call 602-960-ROOF or americaroofingco.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. Now that Torey Lovello has been given the keys to the 2026 season, what's next in the D-backs offseason? The Burns and Gambo show starts at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
We're live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Tuesday. Wolf and Luke. Rick just sent out the updated fantasy football and show pick standings.
Yeah, I saw that. It was a little confusing.
Not loving this this fantasy football season for me.
I'm in dead last in both our picks and fantasy football, so maybe I don't know ball.
So the standings right now, it appears the Savages are 4-0.
4-0.
I have not lost a game.
You have not, but there is a rule you didn't know about because you're kind of new to fantasy football. Yeah. If you're having a good season, you have to take on A.J. Brown so he can stink your team for the next 4 weeks too. So, no, Wolf is 4-0.
Okay.
But the show picks, and Wolf actually had the best week in the show picks too, going 3-1. So the standings for the show picks, Rick is 8-8, Wolf is 9-7, Jamal is 10-6, and I'm 12-3-1.
Man,
I have to read that tie now all season because I had Green Bay, so I'm
12-3-1. That is 12-3 though.
And 1.
Really, okay.
Don't forget the 1.
12-3 in terms of win-loss. That is really, really good.
Well, we'll see how this holds up. I had to implement a tier system like you had last year, Wolf, and obviously it's.
The tier system, though, it starts to show itself over time. Once again, you need exposure to the tier system before it starts working.
Well, I've actually been using one. It's not your tier system, but it is a tier system. So we'll see how it goes. Suns season, at least the preseason, starts on Friday. I believe it starts in Palm Springs, doesn't it? I think it's Friday in Palm Springs. All right, road trip out to Palm Springs for Suns Lakers.
Sold.
Let's do that on Friday. Wolf, what would you say is your biggest let's say, I don't want to say issue, biggest storyline you're watching this season?
Oh,
and you just say what I know you're going to say so I can play the audio.
Yeah, once again, it's been this for the last 2 years. It's been Devin Booker being the leader of this team and leadership and growing in leadership. And he's going to get the opportunity to do it this year. And he's got to embrace it. And I believe that he is.
There's Book with Burns and Gambo last week talked about becoming a leader.
I think I can relate with these guys. I'm not too old. I'm 5-6 years older than them. But, I've already been communicating to them, like, the evolution, like I keep talking about the evolution of the game that I've seen and what it's turned to, and the false summit we made to with the finals, that it starts literally right now. It started a month ago, and we've been in there, we've been working, the energy's high, and that's what it's going to take. It starts now.
So I hear him say that. I don't know. I have two thoughts on Devin Booker becoming a leader.
Okay.
One, I think he already is, but I think he would be the first to tell you that he needs to take it to another level with this team the way it is assembled. Whether that means being more vocal or whatever, and now he doesn't have a coach that's going to tell him to stop talking to his teammates during a game, because that seemed to maybe be holding everybody back last year. I don't think that Jordan Ott's going to do that. If Devin Booker's trying to lead on the floor, I don't think Jordan Ott's going to be like, hey, could you be quiet because I'm the leader here. So I think that goes away. But I
guarantee you he's going to encourage Devin Booker to lead.
The other part of this, when I hear Devin Booker say he's older than most of the guys on the team, but not that much older. I mean, Devin Booker's not old, but he's got NBA experience that a lot of guys on this team don't have. And I kind of think I want to be careful comparing these two, because I do think Devin Booker is a leader. But I think of when Kyler Murray a couple years ago was like, you know what changed? Is a lot of these guys came in and they're younger than me. So they just naturally look up to me, and it kind of gives me a responsibility. Kyler at that point wasn't like fighting for the responsibility.
Sure.
It naturally went to him. Everybody on this team now is going to look up to Devin Booker. There's just really no way around it. However that is for each individual, whatever that looks like for them, but there's no question who you're looking to as a leader on this team now.
Yeah, I was really hoping that Devin Booker was going to flex that leadership last year. He's such a class act. It's the one thing I love about Book. I think we all do and appreciate about him. He's a class act. He's got so much regard and respect for his peers, so much regard and respect for a guy like Kevin Durant, of course, and even Bradley Beal. To me, I think Book has got too much regard and respect for what they've already done in this league to assume that he was going to be the leader of that team. He would defer, especially to KD. He would defer to him, I'm sure, at all times. At least it felt that way, and it certainly looked that way from time to time. Having said all that, this is Devin Booker's team, and that's not me. That's people inside the organization saying that this is Devin Booker's team.
Here's more from Devin Booker talking about last year's team.
Yeah, there was a disconnect. I don't think there was any hatred in our last groups amongst the guys. I think just when you're all on a different plan and, you don't have the same common goal or same objective, then that's what it turns into.
What do you think of that? Because that's what it looked like last year. I never really bought the reports that there was like a fist fight in the locker room. I mean, not that that's always the worst thing in the world in sports, but the way it was presented last year, like, oh, these guys hate each other and they're just fighting, and KD quickly shot it down last year. I never really bought that idea that the Suns last year were disconnected and that they didn't like each other. It was just they didn't seem to just didn't collectively have that edge together, and he just kind of said it right there. And nobody's going to know that better than Devin Booker.
Yeah, I'm looking at a quote right now that says the leadership aspect is going to be more important than ever this year. Do we have that cut from Book? Do we have that cut? I
don't know. It's not labeled that way. I can play
just realizing our roster, the age of our roster, just the experience that I've had and what I've seen. I'm going to do what I can. I'm always going to use my voice.
Yeah, the leadership aspect is going to be more important than ever this year. Just realizing our roster, the age of our roster, and just the experience that I've had and what I've seen. So I'm going to do what I can. I'm always going to use my voice.
There it is. And that is, honestly, that is the money cut to me. The leadership aspect is going to be more important than ever this year. Why is that, Buck? Obviously, Devin Booker has got to grow as a leader, and this is going to be the opportunity right here. This is going to be it. I love some of the other things that Jordan Ott was saying about Devin Booker and how Devin Booker is one of the best players in the association. They're reminding him of this. Brian Gregory goes on to say that as well, reminding Devin Booker of who he is and what a great player he is, a franchise player that he is, one of the best players in the NBA, one of the best players in the world, one of the best players in the Olympics. Jordan Ott was saying that. Mm-hmm. I think they're trying to remind Book of the things he's done and accomplished and how he is ready to take this leadership role on.
The whole dynamic has shifted too now because you're building something now. You're sort of building it not quite from scratch, but kind of. You're starting over not 100%, but because you have Devin Booker, you're not starting over from scratch. But you are starting over in a lot of ways. So if you're Devin Booker, your role last year was like, hey, you got to lead this team that also has Kevin Durant and Bradley Beal, and you have to win a title right now. To say nothing of you've got coaching issues, you've got other issues. Now it's like, hey, Book, this is your team. You got to kind of remold this into what you want. Nobody expects you to win the title this year, but if you want to win a title soon, it does start with this year. There's more good cuts in here. I think we'll get back into this in a little bit throughout the show. When we come back, though, back to football. Can the Cardinals defense carry them all season long? We're going to ask Cardinals legend Patrick Peterson. He'll join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
They have margin for error. They're 2-0. They're not going undefeated in the Big 12.
The ASU's going to lose a Big 12 game.
And when I say they got everything back that they lost that night in Starkville, Mississippi, I don't mean the ranking necessarily. I mean that mojo. That spirit. What's the word? Clout. Clout.
It was clout.
That clout that they lost that weekend. They got all that back. They looked like the team that was ranked number 11 in the country to begin the season.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. I just saw 2 houses for sale the other day, same neighborhood, almost identical, but one had an Orchard sign. Ended up selling for a lot more. So I asked my friends at Orchard why, and they said the first house used a traditional agent. After weeks of price drops and frustration, they ended up settling for less than they originally hoped. But the second homeowner chose Orchard, and they got more. Their local Orchard agent didn't just list the home, they marketed it. They knew exactly which upgrades would attract serious buyers. They brought in a pro to handle everything. And then even beyond that, with Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program, the homeowner moved into their new home before their old one even hit the market. They skipped all the hassles and the showings, and you can too. Here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy, move into your new home first, and the Orchard experts take it from there, make repairs on your old home. They make price-boosting upgrades. They list and sell your home for top dollar because it's what they do. They've already helped over 10,000 customers sell their home without stress this way. So never settle for less. Get more with Orchard. Start with your free home valuation at Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Hi, Arizona sports listeners. It's Wayne from AMCO. So the hot summer is still upon us and school has started. The last thing anyone needs is to start the school year with car troubles. You know, moms and dads will be running all over town, dropping off and picking up their kids, which can be hard on any car. And what if that dang check engine light comes on? Man, talk about frustrating. Well, don't worry. What to do when your car needs repairs can be frustrating, but where to go when it does isn't. That's us at AMCO. With plenty of locations, AMCO's used to taking care of our Valley's heroes. We serve teachers, paramedics, firefighters, policemen, and our most important heroes of all, moms and dads. Now, you all know that AMCO specializes in transmissions and powertrain repairs, which includes clutches, transfer cases, differentials, even engine replacements. All the big repairs that most shops don't do. We do small repairs too, like air conditioning and brakes. So just pop into your nearest AMCO or book online at AMCOArizona.com. Now that's pretty awesome. Well, that's because we're AMCO. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAMCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Construction managers. You prioritize safety with hard hats and gloves and harnesses, but there's another tool to add to your first aid kits, naloxone. Naloxone reverses an opioid overdose and saves lives. Not only are construction workers at a greater risk of an opioid overdose than people in other occupations, but many overdoses occur in or near job sites. Provide access to naloxone and protect your workers. Together, we can build a safer future. Visit naloxoneaz.com. That's naloxoneaz.com.
Every day, community, supporting, giving. Every day at APS, we support Arizona community organizations and our customers, giving back to help Arizona teachers, nonprofits, and families, volunteering to support and strengthen neighborhoods, working with local partners to provide customers with crisis assistance and other services when they need it most. To help your community or find assistance for yourself or someone you know, visit aps.com/brighter. This ad is funded by Pinnacle West shareholders.
Arizona Sports.
Drops back to throw. Quick pass to the far side. Is picked off by Peterson. He's going to house it. 20, 10, 5, touchdown. Patrick Peterson, a pick six.
That's why we drafted him. Former Cardinals cornerback, number 21, Patrick Peterson. P2 joins Wolf and Luke in the no-fly zone. The no-fly zone.
Patrick Peterson, 10-5. He dives. He's in. Touchdown, Cardinals win.
The no-fly zone.
Yeah, it is Tuesday at 11:15 as we get ready for Week 5 Cardinals-Titans from State Farm Stadium. Patrick Peterson joins us on the Arizona Sports Line right now. What's going on, Patrick?
What up, Luke? I'm doing great. And yourself?
Doing good.
What up, Pat P?
What up, Wolf?
You getting ready to actually go hit him?
Actually, today I'm not hitting him today. I gotta pick up some stuff for my daughter. She has a project to do, a little science project. So I'm in the parking lot of Office Depot.
Okay, that's a little bit different, but good.
That's real though. Well, Patrick, let's just start here. We're 4 weeks into the season. The Cardinals are 2-2. There's a lot of different ways to look at how they've gotten here because they're playing 500 football, but the defense through 4 weeks, not that it's been perfect, but man, it seems like it's going to keep them in almost every game this season and give them a chance to win. Is that what you're seeing from this defense? Like, what has stood out to you from that side of the ball?
For sure. You know, like I said last week, those guys, they get after the ball at a high level. You know, they take the ball away at a high level as well. And they don't give up very many points, especially down in crunch time in the fourth quarter. You know what I mean? So, I really believe the addition of Calais being there is really freeing up all of the other guys like Sweat on that defensive line. So the defense is going to have to keep them in a lot of games, especially at this point. Like we talked about last week, missing James Conner is going to be a huge missing piece for their offense, and they're going to have to rely on someone else to kind of pick up the load. And we kind of didn't see that Thursday night. But, you know, it's going to be a revolving door. I'm sure they're going to find someone. I'm sure Trey is up for the job. But, yeah, the defense is going to have to continue playing lights out and continue playing at a high level in order for this team to have an opportunity to win.
So, Pat P., what are your thoughts on being 2-2 after 4 weeks, being 2-2 overall with 2 walk-offs for losses? Where does your mind go on that, Pat?
Just making the right plays at the right time. And pretty much setting yourself up, you know, not to be in those positions. You know what I mean? And both of those games kind of got behind the 8 ball and had to climb back into the game. With, you know, if it was turnovers or drive killers with penalties and things like that, you just have to find a way to eliminate those things. And finishing out the game out strong. And I feel like once you're able to, be able to do that at a consistent basis, that's when you'll start seeing the W's tally up a little bit more.
Talking to Patrick Peterson. Patrick, we've talked to you already about Marvin Harrison Jr., but the story, keeps evolving, and he obviously came into the NFL with a lot of hype and a lot of expectations. When you got drafted in the league, you were the number 5 overall pick, so you were coming in with expectations as well. How much of a challenge is that to navigate in the first couple years of your career when everybody expects the world of you?
Man, just like I said last week, he knows who he is. He understands and knows the work that he put into this game to obviously be where he is. The football pedigree in his family, it runs through his blood. So now he just has to go out there and just trust himself, trust the things that he's been doing in the off season, and just make sure that he's that consistent player that the Cardinals drafted him to be. There's no doubt in my mind that Marvin is the guy for the job. And it can be a lot for young guys once they just come into the league. Now he just has to understand, how important it is for him to be on top of his game, at a consistent basis for this team to be successful and this offense to be unstoppable.
So, Pat P., this is a cornerback. You are highly talented, more athletic than I'll ever even know what that means question right here, okay? But what's the worst injury you ever played with? What is the worst injury a corner can go out and play with in an NFL game?
Probably, an ankle sprain. I feel like a corner I play with ankle sprains all the time. That's why I had to get surgery on it after the 2015 season. But a hamstring, a hamstring is tough because we have to run. Okay. No one can pretty much play with a hamstring except for a quarterback, because unless you're not one of those mobile quarterbacks. You can play with a broken hand or a wrist or something like that.
Right, but I would imagine a groin is really bad, right?
Yes, a groin, adductor. Yeah, a groin is really bad. I never played with a groin pain, but a groin for sure. You can't play with a groin injury as a defensive back.
So Will Johnson, this is an uphill battle right now for him because those things can linger, as you know, Pappy.
Yeah, they can, because especially at the defensive back position, like our movements are so unsubtle and reactionary to where we can't protect that.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
So that's definitely going to be something that's going to linger on, and hopefully it gets well enough to get them back out on the field soon in the off season. Maybe they can tackle it better with a better solution.
Talking to Patrick Peterson, Cardinals facing Tennessee this weekend. So, Patrick, they're going to be facing a rookie quarterback in Cam Ward. How would you, when you were playing, how would you attack a rookie quarterback like that?
You know, when we was playing defensive coordinators, always wanted to, force the rookie quarterback to beat us. So we never really did anything too exotic. So we played and like really put the ownership on the front four to apply pressure on the quarterback, because the more eyes you have on the quarterback, the better chances you get the better chances you have of picking them off. So we always did things like that. Maybe showed him that we was in man and popped into a zone. But we didn't do anything too exotic as far as pressures, because at the same time, maybe we talked about this a couple of weeks, Wolf, as well, like those fire zones and those zeros and things like that, you have to make sure that you're on the same page, and you never want to give a rookie quarterback an easy read or easy touchdown. So that's what we used to do when I was playing.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Okay, Denzel Burke and Keitrell Clark getting a lot of reps at corner, of course, in the absence of Will Johnson and some other guys going down. Denzel Burke and Keitrell Clark, what are you seeing of these guys on tape?
Well, Denzel, he's very feisty. He reminds me a lot of Will. He's a corner that wants to be in your face, very, very hands-on at the line of scrimmage. And Clark, he has good range. He plays the ball very well down the field. So when you have corners that have those attributes, you feel real comfortable, about that, because one, they're not afraid of getting into the receiver faces, and also they're not committing fouls down the field. So when you, like I said, when you have those attributes, man, the sky's the limit for you. All you have to do now is continue to rely on your prep, rely on the play that's being called, and go out there and dominate the game.
Pat, we're 4 games into the season. I mean, 4 games isn't a lot until you realize there's only 17 games in the season, so you only have so big of a sample size to look at. When did you kind of have a good feel for what your team was, or like what you guys had to work with?
Honestly, after the first quarter of the season, I remember Bruce Arians. He always, that was my second head coach, and that was my first time really hearing how he broke down the season as far as in quarters. He always talked about how important the first quarter of the season was to propel you throughout the rest of the 3 quarters of the season. So, I remember a couple of times starting, 3-1, 4-0, but with Coach Coach Wisenhunt, so when you're able to start out the season off, on a good foot, it just puts you ahead of the competition. So all of these quarters are important. So, but it's not a win or break quarter. But if you put yourself in a good position, it really makes you feel good about what you're doing. So as of right now, the Cardinals, they're right there in the middle of the road, 2-2. Now they want to make sure that they win the next quarter. Go 3-1, because you don't want to go 2-2 in the next quarter, because now you're still at 500 at 4-4. So the goal is now to either go 4-0 or 3-1 in this next quarter, and now you'll be sitting, right back where you need to be.
Pat P, thank you, man, for your
best,
time.
man.
Really appreciate it.
Yes, sir. All right, guys. Enjoy the rest of your week.
Thanks,
Okay,
Patrick.
brother.
You too. Patrick Peterson joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. Not golfing this week.
Yeah.
Being a good dad.
Yeah.
Working on a
how about
science
that?
project.
Well done.
Take us with you wherever you go. If you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on arizonasports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Wolf and Luke Show podcast is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. All right, we come back. We'll react to what Patrick Peterson just told us about where the Cardinals are 4 games into this season. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
He's hit. He's sacked. It's Calais Campbell.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, Bay Centurions, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford, talking about Tim Hovig, Santan Ford. Yeah, you know what tomorrow is? Tomorrow is October, man. It's going to be October everywhere, yes. But at Tim Hovig, Santan Ford, it's Bronktober starting tomorrow. That's right, Bronktober, Basinonians. It's Wolf here, of course, and all Broncos are on sale. And, man, I love the big boy Bronco. This is one of the coolest vehicles. Tim's got all the Bronco trim levels, a legitimate selection, all on sale big time right now, going on over at Santan Ford. When affordability is your game, then Bronco Sport is the ticket for you. Select Bronco Sports priced below $29,000. Think about that. A Bronco Sport below $29,000. That is huge. It's the original Bronktober sales event at Tim Hovig's Santan Ford. Head on over to the Santan 202 freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. Restrictions apply. See dealer for details. All offers expire 10/31/2025.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
When it comes to Redbirds, your favorite team may dominate the gridiron, but Redbird Farms chicken rules the roost in flavor with hand-cut, antibiotic-free, cage-free, vegetarian-fed chicken. Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Our standards exceed the highest industry norms for quality. Find Redbird Farms chicken at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. That's where General Manager Brad Gunlickson and his team are kicking off a fall savings push with deals you've got to hear about. Get a low 0%, yes, 0% APR financing rate now on select 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 trucks and Hummer all-electric SUV and pickup models with approved credit. And don't forget, there's still time to take advantage of the $7,500 EV federal tax credit. But hurry, when September ends, so does this offer. So stop in and take a look at their huge inventory of award-winning Buick and GMC models and experience their no-bull way of doing business that's made Earnhardt a trusted name in automotive for over 74 years. All this and more at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no-bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models, APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 9/30/25.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The big news coming out of Arizona Cardinals practice yesterday was the absence of running back Trey Benson. Here's head coach Jonathan Gannon on with Burns and Gambo yesterday, discussing why Benson was not at practice.
Yeah, not much. We'll have that injury report on Wednesday for you guys. Today's an extra day, so we had a bunch of guys not out there today for various reasons. So we'll see as we get the week going, how's it going to go.
The MLB playoffs start today, and we will be carrying one of the matchups. Game 1 of the Dodgers-Reds series can be heard tonight at 6:08 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. And the Phoenix Mercury will find out who they are playing in the WNBA Finals tonight. Game 5 of the series between the Indiana Fever and Las Vegas Aces is at 6:30.
Hey, everybody, it's Bernsey. Do the Arizona Cardinals need to be fully healthy for their next opponent? We'll start to preview Cardinals-Titans on today's Burns and Gambo show on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Yeah.
DJ Wolf is here.
Yeah.
Thanks to Patrick Peterson, who joined us last segment.
Pat P.
Pat P. Let's react to some of what he had to say here, Wolf. Where do you want to start? I'll say this. Every time we talk to Patrick Peterson, and we're doing it every week at 11:15 on Tuesdays, I feel like almost no matter what the question is, he gives us a good answer.
Yeah, I'm digging it.
That's kind of where I am right now, this deep into the season, and it's obviously especially valuable to talk to him right now because the defense has been so good and really kind of the guiding light for this team so far.
Yes, I really liked what he had to say in regard to Denzel Burke and Keitrell Clark. Those two guys.
All right, here, I got it right now.
Well, Denzel, he's very feisty. He reminds me a lot of Will. You know, he's a corner that wants to be in your face. You know, very, very hands-on at the line of scrimmage. And Clark, he has good range. He plays the ball very well down the field. You know, so when you have corners that have those attributes, you know, you feel real comfortable, you know, about that because one, they're not afraid of getting into the receiver faces, and also they're not committing fouls down the field. You know, so when you, like I said, when you have those attributes, man, the sky's the limit for you. All you have to do now is continue to rely on your prep, rely on the play that's being called, and go out there and dominate the game.
Man, I love that. He reminds me, he said a lot of Will.
Mm-hmm.
Will Johnson, Denzel Burke, and you watch him play, how handsy he is. You know, there's a 5th-round pick once again. And we all know these 5th and 6th-round picks for Monty.
They've been hitting on those.
Monty's been hitting on those picks.
And I think really, I mean, I don't know. I know the counter to that, if you're frustrated right now as well, they're not hitting on the 1st-round picks. Well, Walter Nolan hasn't played yet, so it's hard to really – and they did hit on the Paris Johnson pick.
Yes.
I don't. Does anybody have a problem with how Paris Johnson plays football? I think
no.
Obviously, the focal point right now is Marv and Darius.
And by the way,
Robinson
once again, even Darius Robinson, I'm based on what he did in the Seattle game.
Getting better.
You know, in terms of production right now, yeah, I realize you can do your job as a defensive tackle. You can actually control your gap and stuff running plays at the point of attack. You don't see Darius Robinson getting blown off the ball on a regular basis. You can still do your job, but you got to be able to produce. The best ones produce, and that's why what he did Thursday night against Seattle, that was encouraging.
To be able to find guys, though, like Denzel Burke, that as a rookie can step in, a rookie 5th-rounder can step right in and not be like a huge liability. I know the first game, you know, he came in midway through in Carolina, credit to them, obviously. Teteroa McMillan was wherever he was. Like that's their one guy to throw to, and so they made sure he was out there against the inexperienced 5th-rounder. Smart move by them, but he's held his own, I would say, since then. And, you know, again, you go back and you look at these teams that had a lot of success for a lot of years, like the Seahawks in the 2010s or Baltimore for a lot. Like those teams are finding players in the 4th and 5th and 6th rounds consistently that play, that maybe not Pro Bowlers necessarily, but they play.
Right.
And I'm not saying Denzel Burke is that guy, but him and Keitrell Clark stepping in, Keitrell Clark, another late-round pick from Monty's first draft, the 6th-rounder.
Yeah.
To have those guys be able to step in, that's made it a lot easier to handle not having Garrett Williams or Will Johnson, in addition to the guys they already lost, like Star Thomas, before the season.
Yeah, what's really interesting as well, a couple of things. First of all, from Ohio State, once again.
It's like Ohio State pipeline to the Cardinals.
I'm just saying, this is the way that it is for a lot of NFL teams now. They're going into the the blue bloods, if you will, of college football in terms of actually drafting and going in deep. I'm talking about in the 5th round, Denzel Burke, of course, from Ohio State. You don't think of a bunch of players from Ohio State going in the 5th round.
No,
you think
you
of
don't.
them going in the first 3 rounds for the most part. But you know what? There is a trend in the National Football League where they are looking at some of the blue blood big schools and going in and saying, these guys are playing against all of these other guys. This competition we know is really, really good. And because of that, we can judge who Denzel Burke is holding up against. And that is one of the reasons why their stock elevates as well. That's number one. Number two about Denzel Burke, 3 passes defensed already. Mm-hmm. I'm telling you right now, there are some corners that will have 3 passes defensed at the end of the season.
Yeah. Will Johnson had 3 in his first game, too. I mean, and that's...
it's unbelievable.
And that was number 1 in the NFL that week. There was a couple guys around. There's like, I think 3 other guys that had 3. But, I mean, to step in as a rookie in your first game and do that. I wonder, you're saying there's this trend now where teams are predominantly drafting from the blue bloods. Again, you go through the Cardinals draft, it was Ole Miss, Michigan, Oregon, Ohio State, Texas, and then Nevada at the very end with Keaton Crawford. I wonder how much of that is also now the way college football is set up. If you're a really good player on a small school, you kind of move up to a big school before you end up getting drafted anyway. It's not 100%, but you don't see a lot of players from smaller schools getting drafted early compared to maybe what you used to. Like Ashton Genty, Boise State was the number 6 pick in the draft, but for the most part, a lot of these guys continue to move up to bigger schools now and throughout their career.
Yes, and the logic behind it, of course, is the fact that this guy practices against the best. Practice, man. Denzel Burke is practicing against some of the best receivers in the NFL. He's not going to be blown away. It's not going to be too big for him. It's interesting, and it's a trend in the NFL right now that I don't see going away.
Let's play another cut here from Patrick Peterson. We asked him, what your approach is when you're facing a rookie quarterback. The Cardinals are facing the first overall pick in the draft this week in Cam Ward, but he has only played 4 NFL games. So that's a lot different than when you're going up against Josh Allen, let's say.
When we was playing defensive coordinators, always wanted to, force the rookie quarterback to beat us. So we never really did anything too exotic. So we played and really put the ownership on the front 4 to apply pressure on the quarterback, because the more eyes you have on the quarterback, the better chances you get the better chances you have of picking him off. So we always did things like that, maybe showed him that we was in man and popped into a zone, but we didn't do anything too exotic as far as pressures, because at the same time, maybe we talked about this a couple of weeks, Wolf, as well, like those fire zones and those zeros and things like that, you have to make sure that you're on the same page, and you never want to give a rookie quarterback an easy read or easy touchdown. So that's what we used to do when I was playing.
Yeah, boy, that makes an awful lot of sense.
It does.
There as well. There are some guys that you want to go after because they haven't seen a lot of these complex blitz-in pressure packages. So you will go after a young guy. But maybe for the most part, that is the second thing you'll do. You'll always have a plan B, Basinonians. Never forget that. Plan A may be going in and being as vanilla as you can, rushing 4, dropping 7, and saying, hey, we think you're going to throw it to us. But if you prove that you can read coverage and throw the ball,
then we'll adapt.
Then we'll go ahead and maybe plan B is coming after you.
In theory, it should be a lot easier for the Cardinals defense to adapt in game on Sunday than it is for Cam Ward. This is his 5th NFL game. I mean, you could go out there with your so-called vanilla defense and see if he's going to throw you the ball. And then in a key moment, if you need to dial up a different kind of play or a pass rush on 3rd and 7, then he hasn't even seen it from you all game. This is you really, no matter how good a rookie quarterback ultimately becomes, you should be able to beat him this early in his career, especially because in Cam Ward's case, he doesn't have a whole lot of help around him yet either. All right, we come back. How far back did this season set the Arizona Diamondbacks back? How many times have I said back in this sentence?
Yeah.
How far back has this season set the Diamondbacks back when we come back.
It was a lot.
That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona sports host talked with Suns players, coaches, and the front office at Suns Media Day.
Yeah, the leadership aspect is going to be more important than ever this year.
I believe in Devin Booker. He's our guy, and we're building around him.
It's extremely exciting what we've done and also where we're going.
If you missed our Suns Media Day special, search it up on the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, or Arizona Sports on YouTube. Arizona Sports is the home of Phoenix Suns basketball.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW, an award-winning family-owned business since 1966. They offer unbeatable selection. They have a great reputation for making luxury attainable. And best of all, you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. Ask for my guy, GM Shane O'Hanrahan. He guarantees our listeners will get a smoking hot deal, the best you're going to find in Arizona. That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Cardinals fans, football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Whether you're posted up at home or cheering with your crew at Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, Kilt Lifter is the ultimate game day companion. Arizona's favorite award-winning amber ale, bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays. This season, lift your game with Kilt Lifter.
Hey, my Ford Edge. It's my daily driver. Game day, every day. Paul Calvisi here. Built Ford tough. Built football tough. Our Desert Ford dealers, they're an official partner of the Arizona Cardinals. In fact, if you want to really enjoy tailgate season, take the Legend, the F-150, work truck or weekend warrior, the Ford F-Series, just America's best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running now. Yet the time is now when our Desert Ford dealers, they're giving us 3.9% Ford credit financing for 60 months, plus $2,750 in retail bonus cash on a 2025 F-150 XLT 2.7 liter. Hey, you're thinking SUV? Lease a Ford Bronco Big Ben for just $469 a month for 36 months, plus you Jeep owners get $2,000 cash back. Or lease a Bronco Sport Big Ben for just $369 a month for 36 months, and Jeep owners get $1,000 cash back. But hurry, it all ends September 30th at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
2 of the Valley's trusted HVAC and plumbing companies are now one. Hayes Cooling and Heating and Orangutan Home Services are now service experts. Celebrate with a $99 AC Precision tune-up. Call 866-EXPERTS or visit serviceexperts.com. License details online.
Hey, this is Jarrett, and Tori Lavello will officially be back. But what does that mean for the future of beloved mascot Rat Leon? Tune in tomorrow at 6 a.m. as we get to the bottom of this.
All right, still have some questions about this baseball season, obviously. And fortunately for us, we get to ask them to Mike Hazen tomorrow at this exact time, 24 hours from right now, Wolf.
Yeah.
So you don't want to miss that because that's it's always good access with the Diamondbacks general manager. But, for me personally, at least, my biggest questions now are, how does this season that just passed impact next season? And the reason I ask that is because this is supposed to be the Diamondbacks window. This was it was supposed to have opened early when they went to the World Series in 2023.
Yeah.
Okay, 2024, you win 89 games, fall apart in that last week. 89 wins is often enough to get you into the postseason, but last year it didn't get you there. Okay, I mean, you can kind of write that off. It's frustrating. It's not ideal, but you can write it off. But this year to drop to 80 wins, for whatever the reasons are, to drop to 80 wins, you now have the question of, did this set us back? Is our window not open anymore? When you trade players away at the deadline for prospects, we saw Brandon Garcia, but we didn't see a lot of these other guys yet. Are you trying to reopen your window in 2027 or beyond or whatever? And that to me is the biggest question now, is what are the expectations for next year?
Man, I honestly, just knowing that there's going to be so much of this injury lingering over the Arizona Diamondbacks, the injury-laden season of 2025 is going to linger, base earnings, in 2026. It just is. And I'm not just talking about Corbin Burns, unfortunately. This is, once again, I don't know what the expectation can truly be. I think it's one of the reasons why Torey Lovullo is definitely coming back, because of how they played post-trade deadline. Why wouldn't that encourage a Mike Hazen to say he's earned the right to come back here and see if he can't work a little magic once again in the first half of the season, just like he did from the trade deadline on? For me, it makes perfect sense. It's logical.
I don't know why I just looked at this, but if you want to be frustrated, here we go. 89 wins last year for the Diamondbacks, missed the playoffs. We all remember that doubleheader tiebreaker on the day after the season.
Yep.
89 wins this year would have had them 4 games out of first in the NL West. It would have had them in the number 3 wild card spot, but by 6 games ahead of Cincinnati, they would have cleared. Over in the American League, it would have had them tied for the number 2 wild card spot with Boston. Yeah. It would have won them the AL Central Division, 89 wins, would have won them the division. Like, Cleveland's playing right now. The Guardians and the Tigers are playing right now, and they both came out of the Central, and they both had less wins than the Diamondbacks had last year.
Why are you doing this?
I'm saying I can write off to a certain extent. You can understand, last year you were in a tough league. This year the National League was supposed to be loaded. Remember, at the start of the year, it was supposed to be like, hey, maybe the 6 best teams in baseball are all in the National League. The door was open this year, and they couldn't get in for the reasons, the injuries are not a minor thing to write off, but it really raises the question now, especially like you said with the injuries that are going to linger into next year, how they get back. In fact, here's Corbin Burns talking yesterday about what his plan is for next season, because a lot rides on him.
Should start throwing, basically the end of November, early December, and should put me on track for All-Star break sometime next year. So everything's been good, feeling strong. So just do what I can.
Did you say All-Star break is your timeline to return?
Yeah, we're looking probably sometime in July. Obviously, it's still early, so we don't know what's going to happen as far as when we start playing catch and getting the bullpens, that kind of stuff. But I think we're looking sometime in July. Should have a somewhat normal spring training with throwing bullpens and stuff. So that's exciting for me, just to feel somewhat normal in camp. But then it's just the slow build-up and progression after that. But hopefully sometime in July.
Did he say actually throwing normal in training camp?
That's what he said.
Is that what he said?
You want me to play it again? I can play it again.
I'm just, if you want to, I just didn't think I heard that correctly.
His last appearance, by the way, before I replay it, was June 1st. So that would be 13 months probably.
Okay.
I mean, that's not
right about there.
Yeah, that's not crazy. Okay, here it is again.
Should start throwing, basically the end of November, early December, and should put me on track for All-Star break sometime next year. So everything's been good, feeling strong. So just do what I can.
Did you say All-Star break is your timeline to return?
Yeah, we're looking probably sometime in July. Obviously, it's still early, so we don't know what's going to happen as far as when we start playing catch and getting the bullpens, that kind of stuff. But I think we're looking sometime in July. Should have a somewhat normal spring training with throwing bullpens and stuff. So that's exciting for me, just to feel somewhat normal in camp. But then it's just the slow build-up and progression after that. But hopefully sometime in July.
Oh, yeah, he did say that. Yeah, no, just in terms of throwing bullpen.
Yeah, because I mean, his spring training too will just basically be in June. I mean, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he's talking about throwing the bullpens when everybody else is having spring training, but basically he'll have that ramp up. You know how much Corbin Burns likes his routine.
Yes.
You know that he has never dealt with an injury like this. Just another fantastic plot twist from this season.
Unbelievable.
You also know that he was pitching lights out this year. He had a 2.66 ERA when he went down. This is more from Ken Kendrick when he was on with Burns and Gambo yesterday. They asked him, okay, what about these expectations of making a World Series run again here at some point? Because, you know, you do have Corbin Carroll in his prime or entering his prime. Geraldo Perdomo now, too.
I think that probably the talent, you know, in terms of past performance that we had going into this season, we will not have that exact level of talent. But we had a lot more talent this year than we had the year that we went to the World Series. So do I believe that a team that we would put on the field next year would have a reasonable shot at getting in the postseason? And then once you're there, we all know what can happen because our team showed us what can happen. So I'm not, you know, as disappointed as I was in this year, I'm not a guy to live in the past. You know, the season is over. Now it's all about what do we do to put the very best team on the field that we can afford going into next season. That's what we're going to be focused on doing.
I cannot stand the fact the Arizona Diamondbacks lost the last 5 games of the season, okay? It's driving me crazy because it really skewed what they did from the trade deadline.
Yeah, it did. It messed up all the
numbers. It really did. It messed it up. You know, when you think about it again, think about this team and who was on the roster and who was going out and performing for this team from the trade deadline on. And their record was so good. We were all marveling at how incredible they were playing. And can you expect that to be the start of next season? Can you expect Torey Lovullo to have these guys ready to play and for Blaze Alexander, and by way of example, to actually have the kind of first half that he had the second half from the trade deadline on and taking on the responsibility that he did? You know, I mean, it's a situation where you look at the roster and you say to yourself, okay, who really is not going to be here? Who do we know is not going to be here that played this massive role in the Diamondbacks turning things around in the second half of the season?
Yeah, it's interesting you say that because next season's going to sort of be a flip of this year, right? Where you had a bunch of talent early this season and it just wasn't translating into wins. And then you lost a bunch of guys via injury or you traded them at the deadline and then you started winning a bunch of games. But next year, you're going to go in. They're going to go in with no expectations nationally. Nobody's going to be talking about the Diamondbacks as a playoff team next year because they're not going to have Corbin Burns. You just heard him say till probably July. You're not going to have those, you're not going to have A.J. Puck or Justin Martinez, I wouldn't think, at the start of the year. You did trade these guys away. Like, you don't have Gino. You don't have Josh Naylor. You right now don't have Merrill Kelly. Maybe he comes back. But at the same time, if you can survive until, I will just say, whenever Corbin Burns comes back, if you can survive until that point, if you're within a game or two of a playoff spot, then you probably should be a playoff team, right? Because you're going to be adding a better pitcher than anybody else adds midway through next season.
Yeah, boy, that is going to be so dicey. Can you imagine that? Corbin Burns, you already stated it, how routine-oriented he is, and now he's never experienced anything like this. That's going to be a big story. It's going to be huge.
That'll mess with you. Coming up next, we're going to take you through the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Morano mornings.
I think Torey Lovullo, through all of this, still resonates with his players. You heard from Zach Gallen. You heard from Corbin Burns. You heard from Brandon Pfaadt. These guys, by and large, love playing for Torey Lovullo, even though the results haven't been there.
Players understand decency and kind-heartedness and empathy, and they get all that from their manager. So if they're in a situation now to give a yay or a nay to a manager, the thumb up or the thumb down, I have a hard time thinking that you're going to put the thumb down on somebody who's been so fundamentally decent decent to you as a person.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks. If it feels like everything's going on right now, that's probably because everything is going on right now. Football is all around you, college and pros. Whoever your favorite team is, watch them at Twin Peaks. It's like an indoor tailgate. Follow along with your fantasy football teams as well. Look, the local pro and college teams off to interesting starts this season. Plus, baseball playoffs are here. Soccer's going. Basketball and hockey are not far away. Preseason basketball as soon as this weekend. Call some friends, grab a table, order up some food and drinks. You're good to go with all the TVs at Twin Peaks. You won't miss 1 second of the action. And while you're there, enjoy their outstanding food selection. They've got an entire menu made for MVPs. Burgers, wings, loaded fries, flatbreads like the OG pepperoni, the Italian, the backyard barbecue brisket. Everybody loves barbecue. Plus, nobody does happy hour like Twin Peaks. 3 to 6, 10 to close every weekday. Whatever you're looking for, Twin Peaks has you covered with the great scenery they're known for, so never settle. Stop by and experience the lodge mentality at Twin Peaks.
Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer lets you easily compare direct rates from different insurance companies, so you can be confident you're getting the right one, even if it's not with Progressive. Way more confident than you were when you bought that TV in the parking lot. It just happened to not come in a box or include a remote. And when you finally managed to turn it on, all it displayed was the menu of Grumpy's Tacos. So use Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer and be confident you're getting insurance that's right for you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. But not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football.
Pressure coming. Levitt throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Levitt to Tyson connection clicks again.
Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone with no startup fees. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. And for a limited time, get started for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Let's go! On the CW, the NASCAR Xfinity Series playoffs get even wilder.
Absolute chaos. My heart is pounding right now.
The title is up for the taking.
Survival is what it's all about in the playoffs.
And nobody
Contact made hard.
Timbers are flaring. Is going down without a fight.
These guys are out of control.
NASCAR Xfinity Series playoffs live on the CW.
Live from Charlotte Speedway, Saturday at 1:30 on CW7 Arizona.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The big news coming out of Arizona Cardinals practice yesterday was the absence of running back Trey Benson. Here's head coach Jonathan Gannon on with Burns and Gambo yesterday, discussing why Benson was not at practice.
Yeah, not much. We'll have that injury report on Wednesday for you guys. Today's an extra day, so we had a bunch of guys not out there today for various reasons. So we'll see as we get the week going, how's it going to go.
The MLB playoffs start today, and we will be carrying one of the matchups. Game 1 of the Dodgers-Reds series can be heard tonight at 6:08, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. And the Phoenix Mercury will find out who they are playing in the WNBA Finals tonight. Game 5 of the semifinal series between the Indiana Fever and Las Vegas Aces is at 6:30. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. We're looking for the next student athlete to win a $10,000 scholarship. Text character to 620-620 to nominate a student today.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
And does it smell good?
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, it is noon on a Tuesday. It's time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Rick is here. Rick, what's up?
Let's start with the Arizona Cardinals, guys. Running back Trey Benson was not at practice yesterday. Here is head coach Jonathan Gannon on with Burns and Gambo yesterday discussing Benson's absence.
Yeah, not much. We'll have that injury report on Wednesday for you guys. Today's an extra day, so we had a bunch of guys not out there today for various reasons. So we'll see as we get the week going, how's it going to go.
Are you guys concerned about this?
I'm just concerned about the running game as a whole. I would be concerned if Trey Benson didn't play this weekend, but the fact that it is the Monday coming off a Thursday night game, and you heard Jonathan Gannon say, a lot of guys sometimes miss that Monday. So I'm not concerned about it yet. If we get late in the week and he's not practicing, I don't want to be on my third string running back in week 5.
That's not cool.
Ideal.
Yeah, not cool. I'm really not that concerned about it. Not yet, of course. Now, Wednesday, tomorrow, when the injury report is released, then we'll talk about that maybe from that point on. But let me also say this right now. I have full confidence in Amari DiMercato. I have full confidence in Amari actually being a guy that you can line up and run down situation and doing everything that Trey Benson does. As a matter of fact, I wouldn't hesitate at all to go to Amari DiMercato, even while Trey Benson is back. I'd go do that, have him split time, compete for the job. I'd love to see that.
Sticking with the Cardinals, our Sanderson Ford poll question is up now at ArizonaSports.com. And I think I know what you guys are going to say here, but it asks, what part of the Cardinals offense needs the most improvement? Run game, offensive line, quarterback play, or eliminate drops?
Well, two of those go kind of hand in hand. I'm just going to say offensive line because that impacts your running game. And I feel like it's impacted the running game more than it's impacted the passing game. But it hasn't helped the passing game, so I'm going to go offensive line.
Offensive line.
I thought you guys would actually both go run game.
It's kind of baked into the offensive line.
But I think you could have said run game and offensive line all in the same answer there, because I think they've done a decent job pass blocking this year. It's been the run blocking that's been the issue. So, I'll go offensive line. And quarterback play leads at 39% because it's the Cardinals.
Well, this is why you get paid the money you get paid to play quarterback.
Yep. Offensive line is 2 at 30%, run game 3 at 20%, and eliminate drops is 4th at 11%. But that's just, the fan base is so divided on Kyler Murray. All right, the Arizona Diamondbacks made the decision to bring Torey Lovullo back as manager, and yesterday their managing general partner Ken Kendrick joined Burns and Gambo to give his reasoning for retaining Lovullo.
when we look to Torrey and his role in this season, we can't not evaluate all of the various elements that go into him doing his job, and I think it's only fair to say we didn't end up with the talent on the field that we hoped to have, and we know why.
What are your thoughts on Kendrick's reasoning for bringing back Torrey Lovello?
It makes sense that would be the reasoning. That, if your argument is to bring Torrey Lovello back, it hinges on this season of look at the injuries. Who could have had success with the injuries they had this season? And for them to go down that path, that's clearly what they were thinking. And, it's going into the last year of his contract. There's just going to be a lot of pressure on Torrey and the whole team, I would say, this upcoming season, because 2 years removed from the World Series, and I don't know that people are expecting that they should have 2 World Series rings since 2023, but you were expecting postseason berths. And we talked about how you can kind of write off last year a little bit because they did win 89 games. Some of it is just kind of luck of the draw that year. This year, it's tougher. 80 wins, that's a significant drop-off even with the injuries, so I think it really sets the stage for a pressure-packed 2026 season.
Yeah, for me, I think it was a fairly easy decision for the Arizona Diamondbacks. I could be dead wrong on this, but you look at the injuries that hit this team, and then you look at the fact they were sellers at the trade deadline, and then look at the fact they got better. They played their best baseball after the trade deadline, after they were sellers. I think it was an easy decision for the Diamondbacks to look at it and say, yeah, we're going to bring Torrey back. Got 1 year left on his contract. We're going to bring him back. I think it was easy.
Week 4 of the NFL season wrapped up last night with 2 games. The Dolphins beat the Jets 27-21, and the Broncos beat the Bengals 28-3. What stood out to you guys from Monday Night Football?
Just the Jets and Dolphins, they can play entertaining football because there's not a whole lot going on defense with those teams, which is kind of surprising to me how much the Jets have dropped off defensively. And Cincinnati, you want to talk about what really stood out? I think we all knew that they were almost overly reliant on Joe Burrow, and they never really did much for the offensive line, and their defense is shaky. But, man, the second Joe Burrow goes down, Cincinnati goes from 2-0 to one of the worst teams in the NFL. They're not even competitive in these games without him.
You know what? My first thoughts on the first game that was played, I never thought the Dolphins would be this bad based on earnings. I never thought they would be this bad. And yet they are right now. Now, 1-3. It's still early in the season. Maybe they can turn it around. The second game, of course, the most lopsided stat of the game. The Cincinnati Bengals ran 43 plays to the Broncos 80. 80 plays.
Is that good? Is
compared to 43. Unbelievable.
Also, Darren Waller is back catching touchdowns for Miami. There's a plot twist.
Pretty good.
Yeah, he did.
He was really good on the Raiders, so it's interesting to see him.
Yeah, but that's a significant amount of time to not be playing, to come back and immediately get 2 touchdowns.
I did not think he was a guy that was going to come back. He seemed like he was not feeling football.
He did. But now that he's on the Dolphins, how can he not be feeling football on the Dolphins this season? That was Wolf and Down Your Lunch. This marks the 10th anniversary of Character Counts. Parker & Sons has awarded over $100,000 in scholarships to outstanding Valley students who show great character. Your child, a student you know, could be next. Just text character to 620-620 and nominate them for a $10,000 scholarship. That's character to 620-620. It's Character Counts. All right, when we come back, Cardinals heading into week 5. Who can get this season back on track for them? And here's the caveat. The answer can't be Kyler Murray or Marvin Harrison Jr. Who else can get this season back on track for the Cardinals? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I think Calais Campbell has been maybe the best player on the Cardinals this year. and I don't think that's necessarily a good thing. I think it's cool that Calais Campbell is playing at this unbelievably high level. I don't think it's a great thing when a 39-year-old has been your best player through 4 games, because that to me says more about the other guys who haven't been your best player than it does about Calais.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. I know it's truly never too early to plan for retirement, is it, brothers? Whether it's decades away or just around the corner, my friends at Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors can help ensure you feel prepared for this financial shift that is coming, man. Contact the team I trust at Trajan Wealth today to earn a little bit more. Listen, I thought I had things in good shape until Trajan Wealth gave my plan a second look. It turns out, Basinonians, there were some big opportunities I was missing. Now, I've got a clear path to retirement and way more peace of mind, but that's because they're all fiduciaries over at Trajan Wealth. They put your needs first. You can trust them. Pick up the phone, give them a call, 480-990-3300 for Trajan Wealth. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
When it comes to Redbirds, your favorite team may dominate the gridiron, but Redbird Farms chicken rules the roost in flavor. With hand-cut, antibiotic-free, cage-free, vegetarian-fed chicken, Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Our standards exceed the highest industry norms for quality. Find Redbird Farms chicken at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm, as long as you make it Redbird Farms.
Chronic pain can be very bossy. What do I mean? It tells you what you can or can't do. Sometimes it even has the audacity to keep you from working.
I missed almost 3 weeks of work, and I was no longer able to play tennis. The pain was really debilitating sometimes. I missed Thanksgivings.
Abby was ready to put the bossy bad back in her past. And that's when she discovered QC Kinetics and their non-surgical treatments for pain. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine with tens of thousands of satisfied patients, people who have experienced real lasting relief without drugs and without surgery.
It has just been the most life-changing, amazing experience. Not only life-changing, but career-saving. I get to continue to do the career that I love. I'm playing tennis again.
Stop letting that joint pain boss you around. Start with a free consultation at QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Wednesday. We'll have our weekly NFL conversation with the one and only Mark Schlereth. That and more starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
We're live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Wolf and Luke on a Tuesday. Cardinals heading into a game against the Tennessee Titans at home, State Farm Stadium. Maybe that's the answer to the question, Wolf. The question we asked going to break. Who, and you can't say Kyler Murray or Marvin Harrison Jr.
Oh, man.
So who other than them, just for sanity's sake, you don't want to talk about that anymore.
Produce!
Who other than those two can get the Cardinals season back on track? The Cardinals season isn't over. It's not totally derailed. They're 2-2, and their 2 losses are on last-second kicks. But you don't want to be stacking 3-game, 4-game losing streaks, especially early this season with the way the schedule is set up. So who can get them back on track? And maybe the quick answer is the Tennessee Titans, actually.
Yeah.
They can get them back on track.
I guess what I'm saying is, can I say the offensive line? Can I say the offensive line?
That's an answer.
I know. It's 5 guys that we're talking about for the most part. What needs to be done for the offensive line to start producing the way that I think it should be? Can I just say this quickly right now? Number 1, they need to get Will Hernandez ready to play. Number 2, they need to go 50-50 run pass out of 12 personnel in run-down situation. That's what I would like to see. More 50-50 run pass out of 12 personnel. Right now it's about 60-40. They need Trey Benson to run the ball with attitude, or you know what? I'm going to start giving the ball to Amari DiMercato and bring him in because I think Amari DiMercato can do it. And finally, they need to get their communication squared away on the line of scrimmage, and that starts with Yelda Froholt.
There's a lot there. I'm going to play these cuts from JG that we played at the very start of the show because they sort of reinforce what you were just saying. But I'll just throw this other name out who has been added to the roster, Michael Carter. How many times did you say during preseason, every time you give him the ball, he does make a play?
He does something.
And he's done that in regular season games, too. I understand when you're lining up your running back room, obviously James Conner's your guy, and you took Trey Benson, fairly early. You took him in the 3rd round, which is like the 1st round for money. Like, he loves the 3rd round. So I understand why those are your top 2 guys. And you get into what Amari DiMercato has done in passing situations, and you start to factor in special teams. I understand how we got to a point where Michael Carter was a fringe player. But when he plays, he does make stuff happen. And this team needs something to happen in the backfield right now.
Yes.
Here's Jonathan Gannon yesterday talking about adding Michael Carter to the roster.
You got a standing ovation, all those guys do, but Mike's an integral part of this team. And like I said, like when you got guys that when their number's called is performed, they star their role, they have a good attitude, they're team first guys. You can't have enough of those guys around. He's one of them.
I'm not saying he's the answer, but I'm saying you're extremely thin at that position without James Conner. So anything Michael Carter can give you would be helpful right now.
It was so cool to hear JG say he got a standing ovation.
Yeah.
And he said a lot of guys do. Man, can I just tell you that is not my experience at all. Now it's JG. Maybe this is something he preaches. Maybe this is something he teaches his players. Maybe he talks to his guys. You know what? You get a guy who gets the opportunity to be signed to the 53, you ought to give him a standing. I don't know if he talks about that stuff. I do know that I thought that was interesting when I heard that cut played, that he said Michael Carter got a standing O.
Yeah.
Is that what he said right at the beginning, right?
Here, I'll play it again if you want. It's here we go.
Huge, yeah. You got a standing ovation, all those guys do, but Mike's an integral part of this team.
He said all those guys do. I find that hard to believe. That, again, JG, I'm not saying that JG's lying. I'm just saying, wow, that blows my mind. Where guys get a standing ovation like that. Now an ovation, that's good. I'm happy for you. That's cool.
Especially Carter, because he keeps getting bumped to the practice
Michael
squad.
Carter, I could see that happening because of that. This is a guy who has done stuff in the NFL. This is a guy that is actually produced in the NFL. So, man, I could see him really getting a genuine standing O because guys love him and know that he's done stuff in the league. For him to be hanging on the practice squad, to get the opportunity to go out and be part of the 53, man, That's super cool. I love to see that from Michael Carter.
His career yards per carry is 4.2. He's got 8 rushing touchdowns. A lot of his numbers came that first year with the Jets when he had 639 rushing yards and 4 scores, and then there's a lot of stuff that happened with the Jets.
A lot of it.
That's how he ended up not there anymore.
Yep.
But it's not like he has a ton of carries for the Cardinals. What is he? He's got 58 carries in the regular season with the Cardinals. But you see it in preseason. You see it in those games. I mean, his first year with the Cardinals, he only got into 6 games, but he averaged 6.8 yards per carry. Again, I don't think he's like the answer at running back, but he might be part of the answer at running back in terms of he just seems to be a guy who, when he's on the field in a game, makes something happen. I think you said it the best way possible back in the preseason. When he gets the ball, he makes something happen. And, this all comes back to the offensive line, which was your original answer. So here's Jonathan Gannon yesterday talking about what might be going on with the offensive line. It might not just be that they're getting overpowered or anything. It might actually be something they can fix.
No, that's kind of talking into the pointing to make sure we're pointing the right way. And a lot of times, I am going to get into it a little bit, Craig. We have to make sure that we're all on the same page when we're making calls at the line of scrimmage. So that's been good to us in the past, but it's not where it needs to be right now, but very correctable. So we do got to make sure that we don't have unblocked players that we think we have accounted for that are not accounted for.
Yeah, you just cannot do it. You cannot, you got to get your communication squared away on the line of scrimmage in particular. You just can't have breakdowns on the line of scrimmage. You can't have it. They're busting up blocking assignments. They're ruining blocking schemes right now at the point of attack. Busting them is where you're not doing it. Not busting the opponent, you're busting the play on the line of scrimmage, and it's unacceptable to me. It really is. It's not something that you've got to fix. It's unacceptable to me that you're blowing assignments on the line of scrimmage.
Like it should never have been in a position where you need to fix it.
Correct. Are you going to have it from time to time? Yes, that's going to happen. Miscommunication happens from time to time. Where you've been 4 games into a season right now, and it looks like you are busting assignments on the line of scrimmage through 4 games, where you're getting stuffed at the
These guys were all here last year.
That's what I don't understand. I don't get it. I don't. It's really, really frustrating. There's a communication problem on the offensive line when you've had the same 5 that finished last season that is out there. I just don't get that. Now Justin Fry, of course, is the new offensive line coach, replacing Clayton Adams, who is now the OC for the Dallas Cowboys. This could be the issue, or it's nothing to do with it. JG knows that. That's the one thing I will promise you, Basinonians. He knows what the communication issue is.
I mean, in a weird way, you're hoping this is a huge part of it. I hear what you're saying. It's unacceptable. It's like, okay, what are we doing but you really want this to be like 80 to 90% of the problem, because this is fixable. If your offensive linemen just can't block the guys they're facing, like they're just getting overpowered or they're not quick enough,
you got a problem.
You can't fix that during the season. There's not,
what
are you going to do? Yeah. So hopefully, as bad as it would be right now, hopefully this is the problem.
Which is why it's unacceptable. Because it's something you can fix.
Yeah.
If you're getting physically whipped, hey, this is the National Football League. It happens. It's unacceptable when it's a mental error.
Well, this is the time to fix it. I mean, this is a mini bye, right? Coming off a Thursday night, and you don't play the following Sunday. If you're going to fix it, this is kind of the crux of their season in some ways. If you're looking at that as the main issue, you had 10 days now, or you're in the middle of the 10 days to fix this going into a game against Tennessee, where if you fix it, if you improve it at all, it's going to look a lot better because you're playing Tennessee. Because after that, you go Colts, you go Packers, you go bye week, and then you're almost halfway done with the season. All right, we come back, and the Diamondbacks bring Zach Gallen back next season. Should they bring him back next season? That's all next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
ASU football, it's easy to come out and say, we want to be the team of the decade. We want to be the next big thing in college football. We want to be the kings of this newly formed Big 12. But then you have to execute it on a week-to-week basis, and it's exhausting. You're dealing with one super competent team, well-funded team, large staffed team after another. These are really good vested football programs, and you've gone toe-to-toe with two of them in successive weeks and found a way to win both games. That, to me, is tremendously impressive.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. As a former professional football player, I have done a lot of damage to my back, man. My back and my spine. And the good surgeons over at DISC, shout out Dr. Chris, they have helped me in the past. And I give them my highest recommendation. And right now, DISC treats all patients from the professional athlete and weekend sports enthusiasts to those just trying to get their life back. DISC is the preferred orthopedic spine surgeon for professional sports teams and athletes because of their least invasive procedures. Basinonians, people from all over the world, man, they come here to the Basin because of DISC. It's time for you to enjoy life again. Go to sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900, 602-944-2900 for DISC.
Make a precision decision with Precision Air.
Has this summer taken a toll on your AC? If your system is showing its age, now's the perfect time to upgrade. Precision Air and Plumbing is offering an incredible $2,500 off any new AC unit installed. As the #1 ranked AC company in this state, we'll ensure that your home stays cool and comfortable all year long. Don't let your AC struggle another season. Make the precision decision today and call us at 602-FIX-MY-AC.
Football fans, every Sunday, the ultimate watch parties are going down at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Get ready for an unforgettable game day experience with special guest appearances, mouthwatering food and drink specials, all the big plays on massive screens that make you feel like you're in the stadium. Whether you're rooting for your favorite team or just there for the good vibes, you won't want to miss a minute. So bring your friends, your game face, and catch every thrilling moment every Sunday at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Hey, my Ford Edge. It's my daily driver. Game day, every day. Paul Calvisi here. Built Ford tough. Built football tough. Our Desert Ford dealers, they're an official partner of the Arizona Cardinals. In fact, if you want to really enjoy tailgate season, take the Legend, the F-150, work truck or weekend warrior, the Ford F-Series, just America's best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running now. Yet the time is now when our Desert Ford dealers, they're giving us 3.9% Ford credit financing for 60 months, plus $2,750 in retail bonus cash on a 2025 F-150 XLT 2.7 liter. Hey, you're thinking SUV? Lease a Ford Bronco Big Bend for just $469 a month for 36 months, plus you Jeep owners get $2,000 cash back. Or lease a Bronco Sport Big Bend for just $369 a month for 36 months, and Jeep owners get $1,000 cash back. But hurry, it all ends September 30th at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
This March, Wendy's is fueling the madness with amazing deals on their hamburgers made with fresh, never frozen beef.
Like a juicy Dave's single for $1 and a fresh $2 Dave's double with in-app offer.
It's such a good deal, we wrote a little ditty about it.
Get it for $1. Dave's single, order in the app. Dave's single, get it for $1. Choose wisely, choose Wendy's, official hamburger March Madness.
Limited time offer. Participating U.S. Wendy's. See offer details and redeem at Wendy's app. Account registration required. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S. and Alaska.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The big news coming out of Arizona Cardinals practice yesterday was the absence of running back Trey Benson. Here is head coach Jonathan Gannon on with Burns and Gambo yesterday, discussing why Benson was not at practice.
Yeah, not much. We'll have that injury report on Wednesday for you guys. Today's an extra day, so we had a bunch of guys not out there today for various reasons. So we'll see as we get the week going, how's it going to go.
The Major League Baseball playoffs are underway, and we will be carrying one of the matchups. Game 1 of the Dodgers-Reds series can be heard tonight at 6:08, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. And the Phoenix Mercury will find out who they are playing in the WNBA Finals tonight. Game 5 of the semifinal series between the Indiana Fever and Las Vegas Aces is tonight at 6:30.
Hey, this is Jarrett, and Tori Lavello will officially be back. But what does that mean for the future of beloved mascot Rat Leon? Tune in tomorrow at 6 a.m. as we get to the bottom of this.
All right, we head into the offseason. The Arizona Diamondbacks now. There is baseball going on right now. Tigers lead the Guardians 2-1. Late. Is that the 8th inning? 9th inning?
9th inning.
Padres, Cubs. Padres up on the Cubs 1-0 very early in that one. That one just started from Chicago. If you had to stack up questions for this offseason, Wolf, like answerable questions, not the ones we all kind of want to know, like, hey, what happened this season? What sparked the turnarounds? What's the feeling on Ketel Marte, all that stuff. But just stuff that's going to happen this upcoming offseason. You already know that Torrey's back. I have to feel like the Zach Gallen question is a top 3 question right now, isn't it? Is Zach Gallen
You know me,
back?
though. Yeah, I am such a positive guy based on our hands. I know that.
You think everybody's coming
I think exactly, to a flaw and to a fault. I am a positive guy, but I do believe, again, it's my own personal feeling. And Zach, if you're listening right now, go ahead and at me, okay? At me on X. That'd be great. But I think Zach Gallen is not done. I don't think he's done.
Not done in
with
Arizona,
the Diamondbacks.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't think he's done. I think he's going to come back. Having said that, I look at the everyday lineup. I look at the players that really came through for the Diamondbacks. From the trade deadline to the end of the season, when you look at it, minus the last 5 games, all right? Don't get me started on that. That really annoys me that they kind of fell apart in the last 5 games.
It skews any numbers you want to use to make an argument of like, hey, look how great
does.
they were at the end. Well,
it does.
Is their record really that great?
Yes.
Yeah, it was actually until those last 5 games.
They were a better team in the second half of the season from the trade deadline on. They were a better team.
They were 10 games above 500 going into those last 5
Thank
games.
you. I appreciate that.
10 games above 500 for the year, like that makes you a playoff team.
Yes. Okay. So I think they have a team that can be competitive in 2026. I do. If they bring Zach Gallen back.
Well, I'm really interested to see how they approach this because I think if you can survive until Corbin Burns comes back, you're a team to look out for at that point. Depending how you build your rotation behind him. Right now, the rotation in terms of guys that are back is what? Ryan Nelson, Brandon Pfaadt, Erod.
Yeah.
If Corbin Burns comes back to that rotation and they're 2 games out of a wild card spot, all right, they're kind of back where they were this year. Like, look out for this team a little bit, but I don't know if they're going to go super deep. But if you have a bona fide number 1 starter that can become a really good number 2 starter, and I'm going to use Zach Gallen as the example because he is that.
Yeah.
He wasn't that the first part of this year, but he was the second half. If you got post-trade deadline Zach Gallen next year, if you got that and he was your number 1 starter and then Corbin Burns came back and you were a game or 2 out of a wild card spot and Gallen was then your number 2, the top of your rotation was Corbin Burns, Zach Gallen, you're probably a playoff team. But how much is Ken Kendrick going to go all in on next year? Because these guys are hurt. Some of these guys are hurt to start next year.
And not only that, Ken Kendrick did go all in last year.
Well, yeah.
And what did that yield for the Diamondbacks? What kind of fruit did that yield?
No playoff games.
Yes.
No playoff games. And it's something that I applauded at the time that he went all in, and I still do, because I think you need to invest in winning. And they had just gone to the World Series, and they had a young, up-and-coming team. You have to invest in putting guys around that. Otherwise, you're just a farm system for the Dodgers and Yankees and teams like that. Look around Major League Baseball. There are 4 or 5 teams that are that. They develop talent, and when that talent gets good, Paul Skeens will be on the Yankees in 3 years. Like, there's a few teams like that, and it's frustrating. The Diamondbacks aren't that. They were trying to win. But to your point, they got nothing out of it in terms of going to the playoffs the last 2 years. So it will be interesting to see how much they invest in this year. Here's Ken Kendrick on Zach Gallen yesterday.
He's a special young man. He spent nearly 7 years as a D-back. He definitely had an up-and-down season this year. He performed better in the later part of the year than he did certainly in the earlier part of the year. I think his actions the other evening, he didn't want to take his uniform off. He's loved being a Diamondback. I don't want to say it's out of the touch of reality that we would be able to work out an arrangement to bring him back. But certainly he's been a great D-back. If last I recall, he was the guy who pitched 7 or 8 innings of no-hit ball in a World Series game for the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Yes, great Diamondback. Loved watching him pitch. I'm really happy he turned it around at the end of the season.
Yeah, me too. He's the guy you want to root for.
The problem is, if you heard Gallen after the game on Friday, it just sounded so final the way he was talking. If you want him back, if you're on the Wolf train where you're like, I think he's coming back, if I start playing the cuts of him from Friday after the game, he sounded like everything was past tense and he was in a movie that was ending.
Yeah, which makes you think, why would that happen? Again, I feel
they were
like
also just eliminated that night.
Yes, he could have been down. It's going to be interesting. I understand where people think that Zach Gallen is done being a Diamondback. I understand that. For me, I know where there's a will, there's a way. And
there's another Will Hernandez reference.
I do. No, It is not. I do believe that Zach Gallen loved being a Diamondback. I don't think that was a joke where he didn't want to take his uniform off. I think that is his legitimate sentiment, that he wants to be an Arizona Diamondback. I believe that. Now all of a sudden it's like, to what degree? To what degree, Zach, do you want to be an Arizona Diamondback?
Yeah. I mean, here, I'll play. Let's see. We have time to play one of these. I'll play this one. This is right after they lost on Friday, and that eliminated them. So just keep that in mind. But here he is talking about how that might be his last game as a Diamondback. And he also went on to talk about how he didn't get a chance to make a final start at Chase Field.
It's tough for me to take off. Kind of lingered on the mound a little bit too when Torrey was coming out. Just worn this uniform for 7 years now. I as much as I has spent some other time in organizations, I think of myself as a D-back really. Spent most of my career here, and if it's the last time, I mean, it'll be a tough pill to swallow. A lot of fond memories here, and I know the last 2 years didn't go the way we wanted it to. This year didn't go the way I envisioned for myself. But I mean, every 5th day I put the uniform on. I was honored. I was proud to put the uniform on. But I went out there every 5th day and just tried to give these guys everything I had. And obviously, just this year wasn't enough.
You just listen to that. Is that sincere? Is he being sincere? Yes, he's being sincere.
Guys want to play here. Think of Gino.
There's a will, there's a way.
Think of Gino's last game when he knew he was almost certainly getting traded and he wouldn't come out of the dugout, remember? He was just standing there. Everybody else had left the field. That image that was everywhere.
Right.
And I'm not saying the Diamondbacks are the only team that guys don't want to leave, but Gino knew he was probably going to a playoff team. I mean, he's on Seattle now, and they're already in the second round. They only have to play in the first round. So he was going to a good place, in a place where he's already been. He didn't know where he was going at that point. I understand that. But he knew he was probably going to a playoff team. He didn't want to leave either. He made that clear he didn't want to leave. Merrill Kelly said, if I leave, I might come back. Like, guys don't want to leave. They had a good environment, but you're seeing the just horrible side effects of not meeting expectations. And that, unfortunately, this year's team has been a prime example of that. All right, when we come back, let's get into college football. ASU, things going pretty good, trending in the right direction. Couple Big 12 wins already that have been huge, but they do have one major issue that clearly needs to get fixed as soon as possible. We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. That's where General Manager Brad Gunlickson and his team are kicking off a fall savings push with deals you've got to hear about. Get a low 0%, yes, 0% APR financing rate now on select 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 trucks and Hummer all-electric SUV and pickup models with approved credit. And don't forget, there's still time to take advantage of the $7,500 EV federal tax credit. But hurry, when September ends, so does this offer. So stop in and take a look at their huge inventory of award-winning Buick and GMC models and experience their no-bull way of doing business that's made Earnhardt a trusted name in automotive for over 74 years. All this and more at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 9/30/25.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Cardinals fans, football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Whether you're posted up at home or cheering with your crew at Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, Kilt Lifter is the ultimate game day companion. Arizona's favorite award-winning amber ale, bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays. This season, lift your game with Kilt Lifter.
Let's go!
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer lets you easily compare direct rates from different insurance companies, so you can be confident you're getting the right one, even if it's not with Progressive. Way more confident than you were when you tried online gaming. Who knew 12-year-old boys could be so mean? And where did they learn to swear like that? 2 hours of losing to these underage trash talkers, and you're starting to question if maybe you really should stick to pickleball and other boomer stuff. So use Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer and be confident you're getting insurance that's right for you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is proud to team up once again with Arizona Sports for Character Counts. We're celebrating high school athletes across Arizona who show integrity, commitment, and academic excellence. With over $100,000 in scholarships already awarded, we're excited to keep the momentum going. Nominate a standout student athlete today at CharacterCountsAZ.com. We'd love to share their story, and they could win $10,000 from Parker & Sons.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Wednesday. We'll have our weekly NFL conversation with the one and only Mark Schlereth. That and more starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, well, this is how much stuff has been going on. We haven't even really gotten into ASU today. So we're going to now.
Yeah.
And it's been pretty clear. It was especially clear against TCU on Friday. ASU is going to be playing in some pretty high-leverage games this season, some high-profile games. They're now 4-1. They're already 2-0 in the Big 12. Their one loss to Mississippi State doesn't look nearly as bad as it felt that night. And if Xavier Alford doesn't get tripped up on that blitz, they're probably 5-0, to be honest. Now, it doesn't mean that they've played perfect football. They fell way behind in that game, and they fell way behind in the TCU game. But they're 4-1. They're one play away from being 5-0, and more importantly, they're undefeated in conference play. So they're going to be playing some high-profile games, which is going to put a spotlight on any weakness they have. And right now, red zone efficiency is a weakness they have. So how can you fix that in season?
You know, for me, you're talking about their offensive red zone efficiency,
yes,
of course. And, you know, for me, you think of last year, the Sun Devils got that thing into the red zone and you were doomed for the most part.
Well, yeah, they had a cheat code. I mean, that's just
you
another way to
were
put it.
doomed, man, once you got that ball into the opponent's red zone because of Cam Scatterbo, basically. And you know, it's a much different year, of course. This is why they got to continue to build on this rushing attack. They have to continue to run the ball in the red zone and do a better job of it. Otherwise, it becomes very, very difficult. Those windows for throwing the ball really shrink once you get into the red zone.
Yeah. So what's the way to fix this? Because you don't have Cam
Get better
Scatterbo
at running the ball.
Well, and I was trying to do a comparison on the numbers through 5 games. Raleek Brown is running the ball very well. I was looking to see how close he was to Scatterbo through 5 games last year. Now, he's not going to match him because Scatterbo had 262 rushing yards in one game against Mississippi State.
My goodness.
But he does have more 100-yard rushing games through the first 5.
I forgot about that game. No. 200. Oh, my goodness.
And he actually didn't get in the end zone in that game somehow.
You can still hear the screaming of the lambs.
Somehow Scatterbo didn't have a touchdown in that game, but he had 262 rushing yards. And then, so they've played 5 games. He also had 182 rushing yards against Kansas in the 5th game. But I'm just using this as an example of how amazing Scatterbo was last year. Raleek Brown through the first 5 games actually has more 100-yard rushing games than Scatterbo. He's not Cam Scatterbo, but they are running the ball. They just can't run it in the red zone. And I don't know. My simple mind thinks, okay, well, Kanye Udo is the closest thing to a battering ram you have on the roster this year. I'll just run the ball with Raleek Brown and Kyson Brown for the first 80 yards of the field. Oftentimes, Raleek will score from the 40, so you don't even need to worry about the red zone. But if I'm trying to knock the ball in from the 3-yard line, I have Kanye Udo.
Yeah, I understand that. But what are you going to do when you're on the 18? You're going to take Raleek Brown out? RB1?
No,
as far as I'm concerned,
Tyson.
That's who he. Yeah, right. By the way, have you asked Kenny this? I mean, do you not sit down with Kenny every week, as a matter of fact? And there's Kenny right there.
I wanted to have a nice conversation with you.
I'm just, there's the next question.
No,
you know how I like to ask you
absolutely.
this?
Yeah.
You need to ask him that question. What is happening in the red zone, Kenny? What do you think is happening in the red zone?
Well, we haven't done a show since Friday's game but it was already an issue before then.
Okay.
But it wasn't, not like it was on Friday. Kenny was asked about it yesterday, and he talked about how much of the red zone struggles, the way the question was phrased, are because you don't have Scatterbo, which is tough. It's not like, it's not like they're sitting Cam Scatterbo. Right. He can't play college football anymore. He left. He's in the NFL. They don't have this option to play Cam Scatterbo. But anyway, here was Kenny's answer.
Yeah, well, obviously, Scat's really good, right? So to say, not having Scat, of course, that's definitely real. But it's a comedy of things. I mean, it's It's us as a staff. Then it's one position. Then it's another position. Then it's us. Then it's another person, another position, us, another position. It's like, can we just all do it right at the same time? Like, can we have a good play and this at the same time? Right now, it's one of those, anything that can go wrong will go wrong in those situations. We just haven't put it together. But not that we can't, we will. It just hasn't happened yet, which is frustrating. But like I said, when you possess the ball like we possess it, when you take care of it, and you're just short red zone scoring, like those are things that we can fix and get better at throughout the year. Way worse if you're averaging like 200 yards a game, 250 a game, where you physically can't move the ball on first downs. We don't have a problem with that. We just got to get better at the situations.
That's so spot on there, Kenny. It really is. It's way better to have this issue than, when we can't move the ball at all on 1st and 10. No doubt about that. It was funny because in my notes, Basinonians, this being the bye week for the Sun Devils, isn't that right, Luke? The bye week. I put in my notes, if ASU could buy, B-U-Y,
I saw this play on words.
If they could buy one thing for their offense, what would that be? I think we'd all agree at this point in time, for their offense, it would be a red zone offense.
To the point where I don't really even have many other significant complaints about the offense.
Right.
They're taking more penalties than I think they want to. But some of that is game to game. Some of that's just how officials call certain games. Some of them call everything. Some of them let stuff go. That's something for them to work out. But I don't look at ASU and say, well, the penalties, this is outrageous. It's going to derail their season. And they move the ball really well. And they are getting more guys involved in the passing game. In the first couple weeks, they weren't. But they are getting more guys involved in the passing game. I think your biggest issue is they move the ball very effectively. They get into the red zone. They get inside the 10. And it's like, just can't get in.
Yeah. It's interesting. You mentioned Raleek Brown. And, man, he's playing really, really well, Basinonians. He is. He's one of the reasons why ASU is as good as they are offensively out on the field. This is a guy that is really, really balanced, of course, as a running back. A guy you can throw the ball to coming out of the backfield. A guy that will be okay. He'll try to pick up and blitz pick up as well. At least he'll stick his face into the fan. I like that. Yet a guy that can also run the ball and do it in between the tackles and outside the tackles. Now, a little bit too patient for me in between the tackles from time to time. That's just me. I'd like to see him be more decisive as well. But to your point, maybe Udo is the answer once you get inside the 20. Maybe he's the answer in terms of that's going to be his role going forward. Right now, it seems counterintuitive to change your offense to that degree once you cross the 20 and get into the red zone.
Well, maybe once you cross the 5. Maybe that's more where I'm talking about.
Okay.
With Udo, is once you cross the 5. Because I don't know that you can really ask a whole... I was just putting together the numbers on Cam Scatterbo through 5 games last year.
Yeah.
Knowing full well that he's a standard that you're not even measuring against.
I know.
He had 615 rushing yards through the first 5 games last year. Raleek Brown has 506. So Raleek Brown... and
it's really good.
The first game, he also has a long touchdown called back. He also has 107 receiving yards. Again, nobody's saying he's Cam Scatterbo. He's not at all like him. But I'm just saying in terms of an efficient player to move the ball until you get to about the 5 or 10 yard line.
He has been RB1.
He has. And it's not even really close. This was supposed to be a committee, and he's already got 77 carries, and he's got 19 receptions. And as far as the patience thing, you got to remember USC was trying to make him into a receiver, which is part of the reason he left.
It's a good point.
I think this will get worked out. And I think, honestly, your answer probably is Shimon Mateer opening things up inside the 5 or 10 yard line. But it's something that will have to get worked out. And you're kind of running out of runway where you're going to be able to keep winning as you're working it out, because now you've got Utah, Texas Tech, undefeated Houston somehow, and undefeated Iowa State coming up.
Man.
Your next 4 opponents have a combined 1 loss, and it was to one of the other 4 opponents.
Wow.
This is going to get tough.
This is going to get really, really nasty. They're going to have to figure it out. That much I will tell you. The red zone offense, Basinonians, has got to improve if they want to be the team they were last year.
Yeah, and I think they can. I mean, that's kind of my question to you. Is this is something you can fix in season? It seems like they have the pieces. And we just played that Kenny cut where he's like, a lot of times it's so-and-so messes up. Okay, the next time it's somebody else messes up. Like, they just seem to be taking turns messing up and he was saying the coaches there as well and the coordinators.
And the other thing, too, is when those windows get small because another team is rushing for and they're playing some zone cover, when those windows get tight because of the reduced square footage in the red zone, Sam Levitt may want to pull that down.
Yeah.
Run the ball the way that we have seen him do it.
That's it. I mean, they probably don't have one clear cut. Let's just keep going to this the way they did last year. But they do have they can go to Mateer, they can go to Tyson like they did, they can go to Sam Levitt. Yeah, their next 4 opponents before their November bye, because they have a second bye, are combined 17-1, and the one loss is Utah's, and they lost to Texas Tech, who ASU plays the following week. So we're going to find out what this team is made of in the next month for sure. All right, we come back. Is there anything more pressing for the Cardinals to fix right now than the offensive line and getting the run game going? We'll really dive into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Ken Kendrick is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo show. Ken, is there something you'd like to see Torrey do differently next year in 2026 as the manager of the Diamondbacks?
Win more games.
anything beyond that, or is just win more games?
Sports news.
Yeah, there you go. That's gonna lead the Sports Center update right there. That's for sure.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Presidential Pools and Spas. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. Listen, Presidential Pools, they first started as a little company. That's right, very small company, building little pools all the way back in 1991. And now they have reshaped the pool industry in Arizona by becoming the largest pool builder in the state. That's right, Presidential Pools and Spas. They've been improving their brand for decades and really set themselves apart with their process, their products, and, of course, their people, Basinonians. They build pools, and their history and expertise is worthy of your attention. Most of their sellers have been here for decades. James Fravasilio is the president of Presidential Pools, and I can tell you he's a friend of mine and somebody that you can trust. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. That's presidentialpools.com.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone with no startup fees. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. And for a limited time, get started for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same-day or next-day delivery, or order online and pick it up in-store. Kills primers. Pro results faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and more these days, people who are in pain are taking control of their health and looking beyond traditional medicine, and that is why QC Kinetics is so successful. People with chronic joint pain are learning that there are other options besides steroids, meds, and surgery, and they're getting lasting relief from QC Kinetics, where they use advanced cellular level treatments and regenerative medicine to revitalize your aching joints using growth factors from your own body. So if your back or knees or shoulders hurt all the time, you need to explore all of your options. Do not let them tell you that more pills or surgery are your only choices. Thousands of patients around the country are finding a better life with QC Kinetics' amazing regenerative treatments. So look beyond the old solutions. Call QC Kinetics. Get your free consultation. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Hey folks, Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. That's where my buddy and general manager John Nissen and his team have got fall savings you got to hear about. Roll out now with 0%, yes, 0% APR financing for 72 months on the amazing 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E. Plus get $1,000 Ford bonus cash towards your purchase. Or bulk up to a full-size F-150 truck at a low rate of its own, plus $2,750 in Ford bonus cash. And that's on the powerful XLT model with a 2.7-liter, 325 horsepower engine. You want more? You got it. Check out their huge selection of 2025 Escape SUVs starting at only $22,995. Just stop in and tell them I sent you. All offers do require approved credit, and they've got the no-bull deals you've been waiting for. Check them online at EarnhardtFord.com.
Most new vehicles include the no-bull protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers, 0% APR is $1389 for 1,000 finance. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers end 9/30/25.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The big news coming out of Arizona Cardinals practice yesterday was the absence of running back Trey Benson. Here is head coach Jonathan Gannon on with Burns and Gambo yesterday, discussing why Benson was not at practice.
Yeah, not much. We'll have that injury report on Wednesday for you guys. Today's an extra day, so we had a bunch of guys not out there today for various reasons. So we'll see as we get the week going, how's it going to go.
The MLB playoffs start today, and we will be carrying one of the matchups. Game 1 of the Dodgers-Reds series can be heard tonight at 6:08 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. And the Phoenix Mercury will know who they are playing in the WNBA Finals tonight. Game 5 of the series between the Fever and Aces is at 6:30.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. Do the Arizona Cardinals need to be fully healthy for their next opponent? We'll start to preview Cardinals Titans on today's Burns and Gambo show on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Final hour of the show, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Mike Hazen and Tori Lavello spoke earlier today. So we're going to have that audio for you here in about 10 minutes. We'll maybe get a little more insight on what the Diamondbacks are thinking now that the season has ended for them before it was supposed to, right? I mean, we're watching playoff games going on right now that the Diamondbacks were hoping to be in, expecting to be in when the season began. Obviously, it was a crazy roller coaster ride to get to where we ended, but be interesting to hear from the GM and the manager here in just a few minutes. And we're going to talk to Mike Hazen tomorrow. As far as the Arizona Cardinals, Wolf, I think you've made it pretty clear that you want the running game fixed. You want the offensive line fixed.
Yeah, my big red, man. We got to get that fixed. Have to get it done. The Arizona Cardinals over the last 2 years, once again, it's not like this is some pie-in-the-sky wish that I have for this team. Over the last 2 years, largely with the same pieces on the offensive line and with a few changes, granted, 2 years ago. But just looking at this once again, the offensive line is not performing the way that it has in the past. And that's they have to fix. That is job one. Before anything else, before the Kyler Murray and the Marvin Harrison Jr., I mean that. Basic earnings, they have to fix the offensive line before anything else if they're going to get this season right.
Here's Drew Petzing speaking today, talking about the offense in general through 4 games.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately the assessment to me is, did we score more points than the other team? 2 times we did, 2 times we didn't. So there's always going to be room for improvement. I think one of the things the word we've used is consistency. Like, you've seen it happen, you've seen it get rolling, you've seen when we're operating at a high level, and we need to be able to maintain that for a longer period of time. I think it's really important.
Yeah, it is really important. You know what? It all starts with being able to run the ball, and you have to run the ball against your opponent. And the Tennessee Titans are coming up this week. Did you know the Titans have allowed the most rushing touchdowns in the league with 7?
I did not know that, but it doesn't shock me.
Okay, 7 they've allowed. That is the most in the league, Basinonians, and they've given up the 5th most rushing yards per game. They're giving up 142 yards rushing per game right now. This is the week where the Arizona Cardinals have got to get right. And they got to get right by being able to run the ball. Man, rarely will you ever hear me say, brothers, that they have to do it this way to win the game. Okay? You win. Just win. This is the National Football League. I don't care how you win the game. But, man, if they could win a game where suddenly they looked really good running the ball, that really would be helpful to the success of this team going forward. Why? Because of the confidence it would give them going forward as well. And I know that you're talking about, well, Wolf, it was against the Tennessee Titans. Well, it's got to start somewhere. It has to start somewhere. Why not this week against the Titans?
You see it, too. I mean, you see how teams or players can build up their confidence if they start, having success even against these lesser teams. Like, look at Drake May with the Patriots. All of a sudden is like on fire, and it was basically because he went through Carolina, right? But I mean, you start going, and you start building that momentum. The Cardinals are facing a team this weekend that has a negative 69-point differential. That's the worst in the NFL. They're one of 3 0-4 teams. They give up a ton of yards, like you said. They give up a ton of points. They don't really score very many points. By the way, did you know the Ravens have given up more points than anybody in the NFL?
Oh, I know.
What is happening there?
What is going on? Yeah. They've played a pretty good schedule, I would say as well.
They have. Tennessee has scored, in terms of offense, they've scored 51 points this season. To put that in perspective, the Cardinals, who were all, kind of waiting for the offense to get going, the Cardinals have put up 82 already. Yeah. So that's considerably ahead of Tennessee. It is the sort of game where if you can get the running game going, you probably will just win.
What needs to be done to get the running game going, Basinonians? Number one, every offensive lineman, every tight end has got to block better. You have to get better. Whatever you've done right now, it's not been enough. You have to get better. That's number one. Number two, they got to get Will Hernandez up to speed. It's time. It's time I want to see this dog get the opportunity to come back. And, there's obviously a good reason why we haven't seen Will Hernandez right now. They have their reasons why. I just would hope to see it sooner as opposed to later. They need more 50-50, run-pass when they get into 12 personnel. Right now, they're too predictable, as far as I'm concerned, in terms of running the ball when you get into 12 personnel. I'd like to see it more 50-50 when it's over 60. It's like 62-38, somewhere in that vicinity. I would like to see them more 50-50. They need Trey Benson to run the ball more decisively. And if he's not going to do it, I'm going to Amari DiMercato.
Here's Drew Petzing today talking about Amari DiMercato.
Yeah, it's something he does at a really high level. That he does a number of things, as you've seen him run the ball with some big plays, even there down the stretch in some of those 2-minute drives. Had a big run there on 1st and 10. I think kind of got us rolling there the second drive. But just the trust that we have in him, his ability to step up and win the one-on-ones in pass protection is a real comforting for the quarterback and certainly a play caller as well.
It's so important your running back can step up and boom, pick up that blitz. Linebacker coming, I don't have to worry about it because Amari's going to stick his face in there. And oh, by the way, Amari got a little butt to him as well. He's going to bring it. Got some meat. No, man, that's not what I'm talking about. He got some meat on the bone, going to stick it on your face if you're going to come and blitz. That's why I love Amari DiMercato. But he's a guy that I know can be physical. Finally, the communication on the line of scrimmage has got to improve. All these things need to come together for the Arizona Cardinals to run the ball better. And they need their offensive line to play better. Or this season, you know me, I don't splatter easily. I don't, Basinonians. I do not splatter easily. But my Big Red could be in trouble if they can't get this running game going.
All right, we come back to baseball. I mentioned Mike Hayes and Torey Lovello spoke today. We'll get you what they had to say about the direction of the Diamondbacks next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Arizona Sports Host talked with Suns players, coaches, and the front office at Suns Media Day.
The energy's high, and that's what it's going to take. It starts now.
The best part about Devin is he wants to be here just like we want him here.
We want a team that Arizona and Phoenix can be proud of.
If you missed our Suns Media Day special, search it up on the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, or Arizona Sports on YouTube. It's almost Suns season. Arizona Sports is the home of Phoenix Suns basketball.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. Maybe you're ready. Maybe you're ready to extend your outdoor living space with a custom-fit awning. Hundreds of designs and colors to choose from to match any home, courtesy of All Pro Shade Concepts, of course. They'll even work with your HOA for approvals. You know how important that is. Motorized and retract with a remote control, all with LED lighting to light up your patio under the awning. Roll down patio shades, man. They can block the sun, they can block the dust, the bugs, and the wind, and keep the patio up to 20 degrees cooler during those hot months. Hundreds of colors and durable fabric to withstand that Arizona sun. Choose from manual or motorized, sealed track or cabled shades. Go to allproshade.com for more information. That's allproshade.com.
Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW, an award-winning family-owned business since 1966. They offer unbeatable selection. They have a great reputation for making luxury attainable. And best of all, you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. Ask for my guy, GM Shane O'Hanrahan. He guarantees our listeners will get a smoking hot deal, the best you're going to find in Arizona. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Last year in Arizona, more than 121,000 car accidents were reported. Over 1,200 were fatal. Imagine you're one of those drivers. The light turns green. In a split second, everything changes. A crash leaves you fighting for your life, unable to speak, make decisions, or protect your family's future. Without having the right legal documents, the courts, not you, decide who speaks for you. That process is costly, time-consuming, and could tear families apart when they should be pulling together. With a comprehensive plan from RJP Estate Planning, including a living trust, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives, you stay in control, and your family stays protected. Trusted for over 35 years, RJP Estate Planning helps Arizonans plan for life's whens and what-ifs.
Call 480-576-5457 by October 2nd to save 55% on RJP's Living Trust Package. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football.
Pressure coming, Levitt throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson.
The Levitt to Tyson connection clicks again. Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
Hey, this is Jarrett, and Tori Lavello will officially be back. But what does that mean for the future of beloved mascot Rat Leon? Tune in tomorrow at 6 a.m. as we get to the bottom of this.
All right, Mike Hayes and Tori Lavello speaking today with their end-of-season availability. I'll remind you, we're going to have Mike Hayes on the show tomorrow at 11:45. So we're going to play some of his cuts, but we're also going to play some of these Tori Lavello cuts right here, Wolf. This is from just within the last, since we started the show. Tori was asked, and this was an issue for them this year, on going 17-17 against last-place teams this year.
Colorado.
And you only needed, again, this is where what you were saying before skews things, because they lost the last 5 games, so it doesn't look like they were as close as they were.
Yes.
But with 5 days left in the season, they had a chance to take over the final wild card spot with everything that had happened. And you're right there. You're not going to go undefeated against last place teams, but you got to lose 17 games to them. You go 500 against those teams. So here's Tori's answer.
We've had discussions about this over the course of this year and other years. You're supposed to beat the teams that you need to beat the teams you're supposed to. I don't know what the strategy is moving forward. I don't think our team overlooks anybody because I downplay the fact that we're better than anybody else, that we got to go out and play our game and take care of our business. I don't know. I think at times we let our guard down. At times we maybe think we could just overcome something, and it's Major League Baseball with Major League Baseball players, and doesn't matter if they're under 500 or over 500, they're capable of doing something on that night that could embarrass you. And I created an awareness in the players and some of the pre-series meetings, not to overlook teams and to go out there. And I can't explain why it happens sometimes. The Nationals came in here and got super hot. The Marlins came in here and were a really hot team at that time. So at times it can be a little misleading, but I want us to play good baseball every single night.
Man, you know what I think of immediately? I think of leadership inside that clubhouse immediately. It doesn't matter what Tori says. Now listen, Tori, I'm not attacking you in any way, shape, or form.
Doesn't matter what you say.
But to me, once again, it's player accountability. It's player to player. It's eyeball to eyeball. It's face to face. It's looking at somebody and saying, what are you doing? When you go out there and it looks like you're asleep in the field. It's people walking up and challenging you and challenging each other. It is. The intensity level, I'm pretty sure, was not really high inside that clubhouse when they were playing the Rockies. Just a guess.
Didn't look like it.
Just a guess. But you need accountability. You need leadership inside the clubhouse that will walk up and say, what are you doing?
And it's the range, too. I mean, you can't get – he's right to a certain extent saying there's a bunch of different factors. You can't get so caught up in they're 17-17. If they were 18-16, it'd be fine. Or if they were 16-18, it would be a disaster. It's just more – those are the games that you're supposed to stockpile wins so that you don't need to sweep the Dodgers at the end of the season to get into the playoffs. You're playing the Dodgers there at the end, and the Dodgers needed to win their division. They win the division every single year. You think they're not going to bring it? So it's like, hey, we got to sweep the Dodgers, or we could have just beat the Rockies a few more times back in June.
Yes.
Here's more from Tori Lavello. He was asked about the slow starts to the season.
I feel very strongly that we need to create a little sense of urgency in spring training, that when you walk into a big league season and start a big league season, it's not okay to just kind of put your foot on the gas pedal and make a lane change. I want to gas it and gun and get in the fast lane as soon as possible. So, what does that mean? We're going to probably have some more more high-level intensity types of practicing going on, and then just an awareness. And I've already started that with some of the one-on-ones. What I want guys to do when they walk into spring training, I want gloves broken in. I want arms in shape. I don't want some infielders to make mistakes because it's 4 days into spring training. I want it to be crisp and accurate from day one. So I'm going to create an awareness, make it a little more urgent, and I want to get off to a good start.
Yeah. Once again, it's just me. The manager, the head coach, whatever sport you're talking about, for me, it's not about you. You're not going to set the table for me. I'm a grown man. I am a grown man. I am responsible for my performance and my behavior and my attitude and what it is that I do. And that's why you need other players to look at you and keep you accountable. That's why you need to be part of the solution. You need to be part of the answer, if you will. You need to be the guy that walks up on others and says, what are you doing? Now, Torrey can say all these things, and that's great, and it sounds good, and it does, and you want your coach to be positive. There's no doubt about that. But at the same time, it's player accountability that in the end makes a difference, especially at the professional level. You're a pro. You're a mercenary. You're a full-grown man. Go do your job.
Well, that's the million-dollar question with this team, right? Is what has to change? Because I'm sitting over here playing this Torey Lovello audio, and those are two great questions. Why are you going 500 against the worst teams in baseball, and why do you start seasons slowly? But the million-dollar question is how much of that is really on the manager? I mean, some of it is. He's the manager of the team.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry.
But
no,
I don't know. You'd have to go game by game. Like, are they giving guys too many days off, and it happens to be against Colorado or the White Sox or whoever? Yeah, we'll just sit our guys against this team. I mean, you do need to give some guys some days off over the course of the season. I obviously don't have the analytics of every team in baseball's rosters every single day in front of me, but it's just the question is who is accountable for this or who's responsible for it? Or I guess more importantly, I don't even care about who's at fault. It's who can fix it.
Yeah.
Because those two questions are real issues. It's just who's the responsibility on to fix it.
Okay, so you know what's interesting as well? Devin Booker, would you say I've been on book to increase his leadership?
Once or twice, I think you might have mentioned
flex
it.
A little bit. I honestly felt like Devin Booker, whom I'm a huge fan, as you know, based on earnings. Oh, my goodness, the class act that Book is and the player that he is. I absolutely love and respect the guy in my heart. Feel like he's grown up here, too. I mean, think about it. Shows up, he's 18 years old.
But yeah.
We've seen him develop in that, and that's why we all kind of feel this way towards Book, of course. The same thing I'll say about the Predator, Corbin Carroll. We've seen Corbin Carroll become everything that we thought he might be. And now he's just an absolute, one of the best players in the baseball universe. It is time for Corbin Carroll to stand up and say, yeah, I'm gonna accept this responsibility for being more of a leader in that clubhouse as well. I think that's critical going forward.
I do wonder how much they lost in terms of leadership from last year to this year, because I hear what you're saying. I also think basketball roster is small enough where if Devin Booker is that like just true alpha leader, that can almost be enough. I mean, you need to have other guys that are, sort of leaders as well, but maybe on a lower tier or whatever.
Yes.
I don't know if you can just have one in baseball. You probably need a few. And Christian Walker wasn't here this year. Obviously, he's gone. He was pretty well regarded as their main leader. Paul Sewald, as we found out firsthand at spring training going into last year, he was regarded as one of their main leaders. Both those guys gone.
Merrill Kelly,
by the end of the season, gone. He was the other one. I mean, you're talking about there might be a guy that we don't know about, and I think Perdomo has stepped into that role.
No
but
doubt.
Can you just have one or just two on a baseball team? I wonder how much not having Christian Walker or Paul Sewald as leaders this year hurt this team, because you're asking Corbin Carroll to do it, and I'm on board. He's going to have to be that guy. He hasn't been in the league very long, especially when you go back to the start of this year. He really hadn't been in the league very long.
Yeah, to me, it's what you've done. It's what you've done.
Well, maybe he is. Maybe he is a leader in that room. I don't know.
No, that's why I'm saying it's what you've done. Can I tell you right now, Geraldo Perdomo 2 years ago, sorry, he's not going to lead. He might have been a boisterous guy. He might have been a vocal guy, but you have to do before you can say. And I would say over the last 2 years specifically, Geraldo has really improved as a baseball player. Yes, and developed to a point where now when he says something, people go, oh, what? What? Oh, that's Jerry. You have to do before you can say.
Yeah.
To lead, especially in professional sports.
It's also just the concept, too, of even if leaders emerged this year, at the start of the year, you were minus a couple of your biggest ones that you were used to having as voices in there. You know, Christian Walker's been a leader here for a long time. And then even if somebody else stepped up this year at the start of the year, you didn't have that. Things were changing. I don't know. This season doesn't make any sense. So I'm just trying to throw out anything that possibly could make sense because I'm watching teams in the playoffs right now that aren't as good as the Diamondbacks.
Your best players have to adopt that responsibility and lead.
Take us with you wherever you go. And if you can't catch us live, find us on demand on the Arizona Sports app, on ArizonaSports.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. The Wolf and Luke Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. All right, when we come back, you mentioned Devin Booker, Wolf. We'll get back into that conversation with some audio from the coach of the Phoenix Suns, Jordan Ott, as well. It's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
He got the first three quarters, and then all of a sudden the fourth quarter happens. He has the unbelievable touchdown. You could just see the relief after he kneels down. 4 catches overall, contested catches. Is it enough to say that there's a solution there? The answer is no. I might be able to say that could be a start, that could be a turning point between him and Murray, but to say that it's a solution now, it was only 9.5 minutes of football in which those two guys excelled together. It's not enough of a sample size to say that that's the solution.
Yeah. Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Rick, what do you say you bring me that Brooklyn beat if you don't mind? That's what I'm talking about. Gather round, Basinonians. The autumn wind is blowing. And that means football season. Breathe it in. Football season is here, and so is the fall sale at Brooklyn Betting. Now through September 30th. That's September 30th today. Everything in store and online is 25% off. We're talking sheets, we're talking pillows, we're talking mattresses, adjustable frames. Everything is 25% off. So your game plan to score on this great deal is get on over to one of 12 Basin locations from Brooklyn Betting. That's right. Tell them Wolf sent you for the fall sale at Brooklyn Betting. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting. Go to brooklynbetting.com. That's brooklynbetting.com.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and more these days, people who are in pain are taking control of their health and looking beyond traditional medicine, and that is why QC Kinetics is so successful. People with chronic joint pain are learning that there are other options besides steroids, meds, and surgery, and they're getting lasting relief from QC Kinetics, where they use advanced cellular level treatments and regenerative medicine to revitalize your aching joints using growth factors from your own body. So if your back or knees or shoulders hurt all the time, you need to explore all of your options. Do not let them tell you that more pills or surgery are your only choices. Thousands of patients around the country are finding a better life with QC Kinetics' amazing regenerative treatments. So look beyond the old solutions. Call QC Kinetics. Get your free consultation. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 Cars for Kids.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The big news coming out of Arizona Cardinals practice yesterday was the absence of running back Trey Benson. Here's head coach Jonathan Gannon on with Burns and Gambo yesterday discussing why Benson was not at practice.
Yeah, not much. We'll have that injury report on Wednesday for you guys. Today's an extra day, so we had a bunch of guys not out there today for various reasons. So we'll see as we get the week going, how's it going to go.
The MLB playoffs are underway, and we will be carrying one of the matchups. Game 1 of the Dodgers-Reds series can be heard tonight with first pitch at 6:08 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7. And the Phoenix Mercury will find out who they are playing in the WNBA Finals tonight. Game 5 of the semifinal series between the Indiana Fever and Las Vegas Aces tips off at 6:30.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Wednesday. We'll have our weekly NFL conversation with the one and only Mark Schlereth. That and more starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Yeah, Jamal's into it right now, Bezonians. And why not? Maybe you just want to get jacked up and run into a wall, or maybe it's a human being who has a mouth guard in and actually is wearing a helmet out on this weird field that is actually lined with white stuff. You just want to blast him in the face. It's okay.
I can't really get jacked up, though, when the singer starts sounding like this.
Well, yeah, that was a little, but
that might be the best impression I've ever heard you do, actually. Yeah. That was pretty spot on. Is this
I'm an early 2000s pop punk singer.
And I'm wearing Dockers.
Not the same thing.
Nobody wore Dockers.
I'm wearing Dockers. Look at my slides.
If somebody out there wears Dockers, hit Wolf up on Twitter. Yeah. Because he needs to talk to you.
Yeah.
I don't know a lot of people wear Dockers.
My deck shoes. How about that?
Can I play some of this Devin Booker audio I wanted to play earlier?
Go ahead and do it.
Devin Booker at Media Day talking about his role as a leader this year. A lot of leadership stuff came up at his podium time. And I know for a fact you weren't there asking questions, Wolf, because you and I were doing the show simultaneously just around the corner.
Podium time.
Here he is.
Yeah, the leadership aspect is going to be more important than ever this year. Just realizing our roster, the age of our roster, and just the experience that I've had and what I've seen. So I'm going to do what I can. I'm always going to use my voice.
He talked about being a verbal leader last year, too.
Yeah. I feel like I used my voice a lot last year, too, but we just fell short. You know, it wasn't as connected as we wanted to be. I don't think anybody had problems with each other off the court. We just simply weren't connected enough.
Yeah, weren't connected enough. I think it was a lack of leadership. I think it was because Devin Booker deferred to Kevin Durant. This is just my own take on this, Basin O'Neens. I could be dead wrong on this. I just think the class act that Book is, the fact that he respected Kevin Durant to the degree in which he did, I think kept him from being the leader that he needs to be for this team, especially this year. He needs to be that guy.
You know, that might not even, I don't know if that happened, but even if it did, that might not even be on Book. That might just simply be guys in the locker room kind of gravitating towards Kevin Durant.
Or maybe it's your head coach. Well, maybe it's your head coach as well.
Might have been that.
Honestly, the paradigm that he was operating in, I totally understand why he would defer to Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant has done an awful lot of things.
But this is why I asked that question last year towards the end of the year is how are we going to know when he's hitting that level of leadership he needs to? Because, and he's saying right there, you know, last year was so convoluted. He doesn't have to explain that. We know it was convoluted. We don't know exactly why, but we just know it was. You hear stuff like Mike Budenholzer was telling him not to be a vocal leader on the floor, which is the exact opposite of what everybody wanted from him. You know, they did have an all-time great player on the team in Kevin Durant. Guys might have just grown up playing basketball looking up to KD, and so they might have just been looking towards him as a leader just naturally, regardless of what Devin Booker did.
Beyond a shadow of a doubt.
So Devin Booker may be stepping into that role right now, too, in addition to just being Devin Booker and being the face of the Suns. And the guy that's going to go down in Suns history is the greatest Sun of all time when all is said and done. I mean, that's reality.
Yeah. You know what, Book? Be vocal.
Here's more from Devin Booker on the leadership conversation.
If I feel something is going to be beneficial for the team, and especially with this team now for the growth of any young player, and, you know, I've been around these guys a lot. They're already hitting me with the right questions.
There it is. Yeah, hitting you with the right questions. Of course, if you think there's going to be something that would be beneficial for some young player, oh my goodness, Devin Booker. Book is one of those guys. He is done, Basinonians. He is done. He deserves the right to speak because of what he has done in the NBA. And it's not just the NBA. It's the world as well. The Olympics did an awful lot for Devin Booker. Devin Booker has got to be more vocal. He's got to be the leader. He's got to be the guy that demands accountability inside that locker room. And that means accountability for himself first, to hold himself to a standard he won't hold anyone else to. And then to be able to walk up to these young guns, even these veterans, and say, what are you doing? Book's got that kind of clout. He's the only guy in there that does, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, there's not even anybody close now with the way this roster is constructed. Not that other guys in there don't have wisdom that they can pass on. Not that every question needs to go to Devin Booker, but I'll make the analogy I made earlier with Kyler Murray. You know, a year or two ago when he was saying it, like, yeah, I'm just one of the older guys on the team now. Not old, but one of the older guys on the team. It's just natural guys are coming in and asking him questions. But we also heard it from so many of his teammates. It was a whole different conversation like 5 years ago. Hey, when's Kyler going to be a leader? And it was kind of a back and forth. You had guys anonymously saying he wasn't a good leader, and then you had other guys saying, almost going over the top to talk about how amazing he was. And then eventually Kyler just became one of the longest tenured Cardinals, and he became more of a leader. I hesitate to use the comparison too much because it's different sports, and I view Devin Booker and Kyler Murray differently. But now Devin Booker is in this role where everybody joining the Suns, there's no doubt whose team it is. I mean, it is Devin Booker's team, and then second on the call sheet is Devin Booker, and third is Devin Booker. This is Devin Booker's team. It's like you are moving into Devin Booker's house if you come play for the Phoenix Suns.
This might be the best development for the Phoenix Suns going forward. The fact that Devin Booker had a year where he was the unquestioned leader, and it forced him to step up and be that guy going forward.
Okay, there's still more. I know you didn't get to hear this last week because we were doing the show at the same time. He talked about his job as the Suns leader.
You know, that's my job. As a leader, it's my responsibility of being a franchise player that, you know, I have to communicate to everybody, you know, the importance of basketball in this town and, how serious we take it.
And he also talked about his early years in this league helping him now.
Obviously, those early years weren't the prettiest either. Just still sticking with it, not getting caught up in whatever it is, if it's media, if it's whatever's going on in the locker room. Like, you just have to continue to get better. And there was a lot going on early in my career, but, I was able to keep the main thing, keep it tunnel vision and, continue to work.
Continue to work, no doubt about it. Do you have the cut from Jordan Ott talking about Devin Booker and how lucky he is as a first-year head coach to have a superstar that is as proven as Devin Booker?
I think Matt said it, how lucky he is. How lucky am I? The first-year head coach to have a superstar, a guy that's proven in the league, the guy that's done it at every single level, NBA, Olympics, that's a blessing. And I think whatever's happened in the past has happened in the past. This is his team. And we're lucky, again, that he not only plays for the Phoenix Suns, he wants to live here. I've been around the different teams. To have your superstar in the state, in the city, in the gym is a major luxury for us. We talk about how the gym is felt and guys being in there to work. It starts at the top. And without his commitment, with us in Phoenix, with the Phoenix Suns, extremely grateful to him and looking forward to continue to build our relationship and see how this, preseason into the regular season goes. And he's going to be a great partner for us as we go forward.
Yeah, Jordan Ott just reminding Devin Booker of his position and his place in the NBA and why it's time for him to set the standard, to step up, I should say, and set the standard of leadership inside that locker room.
Jordan Ott also sitting closer to the microphone than Devin Booker was,
yes,
as you could tell by the audio right there. All right, when we come back, final segment of the show. How much is payroll going to be impacted for the Arizona Diamondbacks based on what happened this past season, and how much is it going to impact them next season? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Morata mornings. Geraldo Perdomo talking about what happened at the trade deadline and how he wishes it didn't happen at the trade deadline. There was no reason for the front office to keep that together at the trade deadline.
No, I agree.
The way that they were playing, I don't think I've ever seen a team as affected by trade rumors. Had they been playing competent baseball around the deadline, I don't think Mike Hazen is as quick to do it.
Well, listen.
And we might be previewing a wild card series right now.
Absolutely.
But they played their worst baseball right around that time. They made it an easy decision.
They sure did.
Bickley and Morata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com for more information. Choosing dental implants is one of the most important health decisions you're ever going to make. That's why I want you to check out Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix. They're locally owned and proud to offer world-class care in a state-of-the-art facility with decades of experience and thousands of smiles restored. Dr. Joe and their expert team deliver results you can trust. Unlike the gimmick dentistry that you may have seen out there, the bait-and-switch pricing, fake limited-time offers, or surprise add-on fees, at Aria, you'll always know exactly what to expect. That's why they've earned over 500 five-star Google reviews from patients who felt truly cared for. This is your health, not a sales pitch, Basinonians. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com for more information. That's ariadentalimplantcenter.com.
Hi, Arizona sports listeners. It's Wayne from AMCO. So the hot summer is still upon us and school has started. The last thing anyone needs is to start the school year with car troubles. Moms and dads will be running all over town, dropping off and picking up their kids, which can be hard on any car. And what if that dang check engine light comes on? Man, talk about frustrating. Well, don't worry. What to do when your car needs repairs can be frustrating, but where to go when it does isn't. That's us at AMCO. With plenty of locations, AMCO's used to taking care of our Valley's heroes. We serve teachers, paramedics, firefighters, firefighters, policemen, and our most important heroes of all, moms and dads. Now, you all know that AMCO specializes in transmissions and powertrain repairs, which includes clutches, transfer cases, differentials, even engine replacements. All the big repairs that most shops don't do. We do small repairs too, like air conditioning and brakes. So just pop into your nearest AMCO or book online at amcoarizona.com. Now that's pretty awesome. Well, that's because we're AMCO. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAMCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is proud to team up once again with Arizona Sports for Character Counts. We're celebrating high school athletes across Arizona who show integrity, commitment, and academic excellence. With over $100,000 in scholarships already awarded, we're excited to keep the momentum going. Nominate a standout student athlete today at CharacterCountsAZ.com. We'd love to share their story, and they could win $10,000 from Parker & Sons.
Hey, my Ford Edge. It's my daily driver. Game day, every day. Paul Calvisi here. Built Ford tough. Built football tough. Our Desert Ford dealers, they're an official partner of the Arizona Cardinals. In fact, if you want to really enjoy tailgate season, take the Legend, the F-150, work truck or weekend warrior, the Ford F-Series, just America's best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running now. Yet the time is now when our Desert Ford dealers, they're giving us 3.9% Ford credit financing for 60 months, plus $2,750 in retail bonus cash on a 2025 F-150 XLT 2.7 liter. Hey, you're thinking SUV? Lease a Ford Bronco Big Bend for just $469 a month for 36 months, plus you Jeep owners get $2,000 cash back. Or lease a Bronco Sport Big Bend for just $369 a month for 36 months, and Jeep owners get $1,000 cash back. But hurry, it all ends September 30th at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
The world is a vampire.
Hey, it's Gambo. Now that Torey Lovello has been given the keys to the 2026 season, what's next in the D-backs offseason? The Burns and Gambo show starts at 2 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
There was a mosh pit that formed at the Smashing Pumpkins concert that I went to, basically. There was. What was interesting about it was Paul Calvisi, I think, was actually in that mosh
was
pit.
in it. Okay, he didn't start.
Yeah, Paulie, weren't you? Jacked up! Okay, Smashing Pumpkins, they did have a mosh pit from time to time when they would play.
They have some harder songs.
Is that interesting? Yes.
They have some that are really mellow, but they have some that are, I just can't picture Calvisi in a mosh pit.
Yeah, well, Paulie, believe me, Paulie walk around
He's
like
an instigator.
He was, yeah.
You know what, though? Despite all his rage,
Elbows
he's still
and
just
knees.
Calvisi.
Elbows and knees, baby. That's what he came in. That's what he did.
Let's get back to some of this audio from. We played some Torey audio from earlier today. Here's Mike Hazen, though. And look, payroll, I think, is a question that a lot of people have with the way this season played out. I know it's a question I have. Is Ken Kendrick going to still be willing to spend money? You brought this up earlier, Wolf. He has invested the last 2 years. Now, there's a lot of factors that go into getting where they went to, and there were injuries, and some of the signings were really good. I think going out and getting Eugenio Suarez was pretty brilliant. I think going out and getting Corbin Burns was really good. Jordan Montgomery did not pan out. I would say the jury's still out on Erod. He's looked better at times this year, but he hasn't been the guy they went out and signed.
Yeah.
But if I'm Ken Kendrick, again, you have to invest when your team is starting to get better the way they were 2 years ago. Otherwise, why do you own a team? You know? So I give him credit for investing in it. But if I'm him right now, 2 years in, I'm like, I've invested and I've seen 0 playoff games. So what does that mean now? Now,
especially, too, when you think of what they did at the trade deadline and who they got rid of at the trade deadline.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden you got better as a team. I mean, as an
Nothing
owner, I'd
makes
be
sense,
looking
man.
at that going, can we possibly, reduce payroll and start next season? Kind of winning the way that we did since the trade deadline on. I mean, of course, you're going to question your process. You're going to question how you're doing things once you see that. So, to me, it's not a surprise if you've got Ken Kendrick saying we're going to be a little bit more careful in what we do.
Here's what he said yesterday, and then I'll play you what Mike Hazen said today.
We will not be spending at the same level. The real number this year, you can go look it up on Cots contracts. We don't just pay the 26 guys that are on the active roster. We have a 40-man roster. And the amount of money we spent on our roster this year, and it's public data, is $220 million. Okay? That's a lot more than the number you used and the number that people think. Will we spend $220 next year? I don't think that we will. Will we have a very, very significant payroll to allow us to compete and be in the playoffs? I think we will.
Yeah, there it is.
I would say not surprising, really. Probably dialing back the payroll a little bit. But if you still, as long as you still spend, as long as Mike Hazen doesn't get in a position where he's like, hey, here's this player. I'm not chasing Shohei, although Shohei would be nice, but I'm not
which is nice.
I'm not chasing some overpriced player who might not deliver, but you got to trust your GM, Mike Hazen, to be like, okay, here's this guy. He's reasonably priced. He'll fix our bullpen issues.
Yeah.
Can we go get him? As long as you're not, penny pinching to the point where it's like, nope, figure it out with prospects. Because if that's the case, you're never going to win anything significant. But Kendrick has invested, and you can tell the guy, at this point, he wants to win. So this is Mike Hazen today at that end of the season press conference, asked about payroll.
Yeah, I don't care about the payroll. I think I've been fairly consistent with that for 10 years. I don't care what the number is. What we have, we'll figure it out. We have a lot of good young players. We have a lot of good young minor league players that all had really good years. So we traded off players at the deadline and picked up 9 new players. We should have access in the trade market to make improvements to this roster without money. And, there's ways for us to move things around to free up where we may need to supplement. Yes, having those specific 4 guys on the IL to start the season is not going to be ideal. We are expecting all of them back, which could be a big boost for us, moving in through the season, picking up Corbin Burns in the middle of the season, wherever Gurriel lands back in, the 2 relievers. Those should be additions that if we can put the roster together at the beginning of the year and hold our own, we could be looking at a situation where we're adding impact talent as we move through the season, which could be a huge plus for us.
Boy, that is a great point, isn't it, Luke? That fills you with a little bit of hope. It's kind of like having 4 trade deadlines when those 4 guys come back. It's kind of like, okay, hey, we're getting a boost here. Hey, Lourdes is coming back. Okay, that's great. It's interesting to think, man, once again, if somehow, some way, Torrey could work a little magic in the first half of next season.
Yeah.
And then you'd be getting back Corbin Burns and then the 2 relievers and Lourdes Gurriel. I mean, who knows? That'd be a shot in the arm.
Well, he just said, Mike Hazen, that he doesn't care about the payroll, and he has been pretty consistent about that. I would say I do care about the payroll to a certain extent. For me, it's not, hey, are they going to go out and be the biggest spenders in the offseason? For me, Wolf, it's are you going to retain your own players when they get good? If you're going to develop players, and they're doing this. They already have Perdomo signed. They obviously already have Corbin Carroll signed. They have Ketel Marte signed. If you're going, Justin Martinez is signed, Brandon Pfaadt signed. They've signed these guys for a long time. That's where I care about payroll, because baseball is broken in the sense that some teams can go out and spend $500 million and another team could spend $60 million, and that's somehow the same league. That's like having a Mountain West team in the SEC, basically. So as long as you are spending to retain your players as they develop, and I would say as long as you have some cash set aside where if the season's going, like what if the trade deadline hits next year And they are a playoff team, but they need another starting pitcher. Well, I want Mike Hazen to be able to have the money to be able to go out and do that. He's always going to have to be strategic with his money more so than some of these like New York, LA teams are. But as long as he still has the funds to actually do his job, that's really all I care about.
Yeah. Wins are out, Rick, once again, because I thought it was 154-30.
No, it's
55.
55.
55.
It's 55.
You have 17 seconds to make a brilliant point.
Didn't you write it down?
As a matter of fact, I did. Now that I looked at it, it does say 155 base earnings. Interesting.
Yeah, that is interesting.
You know what? I'm going to do my part right now and just say peace and strength.
That's great.
Luke,
all right. Thanks to Rick and Jamal back there behind the glass. For Wolf, who already checked out. I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader, including Cardinals play-by-play.
Breaks a tackle, heads for the end zone, touchdown!
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
For more than 50 years, the Fiesta Sports Foundation has been known for world-class events and unmatched hospitality. But our biggest legacy is off the field, where we're improving local communities through education, youth sports, and programs that serve millions of Arizonans. And we're just getting started. Fiesta Sports Foundation. Our season never ends. Learn more at fiestasportsfoundation.org.
Lowe's knows how to get you ready for holiday hosting with up to 35% off select home decor. And get up to 35% off select major appliances. Plus, members get free delivery, haul away, basic installation, parts, and a 2-year Lowe's protection plan when you spend $2,500 or more on select LG major appliances. Valid through 10/1. Member offer excludes Massachusetts, Maryland, Wisconsin, New Jersey, and Florida. Installed by independent contractors. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com for more details.
Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer lets you easily compare direct rates from different insurance companies, so you can be confident you're getting the right one, even if it's not with Progressive. Way more confident than you were when you tried online gaming. Who knew 12-year-old boys could be so mean? And where did they learn to swear like that? 2 hours of losing to these underage trash talkers, and you're starting to question if maybe you really should stick to pickleball and other boomer stuff. So use Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer and be confident you're getting insurance that's right for you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Last year in Arizona, more than 121,000 car accidents were reported. Over 1,200 were fatal. Imagine you're one of those drivers. The light turns green. In a split second, everything changes. A crash leaves you fighting for your life, unable to speak, make decisions, or protect your family's future. Without having the right legal documents, the courts, not you, decide who speaks for you. That process is costly, time-consuming, and could tear families apart when they should be pulling together. With a comprehensive plan from RJP Estate Planning, including a living trust, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives, you stay in control, and your family stays protected. Trusted for over 35 years, RJP Estate Planning helps Arizonans plan for life's whens and what-ifs.
Call 480-576-5457 by October 2nd to save 55% on RJP's Living Trust Package. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. That's where General Manager Brad Gunlickson and his team are kicking off a fall savings push with deals you've got to hear about. Get a low 0%, yes, 0% APR financing rate now on select 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 trucks and Hummer all-electric SUV and pickup models with approved credit. And don't forget, there's still time to take advantage of the $7,500 EV federal tax credit. But hurry, when September ends, so does this offer. So stop in and take a look at their huge inventory of award-winning Buick and GMC models and experience their no-bull way of doing business that's made Earnhardt a trusted name in automotive for over 74 years. All this and more at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models, APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 9/30/25.
Everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're looking for a meal that's never boring and always packed with flavor, head to Sonic with over 10,000 drink combinations, iconic classics like cherry limeades, tots, and corn dogs, plus new favorites like the Double Sonic Smasher and Groovy crispy fries, there's something for everyone in your crew. And remember, order ahead with the Sonic app to score exclusive rewards like half-price drinks and slushes. Live free, eat Sonic.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone with no startup fees, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. And for a limited time, get started for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. A familiar plot of land in Arizona is being targeted by a professional sports team once again. The Arizona Cardinals announced today plans to build a new practice facility at the mixed-use site north of the Loop 101 and West Scottsdale Road. If that sounds familiar, that's because that plot of land is the same area that was targeted by the defunct Arizona Coyotes when they efforted to build a new stadium and entertainment complex. You can read more about the Cardinals' plans right now on ArizonaSports.com, which is presented by Wi-Fi. Playoff baseball has begun in MLB. We have one final so far today. The Detroit Tigers took Game 1 from the Cleveland Guardians 2-1, the final score, I should say. In action right now at Wrigley Field, the Chicago Cubs, thanks to a pair of solo home runs, up 2-1 on the Padres. That one is in the bottom of the 7th inning. We've got two more games coming up. The Yankees and the Red Sox in their first game of their wild card matchup. That's starting an hour from now. And then later tonight, you can listen to Game 1 between the Cincinnati Reds and the LA Dodgers right here on 98.7 FM. Coverage will start at 6 p.m. And then Game 5 of the WNBA semifinals between the Indiana Fever and Las Vegas Aces is tonight. And the winner of that game will advance to face the Phoenix Mercury in the finals starting on Friday. Tip-off is at 6:30. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Football watch parties have taken over Sundays. Join the excitement and don't miss a play at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up 2 o'clock on this Tuesday afternoon. Good afternoon and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns alongside the one, the only John Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo!
Burnsy, what's going on?
Have you added an extra something in there to your little pregame routine? I noticed I had a corner of my eye. I did because you got the point, you got the flags, and now you're doing the pounding. I'm like, what the hell is he doing over there? He's pounding his chest. I got it out of the corner of my eye on my hair. I'll ask about that. Welcome everybody into the Burns and Gambo Show, where once again we're going to be a distracted bunch today. Mitch was distracted last night. Congratulations, your Broncos won. There you go.
Broncos look good. They
Lawrence,
did not get me the 75 points that I needed defensively to win my fantasy football.
Shocking. So you've made the move. You're now looking for a general manager?
I have fired Sean, yes.
Mitch, thank God he posted our fantasy football league standings so far on Twitter. That's fine. You just wanted to, think of, with your chest
Look,
about
after
being
I got my
3-1.
ass beat this past weekend by Strength and Connor, I just figured it was time
to give him some love. So Gambo, we lose Gambo at 3. That's when the Yankees are on.
There we go.
Lauren's like 1 foot in, 1 foot out on the show because her Cubs are winning against the Padres 2-1 in the bottom
Tigers
of the 7th
won.
right now.
Tigers won.
Tigers already won earlier today. Tarek Skubal was really
14
good.
strikeouts. By the way, once drafted by the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Indeed, out of Kingman. Kingman High or whatever the name of the high school is.
75th round or something. Everybody very, very late.
Everybody's team's having postseason fun and on national team, but mine.
I mean, you don't have your team. Well, I love the Diamondbacks too.
I'm an Arizona sports guy. That's all I got. I don't have anything
We
else.
keeping a buck right now. We ass.
You gotta stop playing that. Seriously.
Mitch loves that cut. That's Mitch's favorite cut.
Loves the Cam Ward cut.
He loves the Cam Ward cut.
He just loves it. And he's gonna play it until somebody tells us we can't play that cut anymore.
Mitch, what do you think about the Coyotes' inability to get that land that the Cardinals just took?
We keeping a buck right now. We ass.
Sorry.
Mitch, how did the Cardinals come in and get that land so easily? And Alex Morello couldn't do it.
We keeping a buck right now. We ass.
That was the first. So Mitch is doing his Sports Center update, and of course the lead story is the Cardinals. And congratulations to them, man. They're
looking at that land and like, wait a second, that looks familiar.
And it is. It's the exact same plot of land. And the first thing Cambo says is, "Man, the Coyotes. Here come the Cardinals and just $136 million. Here you go. We're going to build this beautiful facility
We want this land, but we don't want to pay for it."
And everything about the Coyotes trying to get that land, it was like pushing a boulder up a mountain. And the Cardinals just, there you go. Got it.
We want this land, but we were like, well, if you're going to pay for it.
Lickety split, piece of cake. It's like,
how did the Cardinals make that so easy? Yeah, they wrote a check.
They wrote a check. They've got the money.
Transferred funds.
Yeah, it's
Alex Morello's like, well, if you guys can pay for it, then we want the land.
Go to ArizonaSports.com to get all the latest on that. The facility looks like it's going to be beautiful, and something tells me the Cardinals are going to be finishing just fine in future NFL Player Association report cards. Right when get that facility built, they'll do just fine when they get that thing built, which is what they needed to do all along.
2028.
2028 is what they're saying.
All right.
2028. Let's weigh in our top story of the day here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
The Arizona Cardinals, in addition to their new facility up in North Phoenix, being the top story of the day, which we'll get into greater detail a little bit later. The Arizona Cardinals are 2-2, and like a bunch of teams who are at 2-2, they're certainly in it. They're not out of it. There's a question of how in it are you when you're 2-2. I think the stat that I read today on NFL.com, and we could throw 100 of these at you if we wanted to. If you're 2-2. Since 1990, you make the playoffs like 37% of the time. Okay, so I mean, clearly you've got a pulse. You're in it. You're there.
It is that 0-2 in the division, though. You only make it like 9% of the time if you're 0-2 in the division.
Start 0-2 in the division, you make the playoffs 9%. So we could stat you to death with this. That they can, they can't. One of the lead writers over at NFL.com, Jeffrey Chihata, he does a weekly kind of recap of the NFL in the week that was. And he took the 9 2-2 teams and he ranked them by contender or pretender. It's a fairly simplistic thing to do, but it gets a lot of clicks, and it certainly got my click today. He listed the Arizona Cardinals as a pretender at 2-2. And I don't have a problem with that. I don't know if you do. I do not have a problem with that.
I would say that at 2-2, you are a contender for a playoff spot. Now, he doesn't differentiate whether it's contender or pretender for Super Bowl. Like, do I think that they're a Super Bowl contender? No. Do I think that they are a contender for a playoff spot? You know what? I think that they are.
Okay, so if I said...
I think that they are.
If I said contender or pretender, you would say contender.
If you define contender as playoffs.
I think that's what his intention was to define it as playoffs.
I think the Arizona Cardinals are a contender for a playoff spot. Okay. I do.
Yeah,
Can I tell you why?
Yeah. Oh, God, please. Yes.
The Eagles are really good. The Lions are really good. The Bucks are pretty good. I mean, there's a certain amount of teams that have to make the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
Like, do you see, Washington does not look good. Dallas does not look good. The Vikings don't look good. The Packers had a miserable loss 2 weeks ago. The Falcons are just okay. I just don't know that there's that many great teams in the NFC. I could see 5 that I would say are good. So I will put the Cardinals in a contender category.
Yeah, and I think part of, and he even mentioned this in his write-up, part of the reason why he's got them in the pretender category is because they share a division with 3-3-1 teams. Now, you and I, the poll question yesterday was, which NFC West team do you believe is the best right now? You said Seattle.
I said Seattle.
I said the Rams. Splitting hairs. They're both out. Neither one of us said San Francisco, and frankly, with their injuries and everything, maybe they're not a contender in the NFC West, but they're 3 3-1. Part of the reason why he says the Cardinals are a pretender is because they're sharing a division with 3 teams that are off to really good starts.
Okay.
I look at it the other way. I guess, is the NFC as good as we thought? Time will tell on that one. This offense is in need of such a jolt of something that until I see that jolt of something, until I see that, okay, hey, they figured it out, they fixed it. And it's probably a little bit unfair to pass that kind of long-term judgment on them after just 4 games. But if they're going to struggle like this offensively all year, they are not contenders. They are pretenders. But I think they know that.
All right, let's play the game because let's go over the rest of them. You tell me what you think he said. Falcons.
Do you want me to tell you what I know he said or what I think he said?
Did you go through all of them?
I did, yeah.
Okay. He's got the Falcons as a pretender, the Bears as a pretender, the Bengals as a pretender, the Broncos as a contender, the Chiefs as a contender, the Vikings as a contender, the Patriots as a pretender, Washington as a contender, and that's it.
Okay. So again, pretenders, Falcons, Bears, Bengals, Patriots, contenders, Broncos, Chiefs, Vikings, Commanders. And I think part of the problem here, too, if we're just being honest about it, is look at the contenders. Broncos, Chiefs, Vikings, Commanders. All made the playoffs a year ago, right?
Yes.
They've all kind of got that built-in sort of trust factor of teams that did it a year ago. So I think it's just easier to believe they'll do it again. Whereas the Falcons, no. The Bears, no. The Bengals, everybody thought was going to get back. But now Jake Browning, boy, did you watch any of that game last night? Oh, my God.
I actually turned the Jets-Dolphins on for a little bit, and I don't know why. And then I was like,
because you're a masochist.
There's this show on Amazon Prime that we're watching right now. So I was like, let's just get off. Let's get off of this.
Jake Browning didn't look very good. Penalty city for the Cincinnati. It was just ugly, sloppy, bad football. They don't look like a contender at all. So he's giving kind of like a built-in edge to the teams that already made the playoffs a year ago, right? All of his 2-2 contenders are all teams that made the playoffs a year, and the Cardinals
Chiefs looked good. Chiefs looked good, but I didn't think they'd make the playoffs this year, but they looked good.
But I think it's easier to look at a 2-2 team and say they're a contender when they went to the playoffs a year ago.
He didn't say Washington was. Did he?
Yeah, he did.
He said Washington was?
I believe so.
Oh.
I thought so.
Oh, you're right.
Okay.
He did.
Yeah,
he had him in there. Okay.
And if they get Jaden Daniels back, maybe they are. But you know what I mean? So I just think for me, the Cardinals, until they show a semblance of a functioning offense, I have a hard time believing that they can be. And you're talking to the guy who picked them to go 11-6, right? Like you're talking to the guy who was extremely optimistic about their ability to be good this year. And so far, this offense has been a giant letdown in that regard.
Okay. They're going to...
I know.
Here comes the Tennessee Titans.
Yeah?
Here, do you want me to gift wrap them for you? Do you want a bow on it? Here they come. Here come the Titans.
Only if I can.
We keeping a buck right now. We ass.
What is that? 4 times?
Oh my
God! 4
God.
times.
It's
only a matter of time until somebody comes in and tells you to stop.
Jackson Smith, Enigma.
Now you're just having fun with your whole audio file in there.
And Jigba. I got it right.
You got it right.
And Jigba.
You did. My Chemical Romance is headed to Chase Field in September of next year. Tickets are now on sale. You can win a pair now by texting the word romance to 620-620 for your chance. That's romance to 620-620. The run game for ASU so far has been everything they need it to be except in one very important category. And we'll talk about that next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings.
Geraldo Perdomo talking about what happened at the trade deadline and how he wishes it didn't happen at the trade deadline. There was no reason for the front office to keep that together at the trade deadline.
No, I agree.
The way that they were playing, I don't think I've ever seen a team as affected by trade rumors. Had they been playing competent baseball around the deadline, I don't think Mike Hazen is as quick to do it.
Well, listen.
And we might be previewing a wild card series right now.
Absolutely.
But they played their worst baseball right around that time. They made it an easy decision.
They sure did.
Bickley and Marotta. Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
He's a world
arm wrestling champion, Michael Todd.
I'm globally known as Monster Michael Todd. I'm 52 years old. I've won 23 world titles and 36 national titles.
This tough guy never backs down, but a horrible bicep injury almost ended his career. Enter QC Kinetics and life-changing regenerative treatments.
Most people thinking that I'd never be able to compete again. Within 8 months, I became number 5 overall in the world. Now I'm marching towards that number 1 spot.
So how did he do it?
I'm a big regenerative medicine kind of guy. Once I found out about QC Kinetics, I wanted to try their protocol.
Those treatments use a patient's own orthobiologics concentrated and placed into the troubled area to help heal and restore the damage. No scalpels or harmful meds, just long-term relief.
QC Kinetics definitely have helped me be able to live this dream and be able to do what I want to do and continue to do it for a lot more years.
When the others say, time for surgery, you're finished. Not so fast. Call QC Kinetics. The consultation's totally free.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
It's kickoff time. Score big at Freeway Chevrolet with our kickoff special. Triple your rebate on all new trucks and SUVs. Every new vehicle in stock. No exclusions. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Kickoff special available on new inventory only. Cannot be combined with any other offers or incentives. NCC rebate only. On approved credit. See dealer for complete details.
Freeway Chevrolet. I-10 and Ray.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Oh, it's here, the best time of year, and no, I'm not just talking about football season.
Wait, Wolf, what could possibly top football?
Robert, it's shade season, baby. I'm at the compound, on my patio, cool, comfortable, no glare on the TV, thanks to All Pro Shade Concepts.
That's exactly what we do. Our shade solutions block the sun, cut the heat, and keep your patio game day ready all year long.
Make your season complete. Visit allproshade.com today for a free estimate, because you gotta have shade.
Opioid misuse and overdose deaths are serious health issues across the U.S. Anyone at a workplace, including workers, clients, customers, and visitors, can be at risk of an overdose if they use opioids. Are you prepared? Consider making non-prescription naloxone nasal spray a part of your workplace first aid kit. Naloxone reverses an opioid overdose and saves lives. Maintain workplace safety, offer training, and always call 911 for a suspected overdose. Visit naloxoneaz.com.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can help you protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. And if something wasn't mentioned that you had in mind, find out if it can be covered at progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE, because it probably can be.
Hey, it's Luke. What does Torey Lovello have to do to keep his job past 2026? We'll ask Diamondbacks General Manager Mike Hazen tomorrow at 11:45. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
ASU football has the bye week this week. There are 20 undefeated teams in the FBS right now, and ASU is playing 3 of them in the next 4 weeks, I believe, is the stat that Doug Tamaro, the
that Texas Tech game, whew.
That's going to be a biggie.
That's going to be a big one, the Texas Tech game.
There's one of them in there. Houston's undefeated, and most people think they're kind of a fraud.
They get them at home. They get Houston at home. They get West
and,
Virginia at home.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to disparage Houston necessarily, but the biggies in there are Texas Tech obviously is a biggie. Iowa State obviously is a biggie, and maybe Houston has the potential to as well. And then there's still Utah, which, I know they lost to Texas Tech, and they lost pretty convincingly there, but I think in a week and a half, that's going to be a pretty tough game.
Yeah, they just played so poorly in that game. Because
They did.
It was an early game, and I watched it, and they just did not play well.
Yeah, they did. They did. One of the questions about the 2025 ASU Sun Devils has mostly been answered. I don't think it's been answered all the way, but I think it's mostly been answered.
Okay.
Can they run the football without
Can they run
Cam
the football?
Scadden? That was one of our huge questions going into the season,
Yeah,
right?
and it was a fair question. It was a really good question. But I think that the running game has been fine, except for a great point that you brought up yesterday is they missed Cam at the goal line. Because Cam would find a way to get you the 1 to 1.5 to 2 yards no matter what. I like Raleek Brown a lot. I think that he's been great. ASU rushed for 207 yards in that game. They've already broke the 1,000-yard mark. They've eclipsed 200 yards 4 times in 5 games. Raleek Brown had a great game, 134 yards. He's been terrific. Kyson Brown got hurt, but he's healthy now. Kanye Udo's barely getting any opportunities because Raleek Brown has just been so good. I do think that, really good point by you. Like, okay, they're running the ball, they're running it effectively, but you get inside the 5, Cam Scadden was going to find the end zone.
Yeah.
And I don't know if Raleek Brown is that guy yet. I love Raleek. I think he's a terrific back. I don't think that they're struggling in the running game. I think they've been very successful in the running game. But they have a red zone problem, and part of that is because they don't have that battering ram to go knock 5 bodies over and get in the end zone.
So I went looking at it today because you're so right, and I think the key word that you said in the middle of your speech there was you used the word yet, okay? And I think that's the key word here. We're 5 games into the season, all right? Nothing's set in stone. Nothing's done. Nothing has been put out there that can't be improved upon or made better. I think so far, yes, they've struggled with the run game inside the red zone, which is kind of, I think, and I don't know if we'll ever confirm this or not, I think what kind of led to that whole craziness with Kenny, is he going to go for it on 4th and 1? Is he going to kick the field goal at the end of that pass game?
Right.
Because there was just, the red zone struggles were so pronounced, it was almost like he was kind of bound up and didn't know what to do. Here's the stat I went looking for, and I found 2 of them that kind of bolster this argument. Last year for the season, when it comes to touchdown percentage in the red zone, ASU was 59th in college football. Okay, average, middle of the road, very right down the middle.
Does it say the percentage or just where they were?
I can look up the percentage, but I just wrote down the ranking.
That's fine.
59th in the FBS in touchdown percentage in the red zone. This year they're 112th.
Oh,
they're 112th. Their score percentage in the red zone is really good this year because they're kicking a bunch of field goals, right? And they've got a kicker that they can trust. 112th this year, 59th last year. Here's the one that I think speaks loudly, though. Last year, Cam Scadden total accounted for 24 touchdowns. 18 of those were in the red zone.
Wow.
And I went through game by game. And Gambo, I swear from me to you, the vast majority
inside
of those.
the 5-yard line?
2 yards.
2 yards.
3 yards. 4-yard touchdown, right?
Yeah.
You used the words battering ram. He was a battering ram down
So
there.
they've made 22 trips inside the red zone this year. Half of those have been touchdowns. So they've got a 50% rate of scoring touchdowns in the red zone. And again, like if you look at ASU, you say, did I have a problem running the football? The answer is no. 207 yards last week. They're over 1,000. They've been over 200 yards rushing 4 times in 5 games. Raleek Brown's playing great. But the issue becomes when the field shortens and you're inside that 5-yard line, are you comfortable with Raleek Brown, Kyson Brown, Kanye Udo, or Sam Levitt being able to get you in the end zone? And so far, I think the answer is no. I think the answer is no. Like, they have no problem giving Raleek Brown the ball anywhere on the field, but inside the 5, when the field gets short, it's become a little bit of a burden for them to be able to get that touchdown. Even on the play where we thought Kenny lost his mind and he was going for it on 4th and goal from the 1.
Screaming at the TV on Friday night.
It was a quarterback keeper. Now, that was the play. It was called a look play. Go, look, and see. And if you like what you see, run it in. And if not, don't. But they weren't handing it off.
Yeah.
They were going to have him just sneak it in. And Raleek Brown was going to push him, which he did push him. But I think that's the one thing that they've got to figure out. Do they have a guy that can get in the end zone inside the 5-yard line.
This is Kenny Dillingham from yesterday, and he was asked about the red zone struggles, and he was asked about Cam Scadaboo accounting for some of that. I haven't heard this yet, so I have no idea what he said. Let's find out together.
Yeah, well, obviously, Scat's really good, right? So to say, like, not having Scat, of course, that's definitely real. But it's a comedy of things. I mean, it's us as a staff, then it's one position, then it's another position, then it's us, then it's another person, another position, us, another position. It's like, can we just all do it right at the same time? Like, can we have a good play and this at the same time? Right now, it's one of those, anything that can go wrong will go wrong in those situations. We just haven't put it together, but not that we can't, we will. It just hasn't happened yet, which is frustrating. But like I said, when you possess the ball like we possess it, when you take care of it, and you're just short red zone scoring, like those are things that we can fix and get better at throughout the year. Way worse if you're averaging like 200 yards a game, 250 a game, where you physically can't move the ball on first downs. We don't have a problem with that. We just got to get better at the situations.
Yeah, and way worse if you lost to TCU. Or way worse if you lost to Baylor and you're 1-1 in the Big 12, or you're 0-2 in the. I mean, like,
well, way worse if you didn't have a field goal kicker.
Or way worse if you didn't
now
have a
I get in
field
a
goal
red zone, I can't even kick a field goal. At least they've got a good field goal kicker, although he missed 2 yet last week. He still is. Jesus Gomez is a good field goal kicker.
Yeah, there's been, when you're 4-1 on the season and 2-0 in the conference, it gives you a lot of wiggle room on stuff like this. It gives you, and you got a bye week, and it gives you time to perfect it and figure it out. And I if I remember right, I think I saw, and I should have taken a screenshot of this too. I really should have. I think I saw a stat that kind of indicated last year's team to start was not great in the red zone either. And by the end of the season, they got really, really good at it. It was one of those.
Interesting.
And I'd have to go back and try to find where I saw it. And I don't remember where it was. But at the start of the season, they weren't awesome at scoring touchdowns in the red zone either, and it wasn't until they really hit their stride. Remember this time a year ago, ASU football was just starting to hit their stride, right? They were just starting to figure out how good they were and what they had and their ability to win games. And I got to think, I'm going to go back to that word you used, yet. They haven't figured it out yet. I think they've got time to figure it out. I really do.
Well, what I would like to do is I would like to see them go more to Jordan Tyson. They went to him on 4th and 4 in the back of the end zone. He caught the pass. This might be the best wide receiver in college football this year. The best wide receiver in college football. I know you want to run it in. I get you want to run it in. You want to play physical. But, man, that kid is some special talent. And if you're struggling running the football in, throw it to him.
Yeah, when we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, lots of talk yesterday about Zach Gallen. We had Ken Kendrick on the show talking about Zach Gallen. What would a reunion with Zach look like for the Diamondbacks? That's next on the Burns and Gambo show.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Love telling you about the Lund Mortgage team. They're helping people every single day get pre-approved for a mortgage. It is one of the dreams, American dreams. I know my father, coming from a different country, American dream is, be able to provide for your family, food on the table, roof over your head, clothes on your back. It was really simple, right? And it took a lot of pride, it took a lot of pride in owning your own home. It meant so much to own your own home, and it still does. And owning your own home not only, helps you have equity for you, but it builds generational wealth. You own a home. Every time you make a payment, you're not paying somebody else's mortgage. You're paying your mortgage. You're paying principal. That is yours. Whatever you bought the house for, as you pay it, it goes off, and all of a sudden that money's yours. It's equity that you have if you ever needed. So you could refinance, you could sell the house, and you would have equity in the house. You can, if you pass on, you could leave it to your family. So that's why it's important to look at the possibility of owning a home. The Lund Mortgage team, they're your local mortgage lender. Call them at 623-889-0130 for all your mortgage needs, or go online at lundmortgage.com.
Last year in Arizona, more than 121,000 car accidents were reported. Over 1,200 were fatal. Imagine you're one of those drivers. The light turns green. In a split second, everything changes. A crash leaves you fighting for your life, unable to speak, make decisions, or protect your family's future. Without having the right legal documents, the courts, not you, decide who speaks for you. That process is costly, time-consuming, and could tear families apart when they should be pulling together. With a comprehensive plan from RJP Estate Planning, including a living trust, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives, you stay in control, and your family stays protected. Trusted for over 35 years, RJP Estate Planning helps Arizonans plan for life's whens and what-ifs.
Call 480-576-5457 by October 2nd to save 55% on RJP's Living Trust Package. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland from Turf Monsters. And Mike, one of our coworkers here at the radio station, just had their entire backyard done by Turf Monsters. Raves about your work. What makes your company so special?
Well, thank you, Dan, and thank you for the referral. We definitely appreciate it. What makes us special is we're a one-stop shop. We can turn your yard from nothing into whatever you want. We provide custom landscaping, custom barbecue pits, custom pergolas, whatever you need, we can do. We take great pride in our reputation, and we definitely stand behind our work.
And we all know in the summer times in Arizona, crazy hot. What about people who need some shade in their backyard? What can you do for them?
We got a few options. We can do any kind of custom pergola you need, slated, solid. We can do tree installation, plant installation. There's always ways to get you shade.
There you go. Schedule your free estimate at turfmonsters.com or give them a call at 623-323-3900 for Turf Monsters.
Hi, Arizona sports listeners. It's Wayne from AMCO. So the hot summer is still upon us and school has started. The last thing anyone needs is to start the school year with car troubles. You know, moms and dads will be running all over town, dropping off and picking up their kids, which can be hard on any car. And what if that dang check engine light comes on? Man, talk about frustrating. Well, don't worry. What to do when your car needs repairs can be frustrating, but where to go when it does isn't. That's us at AMCO. With plenty of locations, AMCO's used to taking care of our Valley's heroes. We serve teachers, paramedics, firefighters, policemen, and our most important heroes of all, moms and dads. Now, you all know that AMCO specializes in transmissions and powertrain repairs, which includes clutches, transfer cases, differentials, even engine replacements. All the big repairs that most shops don't do. We do small repairs too, like air conditioning and brakes. So just pop into your nearest AMCO or book online at amcoarizona.com. Now that's pretty awesome. Well, that's because we're AMCO. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AAMCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. A familiar plot of land... Just choked on something, sorry. A familiar plot of land in Arizona is being targeted by a professional sports team once again. The Arizona Cardinals announced today plans to build a new practice facility at the mixed-use site north of the Loop 101 and West Scottsdale Road. That plot of land is the same area that was targeted by the defunct Arizona Coyotes when they efforted to build a new stadium and entertainment complex. You could read more about the Cardinals' plans right now on ArizonaSports.com, which is presented by Y-Refi. Playoff baseball has begun in MLB. One final so far today, one about to be final. The final so far is the Detroit Tigers taking Game 1 from the Guardians in Cleveland 2-1. Right now, the Cubs are just an out away from claiming their Game 1 against the San Diego Padres. They're currently up 3-1. In the top of the ninth, there's 2 outs. Xander Bogaerts, the last man standing for the Padres. Coming up in about 30 minutes, a rivalry renewed in New York. The Red Sox and the Yankees squaring off in their Game 1. And then later tonight, you can listen to Game 1 between the Cincinnati Reds and LA Dodgers right here on 98.7 FM. Coverage will start at 6 p.m. And then Game 5 of the WNBA semifinals between the Indiana Fever and Las Vegas Aces is tonight. The winner advances to face the Phoenix Mercury in the finals, which starts on Friday. Tip-off tonight is at 6:30. This report is brought to you by ProSmile Dental. Start your smile transformation with the pros. Text PRO to 620-620 to book your free consultation.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Wednesday. We'll have our weekly NFL conversation with the one and only Mark Schlereth. That and more starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All right, we're 1 out away from getting our producer back. The Cubs are beating the Padres 3-1 in the top of the ninth, 2 out in the top of the ninth. No runners on, so the runner at the plate does not represent the go-ahead run or the tying run. So the Cubs on the verge of going up 1-0 against the San Diego Padres. The Tigers already earlier today went up 1-0 against the Cleveland Guardians.
Yeah, they scored on. Ready for this? Is everybody listening? They scored on a squeeze play. They had a squeeze play.
What did they?
So the runner's on third and the guy bunts, and they call it a squeeze in baseball. Wow. I'd like to send that to the Diamondbacks.
I think you need to send it to Jake McCarthy as well.
Send that to that. Yeah, send it to Jake McCarthy. Because they wanted to Jake to squeeze. Jake, this is what a squeeze looks like, Jake.
I didn't know we had beef.
I don't know. You know what? We don't. Jake's been very good to us. I shouldn't have said that. I probably crossed the line. I'm not getting a single reaction out of Lauren. She is so invested in this baseball game. All right, it's over.
We just got her back.
Lauren,
She's
welcome
good.
back to the show, Lauren. Congratulations. Your Cubs won. They're up 1-0 in the best of 3 wild card. Congrats.
Thank you, guys.
Welcome to the program.
I have no idea what's happened for 33 minutes, but I hope it was good
Gambo's
radio.
going to do the same bye-bye act here in about a half hour.
Terrific pitch game by Rick Sutcliffe. He was outstanding.
Are you kidding? That really?
Seriously.
What, you didn't want me to go? It was Sutcliffe in the 70s. I think he was 80.
Home run by Len Dawson, right? Was that?
Oh, goodness.
Great. You could have gone Maddox. You could have gone. You could have gone Mark Pryor. You could have gone Kerry Wood. I mean, somebody
Rick,
from this century.
come on, I gave you
We
Rick
could have just
Sutcliffe.
looked up at the TV and seen that Jake Arrieta threw out the first pitch at this game and gone.
Oh,
with it.
Jake Arrieta.
No,
Good pitcher.
Don't spoil the bit. The bit is Gambo reaches as far back in time as possible to make references to these
What about
organizations.
Tungsten Arm O'Doyle?
Just
Did he play for Chicago?
Far back as he got. That I'm not familiar with that name. Zach Gallen yesterday, clean out your locker day. It was funny. I was reading one of the many stories about this, and in one of them, he had said that his fiance had said, take a minute, look around, soak it in, hang out for a little bit. Don't rush in, box up all your stuff, and rush out. Soak it in a little bit. And right around that time, Zach Gallen was asked if he wants to be back.
I've said this before. I love playing here. Kind of laid down roots here. So for me, if I had the opportunity to come back, yeah, of course I would love to, be a part of this organization. But I'll have to see what the future holds. And sometimes that's not always in the cards. So we'll see.
It was really interesting, and I want to thank our own Alex Weiner for pointing this out in his story about Zach Gallen on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi. And I don't know how accurate this is going to be. I'd need to go back and compare their guesses from a year ago. But SpotTrack, the website that measures salaries and keeps track of payroll.
I really liked this. I really, really liked this.
Calculated the market value for Zach Gallen at $18.7 million per year on a 4-year deal worth about $75 million, give or take. Average salary comes out to 18.7 based off of, and they, I'm sure they've got some fancy schmancy program and they plug in everything, right? They plug in his stats and the market and past performance and past contracts.
So you would have him for age 30, 31, 32, 33. Sign me up.
4 years, $75 million.
Not even 20 a year. Not even $20 million a year.
Nope.
He made $13.5 million last year. So you're basically bumping him about $5 million more.
Yeah.
But you're also not giving him a 1-year deal.
Right.
Or a 2-year deal. You're giving him a 4-year deal.
In which he's not going to be excessively old at the end of it.
No.
He
just turned 30.
He's not going to be into his late 30s when his contract expires. Now, again, I would love to go back and look at some of their projected, what did they project Corbin Burns this time a year ago to make? Did the Diamondbacks exceed it? Did they match it? Was it? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question. But
SpotTrack did it?
SpotTrack. SPOTRAC. I probably should have done this before the show instead of hashing it out live on the air, but, stuff happens. According to Alex, who dug a little deeper on this, that average annual value for Gallen ranks 7th among starting pitchers who are either unrestricted free agents, have player options, or mutual options. In other words, guys expected to be on the market next year. Zach Gallen's annual average value ranks 7th among those pitchers.
Okay.
So not number one, not number two. It's not. He's down the list a little, you know. And maybe that plays into the Diamondbacks factor here as well.
He likes it here. They know him. They like him. Now, again, money talks. So if somebody else says, okay, Diamondbacks want to give you $20 million, say it's just $20 million a year. They want to give you 4 years, $80 million. If somebody wants to tack on a 50 year for $100, that's a game changer. You know it. You know it. It's a game changer. It's if somebody says, well, we'll give you, like somebody might say, look, I don't want to give you 4 years, but I'll give you 3 years and $75 million. Okay, instead of 4 years and 80, you might say, okay, I'll take that. So somebody may say, I don't want to pay you for 4, but I'll give you more than they're giving you for 3. And then so you make 75 instead of 80, but you're a free agent. You get to cash in again at 33 years old. 30. He's going to pick because he's 30 now. He just turned 30. So 31, 32, there'd be 33. And you'd be able to sign a deal with somebody else for, another year or two. So that there's a lot of ways this can work. What works in the Diamondbacks favor is he likes it here. He wants to be here.
Yep.
Ken Kendrick is committed to a payroll that will be competitive. 2. Number 3, they have a lot of money coming off the books, which is a good thing. And number 4 is he's not getting the Scott Boras contract that everybody thought he was going to get.
No.
So he hasn't priced himself completely out of it.
No, it was this time yesterday we had Ken Kendrick, the managing general partner of the Diamondbacks, on our show, and we did ask him about Zach Gallen, and you can just hear the admiration in Ken's voice.
He's a special young man. He spent nearly 7 years as a D-back. He definitely had an up-and-down season this year. He performed better in the later part of the year than he did certainly in the earlier part of the year. And I think his actions the other evening, he didn't want to take his uniform off. He's loved being a Diamondback. I don't want to say it's out of the touch of reality that we would be able to work out an arrangement to bring him back. But certainly he's been a great D-back.
And it was that last part at the end. It would not be out of the touch of the reality to say that we could potentially bring him back, right? Like it
Right.
was, and that's the one where it certainly raised my eyebrows. I think your eyebrows raised. Quote, I don't want to say it's out of the touch of reality that we would be able to work out an arrangement to bring him back. But there's a multitude of factors here, okay? And you listed all of them, like the pro Gallen, the pro reasons why you'd want to bring him back. You have a lot of positions you need to address. The owner went on record with us yesterday. Payroll's going to go down. We're not going to have the same payroll that we had a year ago. Now, some of it you lose because of salaries that you're dropping and things like that. But you still need to address the bullpen. You still need to address third base, first base, right? Like other starters in the rotation.
Right.
You have a lot of needs to fill. If you do, let's say it's 4 years, $75 million. And by the way, you looked it up for Corbin Burns a year ago.
He was Spa Track had him for 6 years and 184. They had him for 6 years and 184. He signed 6 years and 210. So they were off by $26 million over 6 years. Over 6 years, they were off about $4 million a year.
Yeah, I just don't know. Yeah, and I'm glad you looked that out. You did it when I couldn't. I don't know the historical accuracy of Spot Track when it comes to this. I don't know. Are they close? It sounds like they're close.
I'm sure they're close.
I'm sure they're close.
To me, that's close.
Yeah, it's close. But if you pay Zach Gallen that, okay, and I'd love to have him back too. You're gonna have to cut somewhere, right? Like you're gonna have to figure out.
Well, I don't think it's cutting. I think
it's not spend as much elsewhere. It's not cutting.
You've got $60 million to spend per year. If I'm going to give Gallen 20, I still need first base. I still need another starting pitcher. I still need third base. I still need bullpen. So I think it comes down to how much money will they have to spend, and if you go high on gallon, it may affect your ability to add other areas.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, after I remind you about our podcast, the Burns and Gambo Show podcast, you can subscribe right now on your iPhone, on your Android. You will never miss our show. You can listen to us whenever, however you want. The Burns and Gambo Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com, YREFY.com. A few months ago, the Arizona Cardinals were going to improve their current facility in Tempe. Now they're targeting a new site. A familiar site, but a new site. That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Arizona sports host talked with Suns players, coaches, and the front office at Suns Media Day.
Yeah, the leadership aspect is going to be more important than ever this year.
I believe in Devin Booker. He's our guy, and we're building around him.
It's extremely exciting what we've done and also where we're going.
If you missed our Suns Media Day special, search it up on the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, or Arizona Sports on YouTube. Arizona Sports is the home of Phoenix Suns basketball.
Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with JT Lee. That's right, all of the legendary JT, moving Team 6. Hey, listen, why do you guys do what you do and work the way that you work?
It's all about team. Especially with hiring, we go by character.
Yeah.
We want good people that care about the customer.
That's hire a lot of veterans, do you not?
We do, yeah. That is our goal, 100%. We want them to be a part of a team, part of a family. That's why we have great team leadership that helps our guys get to be great at what they do.
Moving Team 6 actually has a culture.
Amazing culture. What I look at is it's God, family, country.
Love it, man. It's how you do things that make you guys different.
We just want to go in, get the job done with perfection, and make sure the customer's happy. Especially we do follow-up calls with customers. Your guys were amazing. They were incredible. They treat us with so much respect. We go for our military because they go in, they get the job done right, and that's what matters.
That's movingteam6.com. Go to movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000. Online at sweetjames.com.
Hey folks, Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. That's where my buddy and general manager John Nissen and his team have got fall savings you got to hear about. Roll out now with 0%, yes, 0% APR financing for 72 months on the amazing 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E. Plus get $1,000 Ford bonus cash towards your purchase. Or bulk up to a full-size F-150 truck at a low rate of its own, plus $2,750 in Ford bonus cash. And that's on the powerful XLT model with a 2.7-liter, 325 horsepower engine. You want more? You got it. Check out their huge selection of 2025 Escape SUVs starting at only $22,995. Just stop in and tell them I sent you. All offers do require approved credit, and they've got the no bull deals you've been waiting for. Check them online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the no bull protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1598 for trucks. After all applicable offers, 0% APR is $1389 for $1,000 finance for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers end 9/30/25.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
Red Sox coming up, and then
All
tonight
right,
is
that'll
the
be
Dodgers and the Reds.
David Mitchell will take over and do the rest of the show. Paul Goldschmidt leading off.
Oh, look at that.
Giancarlo Stanton
Put up
had
the
a great
lineup right now.
postseason last year.
Are you really going to just... No, you're not. You'll be fine.
You'll be fine.
You'll be fine.
I'll be fine.
You'll be fine. Lauren was fine. She was there. She was pushing buttons. She was doing the thing.
You went to break on time.
Yeah, I did the thing, right?
Yeah.
Like, we did the thing. All right, you got a poll question for us. Congratulations on your cups, buddy.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. We'll see about tomorrow.
Yeah.
It's a new day. New day to be worried.
Enjoy the moment for just a second for the love. Boy, you really are a Chicago fan, aren't you?
Yeah.
Enjoy the moment. Just for a second. It's okay.
All right.
Okay. Now, moment's over. You better win tomorrow.
Yeah. Yeah, that's how I feel right up here. All right, well, our poll question today does have to do with baseball, and it has to do with Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. So we're asking, if you can only bring one of the following back to the Diamondbacks
Merrill
next
Kelly.
year. All right, great. Merrill Kelly's an option, so we've got Gambo's answer.
What?
He's passionate.
He doesn't even want to hear the other options.
Merrill Kelly.
The server hasn't even gone through the specials of the day. I want the steak, medium rare. I don't care whatever else is on the menu. Give me the steak.
He looks at the menu before you show up to the restaurant. So then when the server comes by and is like, "Are you ready?" and you might not be ready, but Gambo's ready. It's like,
order.
"Yep, let's go."
He says Merrill Kelly. Give me the other options just in case.
Just in
Just in
case
case
you
I want
a
the
different
fish.
one. Yeah. Zach Gallen, Gino Suarez, Josh Naylor.
Merrill Kelly.
It's Merrill. Put me down for Merrill Kelly. I'm trying in my mind to make the argument for Josh Naylor, but it's because I liked him and first base. They're going to need to figure it out somehow, but first base, I think you can find first baseman. Put me down for Merrill Kelly because I think he's just going to be a cheaper option than Zach Gallen.
So you just went, "I'll have what he's having."
Yes.
Yep.
I'll have what he's having.
51% of our audience is going with Merrill Kelly, 27% going with Zach Gallen, 13% going with Good Vibes Gino, and 8% going with Josh Naylor.
Okay, that's the poll question. Thank you, Lauren. You can find
Gino
it.
did not play that well for Seattle.
No, Josh Naylor played extraordinary for Seattle. Extraordinary. I'm really looking forward to watching the Mariners in the postseason. They have my full attention and vote. They really do, and partially because because of Naylor and Gino, but also because that's a fun team. I like their rotation.
They've never
won
a World
Rodriguez.
Series.
They've never won a World Series.
The Padres, but who has never won it? The Seattle's never won it. The Padres have never won it.
Brewers.
The Brewers have never won it.
Rockies,
And
Rays.
Right. And Cleveland last won it in the 40s?
It's been a minute.
Back when your boy Rocky Colavito was.
Rocky Colavito, I got his baseball card. I can bring it in. I'm serious. I have his baseball
sure
card.
you do.
I got a Rocky Colavito card.
I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it.
Take a picture and send it to you guys
The
tonight.
news of the day today, surprisingly, came to us from the Arizona Cardinals. Instead of renovating their current Tempe practice facility, they are going to build a brand new building at Paradise Ridge in North Phoenix, west of Scottsdale Road and north of the Loop 101. Basically, think where the Mayo Clinic is, right on the other side of the freeway.
Basically where the Coyotes wanted their arena to be.
Pretty much, yeah.
That's exactly where Alex Morello wanted his arena to be.
If you look at a map, it's pretty much the same spot. Yeah, pretty much.
What about the water problem? Well, how are you going to get water there? That was a big problem. Like, well, how are you going to get the water from here to there? It's one town to another. Like, are they going to be able to get water?
When you don't have to beg, borrow, and steal for every dime to build this thing,
Yeah.
it becomes a lot easier to solve the water problem and the facility problem.
So let's get into the nuts and bolts of this. The Arizona Cardinals have gotten really terrible grades for their facilities. And the reason why it's just outdated and it's too small and they just can't do so much with it. This is going to go a long way towards giving them a new state-of-the-art facility that will be very comparable and on a competitive balance with a lot of the other teams that have things like this. They will have, at that point, they probably will have the best new facility in town. It's a gigantic 217 or 18 acres that they're going to have all the room they need to build whatever they want to need, and they're not going to be cramped. Now, you know they're cramped because me and you, we just did a show in Tempe not too long ago at the Tempe facility. It's cramped. There's time you can't even find parking sometimes when you want to go there. So it's very difficult. This is long overdue. I'm glad they're doing it, and it'll make for a better, experience for all the players. It really will.
You mentioned 217 acres. That's the size of the entire site that they purchased for $130 million. That's a big plot of land, right? The Cardinals facility will take up 30 of those acres and more than 250,000 square feet, comparatively speaking, to the one they have now. 30 acres for the new facility, 14 acres for the current facility. So take the footprint of what they have and literally double it. Okay.
Double the amount of acres.
250,000 square feet for the new facility, 156 now. Okay. So adding on an extra 100,000 square feet and doubling the size of the acreage that where they're doing it right now. Yeah, and it's going to be beautiful. And this is when those grades came out, and we said it at the time. Okay. We knew the building was old. We knew the building needed to be renovated. The organization at the time said we're working on a plan to renovate. I'm sure they're bittersweet about leaving Tempe. They've been in that facility since the minute they moved here from St. Louis back in 1988. I'm sure there's a little bit of, not regret necessarily, but man, it's been a really nice home for us and it's been a good place. But this is what you have to do. They clearly have the money. They paid $136 million for the land, right? Yep. They're going to build the whole thing themselves. It's going to be a complex, so there's going to be, I'm sure, retail and medical and restaurants and all the stuff there, all the things.
There always is nowadays. Yeah, Darren Urban did a nice story on it. Cardinals reveal updated plans for new team headquarters and practice facility. Now, a lot of the guys did live in the East Valley, right? There were a lot of guys who used to live in Ahwatukee and live in those areas. That's not going to be the case anymore. You always want to live near the facility where you train.
Yeah, and
so it's going to cause a lot of the athletes lived in that Chandler area. They lived in the Ahwatukee area because they wanted to be very close, Tempe, very close to the facility. This is going to make a lot of people want to move up north.
And I think, many of the professional athletes in town live in the Paradise Valley area anyway. This certainly is going to make it a lot easier if you don't already live in the Paradise Valley area and you're a Cardinals player to move to Paradise Valley and not be that far from where you're working, right? PV is not.
Sure.
PV's probably a 10-minute drive from this location, a 15-minute drive from this location. So that's something, but they have time to work that out too. They're planning on it being done by 2028.
Mixed
just a couple
use
years from
area.
Now. Oh, yeah.
Corporate headquarters, restaurants, retail, medical facilities, residential spots. So Burnsy, interested parties can inquire about commercial opportunities. You want to open up your own gelato shop, you could do it.
I don't.
Burnsy's Gelato. I know you're going to Italy next year.
Thank you for
come
asking.
back and
I appreciate that. But yes, what few Coyote fans are left are like, hey, wait. That's where, that's where. Look at the map, and it's like, yep, that's where it was supposed to go when we come back in the Burns and Gambo show. Is Kyler Murray still the best option for the Cardinals under center? That is coming up as we are live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios.
8-time Pro Bowler, 3-time All-Pro First Teamer on the NFL's 2010s All-Decade Team. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
We're calling professional wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, where are you?
I'm on my way to practice in my Arrowhead Honda. Man, I absolutely love it. The team at Arrowhead Honda takes great care of their customers, and they're really like family to me. The game isn't until Sunday, but I feel like I've already won with Arrowhead Honda.
Head down to Arrowhead Honda today and score big with unbeatable deals and top-notch service.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football.
Pressure coming. Levitt throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Levitt to Tyson connection clicks again.
Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know summers are never ending in Arizona, where it's way too hot outside for your AC to not be in tip-top shape. Call the pros at Parker & Sons Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. A company that has served the Valley for 50 years. They have got your back 24/7, and when you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REP AIR for Parker & Sons.
Hey, my Ford Edge. It's my daily driver. Game day, every day. Paul Calvisi here. Built Ford tough. Built football tough. Our Desert Ford dealers, they're an official partner of the Arizona Cardinals. In fact, if you want to really enjoy tailgate season, take the Legend, the F-150, work truck or weekend warrior, the Ford F-Series, just America's best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running now. Yet the time is now when our Desert Ford dealers, they're giving us 3.9% Ford credit financing for 60 months, plus $2,750 in retail bonus cash on a 2025 F-150 XLT 2.7 liter. Hey, you're thinking SUV? Lease a Ford Bronco Big Ben for just $469 a month for 36 months, plus you Jeep owners get $2,000 cash back. Or lease a Bronco Sport Big Ben for just $369 a month for 36 months, and Jeep owners get $1,000 cash back. But hurry, it all ends September 30th at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey, it's Wolf, and I've got to give a huge shout out to the team that just transformed my yard into an oasis with artificial grass. That is Legacy Green Solutions. These guys are the real deal. Family owned and operated in the basin for over 25 years, voted best of the Valley. Legacy Green Solutions uses premium American-made turf with certified installation that looks and feels natural. Right now, Legacy is offering a limited time deal. Mention Wolf and get 15% off. Just text GREEN to 620-620 or visit LegacyGreenSolutions.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
KMPP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Varel, with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. A familiar plot of land in Arizona is being targeted by a professional sports team once again. The Arizona Cardinals announced today plans to build a new practice facility at the mixed-use site north of the Loop 101 and West Scottsdale Road. If that sounds familiar, that's because that same plot of land is the same area that was once targeted by the defunct Arizona Coyotes when they were efforting to build a new stadium and entertainment complex. You can read more about the Cardinals' plans right now on ArizonaSports.com. Playoff baseball has begun in MLB. We have 2 finals so far today. The Detroit Tigers took down the Guardians in Cleveland 2-1, and the Chicago Cubs, behind 3 runs, ousted the San Diego Padres 3-1 in their Game 1. Just about to get started in the Bronx, the New York Yankees hosting the Boston Red Sox. And then later tonight, you can listen to Game 1 between the Cincinnati Reds and the LA Dodgers right here on 98.7 FM. Coverage will start at 6 p.m. And then Game 5 of the WNBA semifinals between the Indiana Fever and Las Vegas Aces is tonight. The winner will advance to face the Phoenix Mercury in the finals, which starts on Friday. Tip-off tonight is 6:30. And that is what's trending now.
Hey, Hey, it's Wolf. How can the Arizona Cardinals correct their offensive line issues? We'll ask two-time Super Bowl champion Max Starks tomorrow at 11:15 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
Drew Petzing met with the media today. Cardinals offensive coordinator was asked about that fourth quarter against Seattle and whether that's the model or not.
You know, one of the big things got going there in the fourth quarter was really excited with how the guys stayed resilient and kept playing at a high level and playing hard. I think you saw that in the way we were able to claw back in that game. You know, Seattle's certainly a really talented defense just based on how they played and the players they have, the scheme. You know, I think it was a number of things. You know, I think some of the penalties hurt us early in some tough situations. You know, some of it was execution. It's going to take all of us to operate at that level like we did in the fourth quarter, but certainly that's the goal. And I think now we kind of saw it and we need to find a way to maintain it.
We're a quarter, it's crazy to say this, we're already a quarter of the way into the season in the NFL.
Wow.
And in what we all kind of anticipated was going to be a referendum on Kyler Murray and whether he's going to be the quarterback of this team a year from now, I don't think anybody's going to be surprised at all that here we are a quarter of the way through and nobody still really knows, right? I don't think there's been anything clear or distinct either way about how Kyler has played to determine, you know, what we feel about him after a seventh year of being the quarterback of the Cardinals.
I mean, it was a story that came out, yesterday, SB Nation. Is Kyler Murray actually good? Is Kyler Murray the franchise quarterback the Cardinals need? And they said, as Kyler Murray starts another season showing he isn't committing to long-term, it looks more and more likely the Cardinals will be swiping left and right on quarterback Tinder come 2026. He's yet to take the step into becoming a consistently great quarterback in the NFL. Instead, he hovers in the purgatory of quarterbacks who show you just enough to never move on, but not enough to give a franchise confidence that they can be a true difference maker. I mean, it's in a nutshell, it's exactly what we've been saying for years. Kyler Murray's a good quarterback. He's not a great quarterback. He's not elite, but he's not terrible. Be careful what you wish for. If you move on from Kyler, it's likely you're going to get a worse quarterback. But, you know, you also have to take the chance. You have to take the risk that you're going to end up with a great quarterback. And that's where this becomes very, very difficult. They bring up that Murray isn't good at pushing the ball downfield. He ranks 33rd among 35 quarterbacks in average depth of target, so they don't throw the ball down the field.
Right.
He's averaged less than 5 yards per attempt in each of his last couple of games. So there's a lot of knocks on him. It says this is who he is. He's never thrown 30 touchdowns in a season. He's only thrown 25 once. The Cardinals have won 0 playoff games with him at the helm, and they've only made it to the postseason once in his career. So I think the thing with Murray is, I get it. I've never thought he was an elite quarterback, but I also don't think he's one of the 10 worst. I'll take Kyler Murray over Cam Ward. There's a lot of guys I'll take Kyler Murray over.
Way to go out on a limb there, Gambo.
You know what I'm saying. I mean, that's the first quarterback that came to mind. I'll take him over New Orleans quarterback. I'll take him over Michael Penix in Atlanta. I'll take him over most quarterbacks. I'll take him over the Jets quarterback situation. You know, so I'll take him over Tua. I would take him over Tua. But there does come a point where you're like, okay, we're not really getting where we want to go with him. So do we roll the dice and move on?
I hate to keep punting on this, decision or this conclusion about Kyler Murray, and it's going to kind of sound like I'm punting a little bit, but I'm not. I still think at the end of this year you're going to have to make a decision if you're the Cardinals. But hear me out on this one. Trey Benson. Well, okay, James Conner is hurt, and he's done for the year. Trey Benson, we don't know how bad it is. We'll probably find out more tomorrow about that situation, but Michael Carter, elevated off the practice squad. Gambo, they might be forced to play an offense that forces them to trust Kyler Murray more than they have up until this point, right? I mean, this offense has been very carefully structured with Kyler, very run game dependent, very power run game dependent, very tight end dependent. You're not really asking a whole lot of the wide receivers, right? If you don't have James Conner, and if you're going to be staring without a future without Trey Benson for who knows how long, we don't have anything specific.
Can't be boring.
You might not have any choice but to unboring the offense, right? And then
we really know.
When that happens, then we'll find out.
We'll really know, yeah.
Don't you think? Am I wrong? Am I wrong in saying that we might learn a little bit more about Kyler over these next few weeks because they're going to be forced to do things differently offensively out there?
Teams are very conservative when it comes to, I don't want to turn the freaking ball over. So I'll play the dink and dunk game. I don't want to have my defense. I don't want to go 3 and out and have my defense back on the field. I want to get some first downs, so I want to be a little bit conservative. And Kyle even called it a boring offense.
Yes.
He called it a boring offense. Look, one of the things I was looking at today was a story in The Athletic, and the story was about the bust files, how NFL teams break young quarterbacks. And it had a lot of comments in there. But the bottom line was, like, Zach Wilson, pick number 2, 30 starts, benched. Trey Lance, pick number 3, 4 starts in, benched. Mac Jones, pick number 15, 41 starts, benched. Kenny Pickett, benched. Bryce Young, benched. Anthony Richardson, pick number 4, 10 starts in, benched. Will Levis, benched. It's just like, you can go get a guy, but it's more likely you'll end up with one of those guys. Because the NFL is different now. They take you and they throw you into the fire right away. You don't sit and wait. You don't get to just be a backup for a little while. I talked about Patrick Mahomes in 2017 and Lamar Jackson a year later when they got drafted. Alex Smith was there. Joe Flacco was there.
Sure.
Those guys didn't have to rush in. Eli Manning, let Kurt Warner play quarterback for a little while before Eli took over. So, like, I've always liked the let the guy sit and learn and not get his brains beat in the first year. But when you draft Cam Ward where you draft him, it's like the kid's got to play right away. He's not ready. You take these franchises that are worth so much money and you entrust them to a 21 or 22-year-old kid.
But some of them are ready, and I guess the trick is finding out which ones are ready and which ones aren't. Jaden Daniels was ready.
Yeah.
He was ready.
He was ready.
Mm-hmm. Took that team to the postseason, right? So yes, there's no, you take.
Josh Allen was ready.
You take 6 first-round quarterbacks, and I just picked that arbitrary number out of thin air. You take 6 first-round quarterbacks, chances are 1 or 2 of them are ready right away to yep, I can handle it. I got it. I'm fine. We're going to be good. We got this. It's just trying to figure out whether you got that guy or whether you don't. It doesn't look like the Titans have that guy, at least right now. Doesn't look like he's that. But Jaden Daniels was that guy. Josh Allen was that guy. I mean, Kyler Murray was that guy. They threw him right to the fire, and he, in a sink or swim moment, I don't know if he swam, but he didn't sink.
No.
He was fine. His was he the offensive rookie of the year, if I remember right? He was fine that year. So it's like, it depends. There's no one size fits all. I know this, though. If the Cardinals do go a different direction and they do, let's say they draft a quarterback this offseason, there's going to be a real risk of, did we draft a guy who can start right away? Do we need to go do we have a veteran that can start, Jacoby Brissett, while this guy develops, while he sits and watches and learns? Or do we feel like we need to throw him out there right away? Or did we just draft our Jaden Daniels, somebody that we can throw out there right away, and he's going to be really good? You don't know until you know,
I mean, that's what the Giants did. Like, they gave Russell Wilson how many starts?
3.
And then Jackson Dart, here you go.
See you later.
Here you go. And they beat the Chargers, who were undefeated.
Yeah, but we'll find out as the weeks go on whether Jackson Dart is overmatched or not. One game certainly doesn't decide anything. But I really do think these next few weeks, the Titans, the Colts, who's after that? The Packers, I think. That might be kind of tough. But this offense, out of necessity, is going to have to open up a little bit. Then maybe we'll know a little bit more about Kyler Murray and what they're going to do.
Right. Yeah.
Maybe.
I mean,
I don't know.
Again, I think that they've, Bruce Arians was no risk and no biscuit. I'm going to take 5 shots down the field. I'd like to see the Cardinals
It's
adapt
so funny. I was at the gym today, and he was doing his weekly with Pat McAfee. Bruce Arians was.
Oh, I didn't know he did that.
He does a weekly with Pat McAfee. He was wearing, I swear, and it was in a Cardinals font too, his no risk it, no biscuit black sweatshirt. Did you see it too, Lauren? Black sweatshirt with the red lettering that looked like the Cardinals font, and it said no risk it, no biscuit. I got such a laugh out of that he still has one of those in his closet, and he still puts it on for a national TV appearance on the Pat McAfee, like he was sending a message to the Cardinals. Right, like he was sending some sort of a vibe to the Cardinals.
Kenny Dillingham believes in that philosophy: no risk it, no biscuit.
No risk it, no biscuit.
There's our guy Bruce. Oh, there you go.
I usually never go past Violet.
Oh, that was one of my favorites.
The chill zone.
The chill zone. That was
Purple's
my favorite.
red chill zone, and magenta's get ready to roll. I mean, jack you up.
I I lie good. You got the lie one? I lie good.
I lied pretty good.
I lied pretty good.
They did. We're not going to take a quarterback. We're not going to take a quarterback. We're not going to take a quarterback. Oh,
And then take a quarterback.
Yeah, of course you did. We come back on the Burns and Gambo show. How would you describe ASU's football season up until this point? One word. What would be that word? That's next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Nitschke. You know who Nitschke was for he was a tool.
He used to play for the Packers?
Yet at the same time.
That's a different.
Yeah, no, yet at the same time, he said this. Hope in reality is the worst of all evils because it prolongs the torment of man. Okay, hope in reality, not a hope where you're hoping for something, but in reality is the worst of all evils because it prolongs the torments of man. I don't believe that, Basinonians, but it certainly applies to the Arizona Diamondbacks of 2025.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dr. Jay Schwartz and the team eye doctor of your Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks is Dr. Jay Schwartz, ready to help you with a vision correction procedure. And what a lot of people love is the ability to have 2 years of interest-free financing. Think about it. Think about your eyesight, how much it's changed as you get older, how you don't see as well. Maybe you're nearsighted, farsighted, and astigmatism. You're finding yourself using readers all the time, and you've got regular glasses, contact lenses, and you just don't want to live that lifestyle. Dr. Jay Schwartz restored my vision 15 years ago. I had LASIK surgery done. You see me on your YouTube channel, no glasses, no contacts, no readers. I see great up close, far away, nighttime because of Dr. Jay Schwartz. One of the best things I've ever did was getting that LASIK surgery for myself. You could do it too. Locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa. And of course, he offers 2 years of interest-free financing. You can pay it off over 2 years without paying any interest and get your eyes right. Call 480-483-EYES or go online at teamidoc.com.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Last year in Arizona, more than 121,000 car accidents were reported. Over 1,200 were fatal. Imagine you're one of those drivers. The light turns green. In a split second, everything changes. A crash leaves you fighting for your life, unable to speak, make decisions, or protect your family's future. Without having the right legal documents, the courts, not you, decide who speaks for you. That process is costly, time-consuming, and could tear families apart when they should be pulling together. With a comprehensive plan from RJP Estate Planning, including a living trust, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives, you stay in control, and your family stays protected. Trusted for over 35 years, RJP Estate Planning helps Arizonans plan for life's whens and what-ifs.
Call 480-576-5457 by October 2nd to save 55% on RJP's Living Trust Package. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457. 5457.
Home sellers, no matter your situation, consider all of your options before you list your home. Call Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. With Carol's guaranteed multiple cash offer program, receive up to 7 cash offers plus her guarantee sale offer, where Carol guarantees the price and time frame of your home sale, or she'll buy it. Sell with certainty and don't risk your hard-earned equity. Call Carol Royce today at 480-776-5231 or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm.
For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, this is Jarrett, and Tori Lavello will officially be back. But what does that mean for the future of beloved mascot Rat Leon? Tune in tomorrow at 6 a.m. as we get to the bottom of this.
By the way, Troy Lavello's going to do one more segment with us? What
Thursday.
day?
Thursday at 3.
Thursday, 3 o'clock.
Troy Lavello.
All right.
So we'll give you Troy Lavello, and Jarrett can talk about Rat Leon all he wants. So the inspiration for this conversation about ASU came from a colleague of ours, Doug Howler, over at The Athletic, who, boy, he's a hardworking guy because he covers.
I tell you, he's everywhere.
Oh, he is everywhere. I mean,
he's like Roy Kent.
He is. He's here. He's there. He's every bleeping.
When's that
where.
show coming back? I love that show.
I don't know.
that show.
It's rumored to be coming back. It's going to be different. I know they're shooting it. Maybe they've already shot it, but I know it's supposed to be different. I just don't know how it's going to be different. So he was at the ASU game Friday. I saw him at the Cardinals game Thursday. Dude's everywhere. He was at all the things. How would you describe this? Is him writing this? How do you describe ASU after a 4-1 start? And he used these 3 words: champions of chaos. ASU is champions of chaos. They might not be the best team in the Big 12, but they might be the best flawed team. And he says, don't get offended. Nearly everybody is flawed in September. It's just that among top 25 teams, that the Sun Devils might be more than most. Consider this. They outgained TCU 500 to 271. They had 13 tackles for loss. They had 6 sacks, yet ASU trailed for nearly the entire game. Against Baylor, they won the turnover battle 3-0, and they needed a last-second field goal to win. Asked how these white-knuckle games have aged him, Kenny Dillingham said rapidly. They're rapid. So yeah. And this is something we've talked about the last couple of weeks. In both of these games, you can make the argument that ASU should have won going away against TCU and going away against Baylor. Because of...
They were down 17-0 to TCU. I don't know how we could say they should have ran away with it.
Just because of the red zone failures and the fact that their defense played the game that it did.
Played a great game.
I mean, it played...
From 17-0 on, they played a great game.
Yeah, exactly. But they played such a dominant game, and they had so many opportunities to pile on so many points that it never should have come down to needing a last-second interception. And you could kind of say the same thing about Baylor. I mean, that Baylor game never should have come down to needing what they needed at the end had they just taken advantage of the fact that they got all these short fields off the turnovers and all they could do was kick field goals off of them. Basically, it's like they're and that's what Kenny said. He's like, we're dancing around our potential right now. We're not there yet.
No.
We're and I don't know if I have that cut here in this file because I don't know if it's slugged that way, but he was really good about saying, man, we're this close to our potential.
To breaking it open.
We're dancing around how good we can be, and we're just not there yet.
If the red zone problems work themselves out, they could be lethal. Like, they could be a lethal team. Look, those are 2 good wins. On the road in Waco against Baylor.
Great wins.
And at home against a top 25 team in TCU. Those are 2 really good wins. Now, biggest game on the schedule, you got Utah coming up. They haven't played well, but they're going to be ready to go. And then the Texas Tech game is home. That's going to be a terrific game because they're really good. I would say this. How would I describe ASU? Balanced. I think they're balanced. I think that they've got a terrific defense, good special teams. They had some problems with special teams this past week, but overall, I think their special teams is pretty good. And I think their offense is good. I think they can run the ball. I think they can pass the ball. I think they've got a good quarterback, a great wide receiver, a good running back. I think the offensive line's been pretty good. I think they're a very balanced team. So I don't how do you describe ASU? They're not blowing anybody out. And to your point, I think that they will. I think they will blow some of these teams out. They might blow out West Virginia at home. They might blow out Houston at home.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they might have some blowouts here. But I think that they're a pretty balanced football team.
Here's Kenny Dillingham on what's impressed him so far this season.
Play hard. It wasn't a flash in the pan. You know, last year, picked dead last. Of course, you're going to play with the chip on your shoulder. We still play with the chip on our shoulder. Like, we still play hard. And when you play hard and you care, you win a lot of close games. So what am I the most pleased with? Just how hard our guys play. I think every fan that watches, you may hate it if I go for a fourth down. You may hate it if we don't go for a fourth down. You may hate the play call. You may love the play call. Everybody has to appreciate how hard our guys play. And I think that's the one thing that we want to take pride in is how hard we play, and I think that's what I'm most excited about. Our guys play really hard, and it matters to them, and it matters to them to win, not for the individual awards, but to win as a team, as a collective team.
And make no mistake, I am not I am not complaining about them being 4-1, and I'm not complaining about these close wins. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to sit here and say, oh yeah, I'm disappointed because they should have blown TCU out. I recognize how good TCU is. I recognize how good Baylor is, and I recognize how in this conference, especially with the way the schedule broke for ASU, they've got a tough game coming up in a week and a half against Utah. That's probably going to be a close game.
And
They've
Utah got manhandled by Texas Tech.
They got a tough game the week after that against Texas Tech. That's going to be a close game. Iowa State's going to be a close game. You know, that's just this conference and the way it is. I hope that as they get better and as they improve, they can take advantage of some of these opportunities that they're giving themselves, because I don't think they've taken full advantage of everything that they've been able to do for themselves. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I just don't. They have not. There's a lot more juice left in that lime. They haven't squeezed it all out yet. There's a lot more in there for them to kind of mine and figure out. Here's the cut from Dillingham about dancing around the potential. He was asked about being in the top 25. Here's what he said.
Not at all. I mean, I just want to be the best we can be. I want to be the best football team we can be, and we've yet to play the best football game we can play. We've played good times on defense. We've played bad on defense at times. We've played really good on offense at times. We've played horrible on offense at times. I just want to put it together. Like, let's play our best ball at the same exact time for 60 minutes. Let's crap 30 minutes first, right? And then 45, and then 60. But we've yet to do that. The good thing is we're finding ways to win. Good teams find ways to win. When the offense needs it, the defense picks them up. When the defense needs it, the offense picks them up. And I think that's what good teams do. Now, great teams, they can put it all together. We've yet to really do that, and I think that's our challenge is let's go into this week, let's find the areas of improvement individually and as a team. Let's attack them, right, while also getting our bodies ready, resting our bodies. We're not going to go out there and bang and hit, right? We're going to rest our bodies, but we got to get better at the things we have to get better at. And we have to leave the bye week a better football team, not getting ready for Utah, getting ready for us. And then we'll worry about Utah come Thursday. You know, coaches are already starting to prepare, but the players, let's worry about us right now, and then we'll get into Utah towards the end of the bye.
I think he's absolutely right.
Yeah.
I think he's absolutely right.
What do we got to correct to be more of a complete, not a complete team yet? They haven't put it all together. That Baylor game, back and forth, they win it with a field goal. The TCU game was you're down 17-0, you battle back, you tie it, then they take the lead, you come back and tie it, and then you win it. So, you know, they've had hard-fought win, but that's what this conference is going to be. You see, in the Pac-12, it was you're going to get blown out 3 times, you're going to blow 3 teams out, and then you're going to play 3 close games. Mm-hmm. But that's what it was. You're going to get blown out by these. You're going to get blown out by Oregon. You're going to get blown out by USC. You're going to get blown out by Washington. You're going to blow out Oregon State. You're going to blow out Cal. That's what the Pac-12 was, 3-3-3. 3 games you're going to kick somebody's ass. 3 games you're going to get your ass kicked, and 3 games are going to be hard fought coming down to the wire.
We've got the Burns and Gambo Show podcast. You can subscribe right now on your iPhone or your Android. You'll never miss any of the show. The Burns and Gambo Show podcast brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com, YREFY.com. Is it just as simple as running it back for the Arizona Diamondbacks? Should they run it back? That's next on Arizona Sports.
Arizona sports host talked with Suns players, coaches, and the front office at Suns Media Day.
The energy's high, and that's what it's going to take. It starts now.
The best part about Devin is he wants to be here just like we want him here.
We want a team that Arizona and Phoenix can be proud of.
If you missed our Suns Media Day special, search it up on the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, or Arizona Sports on YouTube. It's almost Suns season. Arizona Sports is the home of Phoenix Suns basketball.
I'm retired, newly retired, so this was my first summer not working again. But I had problems with my shoulder. I mean, it was just like 1,000 needles going into my shoulder.
Mike didn't want surgery. 6 months in a sling was not how he planned to spend retirement. That's when he heard about QC Kinetics regenerative treatments.
It's a free appointment. And after the first treatment, the next day, I went out and played golf. The pain just wasn't there.
No drugs, no surgery. Just your body's own natural healing power. Orthobiologic concentrated and placed exactly where you need them to go to work.
I couldn't have asked for a better experience. I don't want to take on Mike Tyson, but he'd know I was there.
Now Mike's heading back to QC Kinetics to get his knees treated.
It changed my first summer being retired. It's one I can remember instead of regret.
Get back to doing what you love. Call QC Kinetics today to schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
In baseball, numbers matter. Every stat is tracked, every play analyzed, but numbers alone, they don't win games. And they don't build a secure financial future either. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and we're proud to be the financial team behind a personalized plan for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lavello.
Tori here. You're spot on, Jeff. Good numbers help, but it's teamwork that wins. It's about building trust, understanding goals, and creating a legacy.
At Trajan, we go beyond the numbers. We build real relationships and customized investment strategies so you can enjoy life today and feel secure about tomorrow.
It's a relationship, and that's why I chose Trajan Wealth. Call today to build your personalized plan. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300. Trajan Wealth. Plan smarter, dream bigger.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your RV, RV wins.
What, are you going to take the RV to the mountains or go pick up your dry cleaning? RV wins! Are we cleaning the gutters or taking the RV camping? RV wins! Are we getting a new passport or cruising up the coast? RV wins!
Don't forget, you got that trip to Sweden coming up.
Oh, yeah, passport, then RV.
With Progressive, you can bundle your RV with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings in your RV. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states and situations.
Let's go!
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. A familiar plot of land in Arizona is being targeted by a professional sports team once again. The Arizona Cardinals announced today plans to build a new practice facility at the mixed-use site north of the Loop 101 and West Scottsdale Road. This plot of land is the same area that was once targeted by the defunct Arizona Coyotes when they efforted to build a new stadium and entertainment complex. You can read more about the Cardinals' plans right now on ArizonaSports.com. Playoff baseball has begun in MLB. We got 2 finals so far. In the American League, the Tigers took down the Guardians in Cleveland 2-1. And in Chicago in the National League, the Cubbies took Game 1 from the Padres 3-1. In the American League, it is Game 1 between the Yankees and the Red Sox in the Bronx, currently scoreless in the bottom of the second inning there. And then later tonight at 6 o'clock, you've got the Cincinnati Reds and the LA Dodgers. You can listen to that game right here on 98.7 FM. Coverage will start right after Burns and Gambo. And you've also got Game 5 of the WNBA semifinals tonight. That's Indiana and Las Vegas. The winner of that game will face the Phoenix Mercury in the finals, which starts on Friday. Tip-off is at 6:30. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Join the football watch parties every Sunday with special guests, food and drink specials, and much more. Only at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Hey, it's Luke. What does Torey Lovello have to do to keep his job past 2026? We'll ask Diamondbacks General Manager Mike Hazen tomorrow at 11:45. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
During the break, I'm looking down at my phone at my some video of my granddaughter walking, and all of a sudden I hear this, "That's gone, that's gone, that's gone, that's gone."
Volpe goes opposite
Volpe
field for the home run. Yankees won,
taco.
Communists nothing. We're in the bottom of the second.
Striking a blow for capitalists everywhere.
Yes.
The Yankees are leading the Red Sox 1-0.
1-0 over the commies.
Gets the home run off of Garrett Crochet, and it's 1-0 in the bottom of the second. Fastball that he just kind of left
By the
up
fifth
out
inning,
over the
he
place.
could go be doing some crocheting.
Volpe takes it opposite field, and Gambo's very happy. It's 1-0.
Crush that thing. Crush that thing.
That's fantastic. That's great. 1-0 the score in that one earlier today. The Cubs won. Tigers won on this first day of the baseball postseason. Speaking of baseball, yesterday we had the managing general partner Ken Kendrick on the show. You asked him the payroll question, and he gave us the payroll answer.
We will not be spending at the same level. The real number this year, you can go look it up on Cots contracts. We don't just pay the 26 guys that are on the active roster. We have a 40-man roster. And the amount of money we spent on our roster this year, and it's public data, is $220 million. Okay? That's a lot more than the number you used and the number that people think. Will we spend $220 next year? I don't think that we will. Will we have a very, very significant payroll to allow us to compete and be in the playoffs? I think we will.
So it's not going to be the same as it was last year, but he thinks it's going to be at a level that will allow them to still be competitive. He cited the attendance. It was the best attended season they've had of Diamondback baseball at Chase Field since 2008. Ken Kendrick has always been very upfront and honest about reinvesting the money that they make when it comes to things like that. And so obviously attendance was very, very good. Best it's been in a decade and a half, and that'll get reinvested. Today, now you haven't heard this yet, neither have I. Mike Hazen today in the season-ending wrap-up press conference with he and Torey Lovello.
Okay.
Mike Hazen was asked about the payroll, and he says, I don't care about the payroll.
Yeah, I don't care about the payroll. I think I've been fairly consistent with that for 10 years. I don't care what the number is, what we have, we'll figure it out. We have a lot of good young players. We have a lot of good young minor league players that all had really good years. So we traded off players at the deadline and picked up 9 new players. We should have access in the trade market to make improvements to this roster without money. And, there's ways for us to move things around to free up where we may need to supplement. Yes, having those specific 4 guys on the IL to start the season is not going to be ideal. We are expecting all of them back, which could be a big boost for us, moving in through the season, picking up Corbin Burns in the middle of the season, wherever Gurriel lands back in, the 2 relievers. Those should be additions that if we can put the roster together at the beginning of the year and hold our own, we could be looking at a situation where we're adding impact talent as we move through the season, which could be a huge plus for us.
Interesting that he phrased it like that.
You know what? You know what one hurts the most? I'm obviously Burns, but you know what one hurts a lot? Lourdes Gurriel. That's $13 million for an outfielder that tore his ACL in September.
Towards the end of the season, and will just be back later than everybody else.
That's a year, right? It's got to be a year.
You would think. You would think.
That one hurts. That's $13 million. Now, Corbin Burns saying he could be back in July.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that would be like having that would be like a trade, right? That would be like a trade at the deadline where you add a frontline starting pitcher.
Yeah.
So, like, if he can get back in July, hats off to him. Now you've got to do everything you can to try to make sure you're in contention at that point.
And I understand what Mike is saying when he says I don't care about payroll. He's basically saying, look, we've got enough between the young talent we acquire, the trades we can make, the payroll that we do have. We have enough for us to be able to do our job. I mean, like the whole payroll thing was nice. Nobody was citing the Diamondbacks payroll in 2023 when they made a run to the World Series, right? The core talent, Geraldo Perdomo, Corbin Carroll, Ketel Marte, it's still there. I think if I'm hearing Mike right, he's saying between the assets we have to trade, the young assets that we can move around a little bit, the money that we do have, if I do my job right, I shouldn't need to go to Ken Kendrick and say, I need more money, I need more payroll, I need to be able to do this. The assets are here for me to be able to build a winning team just as we did back in 2023. That's how I heard that cut.
I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 guys making up $103 million in payroll for this next season.
Mm-hmm.
Corbin Burns, $30 million. Eduardo Rodriguez, $21. Ketel, $16. Gurriel, $13. Corbin Carroll, $10. Perdomo, $6.25. Fott, $3.4. J-Mart, $2.4. 8 guys take up $103 million in payroll. Okay, 8. So now Kendrick says we need a payroll of 180 for a 40-man roster. That leaves you about $75 million for the other 32 guys.
Yeah.
So
yeah, it's going to be tough.
So it really becomes, can you afford to spend heavy on one guy? Or do you need to spread that money out so you can have 5? You know, it's like do you want one big Christmas present, or do you want 5 Christmas presents? And none of them are that big.
But again, I'm gonna play the beginning of this again, in which Mike Hazen and
he doesn't care.
Not only does he not care, listen to what he says about trades.
Yeah, I don't care about the payroll. I think I've been fairly consistent with that for 10 years. I don't care what the number is. What we have, we'll figure it out. We have a lot of good young players. We have a lot of good young minor league players that all had really good years. So we traded off players at the deadline and picked up 9 new players. We should have access in the trade market to make improvements to this roster without money.
We should have access in the trade market to make improvements to this roster without money. In other words, the assets that we have to spend are not necessarily dollars. They're players. Let's see if we can trade some of them to go add players that will help us get where we want to go.
Which basically he's saying, no, we're not signing Pete Alonso, but we could trade for a first baseman that is a younger guy that's been in the league for 2 or 3 years, and he's pretty good, and he's cost efficient.
Ding, ding, ding. Yes.
There's your answer.
There's your answer. Now, those guys still cost money, but you're also not going into the free agent market where the money gets super crazy. I think in that regard, and I know I'm basing this off of a 20-second soundbite, which is probably not a really good idea. I think the early read on the Diamondbacks is they could be very, very involved in the trade market this offseason. Very involved. Both in and I know I say that and everybody assumes Ketel Marte or maybe even like Jake McCarthy or Alec Thomas. And maybe Jake McCarthy and Alec Thomas will be involved in those. I don't know about Ketel, but it sounds like all of these young players that they've got could be currency moving forward to get the players they want to be able to, as you say, and as Mike say, we just got to hang in there until we get some of our guys back. Corbin Burns yesterday said, I think I'm going to be back by July. We'll see. But if they can build a roster that's good enough to be a 500 team, just a 500 team.
Until Corbin Burns gets back.
Until Corbin Burns comes back, you might be in a spot to be able to make a run next year. Maybe.
You admit they need a first baseman and a third baseman, right?
Of course.
Do they need a catcher?
No. Gabby and James McCann will be just fine.
Okay.
I don't think they need a catch.
At the end of the season, it was McCann catching all those games.
Yeah, I know.
They trusted him with the pitching staff more than Gabby.
I know. He's but they were also desperate to win every single. Not that they're not going to be desperate next year, but I think they can. They were up against it, needing to win basically every game they played the last 2 weeks of the season, and they decided that was the best way.
That was the best way to do it.
Yeah. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, how have the former members of the Phoenix Suns Big Three felt in their new homes?
Oh.
Kevin Durant, welcome to Houston. Bradley Beal, welcome to L.A. We'll talk about it next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
I think Torey Lovullo, through all of this, still resonates with his players. You heard from Zach Gallen, you heard from Corbin Burns, you heard from Brandon Pfaadt. These guys, by and large, love playing for Torey Lovullo, even though the results haven't been there.
Players understand decency and kind-heartedness and empathy, and they get all that from their manager. So if they're in a situation now to give a yay or a nay to a manager, the thumb up or the thumb down, I have a hard time thinking that you're going to put the thumb down on somebody who's been so fundamentally decent to you as a person.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, why is the fall a great time for our listeners to get in touch with Turf Monsters?
Fall is great for planting season. So if you're looking to do some seasonal planting, trees, shrubs, whatever you need, we're a one-stop shop. We can do everything for you. We have the best reviews in the valley. We showcase our work. We have the best installers. We want your business. Customer service is our number one priority.
623-263-7388, online at turfmonstersaz.com.
Every day, reliable, comfortable, connected. Every day you rely on power. At APS, we work around the clock to deliver some of the most reliable power in the country. But with Arizona's extreme weather, outages can happen. Stay safe and informed with alerts by keeping your contact information up to date. And visit our outage center for updates online or on the APS app. For more ways to stay safe and informed, visit aps.com/brighter.
We're here with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, what is that great ride you pulled up in?
Man, it's my Honda from Arrowhead Honda. Just like on the field, I know the importance of reliability and performance and trust my ride to Arrowhead Honda. Whether you're looking for a rugged SUV or a sleek sedan, Arrowhead Honda has you covered.
Head down to Arrowhead Honda today and score big with unbeatable deals and top-notch service.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Construction managers, you prioritize safety with hard hats, gloves, and harnesses, but there's another tool to add to your first aid kits, naloxone. Naloxone reverses an opioid overdose and saves lives. Not only are construction workers at a greater risk of an opioid overdose than people in other occupations, but many overdoses occur in or near job sites. Provide access to naloxone and protect your workers. Together, we can build a safer future. Visit naloxoneaz.com.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone with no startup fees. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. And for a limited time, get started for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football. Pressure coming, Levitt throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Levitt to Tyson connection clicks again. Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
If you want thick, healthy, gorgeous hair, then you need Hair Volume from New Nordic. Available as a tablet or delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and New Nordic SunsUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Hey, it's Wolf. How can the Arizona Cardinals correct their offensive line issues? We'll ask two-time Super Bowl champion Max Starks tomorrow at 11:15 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
So Suns Media Day was a week ago. It was a little earlier than everybody else's because the Suns are going to go play a couple of preseason games in China here in a couple of weeks. I think their preseason opener is this Friday against the Lakers in Palm Springs, if I'm not mistaken.
Against DeAndre Ayton and the Lakers.
Look at you trying to sell preseason basketball. You go. You sell that preseason game.
Listen, out of all the uniform changes, out of all of them, right? Kevin Love in Utah, Chris Paul with the Clippers, KD with the Rockets. DeAndre Ayton with the Lakers seems so strange to me.
Of all of the
Lonzo Ball, just think of all.
You're talking about all of them around the NBA in general?
All the players that change teams. The one that seems the oddest to me is DeAndre Ayton with the freaking Lakers. DeAndre and Luka together.
I would agree with that. Yeah, I would agree with that.
Like that's going to look weird.
That one seems the weirdest. Yeah.
Like Portland, like out of sight, out of mind. Lakers front and center. LeBron, Luka, DeAndre,
and for two reasons, and you mentioned both of them. I mean, number one, because of the whole Luka thing, that's weird. You know, just the two guys that we've been debating since 2018, and now they're both on the same team. That's weird enough. And number two, it's weird for me because it strikes me that LeBron James is just not the type of player who's going to tolerate 1 ounce of crap from DeAndre Ayton. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like 1 ounce of DeAndre being DeAndre, I think is going to drive LeBron James mad. Crazy.
Another odd one, Cam Johnson with the Nuggets.
Yeah, that one, I think.
Cam with the Nuggets
is one of the most
because
it's not as important as KD to the Rockets.
Yeah.
But it's way more important than Beal to the Clippers. It might be the second most important move in the hierarchy of the West.
Yeah,
outside of KD going to Houston. And I think the Houston thing, because of Fred VanVleet and the ACL, I think that kind of maybe sets them back a little bit because he's an important part.
Does.
I think the second most impactful acquisition, you know, unless you want to put Cooper Flagg to the Dallas Mavericks on there, but I don't know if he's going to make that big of an impact. I think it's Cam Johnson going to Denver because I think he's everything they need. Everything they need.
I would say Cam left, went somewhere out of sight, out of mind. DeAndre out of sight. Now they're on the Lakers and the Nuggets, like two of your rivals.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, it's weird. Kevin Durant's yesterday, it was Rockets Media Day, and he said, yeah, I didn't expect to leave Phoenix as fast as I did.
Yeah, I mean, it all happened pretty fast. I wasn't expecting to leave Phoenix that quickly, but that's just the nature of the game. So I quickly just thought about who I was comfortable with coaching staff would just let me be me and understand what I bring to the table. And Ime's always been one of those guys that understood what I brought to the table and my mentality and my approach to the game. He always respected that and gave me my space to be me. So that was one of the first things I thought about. But living in Texas, you know, working with some of the people that I worked with before, but also seeing the identity of this team the last few years of playing with length, having size, playing in transition, driving and kicking, switching on defense. I think all that stuff is tailor fit to my game. So I wanted to play that style too.
It was funny. I was actually reading some of the comments of the general manager in Houston, and it was just like being in a time machine 2.5 years ago when the Suns got him.
Yeah.
And it was basically along the lines of, look, when you have a chance to get a Kevin Durant, you just have to do it. You just have to do it.
Sure.
And granted, the price Houston paid is nowhere near what the price the Phoenix Suns paid to get out Kevin Durant. I mean, it's not even in the same galaxy as what the Suns had to pay to give up Kevin Durant. But the rationalization was almost word for word exactly the same. It's Kevin freaking Durant, you know, and when you have the opportunity to get him, you get him.
Yeah.
He makes you better. He elevates everything. And it's like, yeah, I remember those days. I remember those days feeling exactly the same way about Kevin Durant coming here. Yeah.
I'm going to say this. I'm not rooting against Kevin Durant. I don't dislike Kevin Durant in any way, shape, or form. I think Kevin Durant's one of the greatest players I've ever seen. But it's been 3 months since I've heard from him, and I'm very, very happy about that. June 23rd. June 23rd. It's been a long time, and it's nice. It's nice.
Yeah.
It's been a nice breakup.
Quote, it really had nothing to do with the guys who moved out, Raphael Stone continued. It was much more about Kevin and the desire to bring him in. He's kind of a singular talent, so we're very excited to have him. I mean, just
He's
like a
gonna do great there.
re-racked quote from 3 years ago.
It's going to do great there. I really do.
I've almost lost the capacity to care about Kevin Durant anymore. I'm not rooting against him, but I'm not rooting for him.
Fine.
It's
Fair.
just, it's, you know, like I'm very,
But there's no hatred there.
I'm very
There's no-
neutral about him. No, but
Kevin Durant comes back to Phoenix. I think you should give him a nice applause. Bradley Beal comes back. I'm like, you want to boo him, boo him. I don't care. Like, I dislike Beal more than Durant. Durant was just, he gave up too much to get him, and the team was just never able to recover from that. And it's it. End of story. Great player. We got to watch his greatness at the end of his career. And I respect him as a player. He's one of the best I've ever seen. But I'm an addition by subtraction guy. And I think that they had to move on from those guys in order to be able to start moving forward.
James Harden yesterday, of all people.
This was good.
Was talking about Bradley Beal's struggles in Phoenix and how back in the day when he was on a super team with Kyrie and KD in Brooklyn, how he could totally relate to what Bradley Beal went through in Phoenix.
Because I went through it. Like, I went through it, you know, trying to sacrifice and trying to do whatever it takes to win. You know, I feel like that's what the world wanted to see, and as a basketball player, you feel like you're supposed to do it just to quote unquote give yourself the best chance of winning and all that good stuff that sounds right, and for you guys to write up and say good things about like I've been through it, you know what I mean, to where we're past that. Like, Brad is a killer on the court, and you know, I'm gonna bring the best out of him. You know, put him in positions to where he's successful, he looks good, and we all look good. And that's literally T. Lou's job, that's my job, and that's all of our jobs to bring out the best in, you know, every individual person on this team. So he was in a situation where he was with two alphas, and it just didn't work out. You know, I've been in that situation. So for us, it's just, man, just getting back to loving the game of basketball and you know, riding for each other.
Did you see he already he mentioned that he had a little knee issue? Beal, not Harden.
I did.
That he had to get his knee scoped.
Yeah.
And he says he's fine. He says he's fine to start. Mitch's camera isn't on, but Mitch is doing it. Mitch, turn your camera on. Just do the thing you just did.
Into the microphone so that the camera activates. My reaction was this.
Shocker. Bradley Beal, knee issue.
They have 8 players over 30, one that's 40. That roster is old.
Yeah.
That Clippers roster is old.
Who's older, them or the Warriors?
Did you see, by the way, the Warriors signed Kuminga today to a 2-year deal?
Yes.
Finally.
Well,
I'm so glad to not be asked about that ever again. Well, at least until the trade deadline.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's going to hold on, let me
just wait until February, Gambo. It'll be back.
Let me read you the tweet. You tell me if you think you're done answering questions about Jonathan Kuminga. ESPN breaking: Jonathan Kuminga has agreed to a 2-year, $48.5 million contract. The deal has a team option designed for the contract to be renegotiated next summer. Now both sides understand the likelihood of exploring trades when Kuminga is eligible in January. Yeah, you're done answering questions about.
So you'd be trading for a free agent, though.
You'd be
so
trading
you'd have to
for
have the agreement that you were going to sign him.
A guy who's got there's a team option designed for the contract to be renegotiated next summer. So yeah, you're not done answering questions about Jonathan Kuminga.
I think the Clippers are older than the Warriors.
They're both pretty old. I have to look up and see the average age.
Warriors got Curry, Butler. They just signed Horford, Draymond.
Oh, that's right. They just signed Horford.
They're old. Yeah, the Warriors. Average age of the Warriors have got to be old.
Well, you've got Chris Paul's 40, Harden's 36,
Kawhi's
Batum's 36.
3. Wow, it's a good. It's a good race. Yeah, it's a good bet right
Bogdanovich
there.
is 33. Beal's 32.
Tell you what, we'll take the break and we'll try to figure it out because when we come back, we're going to get you caught up on everything going on in sports. 4 o'clock reset right around the corner here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader.
Including Cardinals play-by-play.
Hit by Josh Sweat and dragged down for a sack.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Sometimes you just have a problem with your teeth, you're in pain, and you need a great dentist right away, like immediately. That's why I tell you about ProSmile. Not only do they have locations in Phoenix and Scottsdale, and not only are they the experts in the all-on-4 implants to give you that new smile that you want, they do it all. You got a broken tooth, cavity, wisdom teeth, some trauma, ProSmile can get you in either same day or next day. That's right. They help a lot of people with wisdom teeth. A lot of kids between the ages of 16 and 21 go to ProSmile to have their wisdom teeth taken out. They take all PPOs and HMO insurance. They can help you with anything from fillings to teeth whitening to veneers to full arch to wisdom teeth to just having to get in because you're in a lot of pain. ProSmile, with locations in Phoenix and Scottsdale, can help you. Check them out online at ProSmileAZ.com. That's ProSmileAZ.com, or text PRO to 620-620.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know summers are never ending in Arizona, where it's way too hot outside for your AC to not be in tip-top shape. Call the pros at Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. They have got your back 24/7, and when you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REP AIR for Parker & Sons.
Last year in Arizona, more than 121,000 car accidents were reported. Over 1,200 were fatal. Imagine you're one of those drivers. The light turns green. In a split second, everything changes. A crash leaves you fighting for your life, unable to speak, make decisions, or protect your family's future. Without having the right legal documents, the courts, not you, decide who speaks for you. That process is costly, time-consuming, and could tear families apart when they should be pulling together. With a comprehensive plan from RJP Estate Planning, including a living trust, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives, you stay in control, and your family stays protected. Trusted for over 35 years, RJP Estate Planning helps Arizonans plan for life's whens and what-ifs.
Call 480-576-5457 by October 2nd to save 55% on RJP's Living Trust Package. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457.
Hey folks, Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. That's where my buddy and general manager John Nissen and his team have got fall savings you got to hear about. Roll out now with 0%, yes, 0% APR financing for 72 months on the amazing 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E. Plus get $1,000 Ford bonus cash towards your purchase. Or bulk up to a full-size F-150 truck at a low rate of its own, plus $2,750 in Ford bonus cash. And that's on the powerful XLT model with a 2.7-liter, 325 horsepower engine. You want more? You got it. Check out their huge selection of 2025 Escape SUVs starting at only $22,995. Just stop in and tell them I sent you. All offers do require approved credit, and they've got the no bull deals you've been waiting for. Check them online at EarnhardtFord.com.
Most new vehicles include the no bull protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1,598 for trucks. After all applicable offers, 0% APR is $1,389 for 1,000 finance for well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers end 9/30/25.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Let's go!
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Cardinals announced today plans to build a new practice facility at the mixed-use site north of the Loop 101 and West Scottsdale Road. This plot of land is the same area once targeted by the defunct Arizona Coyotes when they pursued land to build a new stadium and entertainment complex. You can read more about the Cardinals' plans right now on ArizonaSports.com. Playoff baseball and Major League Baseball. We've got 2 games done, 1 game in action, 1 game later tonight. Detroit Tigers took game 1 against the Cleveland Guardians 2-1. Chicago Cubs beat the San Diego Padres 3-1. And then in action right now, top of the 4th inning, Yankees on the board first against the Boston Red Sox. They're up 1-0. Again, top of the 4th inning in that one, 2 on and 2 out. Later tonight, 6 p.m., you've got the Dodgers hosting the Reds. That game you can actually listen to right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM. Again, coverage starts at 6. And then Game 5 of the WNBA semifinals between the Indiana Fever and Las Vegas Aces is tonight. The winner will advance to face the Phoenix Mercury in the finals, which starts on Friday. Tip-off is at 6:30. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
Lauren is here. She's got the top stories of the day. We call it the 4 o'clock reset. Tell us what's going on, Lauren.
The Cubs won.
That's it. Good night, everybody. Thanks for listening.
Good night, everybody. That's 4 o'clock reset.
And the Yankees are winning. Good night, everybody. Thanks for...
Truly, Gambo and I, we're done. We're done today.
You're right over there?
You good?
Yeah, my headphones kind of got stuck in the tank and I couldn't get them out.
Anytime I see you
I got
fully
it.
leaning forward
yeah, I know,
like that,
just,
I'm like,
I looked over and I'm like, what is he doing?
He can't hear himself.
Yeah,
he can't. Something's wrong.
Yeah, well, good. I'm glad the Cubs are winning or won. I'm not as happy that the Yankees are winning. I am not rooting for them, but I know he is.
You're rooting for the communists?
Over the Yankees? Hell yeah. Wow. Absolutely.
Me too.
Oh, yeah. I hate the Yankees. You know that.
Darn it.
What is
I don't know. I can't hear her. Yeah, you guys talk. I did something wrong with the mic.
Mitch, we might need you to come in here and take a look at this. Campos.
All right, Mitch is on his way.
Mitch is on his way. Go ahead, Lauren. What do we got?
Let's dive in then, because the Arizona Cardinals announced today that they will leave their practice facility in Tempe and abandon the renovation plans that they had set for that facility, and instead build a brand new facility that will roughly cost $200 million, and that piece of land is all too familiar to us because it is where the Arizona Coyotes were going to build their stadium.
I got 3 thoughts on this one.
I'm back, by the way.
Oh, good. You're back? Okay.
I'm back.
Thought number 1 is being a Arizona native. There's a little part of me that's sad that they're not going to be in Tempe anymore because that was, a big part of their kind of identity, that facility out there. But I understand things change, and that's how that has to go. Number 2, the Coyotes thing, it's unavoidable and undeniable, and you have to recognize that. Number 3, and I think most importantly, this was seen as the thing the organization needed to do to not have such an awful NFLPA report card every single year.
Right.
This is going to fix that almost immediately.
2028. So yes. We're in 25 now. So they'll 26 next year, Tempe. 27, Tempe. 28 would be in the new vicinity. So you've got 2 more years of them being in Tempe. And look, we've been to that facility a lot. It's small.
They needed a new building.
It's small. I remember Matt Leinart talking to people under a tree because that's where the shade was. Mm-hmm. Hey, come over here under the tree after practice. We'll talk under the tree.
Yeah,
remember?
No, I do. And I'm only saying that about Tempe because I grew up about 2 miles from that facility, and so when they put it there, it was really cool that that's where the Cardinals were. But I'm not like wistfully nostalgic about, they should have never left. No, that's fine. Go where you can build a building. It's fine. It's no big deal. But it's cool that Tempe was their home for all those years.
I think what they'll do is they'll just take that land that they're on now and they'll extend it with all the feet, because that's a whole lot of sports complex right there, fields and everything.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's what they should do with it.
Bernsey and I kind of having a reverse situation where they plan on building it is about 10 miles from where I grew up.
Right.
So we're having a reverse. They're heading my direction.
Yeah, but the Coyotes thing is unavoidably kind of weird like that. Yeah.
Yeah, and Monday Night Football, the Dolphins beat the Jets 27-21. The big news coming out of that game is that Tyreek Hill dislocated his left knee.
Gruesome.
He had surgery today.
Yeah.
Will not need another surgery. He tore tendons, multiple torn ligaments, and he plans to play next year if you believe his agent.
He'll be 32 next year. 32 years old. I mean, the guy wants to play. Listen, there's such a big difference with having an injury in September and having it in December.
Yeah.
When you have a tear in ACL, that 4 months, 3 months is everything. From you being able to play next year or not being able to. If he had the same injury in December, he's not playing next year.
I'll give him credit for as gruesome as that injury was. He had just about the best attitude you possibly could of a player getting carted off the field in that situation. It was
crazy.
It was a gruesome injury.
Yeah. And the Broncos destroyed the Bengals 28-3 yesterday. And a quick injury update. The Rams and the 49ers play each other on Thursday Night Football. The Rams.
What are you laughing at?
It's awful. Just listen to this. The 49ers held no practice today due to the fact that Brock Purdy can't practice with a toe injury, Juwan Jennings can't practice with an ankle and rib injury, and Ricky Pearsall can't practice with a knee injury.
Wow.
So
everybody got the day
canceled
off.
practice.
They just canceled practice.
Wow.
It's not going to do it.
It's just so horrible. I have to laugh because it's just like, what are you going to do?
Yeah, you're not going to practice, and you just find out on Thursday morning who can play that night.
Mm-hmm. And Lamar Jackson, he has a hamstring injury, is unlikely to play Week 5 and could miss up to 3 weeks with that injury.
Unlikely to play?
Unlikely to play.
Oh,
could miss
man.
up to 3 weeks.
Doesn't Green Bay have the bye this week too?
Green Bay.
This is
the
about
Packers,
Gambo's
I
fan.
have
He's
Jordan
got
Love
Jordan
as
Love.
my backup quarterback.
Yes.
I got to put a claim in for a quarterback right now.
That is for you to figure out in your free time, Gambo.
All
All right. And you know what? While I'll stall, I'll play this soundbite from Corbin Burns just yesterday discussing the timeline for his return.
Should start throwing, basically the end of November, early December, and should put me on track for All-Star break sometime next year. So everything's been good, feeling strong. So just do what I can.
Did you say All-Star break is your timeline to return?
Yeah, we're looking probably sometime in July. Obviously, it's still early, so we don't know what's going to happen as far as when we start playing catch and getting the bullpens, that kind of stuff. But I think we're looking sometime in July. Should have a somewhat normal spring training with throwing bullpens and stuff. So that's exciting for me just to feel somewhat normal in camp. But then it's just the slow build-up and progression after that. But hopefully sometime in July.
The main takeaway is that he hopes to be back out there after the All-Star break in July.
Yeah, that would be fantastic. Because think about that. I mean, that's just about half the season. You'd have all of August, all of September, not half the season, but you'd have 60, 70 games to play. So it'd be like making a trade for a frontline starting pitcher in July, if he's able to come back at that time.
Can you play 500 baseball until then? Because if you can, and he can come back around that time,
right,
you got a shot. You just got to play 500 baseball until then. I know
will
I'm not
look a
setting
lot
the bar
different.
very high, but that's where you got to set it.
And a quick little MLB scoreboard. The Tigers beat the Guardians today 2-1. The Cubs beat the Padres 3-1. The Yankees are currently playing the Red Sox. That one has the Yankees up 1-0 against the Red Sox in the bottom of the 4th. And later tonight, the Reds will take on the Dodgers.
And no Clayton Kershaw on the roster for this round, right?
No, he did not. He's not on a roster because they don't need him.
Yeah.
I think they go Glass now in the third game.
Okay.
So I don't think they have. So they didn't. And he pitched the final game, I think, of the season. So he wasn't going to pitch in this round.
Yeah, right.
And an update on MLB managers, both Ron Washington and Bruce Bochy, both out today.
I read a story about Boch that kind of loosely speculated that based off of his connection with Buster Posey, who's now the chief decision maker in San Francisco, that maybe he could go back there. But potentially. I didn't know how much to make of that, but it was specifically mentioned in the story about Buster Posey's relationship with Bruce Bochy, and now that he's the decision maker in San Francisco, I don't know, maybe he ends up back.
I don't know how much the Diamondbacks like the new third base coach they got, but Matt Williams he's not going back to San Francisco.
No, he's been Bob Melvin's third base coach for a long, long time. And if Bo Mel's not going to return to managing anymore, Matt Williams is available, and he's a very accomplished, very experienced third base coach who hates your guts. So I would love to see Matt Williams.
Because he threw a base, he let a baseball almost hit me once, or
once.
On purpose?
I know we're at break time here, but we're doing a show. We're on the field, Gambo and I, on an opening day, and I think it was against the Padres, and Matt Williams is the third base coach, and Matt Williams fielding, shagging balls and doing whatever, kind of standing there by the batting cage. I think deliberately let a ball go by him so it would, in an attempt to hit Gambo. And it didn't hit you, but it came really close. Yeah, he doesn't. You two don't like each other very much. I would love to see him be the third base coach at the Diamondbacks. That'd be great.
And with that phenomenal story time, that's your 4 o'clock reset.
Just Olayed it.
Olay!
When have you ever seen Matt Williams Olay a ball in your life, right? He was one of the best defensive third basemen who ever played. He's just going to let a ball go by. I never liked him.
He never liked me. So it's okay.
So can hit Gambo. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, who do the Cardinals need more from offensively? That is coming up on Arizona Sports and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Arizona Sports host talked with Suns players, coaches, and the front office at Suns Media Day.
Yeah, the leadership aspect is going to be more important than ever this year.
I believe in Devin Booker. He's our guy, and we're building around him.
It's extremely exciting what we've done and also where we're going.
If you missed our Suns Media Day special, search it up on the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, or Arizona Sports on YouTube. Arizona Sports is the home of Phoenix Suns basketball.
Love telling you about Christian Brothers who have been in the Valley since 1976. And homeowners out there, you could use them for your AC needs. You could use them for plumbing. You could use them for electrical. They do a fantastic job, and they have for 49 years right here in the Valley. And if you need plumbing issues, they can help you with a new hot water heater. They can help you with a reverse osmosis system, soft water installed in your house. Maybe you're having a problem with some drains that are not, that are clogged and the water's not going down fast enough, or maybe you're not getting hot water in certain areas as quick as you'd like. Maybe you've got a toilet bowl that's not flushing properly. Nobody does a better job than the plumbers at Christian Brothers. And when it comes to your AC unit, a lot of people may just need a repair to get you through the rest of the summer, or you might be saying, okay, I'm there. I got to the finish line, but now I need a new AC unit for next year. Well, take advantage of 18 months of interest-free financing on some of the top-name brands that Christian Brothers offers, like Trane, Goodman, and Bryant. Call them at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile with a message for everyone paying big wireless way too much. Please, for the love of everything good in this world, stop. With Mint, you can get premium wireless for just $15 a month. Of course, if you enjoy overpaying, no judgments, but that's weird. Okay, one judgment.
Visit mintmobile.com/radio.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See full terms at mintmobile.com.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at amazonbusiness.com.
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today.
Did
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hi, Arizona sports listeners. It's Wayne from AMCO. So the hot summer is still upon us and school has started. The last thing anyone needs is to start the school year with car troubles. You know, moms and dads will be running all over town, dropping off and picking up their kids, which can be hard on any car. And what if that dang check engine light comes on? Man, talk about frustrating. Well, don't worry. What to do when your car needs repairs can be frustrating, but where to go when it does isn't. That's us at AMCO. With plenty of locations, AMCO's used to taking care of our Valley's heroes. We serve teachers, paramedics, firefighters, policemen, and our most important heroes of all, moms and dads. Now, you all know that AMCO specializes in transmissions and powertrain repairs, which includes clutches, transfer cases, differentials, even engine replacements. All the big repairs that most shops don't do. We do small repairs too, like air conditioning and brakes. So just pop into your nearest AMCO or book online at amcoarizona.com. Now that's pretty awesome. Well, that's because we're AMCO. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, double A, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Wednesday. We'll have our weekly NFL conversation with the one and only Mark Schlereth. That and more starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Drew Petzing today on the continued miscommunications between Marvin Harrison Jr. and Kyler Murray.
Coaching wideouts being in that room, it's something that happens pretty regularly if you look across the league, in my opinion. You're always trying to get people to be on the same page in terms of exactly how we see certain coverages or how we're coming out of routes and things like that. I think that's been a work in progress just about every building I've been in, and I know those two guys are working tirelessly at it, so it's not something I'm overly concerned with.
It's been a rough stretch for Marvin Harrison Jr. That's putting it very, very kindly. And outside of that fourth quarter that he had against Seattle last Thursday, there was a story today on NFL.com in which they do 3 up, 3 down, like the 3 trending up players, the 3 trending down players after week 4.
They had him trending down.
They had him trending. They had him as the first player trending down. Wow. After that game, yeah, and they accounted for the fourth quarter and said it was good to see him rebound. I think we would all agree it was good to see him bounce back from the first 3 quarters of that game and respond the way he did, because it looked like he was kind of crushed out there. In fact, I'm going to play this cut, and this is a good pull here by Lauren or Mitch or whoever found this. This is Kirk Herbstreit calling the game on Thursday Night Football. Okay, so he's calling the game to the national audience. Listen to what he said about Marvin Harrison Jr.
You know, when you're the 4th pick overall last year, there are going to be big expectations. This becomes a theme here in Phoenix. There he gives up on a crossing route. Ball's picked off. They're lucky to get that one back. Here in 3rd and short, miscommunication. Quarterback wants the out. He adjusts to a fade. And in here, just looking ahead, trying to see where the contact might be. Not able to finish on the play. And again, I just think you see a guy who's uberly talented, just not playing with confidence. It's like his mind is paralyzing his ability to be the receiver he can be.
His mind is paralyzing his ability to be the receiver he can be.
Yeah, why did it come so easy to him at Ohio State? Like, why? Why did everything come so easy to him? And he's had these struggles in the NFL. Now, if we go to the game last Thursday, we did see Marvin Harrison Jr. come through and make some really big plays down the stretch. We talked about that. Can the fourth quarter be who they are? During that fourth quarter, he had some big plays. He had the touchdown for 16 yards. There was another big play for 18 yards. So there were a couple of big plays by Marvin Harrison Jr. I think overall there were 4 catches. He finished with 6 catches for 66 yards and a touchdown. But in the second half, he had 4 catches for 58 yards. Now, if he had 4 catches in the first half, 4 in the second half for 58, you'd talk about 8 catches for 116 yards, and we'd be singing his praises right now. But he didn't do that. So I'm hopeful that the second half of that football game could give him some confidence, maybe stop thinking about everything so much and just go play. But I am also worried about the inability to get separation.
Yeah, well, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay.
What I was going to say was you had asked the question almost kind of rhetorically, what's changed from his days at Ohio State?
Yeah.
And the separation thing is what I'm wondering about. I'm wondering if he just got used to being able to physically separate himself from college corners, and he's struggling to do that at the NFL level because he's just not getting the kind of separation you need. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're good. So Pro Football Focus had a separation report, the best receivers at beating coverage to get open. And I said that this graph is telling because almost all of the Cardinal players are ahead of him. Almost all of them are ahead of him. Marvin Harrison Jr.'s separation rate is 45.24%. It's really bad. Like, it's really, really bad. I mean, I didn't count the amount of players ahead of him because it felt like it was infinity. I'd be counting forever. I had to scroll so far down to get to Marvin Harrison. Zay Jones is ahead of him. Tip Ryman is ahead of him. Almost every Cardinal player was ahead of him. He has had 42 opportunities at separation and only got separation 19 times. Less than 50% of the times is there any separation for Marvin Harrison Jr. He's had 156 receiving snaps, but they judge it on how many times can you actually get separation. His rate is one of the lowest in the league. It's not a good sign.
No.
So now, can he physically go up and beat guys? You're going to have to win that way because he's not a burner, but he's also, that also tells you he's not a great route runner because there's a lot of guys that aren't burners in the league, but they run such great routes that they get open. You don't have to be a burner to get open. It's a misconception. Oh, you have to be so. You don't have to be Tyreek Hill to get open. You could be a great route runner, and you're going to get open based on your moves. You juke a guy, you get open. You create separation by your route running. And so to me, it's a combination of, okay, he's not the fastest guy out there. He's not getting separation that way. But he's also not getting separation with the way he runs his routes.
Yeah, I think it's just we kind of add it to the recipe of things that are going wrong with Marvin Harrison Jr. And I think that the separation is some of it, the route running is some of it, the miscommunication with Kyler and not being able to be on the same page is some of it. The lack of confidence certainly is some of it. I mean, you saw it when he caught that touchdown pass. He goes down to one knee, and he wasn't down there for a beat or two. He was down there for like 5 or 6 seconds, and you could just see the relief oozing out of his pores. Thank God I caught that ball. Thank God I'm contributing. Thank God I'm doing something. Drew Petzing was asked today how he deals with a player like that in the middle of the game when his confidence is clearly wavering.
I think there's always emotions involved in football. Good, bad, all of the above, right? Throughout the course of a game, the highs and lows, the ups and downs, that's a big part of football. And my thing and my message to him was right after the play, like, I'm not treating you different. I'm not calling it different. Like, he's as good a player as there is in this league, in my opinion. And we're going to need him to make big plays. And I said that to him. I looked him right in the eye. I said, look, we're going to be good. You're going to be good. We're going to need you if we're getting back in this game. And I was really excited to see him push through that and go out and make those plays down the stretch and get us back in that game. It was, that's not an easy thing to do, and I thought he showed a ton of resilience throughout that game, and obviously the ability there at the end to make those plays.
They did the thing you had been imploring them to do. The first play they ran was to Marvin Harrison Jr. Right. There was an attempt to get him involved right away to make him feel, and even that didn't go very far in terms of
2 catches in the first half,
getting that version of Marvin Harrison Jr. I think now what you have to hope for is, one, they're playing the worst team in the NFL this week. Mm-hmm. Okay, so there's that, and we're talking about we're expecting, whether it's real or not, I don't know, but we're expecting more of an offensive breakthrough this week because they're playing the Tennessee Titans.
Get fat and happy against that team.
Yeah, and you know what? Get confident too.
Yeah,
like build some confidence, build up some belief in yourself, and the hope is that the fourth quarter he had against Seattle is some sort of a, hey, you're fine. Everything's going to be fine. You're good at this. Just relax and don't worry about it so much.
There was a point in the press box on Thursday Night Football against Seattle where, the Cardinals don't have a number 1 receiver, and they don't have a number 2 receiver. Like, Marvin Harrison Jr. is playing like he's a number 3 receiver. Now, obviously the second half was better. I don't think he will be a number 3 receiver, but I saw a mock draft today that had the Cardinals taking a wide receiver in the first round. That 33rd team did a mock draft. They had the Cardinals taking a wide receiver. And that's, if Marvin Harrison Jr. was as good as he's supposed to be, they wouldn't be drafting a wide receiver in the first round.
They wouldn't be. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, after I remind you of the Burns and Gambo Show podcast, you can subscribe right now on your iPhone or your Android. You'll never miss any of the show. The Burns and Gambo Show podcast is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. How strong of a team is ASU compared to its Big 12 peers? That is next on Arizona Sports and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Bickley and Marotta mornings. ASU football, it's easy to come out and say, we want to be the team of the decade. We want to be the next big thing in college football. We want to be the kings of this newly formed Big 12. But then you have to execute it on a week-to-week basis, and it's exhausting. You're dealing with one super competent team, well-funded team, large staffed team after another. These are really good vested football programs, and you've gone toe-to-toe with two of them in successive weeks and found a way to win both games. That, to me, is tremendously impressive.
Bickley and Murata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
When you bundle renters and auto with Progressive, you can save while protecting your most valuable possessions. Like your really expensive limited edition sneakers and your new suit for your cousin's wedding. Except you never actually bought the suit because you can't stop buying sneakers. So you show up to the wedding looking like you're going grocery shopping. But hey, at least your sneakers will look good in the pictures. Until you're cropped out of every last one of them. So go ahead and get Progressive so you can save while protecting the things that matter to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
Homeowners, are you wanting to move but feel stuck? Call Carol Royce of Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Many home sellers face a catch-22, risking owning two homes or none at all. Skip the stress with Carol's Guaranteed Sale program. No double mortgages, no getting stuck. Carol will guarantee the sale of your home at your agreed-upon price and time frame, or she will buy it so you can move with certainty. Call Carol Royce today, 480-776-5231, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're looking for a meal that's never boring and always packed with flavor, head to Sonic. With a great menu full of iconic classics and new favorites, there's something for everyone in your crew. And remember, order ahead with the Sonic app to score exclusive rewards like half-price drinks and slushes, where every sip helps support local schools through Sonic's Limeades for Learning, with over $30 million donated since 2009. Live free, eat Sonic.
Hey, my Ford Edge. It's my daily driver. Game day, every day. Paul Calvisi here. Built Ford tough. Built football tough. Our Desert Ford dealers, they're an official partner of the Arizona Cardinals. In fact, if you want to really enjoy tailgate season, take the Legend, the F-150, work truck or weekend warrior, the Ford F-Series, just America's best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running now. Yet the time is now when our Desert Ford dealers, they're giving us 3.9% Ford credit financing for 60 months, plus $2,750 in retail bonus cash on a 2025 F-150 XLT 2.7 liter. Hey, you're thinking SUV? Lease a Ford Bronco Big Ben for just $469 a month for 36 months, plus you Jeep owners get $2,000 cash back. Or lease a Bronco Sport Big Ben for just $369 a month for 36 months, and Jeep owners get $1,000 cash back. But hurry, it all ends September 30th at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
I'm Mitch Varel. This with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Cardinals announced today plans to build a new practice facility at the mixed-use site north of the Loop 101 and West Scottsdale Road. The plot of land is the same area once targeted by the defunct Arizona Coyotes when they tried to build a new stadium and entertainment complex. You can read more about the Cardinals' plans right now on ArizonaSports.com. Playoff baseball underway. We have two finals, already. Tigers beat the Guardians 2-1, and the Cubbies beat the Padres 3-1. In action right now in the Bronx, it is a pitcher's duel. 1-0 Yankees in the bottom of the fifth with 2 outs recorded. Garrett Crochet and Max Fried have been dealing, and we are now through 5 as Crochet struck out the side in the bottom of the fifth. Now to the top of the 6th. Red Sox coming to bat. Later tonight, you can listen to Game 1 between the Cincinnati Reds and LA Dodgers. We'll be carrying that one right here after Burns and Gambo with coverage starting at 6. And then Game 5 of the WNBA semifinals is tonight. Indiana Fever and Las Vegas Aces playing for the chance to advance. They will face the Phoenix Mercury in the finals, which starts on Friday. Tip-off tonight is at 6:30. And that is what's trending now.
Hey, it's Luke. What does Torey Lovello have to do to keep his job past 2026? We'll ask Diamondbacks General Manager Mike Hazen tomorrow at 11:45. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
By the way, if you're watching...
Why are we playing Walk On By?
You know what?
I'm laughing because I'm literally telling Lauren about the previous time that we rejoined with this song, and Gambo asked about why are we playing this song.
We're playing Dionne Warwick?
This is a...
Is that from up above? Hey, listen, I know how to capture the audience's attention.
This is
Play a little Dionne Warwick.
This is Doja Cat's sampling of the Warwick song.
Oh.
Yeah.
And literally as
What's
you
a
asked,
Doja Cat?
like that fun
She is an artist.
This is Dionne Warwick.
It is.
It's Walk On By Dionne Warwick.
It's a sampling of...
No, it's not a sampling. Dionne Warwick sings Walk On By.
All right, I'm not going to have this conversation. I'm done.
Don't.
Yeah, it's
because I'm
literally
right.
as you were explaining this, Mitch was talking to me about how this happened the last time we played this
And
song.
I don't even remember it.
I don't actually either. I don't remember this conversation.
Me either.
And here I was just going to point out how every time Mitch or Lauren turn on their cameras in there, we've got the Chicago Cubs win flag behind Lauren. I was going to bring that up. But now I can't unhear the song. I'm certainly not.
I'm like this. Like, does this have something to do with like baseball, walking a batter?
No, we're gonna have an ASU conversation here. It has nothing to do with that at all.
Okay.
No, but it's.
Because they weren't able to do the walk on Friday night because of the rain?
No, that didn't have anything to do with that either.
All
It's it has no relevance. At least I don't think it has any relevance to what we're about to talk about here. Because what we're going to talk about here is a projection from one website that ASU is going to go 10-2 this season and lose only one game in the Big 12. And that would be their next one when they play at Utah.
Yeah, I told you I couldn't see 4 losses for ASU. I really couldn't. But there was a Big 12 predictions for every remaining game. That was done. College football prediction analysis and updates. And I looked at it, Nate. They've got Arizona State losing to Utah, but then beating Texas Tech, Houston, Iowa State, West Virginia, Colorado, and Arizona to finish with a 10-2 record. That would give them 1 loss in the Big 12, and it would really depend on what, and they would have a win over TCU. Utah's already lost. That would very likely send them to the Big 12 championship game if that was right.
Yeah.
If their only losses to Utah, who's already lost a game, if Utah loses one more game and you only end up with 1 loss, it's very likely. Now, if you got tiebreakers, right? TCU beat Utah. If you beat TCU and Utah beats you, I don't know how the tiebreakers work out, but that would be a great way to go for Arizona State. I don't think they're going to run the tables here. But they're not going to lose to Colorado or West Virginia. I don't think they lose to Houston. To me, the only teams that could they lose to Utah on the road? Sure.
Yes.
Could they lose to Texas Tech at home? Yes. On the road at Iowa State, yes, you could lose that game.
Yeah.
Those are the three that I think that they could lose.
Yeah, but I
don't think they're going to lose all three.
But I think those were always the three. You know, I think the five were always the five. All right, and they're 2-0 so far against the five, and maybe that's kind of how I've looked at it from the jump when it comes to this season.
Yeah,
the non-conference is what the non-conference is. Okay, and it's fine. They lost at Mississippi State, but to me, the path for winning this conference was always at Baylor, home against TCU, at Utah, home against Texas Tech, at Iowa State. Those are the five. And so far they're 2-0. 2-0 with not even playing. I don't want to say they're not playing close to their best football, but they're not playing their best football. There's a better version of ASU out there. We've been talking about that for most of the day, right? A better version of them out there where they're better in the red zone, right? A better version of them out there where they're scoring touchdowns and not field goals, where they're taking advantage of winning the turnover battle and a defense that's been playing out of their mind so far. This is not, ASU has not been at their best so far this season. They have not been at, I don't know.
No.
Okay, I want to make sure you agree with that because they have not been at their very best.
They have not played a complete game.
They've been good.
They have found ways to win.
More than good enough so far, but not at their best.
They've had a lot of great individual performances. I thought their defense was spectacular. Now, that defense, Texas Tech's offense has been unstoppable. Like, nobody's been able to stop them. Their offense is, it's a fast-moving train. You can't stop them. Arizona, that's going to be a battle and a half, man. I cannot wait for that game. That's going to be something else. Now, you sent Big 12 power rankings yesterday, and it had Texas Tech number 1, Iowa State number 2, and Arizona State number 3, followed by Utah and then BYU. So that was where this is what they've done. They've gotten back into the top 3 in the power rankings. This will be a huge game on the road. Now, they are coming off of they got the bye, but so does Utah, right? Utah's not playing this week
Utah
either.
also has a bye this week, yes.
Right, so both to no advantage for anybody here. Arizona State's next game's at Utah. Utah's next game's against Arizona State. That'll be a big game. Look, you could afford to lose one game. And I said this after the TCU loss. A lot of the papers that cover TCU were saying, okay, this isn't the end of the world. You're okay with one loss. But what you have lost is you have lost your margin for error.
Yeah.
You can't take another loss.
Yeah.
So I don't know that anybody – I doubt – I mean, I just think this conference is too competitive that anybody's going to run the table. I do. There's too many close games. You're not going to have them all go your way. I know Kenny may think they are, but because they won a lot of them. But, eventually you're just going to lose a close game. They could have lost the Baylor game. They could have lost the TCU game. But I think that the conference is too competitive. I think Texas Tech scares me because I just think that their offense is almost unstoppable. If there was one team, if you said pick one team that could run the table, I would probably say Texas Tech.
Yeah, but I think that's where it's, at least so far, early advantage to ASU in that within the Big 12, if you're just looking at Big 12 teams playing Big 12 teams, nobody has bested what ASU has done so far.
No.
Nobody.
No.
And that includes Texas Tech going to Utah and winning a game there. Nobody has done better than what ASU has done by going to Baylor and winning, by hosting TCU at home. The Sawyer Robertson kid, the Baylor quarterback who looked perfectly pedestrian against ASU a couple of weeks ago, he's the offensive player of the week in the Big 12 this past week. He's good, right? And ASU made him look bad. Josh Hoover's good. ASU made him look bad. So I think within the conference, nobody has done a better job with the wins they've stacked so far than ASU. And I give them a little extra credit for that when we're talking about these 5 games and how they can manage these 5 games, because I think they've handled it better than anybody else.
The interesting angle for me with Texas Tech is that they are blowing everybody out. Arkansas Pine Bluff 67-7.
Arkansas.
Kent State 62-14.
Kent State.
Oregon State 45-14. Okay, Utah 34-10.
That's the one.
So my point, I was getting to a point here. They haven't played a close game. So if Texas Tech, if they blow out Houston this week and blow out Kansas, all of a sudden now you're on the road at ASU and you're in the fourth quarter and it's a dogfight, you haven't played a close game. And Arizona State is really, really good at close games under Kenny Dillingham.
I think the other thing that benefits ASU when it comes to that Texas Tech game is that it's here.
Yep.
And I tell you, Kenny's vision of Mountain America Stadium being a tough place to play. Did you see that text that we got sent today from Doug Tamaro, Sports Information Director over at ASU? The one in which, I'll pull it up right now because you're giving me that blank look on your face.
I don't know. I don't read half the text messages I get.
Cade
That's
Bennett
later.
Cade Bennett said he thinks the ASU environment impacted TCU's offensive line.
Oh, okay.
Sonny Dykes also mentioned the crowd noise impacting some of the offense's execution. It's Mountain America Stadium we're talking about. This is ASU we're talking about. I mean, no disrespect, but that home field advantage that is there has never been talked about in glowing terms, at least not in recent
So the sleeping
memory.
giant that we talked about for 2 decades has finally woke up?
I mean, because I hate that metaphor, but the vision Kenny had as Saturday afternoon, Saturday evening, hell, Friday night, where else are you going to be? Where else do you want to be? Right here, right? Like if you're an ASU fan, where else do you want to be but right here? That vision's starting to play out. And if it's going to really come down to that Texas Tech game in a couple of weeks, as it very well might, the fact that that game is here and not there is a huge advantage for you. Now, they still have to go to Iowa State. And in my mind, that's the toughest one on the schedule because it's on the road and they're good. You got to go there.
Baylor does not have a great home field advantage.
No.
Remember, we talked about it. They had like half the tickets were sold out like the day before. They do not have a great home field. So you went on the road to Waco and you beat Baylor. That's good. It's a good road win. I'll take it. But they don't have a crazy environment there. And ASU does. So I do think that that's the one benefit. I would rather play Utah on the road and Texas Tech at home. Than vice versa.
Yeah, for sure. What have we seen from Cam Ward and the
not much
and the Donkey Titans? We're not using that word. Yeah, we'll talk about it as we're live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios here on Burns and Gambo.
NFL record for most punt return touchdowns in a season. Played 10 of his 13 NFL seasons for the Cardinals and officially retired a Cardinal this summer. He's Patrick Peterson, P2.
Patrick Peterson out of LSU to the house.
And he joins Wolf and Luke every Tuesday morning at 11:15 to talk football on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Ready, set, Ford. Get the thrills, get the adventure, and get the savings during the first ever Bronktober on now at Arizona's largest Ford dealership, Sanderson Ford. Lease a new 2025 Bronco Big Ben for only $399 a month for 36 months. Lease a new 2025 Bronco Sport Big for only $299 a month for 36 months. Plus, purchase a new 2025 F-150 STX Super Crew for only $44,899. Plus, get 3.9% financing for 72 months. Don't miss the Bronktober savings. Shop and compare with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense at Arizona's most awarded Ford dealership for complete customer satisfaction. They're on 51st Avenue in Glendale, or go online for more information at sandersonford.com.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
This March, Wendy's is fueling the madness with amazing deals on their hamburgers made with fresh, never frozen beef.
Like a juicy Dave's single for $1 and a fresh $2 Dave's double with in-app offer.
It's such a good deal, we wrote a little ditty about it.
Get it for $1. Dave's single, order in the app. Dave's single, get it for $1. Choose wisely, choose Wendy's, official hamburger March Madness.
Limited time offer. Participating U.S. Wendy's. See offer details and redeem at Wendy's app. Account registration required. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S. and Alaska.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone with no startup fees. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. And for a limited time, get started for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Chronic pain can be very bossy. What do I mean?
It tells you what you can or can't do. Sometimes it even has the audacity to keep you from working.
I missed almost 3 weeks of work, and I was no longer able to play tennis. The pain was really debilitating sometimes. I missed Thanksgivings.
Abby was ready to put the bossy bad back in her past. And that's when she discovered QC Kinetics and their non-surgical treatments for pain. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine with tens of thousands of satisfied patients, people who have experienced real lasting relief without drugs and without surgery.
It has just been the most life-changing, amazing experience. Not only life-changing, but career-saving. I get to continue to do the career that I love. I'm playing tennis again.
Stop letting that joint pain boss you around. Start with a free consultation at QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
And it's Testimonial Tuesday from Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Matt from Ready Services came to my house first thing on Saturday morning to take care of a floor drain that was blocked and was on the verge of flooding. He was friendly and provided excellent service.
Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning appreciates all of our customers. Always ready since 1957. Saving you money and doing business the right way. Your home of the no-fee emergency. ReadyServices.com.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update.
Presented by Sanderson Ford.
Hi, Lawrence here. She's got an update on the social media poll question of the day. And once again, if you're watching on YouTube,
How you doing?
check out that Cubs win flag behind it. You got to turn on your mic. I
Pictures
can't see
right
it.
now. And
Oh, I have my mic on. Do I have to talk into it?
Oh, there you go. No,
There you go.
There it is. See it? It's kind of back there. It's hard to see from that angle. Mitch,
Hold on.
Mitch,
Hold
here
on.
we
I'll
go.
get Mitch.
Mitch.
Yep.
oh, there you go.
There
The
it
big
is.
WW.
There we go. We're almost
Fly
there.
that flag.
There we go.
Fly that flag.
Why do
There
we
you
have a
go.
Washington Huskies flag in here?
That's not, come on, man. It's not a Washington Huskies.
I know,
It's
Steve.
not even the right colors.
I was totally teasing.
What's our poll question today?
I liked the performance Mitch was giving
Yeah,
in the
it's-
background
it's-
there
it's-
too.
Mitch played in the band.
I know
man.
this is going back to band.
Mitch.
court right
Mitch
here.
knows, man. Mitch has the rhythm.
He's got some showman.
I bet you can
showmanship.
stir it up on the dance floor, Mitch. He's got the rhythm. The music people have the rhythm.
Can you stir it up on the dance floor?
Can you? You dance well, Mitch?
Oh yeah, yeah.
I apologize to our YouTube viewing audience for that one right
Sorry.
there.
Sorry to all of you.
Yeah. All right. Poll question today. If you can only bring back one of the following Diamondbacks, who would it be? Zach Gallen, Merrill Kelly, Gino Suarez, Josh Naylor.
Who's finishing second in this one? Because we've all
I'm gonna
said
say
Merrill
Gallen
Kelly.
is second.
Who's second in this one?
He's got it.
Is
It's
Zach Gallen?
Gallen.
Okay.
Yeah. Merrill Kelly leading the way, 54% of the vote. 25% of the vote, Zach Gallen. 12%, Gino Suarez. 9%, Josh Naylor.
Okay. Yeah, it's just with so much talk about Zach Gallen, and we'll get back into that in the 5 o'clock hour. His comments yesterday, the projected salary that we saw on Spot Track, how much it might cost to keep Zach Gallen.
4 for 76.
4 for 75? Yeah, 4
whatever
for
it is.
75.
Okay, give him 4 for 80 and let's call it a day. Boom, we're done. Problem is the Diamondbacks have 8 players taking up $108 million in payroll next year.
Yeah, I don't know if they can just, willy-nilly go give one of them $20 million.
Yeah, now all of a sudden you'd have 9 players taking up $125 million or
Still
something
have
like that.
many other players that you need to sign. But Mike Hazen spoke about that earlier today as well, so we can hear from him on what he has to say about that one as well. In the meantime, Nick Rallis today talking about, Cam Ward.
I think it's only a matter of time before it clicks. Hopefully it doesn't click for him this week, but you can see the talent, and you can see that he runs the show. Like there is a calmness and a leadership, and he's able to get him in the right calls. Often he's dangerous because he's got arm talent, and he can throw it at some really, cool trajectories. And then when it's not there, to me, he can move to push the ball down the field. So I'm a fan. I think he's going to be a good player, and we got our work cut out for us this week.
Nice words, but
but he stinks right now.
Stats don't exactly back it up, at least in terms of a number one pick overall. It's been rough for him.
And he may end up being a good quarterback. But you're throwing so much at these kids right now, and he's really struggling. And, I'm not blaming him. It's they don't have a lot of talent on that team. There's going to be a lot of growing pains for him to get better, and hopefully he will. But right now, here's the facts. He completed 10 passes for 108 yards with no touchdowns in the last game. It was the second time in 4 games he was held below 50% passer rating. But here's the thing that's mind-boggling. He was a number 1 overall pick. Of the 11 quarterbacks picked number 1 overall since 2000, who threw at least 100 passes in their first 4 games. He's last in yards, last in passer rating, last in completion percentage, last in yards per attempt, last in sack rate, and last in touchdown percentage. Of the 11 quarterbacks that were picked number 1 since 2000 that had at least 100 passes in their first 4 games, he's dead last in every category. He's off to a really struggling start. This doesn't mean that he's going to be a terrible quarterback. No. It just means there's a lot put on his plate, and right now he's not able to deliver and lift this organization up.
That stat tells me a couple of things. I mean, number 1, yes, he's off to a rough start, and he doesn't have a whole lot of talent around him. Number 2, and I think we kind of suspected this around the draft, that it was a pretty weak quarterback class coming out of college this year. And that Cam Ward, and I really don't mean this disrespectfully at all, but if you're going to compare him to other quarterbacks who have been drafted number 1 overall in the last 25 years, he probably pales in comparison to most of those guys, right? Like if you're going to do a side-by-side, and I'd have to look at all the guys who went number 1 overall, but I'd be willing to guess that that in most years, like even in this year coming up in the draft, if Cam Ward were available, is he the number 1 overall pick in this year's quarterback class? I bet he's not.
But
I think that factors.
GMs are so desperate to find that quarterback, and they draft these guys, and they give 22-year-old kids the keys to the city. Somehow you are, the most important player on a team, and you're 22 years old, and you just got out of college. Like some of these guys, how many college games do these guys play? A lot of these guys don't play a lot of college football, and it's just it is incredible. Like you're the face of the franchise. You're 22 years old. You just got out of college, and if you struggle, this guy sucks. You got to get rid of him. It's tough. I feel bad for Cam Ward and all of these guys. He's in a really tough spot because they're asking him, to come in and be successful and lead the organization. And right now, it's very hard for him to do that.
Yeah, and you just wonder. I mean, look, long term, do I don't want to sit here and say I don't care that much. I'm really much more interested about this in the short term for the Arizona Cardinals, and in the short term, you're playing Cam Ward at exactly the right time. I hope the very best for him. I really do. I think that he's in that situation where we're going to find out if this breaks him or not as a number 1 pick. And it's broken many a number 1 pick in the past. Guys who just couldn't handle it, could never bounce back, could never get right from it. And their careers, they were, quickly ushered out of the league, or they
look
quickly
at Anthony
become
Richardson.
Of course. Yeah, of course.
The guy had 13 college starts. 13 college starts. Here you go. You're the leader of the Indianapolis Colts in the NFL. You had 13 college starts. Yeah. Like, there's a lot of feeling that the organizations fail the kids more than the kids fail the organizations. That the organizations fail them. They thrust them into this spotlight. They put the weight of the world on their shoulders, and they go be great and throw for 300 yards and 2-3 touchdowns every week. And the kids aren't ready. So it's the organization failing a lot of the players.
But I also think with Cam Ward specifically, that I don't think anybody thought he was going to be that great to start. But I also don't think anybody thought he was going to be this bad to start.
That's a good way to put it.
You know what I mean? I don't think I don't really think anybody was looking at Cam Ward and had the expectations of a Peyton Manning from day one. Or a
Peyton Manning was terrible.
Well, okay, maybe the bad example, but
because he was terrible.
But you know what I'm talking? Like a number 1 quarterback with great pedigree. He was a poor example, but somebody with great pedigree that you just be great right away, do it right out of the chute. I don't think anybody had those expectations for Cam Ward.
Dan Marino.
I mean, if you're going
to go
to
the Super Bowl.
Yeah, right? I'm trying to think of the number 1 quarterback since 2000 who, to cite your stat, who's gone number 1 since 2000. Kyler's done it. Baker's done it. Peyton's done it. Cam Newton's done it. Andrew Luck has done it. Michael Vick's done it. I think more of those guys had expectations of greatness right away than Cam Ward did.
Probably.
Cam Ward, he's his own harshest critic, as we found out after the loss to the Texans.
I mean, we keeping a buck right now, we ass. So we 0-4. We have, this point, we got nothing to lose. We dropped a quarter of our games, and we've yet to do anything. So we have to lock in, especially myself on the offensive line, from the defensive line, from the special teams to all three faces. We have to play together. We have not played together this year yet, and that's just something that, we want to preach about it every day. Every day we got to do better, and we're doing that, but it has to show up on Sundays. It hasn't showed up yet, but it got to show up next week.
I like his attitude.
I do too. That's
If
a good point.
nothing else, I like his attitude.
He cares.
Yeah.
He cares. He wants to be great. He cares.
He's pissed.
Yeah.
He's pissed, and he's calling himself out. He's calling everybody out, and he's not afraid to do that after 4 games at the NFL level.
Sure.
I do like that a lot.
Yeah, I do too. And I hope the kid is able to get it turned around. It's just a lot of these, man. I just wish you could go back to the days where let these kids sit for a little while. You don't have to force them in 17 games. Some people will say you got to play to get better. You got to play to get better. I get it. I understand it. I think there's something to be said about just sitting and learning as well and not putting everything on you right away.
Are the Cardinals a true contender this year, or are they just not there yet? That is coming up as we go into the 5 o'clock hour here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader, including Cardinals play-by-play.
Harrison goes up and stabs it for a touchdown.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Back here for Global Credit Union, 10 branches around the valley, an easy-to-use mobile app. It's banking, but better at Global Credit Union because it's banking that answers to you. I'm a member of Global Credit Union. There are a lot of members of Global Credit Union, and at the end of the day, Global Credit Union and the benefits they offer is because they answer to us, the members, the people who make it up. Whereas banks in general, answer to shareholders and stockholders and Wall Street and things like that. And because of that, Global Credit Union can just offer way more in terms of benefits than you can find at a bank. Low to no fees on your accounts, a better interest rate than you can get at a bank. And because of that, Global members collectively saved $195 million last year. The list of benefits, it's just too long to get into here for a 60-second commercial, which is why you should explore the benefits of becoming a member. Go to globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know summers are never ending in Arizona, where it's way too hot outside for your AC to not be in tip-top shape. Call the pros at Parker & Sons for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. They have got your back 24/7, and when you need them, they'll be there in minutes, not days. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Okay, so I just saw 2 houses for sale, same neighborhood, almost identical, but one had an Orchard sign and it sold for way more. So I asked my friends at Orchard why. Well, the first house used a traditional agent. After weeks of price drops and frustration, they just finally settled for less than they had hoped. But the second homeowner, they chose Orchard and they got more. Their local Orchard agent didn't just list the home, they marketed it. They knew exactly which upgrades would attract serious buyers, and they brought in a pro to handle everything. And then even more, with Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program, that homeowner got to move into their new home before their old one even hit the market. They skipped all the hassles and showings, and you can too. Orchard will help you buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves. Then they'll make price-boosting upgrades and sell your home for top dollar. Never settle for less. Get more with Orchard, the smarter, faster, hassle-free way to buy your new home even before your old home sells. It's a great setup. So start with your free home valuation at Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. That's where General Manager Brad Gunlickson and his team are kicking off a fall savings push with deals you've got to hear about. Get a low 0%, yes, 0% APR financing rate now on select 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 trucks and Hummer all-electric SUV and pickup models with approved credit. And don't forget, there's still time to take advantage of the $7,500 EV federal tax credit. But hurry, when September ends, so does this offer. So stop in and take a look at their huge inventory of award-winning Buick and GMC models and experience their no-bull way of doing business that's made Earnhardt a trusted name in automotive for over 74 years. All this and more at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 9/30/25.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. Stroke risk may increase. Eliquis can cause serious and potentially fatal bleeding. Don't take if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or bleed longer. A spinal injection increases blood clot risk, which may cause paralysis. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or bruising, or back pain, tingling, numbness, muscle weakness, or incontinence. Aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Cardinals announced today plans to build a new practice facility at the mixed-use site north of the Loop 101 and West Scottsdale Road. The plot of land is the same area once targeted by the defunct Arizona Coyotes when they were pursuing a new site to build a stadium and entertainment complex. You can read more about the Cardinals' plans right now on ArizonaSports.com. Playoff baseball has begun in MLB. 2 finals. The Tigers beat the Guardians 2-1, and the Cubs beat the Padres 3-1. 1 game in action right now, and things are getting tense in the Bronx. There are 2 runners on and 1 out. The Yankees leading the Red Sox by 1-0. Old friend Luke Weaver on the mound trying to avoid the Red Sox from crossing home plate, and things are not going well right now. But that one we're keeping an eye on. If you're staying around, listen tonight for Reds Dodgers. That will be taking place at 6 p.m. tonight, and you can listen to it right here on 98.7 FM after Burns and Gambo. And maybe you're keeping an eye on the WNBA semifinals because the winner of the Fever Aces game will advance to the finals and face the Phoenix Mercury, and those two will duke it out in a 7-game set that starts on Friday. Tip-off for that game is at 6:30. This report is brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. It's kickoff time. Score big at Freeway Chevrolet with our kickoff special. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Freeway Chevrolet off the I-10 and Ray Road.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com presented by Y-Refi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Cardinals plan to move their practice facility to land once targeted by the Coyotes. Diamondbacks owner Ken Kendrick explains the team's decision to retain Torey Lovullo. And Steve Nash's new gig with the Suns represents Jordan Ott's willingness to lean on others. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com presented by Y-Refi.
All right, we're into the 5 o'clock hour here on the Burns and Gambo show on this Tuesday. Mitch just mentioned it and what's trending now. The Red Sox have runners at 2nd and 3rd with 1 out in the top of the 7th against former Diamondbacks pitcher Luke Weaver.
In fact, Fried pitched a great game, just a great game.
2-run single. 2-run single for
take the lead.
Who hit that for the Red Sox? I couldn't tell.
Masataka Yoshida.
With a 2-run single, and the Boston Red Sox just took the lead. In fact,
Max Fried pitches his ass off, has a 1-0 lead. Luke Weaver comes in, and all of a sudden they do 2-1. I always feel bad for starting pitchers when they pitch their asses off, and the reliever comes in and gives up 2 runs.
Isn't it funny, too, that in this postseason, Luke Weaver and Carson Kelly, both the 2 guys from the Goldie trade, right?
Yes.
In this postseason.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, there probably been postseasons.
Kelly homered today.
Kelly homered today for the yes. So there's I think Goldie's in this one too. So it's not for nothing. But when I see Luke Weaver and then I saw Carson Kelly earlier today, I thought that same thing. So anyway, it's 2-1 right now. And then Reds Dodgers coming up tonight. We're gonna have that game here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader, as soon as we're done. So we have that. Earlier today, we were talking about the Cardinals contenders, pretenders, and where we got that from was a story on NFL.com in which their longtime writer Jeffrey Chihata took a look at the 9 2-2 teams and just tried to generalize right now. We all acknowledge it's a little early in the process to be doing this, but okay, here are the 9 2-2 teams. Who are the contenders? Who are the pretenders among them? Because at 2-2, what do we decide? It's like a 37% chance of making the playoffs.
37% chance, but again, 0-2 in the division is different, right? 0-2 in the division,
it's a 10%
it goes down
chance.
to about like 10% chance to make the playoffs.
Yeah,
which the Cardinals are.
Yeah, he had the Cardinals as pretenders to start the season. Basically, the headline of the story was 2-2 teams you can trust. He had the Arizona Cardinals as a pretender. He had the Falcons as a pretender. He had the Bears as a pretender. The Bengals and the Patriots as pretenders. He had the contenders among the 2-2 group, the Broncos, the Chiefs, the Vikings, and the Commanders. All teams that made the playoffs
So
last
he
year.
has the Cardinals back on the chain gang.
He has the Cardinals back on the chain gang. Yes,
There
he
you
does.
go, Mitchie Mitch.
Yes, I'm back.
There you go, Mitchie Mitch. That made you laugh. That made you laugh. I do not think that the Cardinals are pretenders. I think at 2-2 that they are contenders. I think you've got to hang around 500 as long as you can. If you do, you're in the race. We see it in sports all the time. The Arizona Diamondbacks are just hovering around 500. Came down to the last game of the season. If you're 1-3 or you're 0-4, it's much different. But at 2-2, I think you're right there. You're going to get a Tennessee team that might be the worst in the NFL. You win that one, you're 3-2. You're going to tell me a 3-2 football team's not a contender. So I'm going to disagree with it. I know the division's tough. I know they've already lost 2 division games. I get it. But I think that they should win this week because they're playing a very weak team. If they lose this game, all bets are off. But I expect that they're going to win, and I expect they're going to win easily. And I think that that team would then be a contender to be a playoff team.
Yeah, I think labeling any team a pretender or a contender after 4 games is kind of ludicrous. I mean, unless that team is 3-1 or unless that team is 1-3 and they have such a 2-2, it's like at that point you've got 13 football games left. Which I mean, anything can happen over the course of 13 football games. So I think there is at its core kind of a, hey, let's wait and see how this plays out before we declare a team a contender or pretender. But I would disagree. I think based off of what we've seen so far, if I had to say right now today, are the Arizona Cardinals good enough to be a playoff team in the NFC? I would say the answer is no because of this offense. I think what we've seen from this offense and their inability to have anything even remotely resembling dynamic plays or explosives or a solid running game or any of the things that we've kind of come to expect or need from this offense. Now, again, that can all change over the course of 13 games. I'm saying this as we stand right now today after 4 games. If I had to, I would say no, they're not a playoff team because I think their offense has just been not even close to good enough to being a contender in this league. With the caveat that there's a lot of time and it can change between now and then.
But if I said to you, can you find?
It's not about that.
7 teams that are in the
NFC that are better.
NFC?
Well, 3 of them are in the division. Okay. 3 of them are in the division. So there's 3 right there. And then I got the Bucks. Then I got the Eagles and I got the Packers. There's 6.
Okay.
Right? Like, yeah, I can.
And then is it the Lions?
Yeah, I didn't even mention the Lions.
The Lions.
Boom. Yeah, I can.
Okay.
7 teams that I think have very obviously and clearly played better than the Arizona Cardinals have so far through the first 4 games. But again, that's where this gets a little ridiculous. There are 13 games left in the season. You know what I mean? Like, and I understand the 0-2 stat, and I get the relevance there when you start 0-2 in the division and what it means. But man, the Cardinals have time to figure out their offense. You know, they have time to get that part of their game right. They certainly still could be a playoff team.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Do you think they're better than the Falcons?
Yeah.
Vikings?
I think similar, yes.
Bears?
Yeah, similar, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, if you look at, Philly, San Francisco, Detroit, the Bucks, Seattle, the Rams, the Packers, those are your playoff teams right now.
Mm-hmm.
So you're going to have to beat one of those teams out to get into a wild card. But the teams that are with you, Falcons, Vikings, Bears, Commanders, are all teams that are 2-2.
Yeah, and the Commanders, we'll find out more about them when Jaden Daniels comes back. But I like the Vikings. I think the Vikings have clearly taken a step back, and not just because of the J.J. McCarthy injury. I think they're just not the same team they were. I don't even know if the Commanders, to be honest, are the same team that they were a year ago. These are the ebbs and the flows of the National Football League and how teams change and things like that. I'm just saying that based off of what we've seen so far, the Cardinals have more to work on than I would have expected after 4 games. You know what I mean? They have way more to work on and to get better at than I would have expected, especially looking at the schedule and the need I think that we all had for them to get off to a good start against this light schedule. Hasn't happened yet.
Well, it's mainly, I mean, in all honesty, it's mainly the offense. It's mainly the inability to run the football, not having James Conner now, Trey Benson being banged up, not having Marvin Harrison Jr. establish himself as a number 1 guy. There is a lot to not like about the offense. And you're right. I mean, I would agree with you. If that doesn't get fixed out, we're not going to be talking about a team going to the playoffs.
If Zach Gallen makes a return to the Arizona Diamondbacks, how would that work, financially speaking? That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show on Arizona Sports and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I do think there is a moment. You got to know your teammates specifically what they need. And I just don't think Marv is the sort of guy that you want sitting there stewing on it. So whether Kyler needs to go talk to him, it really needs to be Kyler, to be honest. But somebody, like Jacoby Brissett was at least talking to him after he had that drop that turned into an interception. If you've got an immensely talented individual on your team that is sitting there in his own head, maybe go talk to him. Even if you got to get in his face, just don't let him sit there and think, man. They just kept showing it, and they just don't speak.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Last year in Arizona, more than 121,000 car accidents were reported. Over 1,200 were fatal. Imagine you're one of those drivers. The light turns green. In a split second, everything changes. A crash leaves you fighting for your life, unable to speak, make decisions, or protect your family's future. Without having the right legal documents, the courts, not you, decide who speaks for you. That process is costly, time-consuming, and could tear families apart when they should be pulling together. With a comprehensive plan from RJP Estate Planning, including a living trust, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives, you stay in control, and your family stays protected. Trusted for over 35 years, RJP Estate Planning helps Arizonans plan for life's whens and what-ifs.
Call 480-576-5457 by October 2nd to save 55% on RJP's Living Trust Package. That's 480-576-5457. 480-576-5457. 5457.
Dan Bickley here for Chapman BMW, an award-winning family-owned business since 1966. They offer unbeatable selection. They have a great reputation for making luxury attainable. And best of all, you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. Ask for my guy, GM Shane O'Hanrahan. He guarantees our listeners will get a smoking hot deal, the best you're going to find in Arizona. That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541. This is a special special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Hey, it's Luke. What does Torey Lovello have to do to keep his job past 2026? We'll ask Diamondbacks general manager Mike Hazen tomorrow at 11:45. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
This morning on Bickley and Murata, our guy Jack Summers from D-Backs SI was on. And
Jack was on?
Jack was on this morning.
Good for Jack.
And he
He's
was
a good guy.
talking about the long time Diamondback insider.
Good guy.
Very good guy. We both know him very well, and he is dialed in, and he was asked about the future of Zach Gallen. This is what he said.
Well, I mean, he's certainly going to receive and reject the qualifying offer. I would be shocked if that went down any other way. And then you're talking about being out in the open free agent market. I would think that he's going to get at least 4 years, $80 million. I mean, I still think that his pedigree, his last couple months of the season, isn't going to put him into that 1 or 2 year make good category. I think it's important to note that he's very healthy, right? I mean, look at the starts and innings pitched. He never misses a turn. A little bit last year because of some hamstring injuries, but he posted up every single game and gave teams innings, and they will value that. So he's, I would bottom line that at 480 and then some.
I don't think it's any accident that he picked that number because on Spot Track, the very handy dandy website that keeps track of payrolls and salaries and contracts and opt-outs and opt-ins and things like that. They also have a calculated market value for each free agent.
Right.
And their calculated market value for Zach Gallen is a 4-year deal worth $75 million, about $19 million per year when you round up.
Might be a little off by a couple $1 million. They're usually in the ballpark. They estimated 186 for Corbin Burns. He got a little bit over 200. I think somewhere in the $20 million range, 20 to 22 million range per year is probably right for Gallen, but he's also not going to get 150 million. He's not going to get 125 million. Now, the good thing for Zach is he pitched well at the end of the season, and he's still relatively young. And like Jack said, he's healthy.
Yeah.
So, I think those all bode well. For the Diamondbacks to keep him, number one, he likes it here, and he would like to stay here if all things are equal. And number two, he's not going to get one of those offers that are going to blow you away when you know he's going to leave. We've seen many a pitcher leave the Arizona Diamondbacks. Patrick Corbin left. Robbie Ray left. Homegrown guys.
Sure.
Basically homegrown guys, but that ended up leaving and just taking the money to go somewhere else. I think there's a better than good chance that you could keep Gallen just on him having such a down year.
Ken Kendrick was on with us yesterday, and for those of you who missed it, this is what he said about Zach Gallen.
He's a special young man. He spent nearly 7 years as a D-back. He definitely had an up and down season this year. He performed better in the later part of the year than he did certainly in the earlier part of the year. And I think his actions the other evening, he didn't want to take his uniform off. He's loved being a Diamondback. I don't want to say it's out of the touch of reality that we would be able to work out an arrangement to bring him back. But certainly he's been a great D-back. Yeah.
I don't want to say it's out of the touch of reality that we would be able to work out an arrangement to bring him back. Now, that's not Ken saying, "Hey, we're bringing him back." That's Ken saying it's not impossible. It's doable. It could be something that, depending on what and the comp, Gambo, that I can't get out of my head is Christian Walker from a year ago. In that, beloved Diamondback, beloved in the clubhouse, integral part of their success. But at the same time, it got to a point where they just said, too rich.
And the age. Because they predicted a decline.
They did, yeah.
Based on his age. Where Gallen is 30, I think Walker was
32.
No, I think.
Was he 34?
I think he was 34.
Last year?
I think he was turning.
Okay, so that's where the comp falls apart. But I mean, beyond that, it's sort of here's a beloved player who would probably very much like to
33.
come back.
He's 33.
Okay.
So but you were signing him for 33, 34, 35.
So it's a little different there.
Where Gallen, it would be 30, 31, 32, 33. His contract would end at 33.
Yeah.
Walker's was starting at 33. I think that's probably the biggest difference.
I would agree with you that is the biggest difference. But I think in terms of how much they're loved by the organization and how much it makes sense to bring him back, it made a lot of sense to want to bring Christian Walker back. What are you going to do at first base? It makes a lot of sense to want to bring Zach Gallen back. What are you going to do at starting pitching? I think a lot just depends on, it depends on 100 things. Okay, Ken says the payroll is going down. Can they afford to bring Zach Gallen back and still have the payroll go down? Because if you're going to pay Zach Gallen $20 million a year, then you're going to have to make concessions in other areas to still have the payroll go down. You're still going to have to go sign a starting pitcher. I mean, you can't just roll into next season with what you've got. You're going to have to spend in that area anyway. But is Zach Gallen too expensive of a starting pitcher for you to sign when the payroll's going down in the first place? Has to go down.
Number one, the best way to keep Gallen is to feel like you've either got first or third base manned with somebody in-house. Can Blaze Alexander be a third baseman? Can Jordan Lawler be a third baseman? Can a combination of those guys handle third base? Now I don't have to go spend on a third baseman. And number two, the thing that they did the most at the trade deadline was get bullpen arms. They got bullpen arms. Could you put a bullpen together with these young guys for next year? Now, I still think you got to go out and get a closer, okay? So, because I don't think you have one in-house. But do you feel like, I think you need a whole reset on the bullpen. But can Brandon Garcia be a part of it? Can the Hoffman kid be a part of it? Did you add enough guys that you say, these are young, good arms I could have? Because if you were able to have a bullpen with majority of the guys that you just brought over, and you got third base taken care of, okay, now I need a first baseman and I need a starting pitcher. I could probably afford Gallen that way.
Listen to Mike Hazen today. He was asked a question about the payroll going down, and he said, I don't care.
Yeah, I don't care about the payroll. I think I've been fairly consistent with that for 10 years. I don't care what the number is, what we have, we'll figure it out. We have a lot of good young players. We have a lot of good young minor league players that all had really good years. So we traded off players at the deadline and picked up 9 new players. We should have access in the trade market to make improvements to this roster without money.
That to me is the number one. I haven't even read everything else he had to say today. That to me is the number one thing he said. We have young talent. We should have access to good players without needing a bunch of payroll to do it in the trade market.
You know what that means. That means I could take maybe you trade Jordan Lawler.
Oh,
maybe you trade
Jake
Jordan Lawler, Jake McCarthy.
Heck
maybe
yeah.
you trade some of the young pitchers you just acquired to somebody and you go fill a need. Maybe first base is filled on that need. You know, like Tyler Locklear, I didn't see enough of him.
He did nothing to win that job.
He did nothing to win the job. Nothing. I mean, I can't say that he's the guy at first base.
And
I wish he would have.
And neither did Pavin Smith.
No.
Neither did Pavin Smith.
Pavin struck out so much this year. I couldn't believe it.
He didn't do anything to win that job.
No.
So maybe the answer is, and we're just spitballing here, maybe Blaze Alexander is, for now, your third baseman, given how he played. Maybe Jordan Lawler and other young players in the system are trade bait to get you a first baseman. And then you've got money to go sign Zach Gallen or somebody else.
Don't you feel so different about giving up on Lawler now compared to like 3 months ago?
Oh, of course. Because the defense, okay, I knew his bat was going to come around. You know, like I know he got off to that terrible start and he wasn't okay, but it came around and he was gapping every other ball. It felt like, and he was hitting things hard. Defensively, you can't have him out there until you know you can.
But I kept asking me, why is he not playing? Because defense. Not playing because of his defense.
But then that also sinks his trade value too. Like, you don't think other teams are like wondering the same thing we're wondering about Jordan Lawler? Mm-hmm. Can you put him in the field? Do I have a spot that I can play him at? Is he a defensive liability? Do you have to convert him to outfield because he's so bad at I mean, he was terrible defensively at the end. Unplayable.
So one game he made 2 errors and they took him out of the game.
And I don't think they played him after that, did they?
And we kind of reported that they weren't going to play him in the field anymore after that because that's what I was told. But that was the case. He made the 2 errors. They pulled him out of the game. And it was like, I can't play this guy defensively. It's a mess.
But we're bringing up these solutions just to kind of point out to the Diamondback fans that there's and I think that's why Ken said what he said to a certain extent. There's a path to keeping Zach Gallen as long as you can check other boxes in a way that keeps the payroll low, you know?
Which is trades.
And Mike,
not free agent signings.
Made that very clear. Trades. My Chemical Romance is headed to Chase Field in September of next year. Tickets are now on sale. You can win a pair by texting ROMANCE to 620-620 for your chance. Again, text the word ROMANCE to 620-620. Is there a less obvious reason why the Cardinals' run game is struggling? Is someone missing to the equation? Because they got to get it fixed, and they got to get it fixed fast. That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Arizona sports host talked with Suns players, coaches, and the front office at Suns Media Day.
The energy's high, and that's what it's going to take. It starts now.
The best part about Devin is he wants to be here just like we want him here.
We want a team that Arizona and Phoenix can be proud of.
If you missed our Suns Media Day special, search it up on the Arizona Sports app, arizonasports.com, or Arizona Sports on YouTube. It's almost Suns season. Arizona Sports is the home of Phoenix Suns basketball.
Life comes at you fast, and then, all of a sudden you're in your 20s, you're in your 30s, and you're in your 40s, you're working hard, you're saving, you're putting kids through high school and then college, and one day you start turning around, you're like, did I do enough to take care of my future, my financial future? Will I be able to retire when I want to? That's where a guy like Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax comes in. They did a fantastic job for me, helping me set up with my retirement plan, financial plan, estate plan, to make sure that everything is in order. So that way when I retire, I could live the life that I want to live. But it's not only about that. You want to have a personal relationship with your financial advisor. You get that with Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Not somebody that's just going to call in and check in on you once or twice a year to make sure you don't leave and take your money elsewhere, but somebody that understands that life changes, things change. And maybe you get fired, you get a new job, maybe you get a promotion, you get a better job. Like when those things change, your financial advisor needs to be on top of the case because that affects your finances. What I recommend is calling Stuart and getting a free portfolio review at 602-877-PLAN. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
For more than 50 years, the Fiesta Sports Foundation has been known for world-class events and unmatched hospitality. But our biggest legacy is off the field, where we're improving local communities through education, youth sports, and programs that serve millions of Arizonans. And we're just getting started. Fiesta Sports Foundation. Our season never ends. Learn more at fiestasportsfoundation.org.
Hey folks, Vince Marotta here for Earnhardt Ford in Chandler. That's where my buddy and general manager John Nissen and his team have got fall savings you got to hear about. Roll out now with 0%, yes, 0% APR financing for 72 months on the amazing 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E. Plus get $1,000 Ford bonus cash towards your purchase. Or bulk up to a full-size F-150 truck at a low rate of its own, plus $2,750 in Ford bonus cash. And that's on the powerful XLT model with a 2.7-liter 325 horsepower engine. You want more? You got it. Check out their huge selection of 2025 Escape SUVs starting at only $22,995. Just stop in and tell them I sent you. All offers do require approved credit, and they've got the no bull deals you've been waiting for. Check them online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the no bull protection package as an added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1,598 for trucks. After all applicable offers, 0% APRs, $1,389 for 1,000 finance. For well-qualified customers through Ford Credit, plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers ends 9/30/25.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and more these days, people who are in pain are taking control of their health and looking beyond traditional medicine, and that is why QC Kinetics is so successful. People with chronic joint pain are learning that there are other options besides steroids, meds, and surgery, and they're getting lasting relief from QC Kinetics, where they use advanced cellular level treatments and regenerative medicine to revitalize your aching joints using growth factors from your own body. So if your back or knees or shoulders hurt all the time, you need to explore all of your options. Do not let them tell you that more pills or surgery are your only choices. Thousands of patients around the country are finding a better life with QC Kinetics' amazing regenerative treatments. So look beyond the old solutions. Call QC Kinetics. Get your free consultation. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone with no startup fees. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and it'll improve your sex life. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So don't waste money on herbal supplements that don't work. Get the T levels you had in your 20s with prescription testosterone. It's a game changer. And for a limited time, get started for free only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
I'm Mitch Varel, with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Cardinals announced today plans to build a new practice facility at the mixed-use site north of the Loop 101 and West Scottsdale Road. That plot of land is the same area once targeted by the defunct Arizona Coyotes when they pursued land to build a new stadium and entertainment complex. You can read more about the Cardinals' plans right now on Arizonasports.com. Playoff baseball has begun in MLB. 2 finals so far today. Tigers beat the Guardians 2-1, and the Cubs beat the Padres 3-1. Right now at Yankee Stadium, the Boston Red Sox took the lead 2-1. They currently lead in the bottom of the 8th inning. Garrett Crochet has been mowing down the Yankees hitters all game long. Red Sox looking to take game 1 from the Yankees on the road. And then coming up in about a half hour, the Reds and the Dodgers, that's the D team I was looking for. They're facing off in game 1. That one is going to start at 6. We have coverage right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And that is what's trending now.
Because the Diamondbacks playing.
We keeping the book right now. We ass.
You are.
The Diamond coming up. The Diamond.
Diamondbacks baseball coming
man.
on. No, they're not.
Poopfecta.
That's okay, Mitch. You know what?
Oh, wait. I'm going tip jar here.
Oh, sure. Of
I'm
course.
going tip jar.
25 or 6 to 4.
25 or 6 to 4.
It's a good song.
Chicago.
It's a really good song. Absolutely. So yeah, 2-1. Garrett Crochet still in the game.
Hey, is your pizza place open yet or what? Lauren, has your pizza place opened?
An awkward transition there.
Just saying. I all the money in the tip jar, I'm going to buy more pizza.
Jet's Pizza is opening up. Nope, still not open.
Some Detroit pizza place.
Detroit style pizza. You had it, right?
I had it. I went and stopped that.
At one of their other locations, you stopped and it was good. Tell you what, we should be getting a lot of free advertising here on this particular show.
Yeah, you'd think they'd bring over a pie or something, right?
I wasn't going to say it, but...
I went there and bought a pie.
Look, your voice carries weight. The great people at Flower Child were very kind to us, dropping off a little goodie basket last time.
They did. I went today. I got I love this salad that they have. So and they've got the best, they have a best, cashew chocolate chip cookie. I can't resist.
There are 5 or 6 people in this building who fund that place.
Yeah, Kellen.
I mean, not just Kellen. Not just Kellen.
I buy it a lot, too,
Fund
for lunch.
that place. Yeah, right? Lauren, you, Kellen.
Hey, I'm trying to bring sexy back. I need to,
How's that going for you?
I'm working on it.
I don't know. Have you seen him flex at 2 o'clock every day?
Yes. Every day. 2 o'clock.
I hope you were watching on YouTube. You just got a treat. You just got a treat. I'm not talking about you. So this is Drew Petzing today, Cardinals offensive coordinator, on Michael Carter, because it might be Michael Carter.
He's a really well-rounded player. You've seen him, I think back to he came here towards the end of the 23 season and played some pretty significant time there towards the end of the season. He finished the year last year in the San Francisco game, I thought, on a really high note with the ball in his hand. I think he's gotten a lot better in pass protection throughout his career over the last 3 or 4 years. And I'm thinking back to maybe the Pittsburgh game where he was called into duty in some big third downs where he had to step up in protection, did a really nice job. So anytime you get a guy who can really do all of those things at a pretty high level, I think it helps us as a team.
And as the story goes from Jonathan Gannon yesterday, when they elevated Michael Carter to the 53-man roster, got a standing ovation from the other guys in the locker room, probably in large part because Michael Carter feels like a player who's too good to be on a practice squad. Like you know what I mean? Like he's just too good. He's too talented to have that designation, He was a good running back with the Jets. For a few years, he was a good running back with it. He's been with the Cardinals now. This is his 3rd year with the Cardinals. So he's been with the Cardinals a little bit, but he hasn't had a lot of carries. But when he was in New York, he had a lot of carries. And, yes, he did.
And he was pretty efficient. He's a good back. Everybody liked him. So we'll see if he gets the opportunity. And no update on Trey Benson today, right?
No, there's been none. The latest we had was from Jonathan Gannon yesterday.
Yeah, not much. We'll have that injury report on Wednesday for you guys. Today's an extra day, so we had a bunch of guys not out there today for various reasons. So we'll see as we get the week going. How's it going to go?
I would imagine by the time we hit straight up 2:00 tomorrow, we'll certainly know, practice designation and whether he was out or limited or whatever. But maybe we'll find out more information and they'll have something to say about him. But no, we've heard nothing about it yet.
I don't feel great about it, based on what one person was telling me, but we'll see until we get that injury report tomorrow. I was told it could have been worse, but he is injured. He is injured. We'll get a final, we'll get an announcement from them tomorrow when they have to put the report out there. But in the meantime, your number 1 running back's down. Your number 2 running back could be down. Next man up philosophy. But either way, you're going to have to run the football. Like, you're going to have to. They didn't run the ball much against Seattle. That was by design. You're going to be able to run the ball against Tennessee. So that'll be a big thing right there. You got to be able to run the football. I don't care if it's Michael Carter or Amari DiMercato or Bam Bam. Whatever you've got to do, you're going to have to run the football.
No, and agreed. And if you're going to do that, and if we can all agree they need to run the ball better, they need to get better offensive line play, and it has to happen now. I mean, now. And that's where I don't want to sit here and say it doesn't matter who the running back is, because it does. I don't want to be disrespectful to those guys. It does matter who the running back is, but it matters way more that the Cardinals figure out their offensive line and make it a productive, functioning unit, because you could argue that's what's holding up the entire operation. I know we get hyper-focused on Marv, and we get hyper-focused on Kyler, and we get hyper-focused on Trey McBride, but the run blocking has been horrible. Against Seattle, the pass blocking was no better. And it's not – this is a unit. These are the 5 guys who were all your starters at the end of last year. It's not like you've got a bunch of new faces and they're all learning each other and figuring each other out. There's been continuity on the Cardinals' offensive line, and because of that, you wouldn't have expected them to be so discombobulated the way they've been. It's the number 1 thing they've got to figure out this week and for the rest of the season.
And I think it's more than just the running game. I also think it factors into the passing game, and I'll give you an example of it. Kyler Murray was pressured on 33% of his dropbacks in the last game, 33%. And he struggles under duress. He completed 55.6% of his passes for 32 yards when pressured. He threw for 32 yards when pressured, averaged 3.6 yards per attempt, and had a Pro Football Focus grade of 32.6. Now, Seattle's got a good pass rush. They made life miserable for him. They sacked him a whole bunch of times. I get it. But, if you're not protecting Murray, he's going to get sacked. He got sacked 6 times in that game. So, to me, it's both. It's not just, you need the running game. It's also, Murray's not good under pressure. he struggles under pressure. So you've got to keep a clean pocket. He's very good when he's not under pressure, but he struggles when he's under pressure.
And that's why, again, not to make it about one guy, because it's not about one guy, but one of the things I'll be watching for when the injury report comes out tomorrow is the designation of Will Hernandez, to see if he's any closer to being able to get out there and maybe change the tone of the offensive line. Again, not swapping out body for body means it's all Isaiah Adams' fault, but clearly there's an upgrade needed in communication and tone by this offensive line. The other thing I wanted to point out, and I'll go back to the run game here for a second if I could. Clayton Adams, the former offensive line coach, who's now the offensive coordinator of the Dallas Cowboys.
Okay. We've talked about him quite a bit.
I'm going to give you some numbers here. This comes from Teo Mackey over at azcentral.com. He tweeted this out, I think, yesterday. I took a screenshot of it. Yards per carry from last year to this year. The Cardinals have gone down from 5.3 to 4.5. The Cowboys have gone up from 4.0 to 5.1 yards per carry. So the Cardinals down 5.3 to 4.5. The Cowboys up 4 to 5.1. The Pro Football Focus team run block grade. The Cardinals have gone down from 66.6 to 51. The Cowboys have gone up from 63.7 to 73.1. Again, numbers.
Yeah.
But across the board, there is evidence that Clayton Adams has done a really nice job with Dallas's run game, and that they have missed him here for whatever reason.
They brought in the guy from Ohio State to replace him. I remember we asked Gannon about that a couple of weeks ago when we were talking about the offensive line, the struggles in a running game, and we asked about Adams, and he kind of pushed it off to the side that it wasn't a big deal or anything like that. But the numbers don't lie, right? I mean, the numbers are what they are. I mean, Adams leaves here, goes to the Cowboys. The Cardinals are doing worse, and the Cowboys are doing better. And like you said, there hasn't been a whole lot. Now, I mean, James Conner got hurt, and he's out for the year. But let's be honest. He was not playing well the first couple games of the season either.
The run game was not performing well before that happened.
He was struggling. We looked at Conner and as good as he was last year, he was off to a miserable start this season. And you can say that's the offensive line, but James Conner has always been one of those guys that could find his way to fight for 3.5 yards, 4 yards, and he just wasn't able to do that.
And that's why people were wondering if Conner was the problem. Let's take a look at Trey Benson and see if he can be the solution. He wasn't the solution last week. Now, did he get hurt at some point during that game? It sounds like it probably happened. I don't know when, but there's obviously some injury that they're going to be dealing with, and hopefully we'll find out more information about that tomorrow. But yeah, it's like you can cycle through enough running backs, and you're right about James Conner, and Trey Benson didn't appear to be the solution, but until they get a better push from that offensive line, the Cardinals, and this week's game against the Titans might be a little deceiving. It might make us feel like everything's fixed. I don't know if we're going to know everything's fixed because of what you do against the Titans. It's across the board.
Their defense has kept them in a lot of games. The dam just breaks late in the games for them. That's been their problem.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, give you an update on what's going on with the baseball games, and we'll talk about the Titans and why they're off to such a poor start. That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Geraldo Perdomo talking about what happened at the trade deadline and how he wishes it didn't happen at the trade deadline. There was no reason for the front office to keep that together at the trade deadline.
No, I agree.
The way that they were playing, I don't think I've ever seen a team as affected by trade rumors. Had they been playing competent baseball around the deadline, I don't think Mike Hazen is as quick to do it.
Well, listen.
And we might be previewing a wild card series right now.
Absolutely.
But they played their worst baseball right around that time. They made it an easy decision.
They sure did.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, back here for Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria is where you can find them, or you can find them online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. Nowhere can you get a GMC for less than you can at Liberty GMC. The best trucks, the best SUVs, that's what GMC is all about, whether it's a Sierra 1500, a Sierra Heavy Duty, a Canyon, an Acadia, a Terrain, a Yukon. They've got it all. And for the entire month of September, they've got amazing deals on it all. Amazing truck deals, $13,500 in savings on a new 2025 Sierra 1500, $6,500 in savings on a new 2025 Sierra HD. Great time to get into a new SUV. Lease a 2026 GMC Terrain for just $289 a month for 39 months, or you can buy it with $4,000 off. Plenty of inventory. Now is the right time to buy. Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your RV, RV wins.
What, are you going to take the RV to the lake or clean out your closet? RV wins! Putting the dishes away or taking the RV camping? RV wins! Cleaning the fridge or taking a trip to the beach? RV wins!
You might want to clean the fridge real quick because, mold.
We clean out the fridge, then take the RV out.
With Progressive, you can bundle your RV with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings in your RV. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states and situations.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Are you ready for a smile makeover? Have you dreamed about a beautiful new smile that you can be proud of? If the answer is yes, then let's get you in for a free consultation with ProSmile Dental, where they specialize in no prep or minimal prep cosmetic veneers. Have Arizona's top cosmetic dentists customize your smile with the Valley's only on-site cosmetic dental lab, where they custom create your designer smile with the exact color, shape, and size that you want. ProSmile has locations in Phoenix and Scottsdale. Text PRO to 620-620 or go to ProSmileAZ.com.
Oh, it's here, the best time of year, and no, I'm not just talking about football season.
Wait, Wolf, what could possibly top football?
Robert, it's shade season, baby. I'm at the compound, on my patio, cool, comfortable, no glare on the TV, thanks to All Pro Shade Concepts.
That's exactly what we do. Our shade solutions block the sun, cut the heat, and keep your patio game day ready all year long.
Make your season complete. Visit allproshade.com today for a free estimate, because you gotta have shade.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
All right, what's on tonight? The games that we are going to watch, and it's brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of possibilities.
Indiana at Las Vegas.
Indiana
winner
is
gets the Merc
at Las Vegas, and I believe that game 6:30 is when that game gets underway. If the Fever beat the Aces, Game 1 of the WNBA Finals is here on Friday. If the Vegas Aces win, Game 1 is there on Friday.
I think you root for Indiana.
Do you think?
Well, yeah, I think that, yeah. Vegas is the
night,
better.
Everybody. Where else are you going to find analysis like that?
Vegas is the better team. They've got that Aja Wilson, right? I think Asia, and the Fever are without Caitlin Clark and Sophie Cunningham. They're both out. There you go. That's my great analysis. I don't know much about the WNBA, but I'll give you that.
I assumed because you'd be opening at home that you'd want the Fever. So the Fever taking on the Aces tonight at 6:30. That's on tonight. And then the baseball scoreboard is what's on tonight. Right now, top of the ninth, the Red Sox just got out of a little bit of a jam. The tying run was at second with Chapman on the bump for the Red Sox. Got to fly out to right center field to end the inning. So the Red Sox 3 outs away from taking a 1-0 series lead in that best of 3 against the New York Yankees.
We got to fire Boone.
Really?
We got to fire Boone.
You think that's going to happen?
Yeah.
Do you?
People are like, wait, you didn't want to fire Lavella, but you want to fire Boone? Yeah, probably.
Dude, no, I'm being serious.
I think that they should. It's been here for long enough. We haven't won a World Series in 15 years. The Yankees haven't won a World Series in 15 years.
I'm just wondering if that's your opinion or if like people are talking like he's managing for his job this postseason.
16 years, whatever it is. It's been a long time since they've won a World Series.
The Reds and the Dodgers are coming up tonight. That's the final game of the day.
Let's go Reds.
Hear that game here on Arizona Sports. So no Arizona Sports at night. We're going to bring you Reds Dodgers, right? Thumbs up on that? Okay.
Oh, really? That's good.
Yeah, so Reds... Try not to take that personal. Man.
It's okay. Kellen is quote-unquote on assignment, so we're taking the opportunity to take Reds Dodgers.
That's fine. Reds Dodgers tonight. Earlier today, the Tigers beat the Guardians 2-1 to take a one-game lead. One game.
Skubal had 14 strikeouts.
Non-lead there.
And they scored on a squeeze play.
They did, and they got out of a heck of a jam in the ninth inning to win that thing. And then the Cubs beat the Padres by a score of 3-1. So again, these are all
back-to-back homers, Lauren. Back-to-back homers for the Cubbies.
And these are all
back-to-back homers.
Best of threes. So Tigers will advance with the win tomorrow. Cubs will advance with the win tomorrow. Then we'll see what happens in these other two games.
Okay.
So and then we'll loop in the Phillies and the Brewers and the Mariners and who am I forgetting in the American League? The Blue Jays. Thank you. That's right.
Don't worry. Most of America has forgotten about the Blue Jays too.
I don't know why. They're really good. They're really good. They shouldn't have, although they're Canadians teams.
The last time they won the division was with a Jose Bautista, the bat flip guy.
Did you know that the Blue Jays have won a World Series more recently than a Canadian team has won the Stanley Cup?
I believe it.
Yeah.
But only by a few months.
They won 2 World Series, the Blue Jays.
I believe it.
92, 93.
Joe Carter, man. Joe Carter.
It's been that long. That's crazy.
Paul Molitor. Roberto Alomar.
Jimmy Key. Dave Steeb.
Jack Morris.
Yeah.
I loved them. I loved them.
Those Blue Jay teams. I still loved the Jimmy Key commercial. Do you remember the Jimmy Key commercial? No, remind me.
It was a Sports Center commercial on ESPN and some kids filling in, and he was just like, what was it? Something about Jimmy Key. You're old like Jimmy Key or something like that. It was a Sports Center commercial. Let me see if I can get that.
I don't remember. I was counting on you to remember, which is
I remember
my bad.
it.
Apparently, and apparently you don't. Apparently you actually don't remember it.
I do remember. I don't remember the whole thing. But
you remember it was good, but you don't remember what it was about.
Yeah, it was.
That's it.
I'll have to get the context of
it.
The
quote is Jimmy Key. What's he like? 45?
Right. That was it. Jimmy Key. Was he like 45? Helped the Yankees win a World Series. I love Jimmy Key.
That's why Gambo's memory is trashed. Google has trashed it, right? Google is just it trashed all of our memories. We don't need to remember anything anymore. We just look it up, right?
Right.
Our brains they're not wired to remember things anymore. We just look everything up.
I mean, a commercial was like 40 years ago, or whatever it was.
I know, but you asked me if I remembered it, so I assumed that meant you did.
Yeah, I do remember it. Jimmy Key's like, 45? It's a kid on a Sports Center commercial. They're talking about Jimmy Key, and he makes fun of him.
Oh, Gambo. In the meantime, the Titans are coming to town this week, and not that we care about power rankings necessarily, but the Tennessee Titans were dead last in every single one I looked at today. I checked out like 3 or 4. Dead last in the team number 32. ESPN, NFL.com, The Athletic, Sports Illustrated, you name it. They're saying the Titans are that bad.
I mean, they are really bad. They're a really bad football team, and their coach is probably on the hot seat, and he's probably going to be the first coach fired this year. And so, it sets up. You're at home. You got to take care of business. Look, you could say, they need to win this game by 30. Just win the freaking game.
Oh yeah, I'm not.
But also, just get some things right with the offense. Get some things right. Figure out how to have some success running the football. And I know we're going to come in here Monday if they run the ball well. It was against Tennessee. Whatever. They played it. If they get the running game right, I'll be happy. They need to get it right.
One of the power rankings said right now things are bad in all 3 phases for the Titans. They not only did not score a touchdown after changing play callers, they did not run a single play inside Houston's 23-yard line. Joey Sly missed 2 field goal tries. The defense allowed 2 explosive plays late in the game. There's nowhere to go but up because it's failing across the board from them. This is crazy. They're 0-4 for the first time since 2009. This is from another power ranking. They average less than 2 red zone visits per game.
Wow.
which ranks 31st in the NFL. They didn't get in the red zone once against the Texans, and their red zone touchdown conversion rate 6th worst in the league. Yeah.
It's a bad football team.
It's a bad football
with
team.
a rookie quarterback taking his lumps. They don't have good wide receivers. They don't run the ball very well. There's not a lot